Chapter 001. The First Strike in Rebirth Space. Brother Meng, I beg you, please. When Chao Meng awoke, he felt his face cradled by a pair of warm, delicate hands. A soft, melodic voice graced his ears, a sound that was utterly enchanting. As he opened his eyes, he found himself mere inches away from an extraordinarily beautiful face. With a luscious crimson mouth just a foot away, the woman wore a white t-shirt and a black miniskirt, her long, graceful legs adorned in sheer black stockings, and her bright, alluring eyes radiated sweetness. What a familiar yet foreign scene this was. Am I dreaming, or is this a fleeting moment of clarity? Chao Meng pondered, momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he died? Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, an oddly disorienting sensation. His gaze swept across the spacious bedroom, the light-filled expanse accentuated by the large windows. And there stood the stunning beauty before him, radiating an almost ethereal charm. Everything felt so familiar, yet disconcertingly strange. What on earth happened? Why has this woman turned so obedient? Could it be that I've been reborn? Chao Meng covered his face with his hands and rubbed vigorously. Yes, it felt remarkably real. He was not dreaming. His hands, his body, identical to how they had been 5 years prior. Ha! I come alive again, huh? After a brief moment of shock, Chao Meng erupted into a raucous laugh. A hoarse chuckle tinged with a chilling sense of horror, and as he laughed, tears began to roll down his cheeks. 5 long years of struggle during the apocalypse. So much bitterness and sorrow. Wen Qingxian was startled by Chao Meng's maniacal laughter, causing her to stumble and sit on the floor. Honey, are you all right? Chao Meng ignored her, hastily grabbing his phone to check the time. In the next moment, his attention was captivated by a star blue ring adorning his left hand. The star blue ring. I can't believe this treasure has accompanied me in my rebirth. Chao Meng felt an overwhelming joy. This was indeed a remarkable item that had cost him dearly. With a mere thought, his consciousness slipped into a vast, dark red space-time continuum. It was an expansive realm, seemingly endless, with blood-red clouds above and still mountains and rivers, resembling a bizarre, three-dimensional painting. Within this temporal expanse, everything was frozen, except for the freedom of movement of Chao Meng's consciousness. The star blue ring possessed an almost infinite space. Moreover, time within this realm stood completely still. Chao Meng had conducted experiments after acquiring it. Fresh food placed inside never rotted, and whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Even plants remained alive after being stored within. The only drawback was that it could not contain living animals or humans. If a live chicken or person were placed inside, they would emerge as a fresh corpse. Excellent. With this, I need not worry about supplies. He redirected his focus back to the phone. July 8th, 2033, 12:50 p.m. 5 years ago, July 8th, which means I have 7 days to prepare. 7 days later, on July 15th at noon, calamity would strike. The nurturing sun, along with countless stars in the sky, would abruptly vanish. Without the sun's warmth and light, the planet would plunge into darkness, with temperatures plummeting by 80 to 90 degrees within 3 days. Darkness and cold would envelop the entire world, leading to mass extinction of species, with over 90% of humanity perishing in this disaster. This harrowing process would last a full 100 days until the sun re-emerged. However, even once the sun returned, the world would remain frozen, with only a few places of geothermal warmth able to support minimal agriculture. Thus, scarcity and hardship would be the prevailing themes of the future world. On a brighter note, any organism that survived the 100-day calamity would experience a significant enhancement in their physical constitution, potentially even evolving. Research in the future would reveal that the extent of this evolution depended on the energy survivors accumulated during the calamity. Simply put, the more they consumed, the greater their strength and evolutionary potential. The 100-day disaster was, in essence, a primordial process of energy accumulation for evolution. Armed with 5 years of survival experience and the star blue ring, Chao Meng felt a sense of ease regarding the impending apocalypse. After 5 years in the wasteland, Chao Meng had gained profound insights into human nature. For instance, his girlfriend, Wen Qingxian, appeared charming and alluring, her exquisite features and rosy lips the very embodiment of a man's desire. Yet, No one could have anticipated that such a delicate beauty would harbor a sinister side. Shortly after the apocalypse began, Chow Ming had compassionately taken in Wen Qingxuan's family, who had run out of supplies. Little did he know he had let wolves into his fold. Within days, this deranged family had taken advantage of his trust and turned on him in his sleep, resorting to cannibalism. Fortune favored Chow Ming, for while they feasted on his flesh, they discovered an astonishing phenomenon. They found that his meat was far superior, satiating hunger far more effectively than even the finest delicacies. Just a small morsel could sustain them for 3 days. More importantly, consuming his flesh significantly enhanced their physical prowess. Chow Ming also became aware of his own uniqueness. His vitality was remarkable, and his recovery was swift. It wasn't until one fateful day, when Qingxuan's family boiled a piece of his golden-hued rib to make soup, that he succumbed to unbearable pain and lost consciousness. They presumed him dead, which allowed him the chance to escape, gravely injured. Afterward, the 100-day calamity passed, paving the way for the era of evolution. Although Chow Ming's strength had increased, Wen Qingxian proved to be even more formidable. Her ruthless tactics allowed her to thrive, leaving him powerless for revenge, and he often found himself hunted and harmed by her. It was only during a struggle over the star blue ring that she mercilessly killed him. Chow Ming had long harbored a suspicion. Had he been weakened by the flesh taken from him, as if he had lost his supreme bone, just like the tales told in novels? Honey, what's wrong? Wen Qingxuan's concerned voice jolted Chow Ming back to reality. Gazing at her alluring visage so close to him, old grievances and fresh animosities surged within his heart. Kill her, a voice within screamed. Eliminate her, turn her into fish fillets, and store her in the star blue ring, unnoticed. Calm down, stay composed. It's not yet the time to act. Chow Ming forcefully suppressed his hatred. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. An order had yet to collapse. He still had many preparations to complete. He could not allow a vile woman to jeopardize everything. Revenge could wait until the calamity descended. There would be ample opportunities then. Moreover, simply killing her would be too lenient. I'm fine, what about you? Chow Ming replied in a low voice. Wen Qingxian intentionally adopted a submissive posture, tilting her head, her alluring eyes filled with sincerity and charm. My mother mentioned today that we need to take 1 million to her, so she can settle my brother's betrothal gifts. His girlfriend's family is pressing for it. This was her usual ploy. With her breathtaking beauty and those naturally expressive eyes, she had always succeeded in charming him. She believed this time would be no exception. But I don't quite understand. Didn't your brother only need 500,000? Why should I provide 1 million? Chow Ming retorted with a cold smile. Well, this includes my 500,000 as well. When Qingxian replied, looking at him as if it were self-evident. As the brother-in-law, could you really stand by and watch your brother fail to marry? With that, she sweetly linked her arm through his, pressing close to him, her demeanor that of a playful puppy, as she implored. Honey, please, perhaps you might as well call me father from now on, Chow Ming remarked with a cold smile. Didn't you just call me that? Wen Qingxian shot Chow Ming a glare, her exquisite, refined features instantly flushed with embarrassment. What on earth? A myriad of deeply cordial sentiments toward her mother surged within Chow Ming. Did I have any such intention? It must be said that this woman possesses a considerable level of sophistication. She is purposeful, adept at performance, profoundly concealed, capable of restraint, and aware of her desires. For 2 long years, I stubbornly clung to the final step, refusing to break through. It is often said that men can be rather foolish, easily swayed by certain charms. The more unattainable something is, the more precious it appears. After all, there are few women in this world who possess such principles and boundaries. Yet, when it comes time for sacrifice, all of this turns out to be a facade. Chow Ming is merely a skilled hunter adept at disguise. Your younger brother's girlfriend is named Qingyi, isn't she? Chow Ming asked nonchalantly. Yes, why? When Qingxian replied, puzzled. Without hesitation, Chow Ming picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed. Hello, Qingyi. Ming Go, is that you? What's the matter? Qingyi's voice on the other end was laced with surprise. She wondered why her future brother-in-law was calling her. Chow Ming got straight to the point. I heard your family is asking for a 50,000 dowry? Oh no. That's not right. We're asking for 30,000, not 50. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by calling? Qingyi's characteristic sweet voice came through the phone. Chow Ming shot a cold glance at Wen Qingxian. Intermediate merchants pocketing the difference? Excellent. Wen Qingxuan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, glaring at Chao Meng in disbelief. She did not anticipate that he would confront her so directly. It's just a matter of a few tens of thousands. Is there no consideration for face? Have you lost your manhood? Chao Meng ignored Wen Qingxian and continued speaking to Qin Yi. It's nothing. I'll offer you 100,000. What did you just say? The sweet-voiced young lady on the other end was clearly taken aback. Chao Meng persisted. There's just one condition. Dump that useless Wen Bo and be with me. Qin Yi was utterly bewildered. Wait, you. Wen Qingxian was left speechless, pointing at Chao Meng in shock. Tonight, come to my house. We shall discuss this in detail. Without giving Qin Yi time to respond, Chao Meng decisively hung up the phone. Chapter 002. Chao Meng, have you lost your humanity? Beautiful subordinate hello everyone. Thank you for supporting Chao Meng. Wen Qingxian was furious, resembling a wild leopard as she lunged at him. You beast. You're inhumane. I'll fight you. This was utterly intolerable. Just because you have a little money, does that make you superior? Stealing your brother's girlfriend. How can you still call yourself a man? As a devoted sister-in-law who considers her brother like a son, how could Wen Qingxian endure this? A heavy slap landed squarely on her delicate face. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Wen Qingxian, covering her cheek in disbelief, stared at Chao Meng. He actually hit me. Get out. Before Wen Qingxian could collect herself from her shock and fury, Chao Meng seized her long hair, dragging her toward the door and tossing her onto the ground. Chao Meng, wait. Now frantic, Wen Qingxian disregarded all else and rushed forward, grasping his arm. Husband, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. At that moment, she mistakenly believed that Chao Meng was angry due to her deceit. She was in a panic. Without Chao Meng, she and her idle family would likely have to scavenge through garbage, not to mention the prospect of marrying a beautiful bride for her younger brother. With a swift kick, he sent Wen Qingxian sprawling to the ground and decisively shut the door. What nonsense is this? Returning to the living room, Chao Meng took out pen and paper, preparing to devise a detailed survival plan for the impending apocalypse. Survival in such dire times begins with food, followed by energy, and then safety concerns. Food, of course, requires no elaboration. The more one possesses, the better. Having provisions is akin to ancestral blessings. Energy holds equal significance. In the early days of disaster, the power and heating systems could barely hold on, and even in extreme cold, there would be those daring enough to attempt repairs. However, as the calamity progressed, societal order would collapse, plunging the world into frigid darkness. Gas and electricity supplies would gradually cease, and that would be the true test of endurance. Resources such as coal, diesel, gasoline, gas canisters, and generators must be adequately stocked. Additionally, a safe and comfortable shelter is indispensable. The prerequisite for all this is, of course, wealth. Without money, one would have to resort to desperate measures. Fortunately, Chao Meng had funds. Otherwise, Wen Qingxian, this vain woman, would not cling to him so desperately. Chao Meng once owned a factory that, while not thriving, occupied a substantial plot of land, which was later demolished for real estate development. He received over 80 million in compensation and, leveraging this initial capital, joined a real estate investment group, engaging in high-leverage property speculation across the country, reaping considerable profits. On the eve of the sudden shift in the real estate market 6 months ago, Chao Meng inadvertently put nearly 80% of his properties up for sale to gather cash, preparing to seize a significant opportunity. Thus, he now had over 500 million in cash at his disposal. While 500 million may seem substantial now, in a month, it would scarcely buy a loaf of bread. 500 million is still far too little. He needed to invest this sum to yield 50 or even 100 billion. First acquiring a batch and then seizing another. As Chao Meng contemplated and jotted down notes, a rough draft of a plan quickly took shape. With the plan in hand, he stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he found Wen Qingxian kneeling at his feet like a puppy, her exquisite face tear-streaked and full of grievance. How dare she attempt this trick? Had he not witnessed her ruthlessness, Chao Meng might have been swayed by her display of vulnerability. Unfortunately, the more she acted this way, the more he wished to rid himself of her. Get out of my way, he exclaimed. Husband, I was wrong. Wen Qingxian, unwilling to let him go so easily, rushed forward and clung to his leg. Please, forgive me. I truly cannot live without you. With another kick, he shoved her away and turned to leave. Chao Meng. At this, Wen Qingxian was thoroughly incensed, springing to her feet in a frenzy, pointing at him and shouting, Chao Meng, who do you think you are? Just a rich second-generation upstart living off others. Do you think that because you made a few bucks in real estate, you are a successful person? I must inform you that I have never cast even a fleeting glance in your direction. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, await the day when I shall bring you to utter ruin, leaving you without a grave. Oh, Chao Meng turned his head, gazing curiously at the woman. If it were any other woman making such proclamations, he would surely dismiss her as a braggart. Yet, this woman was distinct. She was ambitious and driven. Her exquisite beauty and statuesque figure were her assets. Given her disposition, she would hardly be foolish enough to hang her hopes solely on one tree. In a previous life, he too had been ensnared by her charms, blinded by her exceptional talent, mistaking her for his one true love. In retrospect, it seemed she had long since devised her escape route. Even without the apocalypse, he would likely have been but a stepping stone for her ascent. In his past life, during the latter stages of the 100-day calamity, she had secured a powerful husband, ensuring her family's safety throughout the tribulation. Soon after, that unfortunate soul and his entire family met an inexplicable demise, leaving Wen Qingxian to inherit all that he possessed. To summarize this woman in a single word, ruthless. I await the day you bring my house to ruin, Chao Meng declared, leaving those words behind as he exited without a backward glance. In the western suburbs of Linhai City, at Jianghai Logistics Company, Chao Meng had nearly forgotten about this inconsequential enterprise. The logistics company had originally been established by a college roommate who, after falling gravely ill, sold it to him for $4 million. The company was modest, encompassing a warehouse of over 500 square meters and a small office. Aside from Chao Meng as the owner, the company consisted merely of a gatekeeper and 2 salespeople. His initial intention had been to shut it down in a few days. However, it now proved to be of use. The boss has arrived. As Chao Meng's BMW came to a halt, a striking young woman clad in a black business suit, her hair styled in a bun and silver-framed glasses perched upon her nose, hurried over to open the car door for him with commendable enthusiasm. Who are you? Chao Meng inquired with a smile, observing the somewhat anxious and excited young lady. Her face was exquisitely shaped, with prominent features, though slightly diminutive in stature. To some men, this was the embodiment of their affection, the so-called charming height difference that allowed them to exhibit their strength and stature. Chao Meng had only seen the 3 employees of the logistics company once during his takeover, a mere fleeting glance, and having endured 5 years of the apocalypse. Their names had all but vanished from his memory. Hello, boss. I am Lu Xiaoran. She introduced herself, her youthful face betraying a hint of nervousness. Hello, esteemed bosses. She added. Chapter 003. The Grand Procurement Before the Apocalypse. The goddess has arrived. Chao Meng did not linger his gaze on the young beauty, but instead scanned the office. Where is everyone? Mr. Huang is unwell, and Sister Li has left without knowing your contact details, so she was unable to inform you, Lu Xiaoran explained. Her anxiety evident as she looked at Chao Meng. Mr. Chao, are you planning to close the company? What is the matter? Chao Meng observed her, tense as a startled quail, and couldn't help but smile. In a mere glance, he discerned that she was a fresh graduate, a fledgling in the professional realm, her eyes sparkling with ambition and zeal. Further examination revealed a modest folding bed tucked in the corner of the office, neatly packed luggage, and newly acquired cooking equipment. It seemed this young lady was intent on economizing, residing and dining within the confines of this humble company. President Chao, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed. The logistics sector is brimming with potential. In recent days, I've secured several contracts, and I assure you that as long as the company persists, we can undoubtedly expand and achieve greatness once more. Expand and achieve greatness? Chao Meng chuckled softly, placing the meticulously organized list onto the table. Confidence is commendable. Now, let's commence our work. Under the company's name, all materials must be procured within 5 days. According to industry norms, aim for payment upon delivery wherever possible, and minimize deposits. Coconut Silk, at last, had a task. The young woman leapt with excitement. Finding a job closely aligned with her studies was no small feat, especially with complimentary lodging. Initially, she had worried that the company might close down, but it appeared the boss was gearing up for a significant venture. Upon opening the order, her eyes widened in disbelief. 30,000 heads of slaughtered cattle, 30,000 heads of slaughtered pigs, 10,000 sheep, 100,000 chickens, 5,000 yaks, 500 anshio meat donkeys, 3,000 tons of venison, 10,000 tons of wagyu beef, 10,000 tons of seafood, 500 tons each of various fruits and vegetables, totaling 10,000 tons, 10,000 tons of rice from Wuchang, Northeast, 10,000 tons of flour, 10,000 tons of cooking oil, 300 tons of assorted spices, 100 household diesel generators, 100 gasoline engines, various transformers, and more. Additionally, 3 computers. Boss, are you planning to open a chain of fresh produce supermarkets? Lu Xiaoran gazed at Chao Meng with round, curious eyes. Even if one were to open 100 supermarkets simultaneously, procuring such an immense quantity of fresh ingredients within 5 days was implausible. These items would not remain fresh for long. Moreover, ordering such a vast array of products, even with just a deposit, would necessitate a substantial outlay, at least hundreds of millions. What on earth was the boss scheming? And what about the 20 snowmobiles? They seemed unnecessary in a region that hardly sees snow. Then there were the low-light night vision goggles, thermal imaging devices, and variable frequency flashlights. What purpose could these serve? Why procure so many at once? Were they planning to engage in nocturnal mischief? Additionally, why so many fruit tree saplings? Was there a plan for a plantation? Chow Meng glanced at her and said, "Ask less, do more." Snowmobiles are essential for traversing icy landscapes. As for the night vision goggles and thermal imaging devices, their significance is even greater. In the face of calamity, when the sun has vanished, these tools are vital for survival in the dark. In a certain sense, they are even more crucial than the supplies themselves. With them, one can acquire more resources and bolster one's combat capabilities in a world turned upside down. As for the fruit tree saplings, these items were prepared by Chow Meng for a monotonous world following the Great Extinction. A beautiful life must commence with meticulous planning. Understood. Boss. Lu Xiaoran bestowed a broad smile upon Chow Meng. Boss, we currently face two dilemmas. One concerns finances, and the other is that our warehouse cannot accommodate so many items. Even a transit space would require a larger venue. If purchasing is inconvenient, we could temporarily lease a nearby substantial warehouse, over 30,000 square meters, which has just been constructed. After a moment's contemplation, Chow Meng responded, "All right, you inquire about it. Let us rent it for half a month, and monetary matters can be discussed." A warehouse of 400 to 500 square meters is still too small. Even for the sake of discretion, a more spacious location is necessary. Very well. Tong Yinju snapped her fingers and commenced her busy endeavors. Chow Meng also refrained from idle chatter, transferring 100 million to the company's account via his phone before settling beside Tong Yinju at the computer to engage in his tasks. He contacted suppliers from the source, signed pre-sale contracts, and made advance payments. With each order finalized, the funds on the account seemed to flow out like a river. Boss, funds are running low, transfer more money. Boss, we need more funds, please transfer again. Although Chow Meng placed orders under the guise of logistics trade, with most materials requiring only 10 to 30% in advance payment, the sheer volume of procurement proved overwhelming. In just a few hours, nearly 700 million had been expended. Lu Xiaoran indeed proved to be capable and diligent. The entire afternoon was filled with fervor while comparing prices. She fully utilized her charming social skills to connect with several classmates involved in logistics procurement to assist in sourcing goods, spending nearly the entire afternoon typing and making calls. Finally, at 6:30 in the evening, the last order was confirmed. At last, it was done. Lu Xiaoran stretched languidly, unabashedly showcasing her remarkable figure before Chow Meng. Then cheerfully announced, "Boss, it's time for dinner. I'll go buy ingredients and prepare a meal." There were still some simple vegetables in the fridge. But now that Chow Meng, this significant boss, was present, Lu Xiaoran felt compelled to add a few hearty dishes to strengthen their rapport. "No need, I'll treat you." Just as Chow Meng finished speaking, a call from Wen Qingxuan's future sister-in-law, Qin Yi, came through. "Hello, Menggu, this is Qin Yi, where are you?" The sweet voice on the other end trembled noticeably. "Ah, this is quite amusing." A playful smile emerged on Chow Meng's face. This was indeed an easy opportunity. Initially, he thought the sweet-voiced beauty might be somewhat reserved, but it seemed otherwise. Well, why not take advantage of such a favorable situation? It would also be good to present a grand gesture to that foolish Wenbo boss. "A beauty has summoned you?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Xiaoran's charming face. The lavish feast was seemingly in jeopardy. Chow Meng replied, "Yes, don't cook. Let us go together." "Together? Is that appropriate?" Lu Xiaoran hesitated, suddenly recalling what her roommate had told her about certain affluent young men who were quite the charmer, embracing many during the day and seeking pleasure at night. Could it be that the boss was of such a nature? Upon this realization, a flicker of peculiarity crossed the face of the naive young girl. What is deemed suitable or unsuitable? Is it not merely a meal? What thoughts occupy the recesses of your little mind? Chow Meng reached out to gently tousle her hair. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. No wonder many men are drawn to petite figures possessing both exquisite beauty and youthful allure. Having such a youthful beauty by one's side distinctly accentuates a man's virility. "Oh no, I merely feared to interrupt your date with the lovely sister," he remarked. The young girl, caught off guard by Chow Meng's affectionate gesture, lowered her head in embarrassment. "Lovely sister? I'd rather you leave," she replied, taking the girl's small hand and heading towards the car. "Rather me?" Lu Xiaoran thought to herself. "Indeed, I have caught the eye of a wolf." Once inside the vehicle, Lu Xiaoran settled into the passenger seat, curling up almost instinctively, overwhelmed with anxiety. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious car, and she was uncertain whether the affluent individual beside her harbored ulterior motives. What if he intended to take advantage of me? She pondered, stealing a glance at Chow Meng before hastily averting her gaze. If he dares to disrespect me, I shall sever ties and resign. Yes, resign. Although the young girl was new to the workforce, she was not oblivious. She understood the nature of many company executives all too well. Once they acquire wealth, their desires often turn to beauty, and they do not hesitate to pursue their interests. In her previous job, she had fled after just 3 days due to a lascivious old man. Xiao Ming, her current boss, appeared decent, having shown no inappropriate behavior during their afternoon together. Yet, Lu Xiaoran remained cautious, aware that some individuals conceal their true selves, especially those with wealth, often bearing darker hearts. Xiao Ming observed everything, secretly amused, choosing to remain silent. Finally, amidst the young beauty's anxious sentiments, they arrived at their destination. Lishui Restaurant, renowned for its high-end private dining, is a prominent establishment in the upscale culinary scene of Linghai City. As Xiao Ming stepped out of the car, he spotted a tall figure clad in form-fitting jeans. Possessing an alluring physique and captivating peach blossom eyes, Qin Yi, the girlfriend of his younger brother-in-law, Wenbo. She was undeniably beautiful. Her enchanting voice paired with those beguiling eyes exuded a natural sensuality. Chapter 004, An Unexpected Encounter, a grand spectacle of gossip. Gazing at the graceful Qin Yi, Xiao Ming couldn't help but scold his past self for being foolishly infatuated with Wen Qingxian. How could Wenbo, that dim-witted fool, attract such a stunning girlfriend? Was it not by flaunting his possessions to deceive her? Even the ostentatious luxury car he drove had been borrowed from him. Thus, this woman initially belonged to him. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. And let us not forget the spacious 150-square-meter home currently inhabited by Wen Qingxian's family. The deed still in his name. Relying on their own assistance and support, the Wen family, once akin to beggars, has now ascended into the upper echelons of society. Their standards for selecting a daughter-in-law have notably risen. Soon I shall have your entire family cast out onto the streets. So you may truly experience the chilling winds of a desolate world. Anything less would be a slight against the gravity of such a fate. As Xiao Ming pondered this, he approached Qin Yi. Noticing his approach, Qin Yi nervously lowered her head, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Xiao Ming's previous suggestion had left her feeling quite uneasy. Nevertheless, she had come. Menggu, Qin Yi called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ah, President Xiao, your girlfriend is truly beautiful, exclaimed Lu Xiaoran, who was closely following, her surprise evident. Turning to Qin Yi, she added, sister-in-law, greetings. I am Lu Xiaoran, President Xiao's little aide. The term sister-in-law made Qin Yi's face turn an even deeper shade of red, and she quickly waved her hands, saying, No, I am not a sister-in-law. I am not President Xiao's girlfriend. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Qin Yi was indeed beautiful, with an alluring figure and a captivating presence. However, what did her beauty matter if she was a woman who sold herself for money and swiftly discarded her boyfriend? Such a woman could be a fleeting amusement. But to invest genuine feelings would be utterly foolish. Not a sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoran paused, her eyes darting as she realized. So, she must be a blind date. It dawned on her that President Xiao had brought her along as a third wheel. She silently offered an apology for her misunderstanding. Come, let us go inside and sit, Xiao Ming said, casually taking Qin Yi's delicate hand. Startled by the grasp, Qin Yi instinctively attempted to pull away, but then relaxed and followed him into the dining room. On the second floor of the restaurant, the trio found a table by the window. Qin Yi sat directly across from Xiao Ming, while Lu Xiaoran accompanied her, resembling a close friend of a blind date. As they settled in, a beautiful waitress promptly brought the menu and poured tea for them. Xiao Lu, order what you wish, Xiao Ming said, handing the menu to Lu Xiaoran. As for Qin Yi, she felt overwhelmed when she glimpsed the menu. The prices were astonishing. The cheapest dish started at 500, with most items reaching into the thousands. Was the happiness of the affluent truly so unpretentious? Then, perhaps sister-in-law should order. I am open to anything, she suggested, not wanting to appear timid, and passed the menu to Qin Yi. Upon receiving it, Qin Yi was equally taken aback. Although Wenbo had treated her to meals a couple of times, costing around 300 to 500, this menu was an entirely different realm. Maybe you should order. Menggu, she said, handing the menu back to him as if it were a harbinger of misfortune. Your girlfriend is truly delightful, the beautiful waitress remarked. Casting a knowing glance at Qin Yi, she was somewhat familiar with Xiao Ming, as he often brought Wen Qingxian to dine here. Wen Qingxian exuded the essence of a wealthy young lady, always opting for the most extravagant dishes, as if choosing anything less would tarnish her worth. In comparison, the current situation is preferable, at least it does not seem as overbearing. Xiao Ming nodded noncommittally. 2 of the signature dishes, and you can select the rest. As for drinks, bring us 2 bottles of white wine. Understood, Menggu. The beautiful waitress responded before bustling off. The atmosphere fell silent once more, with Qin Yi feeling awkward and Lu Xiaoran, a fledgling in this social setting, wishing to engage Qin Yi in conversation. However, Qin Yi appeared distracted. Unperturbed, Xiao Ming took out his phone to peruse it. The provisions necessary for surviving the apocalypse were ample. What remained to be acquired included energy sources, gasoline, diesel, gas canisters, and also some frost-resistant charcoal, perhaps for future barbecues. He also considered procuring fruit tree saplings, particularly those of warm-tempered varieties, as the impending ecological catastrophe would primarily affect such flora. It would be prudent to have some on hand in case they desired fresh fruit in the future. Furthermore, entertainment for the end times, films, television, music, and the art of cinema could not be overlooked. He also needed to gather a collection of single-player video game discs. Life in the post-apocalypse would be arduous. Power outages and internet disruptions would be commonplace, and during the long, cold nights, one might succumb to despair without activities to pass the time. With around 7 to 8 million remaining, funds were dwindling. The next step would be to secure loans. Whatever could be borrowed should be borrowed. In the past, during property speculation, there were times when funds fell short. Thus, Chow Ming had established good relations with several legitimate lending institutions and had a few trustworthy acquaintances within the industry who often engaged in mutual borrowing. In addition to these, there were also informal lenders he had previously avoided. This time, he would consider it a benevolent act to assist them, granting loans wherever possible. Chow Ming first reached out to several friends for mutual borrowing, spinning a tale that secured him over 50 million. Subsequently, he hastily contacted a few familiar bank account managers. Qin Yi quietly sipped her tea, watching as Chow Ming made call after call, discussing projects worth tens of millions and even billions. At that moment, the voice of the beautiful waitress broke through. "Ah, General Wen, you have arrived." Qin Yi glanced over to see Wen Qingxian, dressed in an elegant black evening gown, along with Wen Bo and their parents, striding in with an air of superiority, guided by the same waitress. The waitress, adept at her job, led the family to a semi-open table behind Chow Ming's group, preventing a direct encounter. A half-height wooden wall separated the two tables, while sounds could be heard. The individuals remained unseen. Qin Yi felt a surge of irritation, as if she were behind a wall with her boyfriend while another was engaging in an affair. "General Wen, what would you like to order this time?" The beautiful waitress deliberately raised her voice. "The most famous spring and autumn banquet, one set." Wen Bo replied boisterously, his voice brimming with bravado. The waitress exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the spring and autumn banquet, that is 88,000 per set. Are you certain? You usually order the 6,600 business meal." Upon hearing her tone, Wen Bo's temper flared. "What do you mean by that? Do you think my sister can't afford it?" The beautiful waitress hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Wen. I'll bring it right away. By the way, what would you like to drink?" Wen Bo replied, 2 bottles of the 1982 Lafite and 2 bottles of Feitian. The waitress, slightly unsure, asked, 2 bottles of each? Wen Bo, irritated, retorted, "Young lady, I've noticed you're quite talkative today. Should I call your manager to clarify?" "Apologies, my apologies," she stammered as she departed. Once the young woman had left, Wen Bo, with an indignant squawk, declared, "Sister, rest assured, with your beauty and grace, you won't have to wait until tomorrow. That Chow Ming will undoubtedly come crawling back like a sycophant. Just listen to me. Let him stew for a few days without your attention. That insolent wretch dares to bare his teeth at you." Wen Bo grew increasingly animated, his palms slapping the table, echoing with a resounding clap that drew the attention of the diners around them. This time, he was determined to extract sufficient sincerity from him. "You can also demand back the apartment we're staying in, as well as the BMW I used to drive. If he refuses, let him be gone." "Sister, what man can't you find? Being his woman would be a favor to him. He is an ungrateful fool." Wen Qingxian had already endured 2 hours of kneeling before Chow Ming today, followed by humiliation as he tugged at her hair, leaving her in a foul mood. The incessant chatter from Wen Bo only exacerbated her displeasure. She noticed the surrounding diners rising, casting scornful glances in her direction. Being a person of pride, the humiliation in such an upscale setting, especially under the piercing gazes of those patrons, deeply wounded her self-respect. "Enough. Let us eat in peace. You don't care about losing face, do you? Just a typical brotherly enabler," she remarked, her tone devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoran's eyes gradually shifted to Chow Ming's face, intrigued. A major spectacle indeed. Chapter 005, Spiraling into Shame. A reverse strategy. It turned out that the person behind him was indeed Boss Chow's girlfriend. Fueled by curiosity, Lu Shaoran mustered her courage to stand and glance at her. The woman was striking, with long legs clad in black stockings and an elegant visage. No wonder the boss was enamored. However, her character seemed slightly lacking. As for her brother, he was rather unfortunate in appearance. His head large, ears prominent. One could succinctly describe him as a hefty figure with a low stature, a classic case of an inflated gas can. It was puzzling how their parents could produce such a beautiful daughter alongside such an unattractive son. Could they not be legitimate? What an eccentric family. It was baffling how such shameless individuals existed in the world. Lu Xiaoran couldn't help but feel pity for her boss. Glancing at him, he appeared unperturbed. Had he been rendered speechless by anger? Qin Yi's face was flushed with indignation as she kept her head down, lost in thought. Fortunately, the dishes had all been served, and the three of them dined in silence. Chao Meng savored this tranquil moment, eating slowly, relishing each bite as if savoring a cherished memory. Lu Xiaoran, visiting such a high-end restaurant for the first time, was anxious about appearing inexperienced. Thus, she mirrored his pace, appreciating the sumptuous fare. Indeed, the affluent dined splendidly. As for Qin Yi, burdened with her thoughts, she hardly touched her meal. At 8:30 in the evening, the Wen family indulged in a lavish feast, a spring and autumn banquet costing 88,000. The moment to settle the bill finally arrived, when Qin Xian delicately held out a subordinate black card belonging to a certain Chao to the beautiful waitress. As the waitress swiped the card, she politely said, "I'm sorry, madam, but your card has been frozen." What? When Qin Xian was taken aback, disbelieving. "Try again." The waitress, with an apologetic smile that concealed a hint of mockery, responded, "I'm afraid, madam, could you perhaps use another card?" Finally coming to her senses, when Qin Xian's resentful gaze startled the waitress, causing her to take a step back. "Chao Meng, how ruthless you are. Have you truly gone so far as to freeze the card? Was it necessary to be this extreme? It was merely a matter of you contributing a small sum for my brother's bride price. Are you even a man?" Despite her anger, the pressing issue remained, the 88,000 for the meal. She had managed to extract some money from Chao Meng, but aside from covering the family expenses, it had all been taken by her mother, who claimed it was for her brother's future wife. At that moment, Wenbo also grasped the situation and shouted, "Sister, what's going on? Did that scoundrel Chao forget to unfreeze your card? How dare he?" Hearing this, their parents were equally stunned. 88,000. Mom, why don't you just pay it for now? I'll have Chao Meng reimburse you later. When Qin Xian chose not to engage with Wenbo and instead turned her gaze to her mother, deep down, she believed that Chao Meng was simply sulking. It was merely a matter of time before she could smooth things over with a few soft words and gentle gestures, convincing him to return to his usual obsequious self. "No way," when S mother exclaimed, her voice rising as if her ancestral roots had been trampled upon, startling the waitress once more. "What are you talking about money for? Discussing finances damages relationships. We have no money." When Qin Xian was on the verge of tears, in such a high-end restaurant, wasn't this a form of public humiliation? "Mom, where's my money? Just take it out and settle the bill." Absolutely not. This money is saved for your brother's bride. And he doesn't even have a job. If he doesn't have some private funds, how will he ever get by? When S mother's heavily powdered face twisted into a fierce expression. "Seriously, just call Chao Meng, apologize. 80,000 is nothing to him, merely a trivial matter." When Qin Xian was speechless, she had originally planned to let Chao Meng stew for a day or two to teach him a lesson. She intended to extract an apology from him and then seize the opportunity to reassert her position. Reluctantly, she dialed the number. At that moment, a familiar ringtone echoed from the neighboring table, freezing time. "Qin Yi." Since Chao Meng was seated with his back turned, when Qin Xian first spotted her future sister-in-law, Qin Yi, then she noticed Chao Meng. Instantly, her fury surged. Glancing at the imposing, youthful beauty beside Qin Yi, she thought, "Oh, so this is a game of three. Chao, you truly are audacious. Chao Meng, what are you doing here?" As when Qin Xian spoke, she charged forward with fierce determination. "Qin Yi, how could you be with Chao Meng?" When Bo exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he witnessed his girlfriend in the company of his future brother-in-law. If she were to be swayed by Chao's unscrupulous charm, would his beloved not be lost to him forever? "Chao Meng, Qin Yi, what on earth are you doing?" Both Wen's parents were equally incensed, appalled at the sight of their future daughter-in-law on a date with her prospective husband, accompanied by another beautiful woman. This was utterly intolerable. "What are we doing?" "Obviously on a date. Is there a problem?" Chao Meng replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea with a smile as he rose to his feet. "A date? How dare you? You little scoundrel." The Wen family erupted with anger, led by the ever-protective Wen Qin Xian. "Brother, that's her forbidden zone. Touch it, and you die." With that, she raised her delicate hand, launching a fierce slap towards Chao Meng's face. Unfortunately, Chao Meng was quicker. He retaliated with a swift backhand, leaving her dazed. "How dare you strike my sister? I'll make you pay." When Bo, displaying a hint of bravery, seized a chair and swung it at Chao Meng. However, having honed his skills during 5 years of post-apocalyptic trials, Chao Meng, despite his diminished physical prowess compared to his past life, found it easy to subdue Wen Bo. He stepped forward, grasped his arm, and redirected the chair's trajectory, causing it to crash heavily into Wen father's back. With a pained cry, the old man fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Amidst the chaos, the restaurant's security rushed in, separating Chao Meng from the Wen family. "Chao Meng, you scoundrel. You are not even human. Qin Yi is my brother's girlfriend. How could you act so shamelessly? Wen Qingxian shouted, still struggling against the hold of a waitress who was trying to restrain her. She was furious, realizing that the phone calls Chao Meng had made in her presence were genuine. This rogue truly dared to pursue her sister-in-law. The impropriety of a brother-in-law and sister-in-law was appalling. The Wen family was on the verge of fury-induced collapse. Qini, you disgraceful wretch. Have you forgotten how I treated you? Just wait. I will ensure your entire family pays dearly. Wen Bo, held back by 2 security guards, began to shout in a fit of rage. Qin Yi's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. In a short while, curious onlookers had gathered around, whispering amongst themselves as they observed the spectacle unfold. This is live entertainment. Many had heard Wen Bo's earlier brazen taunts. Now, they were witnessing the immediate consequences of his actions. You pathetic parasite. Weren't you the one who wanted people to grovel at your feet? Look at how easily someone has taken your girlfriend. Now you understand the harshness of society, right? Bravo, my friend. Well done. A true man, a good son, a brother to the people. Numerous patrons openly praised Chao Meng, giving him a thumbs up. Miss, the bill, please. Chao Meng, utterly indifferent to the ostentatious antics of the Wen family, summoned a nearby waiter, swiped his card, and departed. Chapter 006. Let your family experience the harshness of society. Chao Meng, you beast. Qini, you wretched woman, halt. The Wen family, filled with anger towards Chao Meng, found themselves completely restrained by the restaurant security, unable to move an inch. Brother Wang, these individuals dined without settling their bill. Please escort them to the security room so as not to disturb other patrons. The beautiful waitress interjected at an opportune moment. What? Have they come here to dine and dash? Huh, you little chubby one. You have guts. Captain Wang cheerfully approached, patting Wen Bo's plump face and glancing at the remnants of their meal. Wow, an 88,000 yuan spring and autumn banquet. Kid, are you involved in something shady? You could face several years in prison for this. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Wen Bo immediately faltered, hastily pointing at Wen Qingxian. No, it's not like that. I didn't order these dishes. My sister did. If you want money, go to her. The onlookers were speechless. What a remarkable younger brother. Supporting the brother, indeed. Wen Qingxuan's face turned a deeper shade of anger. Captain Wang waved his hand, allowing the family to be released, though they remained under close watch. Miss, I apologize, but our establishment operates on a tight budget. We cannot afford to incur debts. If anyone can settle the bill, please speak up. If not, we will have no choice but to involve the police, Captain Wang stated bluntly. Mother, give me the card. Wen Qingxian shouted, her face darkened with fury, feeling as though she had lost all dignity in front of her family. Card? What card? I have none. Wen's mother clutched her purse protectively, much like a hen guarding her chicks. You ordered the dishes, you invited the guests, you must pay the bill. Wen Bo, old man, we are leaving. Want money? 88,000. You worthless loser, you've even lost your man. If this 88,000 is squandered, what will your brother eat in the future? The north wind? Mother. You. Wen Qingxuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her parents and brother flee. For a moment, she felt utterly despondent. Was this divine retribution? In the past, when Chao Meng was around, and she earned her own money, she was the beloved sweetheart, pampered by her entire family. Now things had turned, and they were quicker to turn against her than the pages of a book. Wasn't a daughter worth 88,000? Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have given all her money to her mother. Miss, what shall we do now? Can we close this deal? Captain Wang inquired, his expression grave. Is it possible to write an IOU? Wen Qingxian asked timidly. Impossible. Then, please hold on, Wen Qingxian said as she reached for her phone, desperately seeking assistance. Chen, I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I promise to repay you by tomorrow. Having accompanied Chao Meng, Wen Qingxian had elevated her social standing and made acquaintance with a couple of wealthy acquaintances. Although their relationships were not deeply rooted, borrowing money was still feasible, especially since news of her breakup with Chao Meng had not yet spread widely. Soon, the funds arrived, and the bill was settled. A sigh of relief escaped Wen Qingxian. Chao Meng, just wait. Today's events will not be so easily forgotten. Half an hour later, with her hair in disarray and her mood tempestuous, Wen Qingxian returned home. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was taken aback. The expansive corridor was cluttered with disordered luggage. The front door was tightly secured, and 2 burly men stood guard, wielding iron rods, watching her family and younger brother as if they were thieves. Had they been cast out? What is going on? Why are you blocking my home? Step aside. Wen Qingxian strode over the disheveled belongings, her demeanor fierce as she confronted the 2 security guards. Madam, I apologize, but the homeowner has reported that a thief has unlawfully occupied his property, and we, the property management, must clear the premises. Our Qing Shui Bay community is a highly private upscale residence. It is quite unexpected for someone to forcibly occupy a homeowner's property. A property manager, dressed in a sleek black suit, approached briskly, regarding Wen Qingxian with an air of indifference. What? A thief occupying a home? Wen Qingxian exclaimed incredulously at the manager. I reside in my own house. How have I become a trespassing thief? Miss, please understand. I am the homeowner. The homeowner. Is this how your company serves its clients? I demand to file a complaint. The property manager maintained a professional smile. I apologize, madam, but the owner of this property is Mr. Chow. You seem to lack the standing to lodge a complaint against me. Chow Meng. Wen Qingxuan's tone faltered slightly. Please understand, I am Chow Meng's girlfriend. You have seen me coming and going. I am acquainted with you. Furthermore, he has mentioned he intends to gift me this apartment. I am in my own home. On what grounds do you expel us? His girlfriend? Huh. The manager scrutinized Wen Qingxian, noting her undeniable beauty, which stirred a hint of envy within her. Her tone grew more dismissive. Miss, I regret to inform you that Mr. Chow has indicated to us that the person occupying this apartment is a thief, a burglar, not his girlfriend. Moreover, where in law does it state that a girlfriend has the right to occupy another's property? Have you ever heard of such a thing? This was not the first time the manager had encountered such a situation. The community had its share of wealthy men with mistresses, and some were rather unscrupulous, casting aside their dalliances once they grew weary. For individuals like Wen Qingxian, beauty was inconsequential. To the affluent, they were merely inexpensive pastimes, often more economically viable than courtesans. A harsh truth lingered. The goddess you secretly adore may be nothing more than a cheap toy in the eyes of the wealthy. Being cast aside was still fortunate. There had been instances where a certain entertainment mogul sent his mistress to prison for labor. The audacity of the wealthy is beyond imagination. Clearly, Wen Qingxian had been categorized by the manager as just another unworthy mistress. What? Chow Meng called me a thief? Wen Qingxian could scarcely believe her ears. Was this truly the man who had always heeded her words? How shameless, how malicious. Observing the twisted expression of shame and rage on Wen Qingxuan's face, the property manager felt a sense of satisfaction. Being a mistress, lacking decorum, and clinging to a wealthy man serves you right to be dismissed. It is now 9:15. Within the hour, you must vacate with your belongings. Should you fail to comply, we will be compelled to forcibly remove you. Madam, you are a person of dignity. Surely you do not wish for us to engage in actions that would tarnish our reputation? With that, she approached the two security guards, and the trio watched the family of four as if they were thieves. Sister, what shall we do? We have nowhere to stay. Wen Bo, in a state of utter disarray, gazed at Wen Qingxian, momentarily forgetting his girlfriend, who had been pulled away by Chow Meng. Wen Mother, equally frantic, grasped Wen Qingxian's arm. Qingxian, how could this happen? Think of a solution. Perhaps you could call Chow Meng and clarify any misunderstandings. Surely we can resolve this. Look at the turmoil this has caused. With the grand house of Shihao lost, the family was thrown into complete disarray. Without a home, where would they reside? Chapter 007. The worthless against the worthless, not a single hair shall be spared for you. Wen Qingxian inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, suppressing her humiliation as she dialed Chow Meng's number. Chow Meng, wait for me. We shall settle this debt in due time. Amidst Wen Qingxian's curses, the call connected. Chow Meng's voice was rough, tinged with fatigue, and a familiar, youthful tone faintly echoed in the background, also weary. What is it? Speak quickly. I'm busy, he grumbled. Chow Meng. Wen Qingxian hesitated, quelling the urge to confront him, and humbly replied, Husband, I was wrong, all right? I will listen to you from now on. Please forgive me. On the other end, a soft voice responded, unmistakably familiar. The vivid imagery flooded her mind. Wen Qingxian was not naive. She instantly grasped the situation, and her previously calmed demeanor evaporated. Chow Meng, you scoundrel, you have gone too far. The line went dead. Enraged, Wen Qingxian felt her vision blur, nearly fainting from fury. Sister, what happened? What did Chow Meng say? Wen Bo, oblivious to the conversation, was still fretting over their lost mansion. What did he say? Looking at her oblivious brother, Wen Qingxian felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. He was preoccupied with his fiancée while she was grappling with their dire circumstances. At this moment, she had conveniently forgotten the hurried departure of her parents and younger brother. It was futile. Chow was resolute in severing ties with her. Shaking her head, she turned to retrieve the luggage carelessly discarded in the hallway. What? Sever ties? Absolutely not. I will not permit it. When Mother shrieked, as if her very breath had been stolen. After much effort, they had secured such a quality and obedient long-term benefactor. How could they simply relinquish him? The comfort of their lavish home. How could it be reclaimed? Without Chow Meng, what would become of them? Would they be forced to return to the dilapidated urban village, enduring a life of scarcity and scavenging for discarded vegetables? What would relatives and friends think of them? No, this was utterly unacceptable. My daughter has devoted 2 years to that Chow. 2 precious years of her youth wasted. and he thinks he can abandon her? Dream on. If not for the burdens imposed by that surname, with my sister's beauty, grace, and character, what man could resist her? When Bo clenched his teeth and struck the wall with a fierce punch. These 2 years spent with that Chow had yielded nothing for their family. It was nothing short of a squandered youth. Did he, with the surname Chow, truly wish for this to conclude? How naive. The female property manager, flanked by 2 burly security guards, observed the family with a gaze that suggested they were mere fools. Enough of this. When Qingxian shouted, frantically rummaging through the pile of belongings. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where are my bag, shoes, clothes, cosmetics, and perfume?" In her panic, when Qingxian became increasingly anxious, recalling that her walk-in closet housed over 20 limited edition handbags, numerous unworn custom-made shoes, exquisite dresses, and a plethora of cosmetics and perfumes, all acquired through 2 years of youthful sacrifice. If she truly parted ways with Chow Meng, these possessions could easily be exchanged for a modest apartment. "Manager, I have not finished retrieving my belongings. Please, open the room door and allow me to collect them." "I apologize, madam," the property manager replied courteously. "When Mr. Chow entrusted us with the eviction, he provided a comprehensive inventory of his possessions, which includes the handbags, cosmetics, clothing, and other items you mentioned. The payment records indicate that Mr. Chow is the payer, so there is no need for you to persist with this futile argument. You." When Qingxian pointed at the female manager, her fury rendering her speechless. "Unbelievable. You, with the surname Chow, are truly despicable. What? Does he have no shame?" The wretched one mother erupted into a tirade, resorting to shameless insults. "What a coward. This scoundrel is no man at all. He wants to reclaim gifts he has given. He cannot even handle a woman properly. He is beneath you, sister. Why are you hitting me?" Before she could finish, when Qingxian delivered a sharp slap. At that moment, she was engulfed in a mix of shame, rage, and incredulity. How exhausting. This foolish brother of hers. What does he mean by saying he cannot handle women? Does he see me as merely someone else's plaything? The one with the surname Chow is truly my toy. The female manager and the 2 security guards stood by, utterly astonished at the spectacle of such an extraordinary family, rarely seen in this world. It appeared they were prepared to remain indefinitely. The manager then summoned additional personnel, who forcibly ejected the family along with their belongings, carelessly flinging their possessions onto the street, leaving them to fend for themselves. In the bustling thoroughfare, the family of 4 resembled monkeys in a park, attracting the curious stares of passers-by. What a disgrace. "Qingxian, I think you should call Chow Meng again. If that fails, we can go to his doorstep and apologize," suggested Wen's father, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, his gaze fixed solemnly on the overcast sky. "They say one must bow their head under a roof, so let us do just that. It is of no consequence." Wen's mother, no longer boisterous, agreed, "Qingxian, your father is right. Apologizing is nothing to be ashamed of, especially considering your beauty." When Qingxian shook her head, realizing that with Chow Meng's complete turnabout, reconciliation seemed unlikely. Just then, the sky erupted with lightning and thunder, followed swiftly by a torrential downpour. In mere moments, when Qingxian and her family were drenched to the bone, as she observed her parents and younger brother frantically organizing the scattered belongings soaked by water, listening to their incessant curses and complaints about her perceived inadequacies. When Qingxian gradually clenched her fists, "Chow Meng, you scoundrel, just wait." Meanwhile, Chow Meng, accompanied by the sweet-voiced goddess Qin Yi and the youthful-looking Lu Xiaoran, exited the restaurant. He first escorted Lu Xiaoran back to her company, before heading home with Qin Yi. Throughout the journey, Qin Yi remained silently seated in the passenger seat, her head bowed and uttering not a single word, her long, shapely legs, encased in tight jeans, appearing somewhat constrained. At last, when the car came to a halt at the entrance, Qin Yi spoke up. Could you help me with something, Minggu?" Her voice was soft, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Chow Meng replied, "Let's talk after you get out of the car." "Oh," Qin Yi responded, resembling a docile little rabbit as she obediently exited the vehicle, following Chow Meng home in a daze. On the sofa, as Qin Yi held the glass of red wine that Chow Meng had handed her, her head nearly dipped into her lap. "Regretting your decision?" Chow Meng found her behavior somewhat unexpected. Chapter 008. The proper way to unleash the divine ring. "Brother Meng, could you do me a favor?" Qin Yi suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Chow Meng's, her eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. "What kind of favor?" Chow Meng looked down at her with a commanding presence. With a slight bite of her lip, Qin Yi hesitantly asked, "Could you lend me 300,000? I'll write an IOU and guarantee to repay you within 3 years. Huh, now you're playing the innocent? After 5 years of apocalypse, Chow Meng had forged a heart of stone. Regardless of how pitiful Qin Yi appeared, his opinion remained unchanged. After all, she was the girlfriend of that scoundrel, Wen Bo. The image of Wen Qingshuan's family painfully carving into their own ribs lingered vividly in his mind, that torment etched deep within. Besides, if she were truly so virtuous, She would not have approached him today. Feigning innocence now? Surely, she was just another high-level hunter like Wen Qingxian. I made myself clear before. With me, you'll receive 1 million. As for lending money, I'm afraid I never lend to anyone. If you can't play the game, then kindly leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi slowly lowered her head, and after a long pause, gritted her teeth, and said, "Fine, just give me the money first." "Excellent." Xiao Ming nodded, inwardly mocking her. After all the fuss, it all came down to money. Without hesitation, he transferred 1 million to the account Qin Yi provided. "All right, the funds have been transferred. Now let us enjoy our collaboration." Xiao Ming raised his wine glass to clink with Qin Yi's. Ding! Qin Yi lifted her glass and downed the contents in one go. Then half reclined on the sofa, slowly closing her eyes. Observing her charming visage, a smile crept onto Xiao Ming's face. Unbeknownst to them, a torrential downpour commenced outside. In the midst of this, Xiao Ming impatiently answered a call from Wen Qingxian. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yi rolled her eyes at him. Then, Xiao Ming felt a familiar warmth coursing through his body, invigorating him, every cell rejoicing. Genetic primal energy, what is happening? The sensation was all too familiar. The primordial energy of genes, a gift bestowed upon all living beings following the cataclysm of 100 days in a previous life, has been acquired by Xiao Ming through an unexpected means. Remarkably, the calamity has yet to arrive, yet he has already cultivated this primordial energy. Suddenly, a wave of peculiar images and strange information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The starry blue ring on his fingers shimmered brightly, standing in stark contrast to its previous unremarkable appearance. In that instant, Xiao Ming found himself enraptured by an intricate guiding technique known as the ninefold cataclysmic demon cannon. This technique far surpassed the 5-animal guiding technique he had practiced in his former life, with its sophistication beyond measure. Additionally, it included techniques for dual cultivation, reminiscent of legendary practices. He was utterly captivated by these revelations. To his astonishment, the true secret of the starry blue ring was unveiled in such a manner, a delightful surprise indeed. In his past existence, Xiao Ming had been slain shortly after acquiring the ring by Wen Qingxian, leaving him unaware of its hidden legacy of martial arts. Now, reborn, he had unraveled this mystery. With this newfound knowledge, he felt an invigorated confidence in facing the impending apocalypse. A night of thunder and rain passed, and Xiao Ming felt as if he had transformed entirely. His physical prowess had been immensely enhanced, strength, endurance, perception, reflexes, and speed all rejuvenated. He was now confident that, with this body and the combat skills honed over 5 years of apocalyptic trials, he could effortlessly vanquish the majority of ancient martial arts masters in the present world. In the morning, when Qin Yi awoke, the sun shone brightly outside, bathing the bedroom in warm light. She felt a comforting warmth enveloping her body. Glancing around, she noticed Xiao Ming was gone. As she uncovered the quilt adorned with red plum blossoms, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, bringing a blush to her cheeks, quickly followed by a wave of melancholy and self-mockery. In her eyes, she felt she might be a woman willing to sell everything for money. Just as she stood up, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed. "Ugh!" Qin Yi exclaimed, her face flushed. She was bewildered by the enigma that was Xiao Ming. Wasn't he it said that men possessed formidable prowess? He seemed anything but ordinary. Quickly dressing, she decided to roll up the silk sheet printed with red plums, carefully placing it in her handbag, taking one last glance at the photograph of a certain someone on the bedside table. She was about to leave when the door opened on its own. There stood Xiao Ming, clad in a black casual outfit, smiling warmly at her, his gaze much softer than the previous day. "Awake?" he inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Breakfast is ready. Come and have a bite." Without waiting for a reply, he took her hand and led her to the dining table, where 2 bowls of noodles awaited, each topped with a perfectly fried egg, their enticing aroma whetting her appetite. Qin Yi took a bite and was somewhat astonished. The flavor was exquisite, surpassing that of many renowned noodle shops. With such remarkable culinary skills, he must often prepare meals for Wen Qingxian, she mused, a peculiar thought flashing through her mind. However, Qin Yi remained silent, lowering her head to finish the entire bowl of noodles. Hunger had opened her appetite wide. As the warm noodles settled in her stomach, her mood lifted considerably. She grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. "I'm leaving," she murmured softly. Xiao Ming said, "This area is rather secluded. Let me escort you wherever you wish to go." Qin Yi initially intended to decline, but the words that escaped her lips were, "Then, to Huaxi Hospital." The two exited in succession, with Qin Yi leading the way and Xiao Ming trailing half a step behind. Observing the slender and shapely figure of Qin Yi clad in pencil jeans, Xiao Ming found himself at a loss for words, despite several attempts to speak. Xiao Ming was taken aback to discover that Qin Yi was still untainted by the experiences of the world. Moreover, in a certain sense, she was the one who had assisted him in unlocking the legacy function of the Star Blue Ring. Yet, The mere thought of her being the girlfriend of that fool, Wenbo, stirred a discontent within him. The presence of Wenbo lowered her standing in Chow Meng's estimation, especially since she had also taken $1 million from him. Besides, she had certainly reaped benefits from last night as well. At least her physical constitution had undergone a significant enhancement. In that light, it seemed they were even, after all. The trials of a post-apocalyptic existence had bestowed upon Chow Meng a heart of steel. He reserved the sentiment of pity for others. Be careful, that person has a knife. As they reached the ground floor and were about to open the car door, a loud shout echoed from a distance. Chow Meng turned to see Wenbo, his hair resembling a bird's nest and his eyes bloodshot, charging at them with a bloody dagger in hand, a wild dog in pursuit. Behind Wenbo, 2 security guards pursued relentlessly, one of them bleeding profusely from a wound on his arm, evidently inflicted by a knife. You scum! You wretched beings! I will kill you! Wenbo screamed, lunging towards Qin Yi with the knife aimed at her chest. Ah! Qin Yi cried out in alarm. At that moment, Chow Meng swiftly pulled Qin Yi aside and delivered a powerful kick to Wenbo's chest, sending him flying several meters away. As Wenbo struggled to rise, the 2 security guards caught up, unhesitatingly striking him with their electric batons. With a crackling sound, Wenbo convulsed on the ground, foam escaping his mouth as the knife was sent flying. The guards pressed him down firmly, their boots crushing his head into the ground. Chow Meng, you beast! You dare to toy with my woman? I will end you. Wenbo, pinned down, continued to shout frantically. The guards cast glances at Chow Meng and Qin Yi, their expressions laden with intrigue. Was this an attempt at a thwarted crime of passion? Ha, your woman? When did my girlfriend become yours? Chow Meng knelt before Wenbo, looking down at him with a mixture of pity and disdain. Did you truly believe that flaunting wealth would deceive a beauty? How could you possibly do this to me? You should consider how many years you've been using that sewing machine. This is deliberate murder. You, Chow Meng, you shameless wretch. Which of your eyes witnessed me committing murder? Upon hearing this, Wenbo was momentarily stunned. This individual was nothing more than a mindless, single-celled organism. Just yesterday, his family had endured various humiliations at the hands of Chow Meng, ultimately being expelled from their grand residence. They had been drenched in a torrential downpour for nearly an hour before they reluctantly found refuge in a dimly lit roadside inn. As he huddled in the shadows of the inn, thoughts of Qin Yi dining and dating with Chow Meng the previous night filled Wenbo with mounting fury. At the crack of dawn, he abandoned his parents and sister, armed with a small knife, in pursuit of justice against Chow Meng. However, the community security guard barred his entrance, and upon spotting Qin Yi and Chow Meng together, his blood boiled over. In a fit of rage, he brandished the knife and lunged at the obstructing guard, then stormed in, shouting threats against Chow Meng. Little did he realize how grave the situation had escalated. He had always been coddled by his parents and sister, rendering him not particularly rational. He was prone to impulsive actions when angered. Initially, he merely intended to intimidate Chow Meng into ceasing his maltreatment of his sister, while also seeking some personal gain. Yet, upon seeing Qin Yi and Chow Meng emerge together, he lost all control and, in a moment of heated folly, stabbed the guard in his path and charged in, proclaiming his intent to kill Chow Meng. Consequently, there were surveillance cameras capturing every moment, with audio and video recording in sync. It wasn't long before the police arrived. Both Chow Meng and Qin Yi, the principal parties, were summoned to the station for questioning. As for Wenbo, his motive for revenge was glaringly evident, and to make matters worse, he had injured the security guard. The facts were clear, and he was promptly detained. The duration of his potential sentence was now of little consequence, for the end was nigh. By the time the statements were taken, it was nearly noon. When Chow Meng and Qin Yi emerged, they encountered Wen Qingxian and her parents. Chow Meng wait. Wen Qingxian, in her high heels, swiftly approached, blocking Chow Meng and Qin Yi's path. Her beautiful, refined face was etched with resentment. However, her tone was gentle, laced with a hint of pleading. Chow Meng, I was wrong. I implore you, have mercy and spare my brother, will you? Wen's father and mother gathered around, their expressions filled with desperation. Indeed, Chow Meng, we are all family. For the sake of your 2 years of affection with Qingxian, would you kindly let this incident slide? 2 years of affection? Huh. Chow Meng scoffed internally. Individuals like you speak of affection? Wen Qingxian, you seem to be mistaken. It is not that I refuse to spare your brother. Rather, your brother attempted to take my life. This is attempted murder, and he has also harmed the security guard. You ought not to be seeking my clemency. Chow Meng, I acknowledge that my brother erred this time. Wen Qingxian lowered her head, speaking against her better judgment. In truth, she did not believe Wenbo had done anything wrong. It was merely that Chow Meng had been excessively oppressive. Her brother, though young and impulsive, had not truly intended to kill. He simply lacked the sophistication in his methods. As long as you are willing to forgive my brother, I will handle the matter with the guard. I beg of you, Wen Qingxian said, extending her delicate hand to grasp Chow Meng's arm. Forgive? What a jest. Chow Ming shrugged off her hand with a cold sneer. He was about to kill me. Do you expect me to understand? He retorted. Am I the fool? Or are you? With that, he took Qin Yi's hand and walked away. When Qin Xian attempted to approach, but was halted by the relatives and friends of the injured security guard. Once outside the station, Chow Ming glanced at the silent Qin Yi, clearly aware that her spirits were far from high. After all, being threatened with a knife by an ex-boyfriend and having the situation escalate to such a degree would understandably dampen anyone's mood. Chow Ming suggested, it's noon. Shall we go have lunch? Qin Yi shook her head and replied softly, no, please take me to the hospital first. All right. The car started, heading directly to Huaxi Hospital. By the way, what brings you to the hospital? Do you have a family member or friend who is ill? Chow Ming inquired curiously. His acquaintance with Qin Yi had been limited, having only met her a couple of times. In his previous life, it seemed Qin Yi had not had the chance to get engaged to Wenbo before the apocalypse struck. My father is sick. I need to bring him food. Qin Yi responded briefly, lapsing into silence thereafter. Chow Ming refrained from probing further and drove her straight to the hospital. Upon arriving, Qin Yi turned to him, gritting her teeth as she said, once my father is feeling better in a few days, I will come to your home to see you. Rest assured, I will not go back on my promise. With that, she opened the car door and, in her high heels, swiftly departed. Watching Qin Yi's retreating figure, Chow Ming shook his head. Well, perhaps this is for the best. After finding a place for lunch, he drove to the logistics company. Just as he arrived, his phone buzzed with a message. Chow Ming glanced at it, revealing a transfer notification. The sender was Qin Yi, amounting to 678,000 yuan. What does this mean? Is there a discount involved? Chow Ming pondered, utterly bewildered. Soon after, another message from Qin Yi followed. Chow Ming, thank you. I will repay the remaining 322,000 yuan as soon as possible. Until then, our agreement remains in effect. What is this script? Is she trying to play hardball with me? Have I misjudged her? Chow Ming mused. Is she using the money to save her family? He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. The apocalypse was approaching, and during such times, humanity's darker nature would inevitably reveal itself. Under the threat of survival, many who were once virtuous would resort to desperate measures. The truly steadfast would be few and far between. The extreme conditions of the end times could indeed transform the good into the malevolent, as human nature is not easily tested. Whether Qin Yi was good or bad, he had no time to ascertain. With only 6 days until the impending doom, time was of the essence. Boss Zhao, you've arrived? Today. Lu Xiaoran was again clad in her slightly snug black office attire, her hair styled in a bun, energetically rushing over to open the car door for Chow Ming. By the way, boss, how did things go with Qin Yi last night? She inquired, her delicate face leaning in with a curious expression. Chow Ming replied, what do you mean by how did it go? Stop pretending. Lu Xiaoran chuckled. I'm asking what you two did after you dropped me off last night. Why are you so inquisitive? Just get to work. Chow Ming said, ruffling Lu Xiaoran's bun, enjoying the sensation. At this moment, a large yellow dog along with 2 smaller ones burst forth from the open door of the storeroom, barking ferociously at Chow Ming. Big Yellow, cease this ruckus. Lu Xiaoran quickly admonished. The trio of dogs obediently fell silent at her command, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chow Ming as he slapped his forehead. Dogs. In this apocalyptic world, even the closest of companions might betray you, but a dog never would. It is the most loyal of allies, the most steadfast of guardians. Following the catastrophic disasters, dogs, much like humans, would also receive the feedback of dark energy. In his previous life, Chow Ming had known a formidable figure who, with the aid of a dozen large dogs, carved out a niche for himself. Now that he had been reborn, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Moreover, besides dogs, cats and certain birds were also viable options. Yes, indeed, horizons must be broadened. Chapter 10. The Doomsday Base. Noticing that the boss, Chow, stood in silence, Lu Xiaoran worried he might be upset. She hastily clarified, Mr. Chow, these 3 dogs are strays I took in. I thought they could help keep watch over the storeroom at night, since I feel a bit frightened alone. After a moment's reflection, she added with reluctance, but rest assured, I will cover their food expenses and ensure they are well tethered and cause no trouble. Initially, she had hoped to find an opportunity to formally request a position for Big Yellow and her 2 pups before Chow Ming, considering that even guard dogs on construction sites received attendance fees and meal allowances. However, observing Chow Ming's expression, she realized she would have to bear the costs herself. Chow Ming chuckled helplessly, recognizing that this little goddess was indeed a money magnet. If you like them, keep them. I'll cover their meals. Lu Xiaoran rejoiced. Coconut. Long live the boss. Big Yellow, express your gratitude to the boss. Woof woof. Chow Ming gazed at Lu Xiaoran in astonishment, impressed by her ability to train the Chinese rural dogs to be so understanding. With enthusiasm, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed, you don't know, but I raised dogs back in my hometown. Chow Ming waved his hand. All right, Enough chatter, let us get to work. There's much merchandise to order. In the office, Lu Xiaoran prepared a cup of tea for Chao Meng, tilting her head as she observed him shopping. Extreme cold weather gear? Boss, are you planning an expedition to Antarctica? It's quite expensive, 18,000 for a set. Turning around, Chao Meng asked, what size clothing do you wear? Ah, is the boss going to provide me with benefits? The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Enough banter, just tell me. Lu Xiaoran replied, I wear a 36E. Are you showing off? Chao Meng retorted. He proceeded to order extreme cold weather gear, winter clothing, winter boots, along with 100 tons of silver frost charcoal barbecue stoves, transformers, and various hardware components. The expenditure on energy was not substantial. Next came the orders for food, meat, milk, and purified water. Additionally, he arranged for some emergency medical supplies, primarily antibiotics. Last night, funds borrowed from a few friends had all arrived, and the remaining bank loan contracts needed to be signed. After briefing Lu Xiaoran, Chao Meng swiftly visited several major banks. By the end of the afternoon, his account had swelled by over 3 billion. However, it was soon nearly depleted. Once the food and energy were secured, the next priority was establishing a safe base. Previously, Chao Meng resided in a high-density residential complex, which was not suitable for overt modifications. Fortunately, he owned an unsold villa, originally intended for future matrimonial purposes, which now proved to be quite fortuitous. Additionally, he kept the existence of this villa a secret from Wenqing Xian, primarily to prevent her from harboring any undue aspirations, such as pressuring him to relinquish it to her brother. This woman, with her propensity to indulge her brother, was indeed capable of such a request. Although Chao Meng once harbored infatuations for Wenqing Xian, he was not entirely foolish. He retained his own little secrets. The standalone villa, located just a few minutes' walk from his current residence, was situated in a modestly sized community, comprising a little over 50 units. Chao Meng's villa featured 3.5 stories above ground, along with 2 basement levels, complete with an indoor swimming pool. The 2 underground levels were nearly indistinguishable from the 3 above, well ventilated, albeit lacking natural light. That very night, he devised an emergency renovation plan. Promptly contacting a familiar construction team, purchasing materials at a premium, and preparing to commence work the following day. The next morning, Chao Meng first met with the head of the construction team at the villa, providing 50% of the project fee as an upfront payment. He insisted that the renovations be completed within 5 days. Due to the constraints of his rebirth timeline, he had limited time to work with, thus necessitating immediate modifications. He could procure additional materials later for gradual improvements. Furthermore, he recognized that the extreme cold could also be harnessed as nature's formidable craftsmanship, capable of creating an impregnable fortress if utilized effectively. The initial renovation focused on ventilation and insulation, followed by fortifying doors and windows with bulletproof glass and double-layer insulated glass as lining, complemented by thick alloy security doors and high-voltage electric fencing. Surveillance cameras were also to be installed around the villa. After outlining his requirements, Chao Meng drove directly to the flower and bird market. He acquired 2 litters of dogs, 1 litter of yellow Chinese rural dogs, consisting of a large dog and 6 puppies, and another of black German shepherds, which included a large dog and 7 small pups. Both litters were taken in their entirety. Additionally, he purchased 5 small tabby cats, 2 medium-sized parrots, 1 black and 1 white, both capable of speech, and spent 50,000 on 2 juvenile hawks. He also procured some veterinary medicine and feed, alongside 5 ducklings and a pair of small turtles. Having experienced apocalyptic conditions, Chao Meng was aware that not all animals were suitable for domestication. Some were simply untrainable. Among avian species, he knew that parrots were a viable choice, while the juvenile hawks could be trained with effort. Moreover, there were certain species that were unavailable for purchase due to regulatory constraints. Among poultry, ducks were notably the most loyal, raised from a young age. They would regard their owner as a parental figure, following them wherever they went. Most importantly, they would not turn out to be utterly useless in the future. As for aquatic creatures, they are generally considered to possess low intelligence. Only turtles can manage to nurture dolphins. Aside from pets, Chao Meng also purchased a variety of plants and flowers. Apart from some that need to be kept within the villa, the rest are merely the stock of the Star Blue Ring. He specifically sought out a small truck to transport these pets to the villa garden, which is currently under construction, placing them in a corner for the time being. Chao Meng has meticulously planned his idyllic life in the post-apocalyptic world. The 3rd floor of the villa will be transformed into an indoor botanical garden, adorned with flowers and plants, and equipped with several artificial suns to provide light and warmth, allowing them to flourish. While others outside tremble in the monotonous, icy snow, he envisions himself basking in the warmth of the garden, relishing the fragrance of the blossoms. Such a delightful thought. After accomplishing this, Chao Meng sought out his college roommate, Huang Wentao, who still occupied the upper bunk. This individual is a quintessential urban tech enthusiast, After a year working as a programmer at a large company, he decisively resigned to develop his own applications, earning money while indulging in games, all from the comfort of his home. Hey, Huang, how long has it been since you last ventured outside? Seeing his good friend after 5 years, he was still as disheveled as ever, long hair, baggy shorts paired with a tank top, and flip-flops. The two-bedroom apartment was permeated by a musty odor, with cigarette butts strewn about and several garbage bags overflowing. The computer desk was cluttered with 3 or 4 empty instant noodle containers, filled with cigarette remnants, and crumpled paper scattered everywhere. It seemed that the poor air quality nearly overwhelmed Chow Meng. This guy has truly let himself go since leaving school. Huh. I've been busy leveling up and too lazy to go out, Huang chuckled, kicking aside the rubbish blocking his path and dragging over a chair. Don't you know I missed you? Get lost. Chow Meng playfully punched his bony chest, feeling an inexplicable urge to cry. You're not actually going to cry, are you? Huang laughed heartily. Cry for your grandpa. Chow Meng steadied himself. In his previous life, Huang had perished from cold and hunger. He was the type to stockpile junk food like instant noodles, capable of staying indoors for a month or two, yet he still succumbed to the frigid temperatures. I need your assistance. If you help me, I'll treat you to 1,000 servings of the finest self-heating hot pot. Huang's eyes lit up at this. Far more enticing than instant noodles. 1,000 servings? What's the grand project? Spill it. Simple. I need you to gather all the available television shows and movies from the internet, including Donyang films and all single-player games. Downloading them is fine too. Chow Meng smiled as he handed over a 10 terabytes hard drive. Is that all? You're offering to pay for downloads? Who do you think you're looking down on? Huang, a tech whiz, could effortlessly design 2 scraping programs. All right, I'll start copying what you need right now. I've already downloaded plenty. Just worried your drive might not be large enough. Chow Meng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You truly are something else. Chow Meng, rarely visiting, first set his computer to copy files while he refreshed himself with a wash, shaving his face and tidying his appearance. He then donned a somewhat clean outfit, the number of times worn unknown, and headed downstairs to a small restaurant to treat Chow Meng to a meal, accompanied by a few drinks. During the feast, Chow Meng discreetly placed an order for 1,000 assorted self-heating hot pots, intending for this scoundrel to prepare his own meals, a daunting task. He also ordered 3 sets of winter clothing and blankets. Additionally, he arranged for 3 tons of small barrel diesel and 2 high-end diesel generators to be delivered to his door. After years of brotherhood, Chow Meng did not wish for this comrade to crumble in the impending darkness. He was reliant on his computer. After some contemplation, he called to have a high-quality security door installed. What are you planning to take care of me? Huang Wentao, slightly inebriated, inquired with confusion. Chow Meng offered no explanation, as it was difficult to articulate. After the meal concluded, he took the copied Doomsday Entertainment Compendium and departed. He had accomplished what needed to be done and hoped that Huang Wentao could endure the severe cold. Few could evoke warmth in his heart after experiencing the darkest trials of humanity. Chow Meng wished that this sliver of warmth would not vanish. Chapter 011. Arrival of supplies, Mad Dog Fistmaster and weapons on the 3rd day. The goods ordered by Chow Meng began to arrive in succession. He remained in the large warehouse recently rented by Lu Xiaoran. As shipments arrived, he oversaw the unloading process, sealing the doors before transferring everything into his star blue ring, then welcoming the next batch. The entire operation was under his control, while Lu Xiaoran merely set up a point outside the warehouse to sign and verify orders. Unable to enter the premises, the young girl, innocent in her ways, refrained from asking unnecessary questions, focusing on her responsibilities with precision. Meanwhile, Wen Xingxuan's family seemed to have quieted down, no longer troubling Chow Meng. Instead, Qin Yi sent a simple text message. Seizing the opportunity, Chow Meng inquired about her address and anonymously ordered 2 tons of beef jerky, a ton of honeycomb coal, and some rice and cooking oil to be delivered to her. After all, he was her first man. Most importantly, Chow Meng still found her irresistible, and once he passed the trials and possessed sufficient power to suppress her, it would not be impossible to bring her to the base. Time swiftly moved to the 6th day. That afternoon, driven by financial incentive, all ordered goods arrived. Boss, is there any more work to be done? In the office, Lu Xiaoran stretched vigorously, her bun tilted back, gazing pitifully at Chow Meng. After 6 days of intense labor, procuring such a multitude of items, merely placing orders and overseeing inspections nearly exhausted her. Fortunately, Chow Meng assisted with the inventory work, sparing her from the burden, and forbidding her entry into the vast warehouse. Otherwise, she truly would have been overwhelmed. Lu Xiaoran even found herself admiring her own resilience and strength. Chow Meng chuckled. For now, there is nothing more. Over the next few days, you will remain at the company, going nowhere, and be ready for orders at any moment. At noon the day after tomorrow, the darkest hour will arrive. Chow Meng left behind 2 containers filled with pork and beef, along with several gas canisters, large barrels of diesel, and a diesel generator in a small warehouse. These provisions could be considered a boon for Lu Xiaoran, the junior employee. Furthermore, they served as a prelude to a life of comfort that Chao intended to enjoy in the impending apocalypse. In the long, cold nights of despair, one must have some form of entertainment to alleviate the monotony. After all, the development of the Star Blue Ring necessitated the boss's unwavering confidence and constant preparedness. Lu Xiaoran sprang to her feet, stood tall, and saluted Chao Meng. He waved her hand away with a chuckle, saying, "All right, take a well-deserved rest for a couple of days. Also, if you have a penchant for adopting cats and dogs, feel free to take in a few more. The warehouse can accommodate them." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran was instantly invigorated. "Really? Are you planning to establish a stray cat and dog rescue center? Or perhaps a pet chain?" Chao Meng merely smiled and said, "Enough of that. Rest well for the next couple of days." He affectionately ruffled her bun, tousling her hair, and then proceeded to the villa. The renovation of the villa had been completed satisfactorily. Due to the substantial outstanding payments and his established rapport with the construction team, the quality of materials used was assured. After inspecting the work to his satisfaction, Chao Meng promptly signed off and settled the remaining balance. He then moved the dogs, cats, ducklings, turtles, and various plant bonsais from the garden to the villa. The third floor was transformed into an indoor sunlit botanical garden. The second floor became his personal bedroom and relaxation area, while the first floor was designated as the play area for the little animals. After feeding the 2 families of big yellow and black dogs and 5 kittens, Chao Meng set out again, intending to procure 2 suitable weapons and pay a visit to a few acquaintances from his past life. In his previous existence, Chao Meng narrowly escaped from the clutches of Wen Qingxuan's family, severely injured, and would likely have perished in the snow had it not been for the timely rescue of a kind-hearted individual. When Chao Meng encountered Chun Hiping, he found him training in his martial arts school. Chun Hiping was known as the master of the mad dog killing fist, a vigilante of justice. The person who saved Chao Meng was his cousin, who lived in the opposite building in the same community. Naturally, Chun Hiping was also Chao Meng's benefactor, though they were yet to become acquainted at this juncture. The martial arts school, aptly named the Mad Dog Martial Arts School, differed from conventional fitness institutions as it did not recruit students. Instead, Chun Hiping practiced with his 7 or 8 disciples for personal enjoyment. Given that the mad dog killing fist employed lethal techniques that could lead to serious accidents, aspiring disciples were required to possess good character, martial prowess, and a thorough understanding of the law. The dojo echoed with the piercing sounds of battle cries and commands, creating a cacophony that resonated in one's head. Amidst the shouts, a lean middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, trained vigorously, executing fierce, straightforward moves with remarkable speed and precision. Upon closer inspection, each strike is imbued with formidable power, each one insidiously crafted, eye gouges, throat locks, and the cunningly deceitful moves akin to a monkey stealing peaches, sending shivers down one's spine. This mad dog boxing style, mastered by Chao Meng in his previous life under the tutelage of Chun Hiping, can be succinctly described in one word: practical. It far surpasses the flashy, ineffective techniques commonly found in the market. After observing for over 10 minutes, Chun Hiping, drenched in sweat, finally ceased his training and, hastily wiping his brow with a nearby towel, descended from the ring. "Little brother, do you understand martial arts?" Chun Hiping inquired with a cheerful smile. Chao Meng replied with a grin, "Not really, but it certainly looks impressive. It's just for fun and serves little purpose." Chun Hiping shook his head. "Do you have something you wish to discuss?" Chao Meng straightforwardly stated, "I heard from a friend that you possess authentic Longquan swords and composite bows. I'd like to purchase a couple." Beyond running a martial arts school and selling training equipment, Chun Hiping also dabbled in the grocery and aquatic business, with several of his disciples engaged in various trades. In the previous life, amidst the onset of an icy darkness and the collapse of order, this naturally chivalrous man boldly stepped forward, maintaining order while aiding others. In a brief span, he amassed a considerable following. Unfortunately, he eventually drew the ire of the son of the deputy lord of Linghai City, nearly losing his life in the process. Under the threat posed by this adversary, most of his followers scattered, with only a few, including Chao Meng, remaining loyal. They navigated the apocalypse with caution, while that same deputy lord's son ended up entangled with the treacherous Wen Qingxian. This elder brother, a rare soul in the wasteland whom Chao Meng could trust, was someone who had saved his life, a debt of gratitude that weighed heavily. With the opportunity of rebirth, Chao Meng was determined to shield him from the misfortunes of his past. Chun Hiping found it curious. The young man's gaze was gentle, evoking an inexplicable sense of brotherhood and trust, despite their lack of acquaintance. Strangely, he sensed that this lad was a formidable opponent, a thought that lingered in his mind with perplexity. Chao Meng did not linger long with Chun Hiping. He selected 2 powerful composite bows, 100 alloy arrows, and 2 Longquan swords before departing. After a meal at the Li Shui restaurant, he hurried to the adjacent high-rise, where he packed his belongings and some sentimental items into a spatial pocket. Just as he descended and prepared to drive away, he spotted Wen Qingxian and her family, radiant in the company of a sharply dressed young man, emerging from the opposite building. To Chao Ming's astonishment, Wen Bo, who should have still been in custody, was also present. "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, I will make sure that brat named Chao pays for his insolence tomorrow," the young man declared arrogantly, striding alongside Wen Qingxian, his tone dripping with dominance. Wen Qingxian blushed with shyness, her large eyes shimmering with anticipation, as though she could already envision Chao Ming rendered incapable of self-care. Chapter 012. Revenge is best served swiftly, seizing the million-dollar storage of the wealthy heir Chao Ming. Wen Bo, trailing closely behind Wen Qingxian, was the first to spot Chao Ming seated in the car. His excitement surged, and he hurried over to the vehicle, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Haha, look who's here. Didn't he expect me to be out so soon, did you?" He spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the windshield. "Aren't you quite the big shot? Thought you'd make me languish in jail for years." Chao Ming, emboldened by his connections, found himself besieged by Wen Qingxian's parents, who were no longer the submissive figures they once were. They were reminded of the humiliation when Chao Ming had forced them to stand in the rain on the street, and the 2 years of their daughter's youth squandered. "Jiang Xiao, this is the very person, Chao Ming. He has bullied and deceived Qingxian, slandering your brother Wen Bo as a murderer." Wen Mu pointed accusingly at the figure in the car, addressing Jiang Tao. Wen Bo, his eyes brimming with rage, shouted, "Brother-in-law, it's this scoundrel. Help me eliminate him." "Oh, so you're Chao Ming?" Jiang Tao tilted his head, gazing down at Chao Ming. "I've heard you're quite something, daring to deceive my woman. What do you intend to do?" Chao Ming lifted his gaze, looking at Jiang Tao with a hint of pity. Jiang Tao, the young master of Jiang Hai Group and a lackey to the deputy city lord, was well acquainted with the murky dealings of wealth. With such a powerful figure backing him, rescuing Wen Bo would be a trivial matter, considering the charge was merely attempted murder, a charge that held significant leeway for influential individuals. This man was also the first ally Wen Qingxian had after departing from him in a previous life, although this ally had mysteriously perished. Subsequently, Wen Qingxian had followed that wealthy heir for 3 years, only to see him and his father meet the same fate. "How about this?" Jiang Tao sneered. "Simple. Pay 30 million in compensation to Qingxian, and we'll consider this matter resolved." Chao Ming chuckled. "And what if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Jiang Tao scoffed, reaching over to extract a fist-sized pebble from a nearby flower bed. "Rest assured, you will pay one way or another. I guarantee it." With that, he smashed the pebble against the windshield, which shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. After completing this act, Jiang Tao dusted off his suit with a casual flick and remarked, "Aren't you fond of calling the police? Now you can do just that. Qingxian, let us depart," he said lightly, turning to Wen Qingxian. A smile blossomed on Wen Qingxian's exquisite face as she spat down at Chao Ming's car, then took Jiang Tao's arm and strolled toward the exit of the community. Wen Bo, relieved of his frustration, had a flushed face from exhilaration. "Haha, scoundrel. Weren't you quite impressive? Come on, step out and face your father." "Bah, nouveau riche, worthless." Wen Mu spat as well, linking arms with her ineffectual husband. Following in her daughter's footsteps, Chao Ming sat in his car, lighting a cigarette as he watched a group of people gradually distance themselves. He leisurely started the engine, then switched on the high beams. With a swift press of the accelerator, the engine emitted a deafening roar, charging towards the family. What the hell? Jiang Tao and Wen Qingxian could hardly anticipate Chao Ming's audacity, and they were instantly struck with terror. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. Allowing them a moment to react, they hastily leapt to the sides of the road. The vehicle sped past, narrowly brushing against their clothes. In an instant, Wen Qingxuan's family, along with Jiang Tao, found themselves sprawled on the ground, bewildered. They had escaped collision, yet their spirits felt as if half had been frightened away. After a considerable pause, Jiang Tao, with Wen Qingxuan's assistance, cautiously rose, his pants thoroughly soaked from sheer fright. "You just wait," he stammered, humiliated, as the illustrious Jiang Xiao had been rendered into a mere coward by a nouveau riche. Chao Ming, having vented his frustrations, felt considerably relieved and began contemplating the implications of Jiang Tao and the power he represented. Inevitably, he found himself entangled with an old enemy. The Jianghai Group was a dominant force in Linhai City, virtually monopolizing the grain and oil trade, as well as the fresh produce market. If memory served, the Jianghai Group possessed a vast logistics warehouse on the western outskirts, overflowing with rice, flour, oil, and frozen meats. The former deputy city lord's ascendance, which allowed him to control half of Linhai City, was partly due to the Jiang family's immense resources, enabling him to recruit forces with ease. Now that he had crossed paths with them, how to approach that logistics warehouse? It would not be simple without the proper conditions. Nonetheless, if conditions were lacking, One must create them. With the Xinglan ring in hand, he merely needed to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Jianhai Group's storage base. He promptly turned the car towards the western outskirts. Before long, he arrived at the Jianhai Group's logistics storage base. He concealed the vehicle within the Xinglan ring and, under the cover of night, circumvented the surveillance cameras to reach the entrance of the storage facility. At that moment, 2 trucks were waiting at the gate for registration and inspection. Xiao Ming retrieved a towel from the Xinglan ring, wrapped it around his face to disguise himself, and donned a pair of gloves. He stealthily approached and clung to the underside of one of the trucks. After his encounter with Qin Yi, Xiao Ming, enhanced by genetic modification, had significantly improved his physical abilities, making the act of clinging to the underside of a vehicle as simple as child's play. Minutes later, the truck slowly entered the storage base. Perhaps due to the late hour, the driver did not rush to unload but instead went directly to rest. After waiting for a while and confirming that the area was clear, Xiao Ming crawled out from beneath the truck and cautiously made his way to the concealed storage area. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. Mountains of rice, flour, cooking oil, and soybeans, all packed in containers, resembling small hills. The quantity in question likely amounts to several 100,000, if not millions of tons, a substantial portion of which consists of soybeans intended to supply the oil mills under the Jianhai Group. This surpasses the stockpiles of rice, flour, and oil that they have amassed. Although the quality may be somewhat inferior, during apocalyptic times, who truly cares? Truly, the Jianhai Group, which claims dominion over half of Linhai City's sustenance, is formidable. Upon surveying the warehouse, several surveillance cameras caught my attention. Turn off the lights. Xiao Ming promptly located the main power switch at the entrance and decisively cut the power. Then, he muttered, "Jiang Tao, you scoundrel," shattering my car window. "I will seize your hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies as compensation. How delightful. Collect, collect, I shall collect." The sapphire glow of the starry ring flickered incessantly as the small mountains of goods before him vanished one after another. Within a minute, all the merchandise was swept away. What a thrill it is to pilfer from others rather than hoard oneself. Indeed, fortune favors the bold while famine befalls the timid. Xiao Ming swiftly departed the storage area, returning to conceal himself beneath the small truck. Just as he found refuge, 2 security guards clad in uniforms emerged from the monitoring room, grumbling as they approached the warehouse. Then, the lights flickered back on. Quickly, Captain, a grave incident has occurred, come quickly." The panicked cries of the guards echoed from afar, their voices laced with terror. It was utterly horrifying and uncanny. In mere minutes, the towering piles of goods had vanished into thin air. This was truly supernatural. The 2 guards collapsed in shock. Chapter 013, Mountain Spring Water, Farewell, Qin Yi. Upon hearing the commotion, the security captain rushed in with 3 subordinates. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Ming seized the opportunity to emerge from beneath the truck. He gathered a few stones, but due to his inexperience, it took him 3 attempts to shatter the surveillance camera. Afterward, he dashed toward the wall, scaling it with agility before disappearing into the vast night. Arriving at a secluded intersection, Xiao Ming summoned a new vehicle from the starry ring. He did not hurry home, but instead drove out of the city. He had an important task to attend to. In the vehicle, he meticulously retraced the events, concluding that there were no apparent oversights. In this age of advanced technology, if one is diligent and willing to invest time, one can always uncover traces of evidence. However, even if one finds clues, what good is it without proof? Such a vast quantity of supplies vanished in an instant. Could one individual accomplish such a feat? In matters of this magnitude, suspicion could only fall upon the internal personnel, as it reeked of insider theft. Who would believe that Xiao Ming, an inconsequential figure, could single-handedly empty an entire warehouse? Most crucially, with the apocalypse looming, there is no time for investigations. The disappearance of hundreds of thousands of goods from the Jianhai Group not only alarmed its upper echelons, but also stirred several prominent figures in Linhai. As Xiao Ming had surmised, the initial inquiries quickly focused on the internal dynamics of Jianhai Group. Yet, the surveillance footage indicated that the interval between the goods' existence and disappearance was a mere 2 or 3 minutes. Thus, it all seemed paranormal. Were the surveillance videos fabricated? Were the dates falsified? Is this truly a case of high technology and high intelligence? The mysteries are multiplying, growing ever more enigmatic. The deeper the investigation delves, the more sinister the revelations about the internal corruption of the organization become. 200 miles northwest of Linhai City lies the Qingshan Reservoir, a quintessential mountain reservoir covering over 10 square kilometers, surrounded by vast forests, devoid of any pollution sources. It serves as the largest water extraction base for a renowned mineral water company, boasting exceptional water quality. Xiao Ming hastened to this location overnight, intent on preparing for his apocalyptic survival needs. With the advent of doomsday, everything would be frozen, and the water supply system would be the first to fail. Chao Ming had no desire to brave the elements to extract water from ice. Under the cover of darkness, he cautiously circumvented the patrolling guards and descended to the waterline through the woods. The star-blue ring, akin to a great whale drinking, voraciously began to absorb the water. A massive whirlpool emerged before him, swirling rapidly. Chao Ming deliberately crafted a separate space within the star-blue ring with his consciousness, designated for water storage. Soon, the water level of the reservoir began to recede. Half an hour later, after a decrease of nearly 50 centimeters, the night shift personnel responsible for monitoring the water extraction base finally sensed something amiss and initiated a flashlight patrol along the dam. Unfortunately for them, Chao Ming was not on that side of the dam. Observing the flickering lights above, he decisively retreated. Indeed, he had accumulated nearly 10 million cubic meters of high-quality mountain spring water. With food and energy secured, having seized the grain and oil reserves of the Jianhai group, and now with water, he possessed ample supplies for his endeavors. Upon returning to his villa, it was already past 5 in the morning. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of his 2 dogs, the yellow farm dog De Huang and the German shepherd Lao Hei, each accompanied by their pups. Occupying the southern and northern ends of the living room, locked in a tense standoff, baring their teeth at one another. A glance at the scars on the German shepherd's face suggested a prior skirmish. Fortunately, the injuries were minor, indicating a balanced confrontation. They had tested each other and now reached a state of uneasy peace. The furniture and sofa remained unscathed, a testament to the farm dog's integrity. Had it been the huskies, the house would likely have been in ruins. Chao Ming's gaze shifted to the corner where the cat nest lay. 5 pitiful little tabby kittens were trembling inside their specially made abode, gazing up at their caretaker with forlorn eyes. Orphaned, they were indeed unfortunate. Sighing, Chao Ming gently lifted the trembling kittens along with their nest into his bedroom, providing them with some cat food and water. The kittens, upon seeing the food, remained hidden. Peeking out cautiously at Chao Ming, yearning for affection but too timid to approach, their expressions pitifully helpless. "Take your time," he murmured. Afterward, he took a hasty shower in the bathroom, wrapping himself in a towel. As he stepped out, he caught sight of the kittens darting back to their nest with lightning speed. Shaking his head in amusement, Chao Ming flopped onto his soft bed, and before long, he succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The following morning, Chao Ming awakened leisurely, suddenly realizing that he was accompanied by several furry beings. As he slightly propped himself up, he discovered 5 small creatures nestled upon him. Their little eyes narrowed in slumber, and their charming feline faces were adorned with expressions of pure contentment. It was Chao Ming's inaugural experience as a caretaker for these delightful pets, and naturally, he possessed little expertise. The sight of those tiny beings melted his heart, and it was no wonder that people often claimed that pet ownership was profoundly therapeutic. Hesitant to disturb them, he gently stroked their soft fur with his hand. The kittens, sensing an unusual presence, instinctively stiffened their bodies. However, upon catching sight of their caretaker's large hand, they obediently settled back down. After 3 minutes of indulging in their feline charm, Chao Ming slowly rose to his feet, replenishing their food and tidying up the refuse. He then dedicated half an hour to feeding the other inhabitants of his menagerie, the large yellow dog, the old black dog, the 5 little yellow ducklings, the 2 brothers of tortoises, along with the sister hawks and the 2 parrots, 1 black and 1 white, before finally setting out in his vehicle. By 9 o'clock in the morning, with the countdown to doomsday marking 1 day and 3 hours remaining, Chao Ming navigated his car through the bustling city streets. Observing the incessant flow of vehicles, the thriving roadside stalls, and the ceaseless stream of pedestrians, he felt a surge of mixed emotions. It was the last day. After just 1 more day, the vibrant scene before him would dissolve into nothingness, and when the sun rose again, everything would be irrevocably altered. Suddenly, Chao Ming's attention was drawn to a familiar figure by the roadside. It was Qin Yi, standing behind a metal cart selling steamed buns. Clad in snug denim jeans and a crisp white shirt, a long line of office workers awaited their breakfast, indicating a flourishing business. Chao Ming parked his vehicle and stood at a distance, observing Qin Yi with a smile as she energetically sold bag after bag of buns. Before long, the cart, which had been laden with numerous trays of buns, was entirely sold out, prompting Chao Ming to approach her. "You've arrived. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Qin Yi glanced at him fleetingly before handing him a bag of buns. Chao Ming smiled as he accepted. "Are there still some left? I noticed you early on. I saved some just for you," Qin Yi replied, her pretty head slightly lowered, her voice soft. "Thank you. I don't need to pay you, do I?" Chao Ming teased. Taking a bite of a small bun, he had to admit, Qin Yi's buns were indeed delectable. "No need," she replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. "I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. My father's surgery was very successful, and he is now recuperating at home." "Your father's surgery?" Chao Ming realized then that her request for money had been to cover her father's medical expenses. "Yes, a kidney transplant." The other party required 300,000. Qin Yi mentioned nonchalantly, her pretty face blushing again as her large eyes curiously studied Chao Meng's expression. By the way, have you ever sent anything to my house? Qin Yi asked, seemingly out of the blue. Chao Meng was taken aback and feigned ignorance. No, I haven't. Oh. Qin Yi appeared momentarily surprised. It is indeed perplexing. Even if he truly intended to gift me something, it surely cannot be something as trivial as dried beef, cold briquettes, or mere grains and oils, especially in such abundance. This defies all logic. When one presents gifts to women, they typically include handbags, necklaces, rings, exquisite garments, gemstones, or fresh flowers. It would be creative to offer a hammer, yet I have never encountered gifts such as bricks, whips, washboards, or keyboards. It must be that the sender has made an error. However, the arrival of such an array of items without leaving any address or name from the sender makes it impossible to return them. This is indeed quite a dilemma. Receiving a negative answer from Chao Meng left Qin Yi feeling quite dejected. Her feelings towards Chao Meng were exceedingly complex. In order to save her father's life, she had no choice but to procure over 300,000 from him, which came at a price. After just one night, for reasons unknown, this man had left an indelible mark on her heart that she could not shake off. She felt a sense of insecurity, fearing that Chao Meng might look down upon her because of it. Once she had settled the surgical and medical expenses, Qin Yi returned every last cent to Chao Meng, expressing her desire to repay him in full. In his presence, she sought to maintain her dignity and self-respect, unwilling to be seen merely as a plaything. As the apocalypse approached, one might come to realize the true value of these supplies and perhaps consider them a gift from the heavens. Chao Meng chuckled inwardly, thinking, I suppose I can be considered an instrument of divine providence. Where do you live? I can escort you there, he inquired. At the cotton spinning community. Not far from here. If you're busy, you can go ahead. I can manage on my own, Qin Yi replied softly. I'm not busy. I can accompany you. It's no trouble at all, he assured her. As they strolled side by side, pushing the food cart at a leisurely pace, Qin Yi felt a surge of delight, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Chao Meng asked, So, are you usually a dumpling maker? Not at all, Qin Yi shot him a glance. What a ridiculous notion. I graduated in medicine and am preparing for my hospital entrance exam. I help my mother make dumplings to sell, as her health is not the best. Chao Meng chuckled. Ah, so you are Dr. Qin. My apologies. Under his gaze, Qin Yi felt her words falter. This man was quite mischievous, indeed. The cotton spinning community, where Qin Yi's family resided, was once the dormitory of her former workplace, now marked with large red demolition characters, with many surrounding buildings already razed. As they walked, the streets grew increasingly deserted, the ground riddled with potholes. Qin Yi's family lived in a small courtyard within a 4-story-old building, now isolated as all their neighbors had vacated. According to the plans, this area was to be demolished within a fortnight. And only Qin Yi's family had been preoccupied with her father's medical treatment, running to the hospital daily, leaving them no time to find a new place to live. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by 2 scruffy dogs that rushed towards Chao Meng, barking excitedly. Great, another dog owner. It seems I have encountered a canine foe. Chao Meng mused. Quiet, go on and lie down. Qin Yi called out, and the 2 scruffy dogs obediently retreated to their doghouse. It seemed that in her concern for Chao Meng, she offered reassurance. It's nothing to worry about. They merely bark fiercely, and they won't bite those who accompany their owner. Observing her anxious demeanor, Chao Meng felt a chord within him resonate. It's all right. Raising dogs is wonderful. I have quite a few myself. Quite a few dogs? Qin Yi shot him a surprised glance. Is Xiaoyi back? A woman in her 40s, dressed neatly and appropriately, emerged from the kitchen holding a basin of dishes, her face adorned with a warm smile. Upon seeing Qin Yi and Chao Meng pushing a small cart together, she paused momentarily, and then her smile broadened. Mom, this is my friend, Chao Meng. Qin Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to define Chao Meng, though she longed to introduce him as her boyfriend. The words faltered on her lips. Hello, Auntie. So you are Chao Meng, Qin's mother exclaimed with delight, her enthusiasm palpable. Come in quickly, I'll go prepare lunch. Xiao Yi, you should have informed me earlier that Chao Meng was coming so I could be ready. Auntie, you are too kind. Chao Meng exchanged a puzzled glance with Qin Yi, uncertain how she had described him to her mother. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they entered the house to greet Qin's father. Recently having undergone surgery, he should have remained in the hospital a while longer, yet for reasons unknown, he had returned home. Chao Meng refrained from inquiring further. Qin's parents welcomed him warmly, though their demeanor was not overly ingratiating. It was evident that despite their challenging circumstances, the family maintained a certain dignity, far surpassing the idle tendencies of Wen Qingxuan's family. After enjoying a meal, Chao Meng took his leave and drove to the flower and bird market. This time, he purchased 4 small mastiffs, along with various flowers and plants suitable for greenhouse cultivation, and again arranged for a vehicle to deliver them back to the villa. Throughout the day, There was no sign of Jiang Tao, whom he had intended to contact. And all remained peaceful. The following day, Chao Meng rose early, feeding his cats and dogs before stepping outside. The morning sunlight bathed the earth in warmth and comfort. Accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds and the sight of busy professionals in black silk office attire bustling in the nearby CBD, everything felt tranquil and harmonious. At 11:30, Chao Meng returned home, ascending to the balcony of the villa to gaze at the sun high in the sky, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. Around noon, the sun suddenly vanished, plunging the world into darkness, catching the streetlights unprepared. Darkness enveloped everything. In the distance, the main thoroughfare was filled with the jarring sounds of screeching brakes and collisions. It all came too unexpectedly. The streets erupted into chaos, screams echoing everywhere. Then, Chao Meng felt a chill. Moments later, the streetlights flickered to life, and the shops in CBD illuminated with brilliant lights. Everything seemed merely temporary. Perhaps it was just a solar eclipse. However, news soon spread rapidly across the internet, for it was discovered that not only in the coastal areas, nor solely in Longhua, but across the entire globe, the sun had vanished. Even on the other side of the darkened blue planet, the magnificent starry sky has vanished, along with the great moon. The temperature begins to plummet dramatically. Snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, initially as fine grains, soon transforming into heavy, feather-like snow that blankets everything, obscuring the distant lights. Chapter 015. The Darkest Freeze. Indulging in the apocalypse, gazing at the snowflakes drifting before him, Chao Meng inhaled deeply, descended the stairs, secured the doors and windows, and drew the curtains tight. He then ventured outside to circle the house, ensuring not a single beam of light seeped through before returning indoors. In this era of the darkest freeze, it is paramount to keep one's home shrouded in darkness. Although the public power supply remains functional, illuminating one's surroundings can invite danger. Once the electricity ceases, any light could attract thieves. After securing the doors and windows, Chao Meng promptly shut off the main water valve. Within an hour, the pipes would freeze, potentially bursting under the strain. In the days to come, the villa's water for washing would rely solely on the large tank located on the third floor. Chao Meng's task would be to periodically draw water from the star blue ring to replenish the tank. The water tank was connected to the shower system on the second floor and below. Next, he lit the fireplace and activated the central air conditioning along with the automatic temperature control system, maintaining a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius within the villa. Outside, the temperature continued to drop rapidly. Within just half an hour, the once mild climate plummeted below freezing. The internet erupted with chaos. People around the globe were bewildered, panicking. A simultaneous drop in temperature worldwide, the sun disappearing. This was the harbinger of the apocalypse. Yet, they were unaware that this was merely the beginning. The following 2 days would witness a continuous decline in temperature. Soon, the water blue planet, regardless of the poles, would experience temperatures plummeting to -85 degrees. At that point, the water supply, heating, gas pipelines, and electrical systems would collapse in succession. Such frigid temperatures would be lethal, not only for the southern regions and the tropics, but even for the high-latitude cold zones. It is crucial to remember that it is still summer in the northern hemisphere. Friends in the north were ill-prepared for the winter's embrace. Heating companies likely had not completed their maintenance, and coal supplies were uncertain. Fortunately, the villa had undergone urgent modifications, achieving impeccable insulation and heat retention. As long as there was a continuous supply of warmth, they would endure. Just as the fireplace roared to life, the phone rang, an incoming video call from Qin. Chao Meng answered decisively. Chao Meng, have you heard? The internet is abuzz, saying the whole world can no longer see the sun. On the screen, Qin was clad in the snow gear he had gifted her, her delicate, beautiful face etched with fear and concern. Her characteristic sweet voice trembled, revealing her deep apprehension. I don't know how long this will last. Is it cold where you are? Do you have enough to eat? If not, hurry to the supermarket and stock up. Otherwise, it may be too late. My mother just returned with a cart full of groceries. Indeed, the dragon race, having endured countless seasons of adversity, had crisis awareness ingrained in their very bones. When faced with difficulties, my first instinct is to think of food, regardless of whether the sun will rise again. It is imperative to stock up at home without delay, for the outside world must be in disarray by now. Although the television news anchors continue to implore viewers to remain calm, assuring that the crisis is but temporary and that the authorities will ensure everyone's basic needs are met. The initial response from the government was indeed prompt, with emergency plans set in motion. However, the calamity is of such magnitude that it has transcended human control. Thankfully, I still have an ample supply of food and warmth. Chao Meng offered a few words of comfort to Qin, engaging in conversation and finding her to be rather optimistic, convinced that the sun would soon shine again. Just as I finished speaking with Qin, a call came in from my assistant, Lu Xiaoran, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Boss, what should we do? The sun is gone. I reassured her. Fear not, the sun will eventually return. With a smile, I continued, Lu, I have a task for you. Move to the warehouse with your dog and guard it well. There are provisions, fuel, and a generator inside. I entrust their management to you. Remember, it is crucial that no one learns of the supplies. Should I find myself in dire straits, I shall come to the warehouse to seek you. Okay, I understand, boss. I will keep you updated. You must come quickly. I can cook for you, and my cooking is delicious, she exclaimed, her voice quivering with fear. I chuckled. If you're scared, just go online. I've downloaded some films and single-player games for you to enjoy. Next, I attempted to reach Huang Wentao, but there was no answer. Clearly, he was oblivious to the chaos, likely still in deep slumber. What a carefree existence. I could only imagine the reaction of his frail frame when awakened by the cold. Having done all that needed to be done, it was now a matter of fate. After hanging up, I tended to my dogs, cats, birds, turtles, and little yellow ducks. I then retrieved an electric hot pot and set it up in the dining area on the first floor, preparing ingredients for a feast of hot pot paired with fine wine. And let us not forget a pot of fragrant rice. As I watched the live news coverage of the heavy snowfall and the brave power workers and firefighters braving the elements to repair infrastructure, my thoughts drifted to the chaos across the ocean, where the Americans had launched a fervent spree of $0 purchases amidst gunfire and flames. The apocalypse indeed feels surreal. 5 delicate silver-spotted kittens lay quietly on the carpet beside me, accompanied by 5 little yellow ducks. These 10 affectionate creatures seemed to regard me as their parent, and astonishingly, the two species coexist harmoniously. It is rather curious. They say cats are aloof, maintaining a distance from humans, yet these 5 kittens are exceptionally clingy. In contrast, the large yellow dog and the black dog, while affectionate, are not overly needy, especially the 4 little mastiffs, who have been somewhat divided between the 2 larger dogs. In a single night, 4 little mastiffs formed pairs, each choosing De Huang and Lao He as their mothers, eagerly lapping up the nourishing milk. Chow Meng harbored suspicions that De Huang and Lao He were conspiring, forging alliances and inciting rivalries amidst their domestic sphere. After indulging for 2 hours, Chow Meng finally set down his chopsticks, patting his small belly contentedly. The sensation of being well fed was indeed delightful. His appetite had notably expanded, at least quadrupling, and as he gazed at the empty rice pot, a joyful smile spread across his face. This was a positive development. Ever since he had practiced with Qin Yi, Chow Meng had noticed a significant increase in his food intake. With the onset of calamity, it seemed his appetite had surged even further. The more one consumed, the better. During the 100 days of disaster, the chaotic energy of the universe caused all living beings to experience an increase in their food requirements. However, due to the scarcity of resources, many were compelled to ration their meals, inadvertently missing out on the valuable process of foundational energy accumulation. Currently, Chow Meng's most pressing task was to eat. The more he could consume, the better. The greater the energy he amassed, the more substantial the feedback would be after the 100 days of tribulation. After finishing his meal and resting for a while, Chow Meng began to attempt cultivating the Gene Original Energy Guidance Technique. The so-called Gene Original Energy Guidance Technique from his previous life, akin to a martial arts practice, drew inspiration from ancient martial arts. Logically, during the darkest 100 days, one would still be unable to actively sense the cosmic energy, rendering cultivation rather futile. As expected, when Chow Meng tried the widely practiced 5 animal play guidance technique and Tai Chi guidance technique from his previous life, he found them to be largely ineffective. Chapter 016. The Rise in the Apocalypse. Is your guidance technique legitimate? A plea for help from the T-Girl. After discovering almost no effect from the widely known 5 animal play guidance technique, Chow Meng, with a spirit of experimentation, proceeded to practice the super guidance technique from the Star Blue Ring Legacy, the 9-fold Calamity demonic canon. He assumed a peculiar posture in the living room, focusing his intent to control his muscles and breathing as per the memories of the legacy. Time gradually passed, and just as Chow Meng was about to give up, he suddenly felt a faint movement in the muscles of his feet and the skin on his forehead simultaneously. Chow Meng instinctively guided the movements, allowing the muscle contractions to converge towards the center of his body, akin to the sensation of acupuncture. He perceived a very faint energy stirring the Gene Original Energy. Without careful attention, it was nearly imperceptible. A surge of joy filled Chow Meng's heart. Although this effect was diminished compared to his previous life by an unknown factor, it was occurring during the 100 days of tribulation. Cosmic energy feedback had yet to manifest, and everyone remained an ordinary person. Even those esteemed masters of ancient martial arts had not sensed the cosmic energy, yet he had already commenced his journey. A swift step now would yield 100-fold strength in the future. He persevered, and at last, the 2 swirling muscle contractions converged at the intersection of his legs. Electrifyingly shocking. Guan Ergu was instantly enraged. What the hell? Is this guiding technique truly legitimate? Xiao Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. After approximately 10 seconds of electric therapy, Guan Erge still stared wide-eyed. Fortunately, Xiao Ming swiftly discerned the secret. It turned out that this peculiar guiding technique could be controlled by the mind to manipulate two or even more muscle vortices, with the point of convergence determining the intensity of enhancement at that location, thus rendering it controllable. However, Hu Wunti desire their Guan Erge to be invincible. Therefore, intentionally or unintentionally, Xiao Ming still directed the convergence point towards Erge. After nearly half an hour of practice, he felt a warmth enveloping him, with both strength and reflexes noticeably heightened. Yet, he also felt somewhat hungry, and mentally, he was indeed fatigued. This technique seemed to promote digestion as well. Thus, he decided to continue eating. He brought over an electric grill, placed freshly cut deer leg meat onto the grill, and paired it with a specially crafted additive-free sauce. Ready to indulge. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse: eat as much as possible. The second rule: maintain nutritional authenticity, resolutely avoiding junk food, alongside technological prowess. In his previous life, he had endured hardship and scarcity, barely managing to survive. Now, with abundant resources and favorable conditions, he could not afford to deprive himself. Nor could he undermine his foundation with inferior food. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air, drawing De Huang and Lao He, who scampered down from the second floor with their pups, eagerly gathering around the barbecue table, gazing longingly at their caretaker. Not only was Xiao Ming's appetite significantly improved, but even the dogs and cats had developed an appetite, having just eaten yet still feeling hungry. He decided to let them eat, wondering if they might emerge as formidable beasts. Outside, amidst the freezing cold and treacherous snow, anxious individuals braved the elements to procure supplies. Prices in supermarkets and clothing stores soared dramatically. What had been discounted winter apparel suddenly skyrocketed in price within mere hours, remaining in high demand. In the adjacent Shulin community, Wen Qingxian emerged from a small supermarket clad in an old, tattered cotton coat, her hair disheveled, shivering as she clutched two sausages. Unfortunately, she had arrived too late. The supermarket's shelves had been stripped bare. The sausages had been pilfered from another woman's pocket while she was distracted. She felt utterly despondent. Wen Qingxuan's family had recently been cast out by Xiao Ming, leaving behind only a few old garments belonging to her parents and 2 sets of substandard cotton batting. Despite successfully befriending the affluent Jiang Tao just days prior, rescuing her brother, and relocating her family to a vacant property owned by him, her parents remained idle, spending their days playing mahjong and dining out or ordering takeout, never bothering to cook. Consequently, their home was devoid of rice. With the onset of the apocalypse, heavy snowfall blocked roads, restaurants shuttered, and takeout vanished entirely. As for clothing, Jiang Tao had indulged Wen Qingxian with several sets of high-end summer attire, utterly impractical for the current frigid temperatures. Naturally, her thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Tao. However, the Jiang family is currently in disarray. The eldest son of the Jiang family lives far away and is accustomed to a life of luxury. The loss of their storage base has brought about numerous troubles, compounded by natural disasters, leaving them in turmoil and unable to attend to her for the time being. Starving and shivering from the cold, Wen Qingxian returned to the opulent house gifted by Jiang Tao. As soon as she entered, her mother rushed to her side, and upon seeing the 2 small sausages in Wen Qingxuan's hand, her face darkened immediately. Just 2 sausages? What happened? Did you arrive too late and have everything snatched away? Wen Qingxian replied dejectedly. What can I expect from you? You can't even buy something properly. Her mother chastised her, unceremoniously snatching the sausages from her grasp and handing one to her chubby brother, Wen Bo, before eagerly tearing into one herself, her mouth wide open. Wen Qingxian swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything since morning and felt desperately cold and hungry. Now that we're back, quickly take off your cotton coat and give it to me. I'm freezing. After finishing her sausage, her mother began to peel off Wen Qingxuan's coat. Mom, I'm cold too. Aren't you wearing one? Wen Qingxian stammered, her teeth chattering pitifully. Although the air conditioning was running and the gas stove was on full blast, the chill persisted. Her father, mother, and brother were all bundled in thick clothing, each wearing a cotton coat. Wen Bo had even wrapped himself in the only 2 quilts in the house. What are you cold for? You're young. Your mother is 48, old and frail. Why are you trying to take clothes from an elderly person like me? Besides, this coat is mine. We're your own. Wen Qingxian felt tears welling up. She was deprived of both food and warmth. Enough with the pitiful act. Hurry and call young Master Jiang and ask him to send over some clothes and food. If that doesn't work, inquire about where he lives. We could always move in with them. Their family is so wealthy, it must be warm there. Her mother took on a mother-in-law's authoritative stance. I called, but no one answered. Wen Qingxian trembled as she wrapped herself in a sofa cover, then approached the blazing gas stove, seeking warmth from the comforting flames. No answer? Her mother's frustration escalated. her voice rising sharply. What shall we do? Why not ask Chow Meng? That boy lives in this neighborhood too. He took back your clothes. He must have several high-end down jackets and snow boots. And surely, his family has food too. After all, you've been together for 2 years. He wouldn't refuse to help with such a small favor, would he? Asked Chow Meng for help. When Qing Xian hesitated, although Chow Meng's refrigerator was always stocked, and he had rice, flour, oil, and even clothes and luxurious bedding, their relationship had soured. Would he really assist her? In truth, when Qing Xian felt wronged and perplexed, she couldn't understand why Chow Meng had suddenly turned against her so completely. It left her questioning herself. Was her skill in handling relationships not sufficient? Isn't it just a matter of asking him for some money to help my little brother marry? If he is unwilling to give, he should simply say so. Why resort to turning hostile right from the start? Ultimately, he is just a scoundrel, a cad, swayed by that little vixen Qin. My stomach, alas, emits a mournful growl. I am so hungry. Never mind that. When Qing Xian contemplated for a moment and directly initiated a video call to Chow Meng. Chapter 017, Eating Broadcast. The goddess of tea is reduced to tears. Chow Meng, the one I adore is you. Don't you want to see me in a pitiful state? Allow me to show you, for I am determined to move your heart, you devoted fool. She thought to herself, let me feign a pitiful demeanor. Perhaps it will awaken him to the realization that I alone embody the essence of purity and authenticity. With a sincere gaze, she endeavored to transform this worthless sycophant. When Qing Xian glanced at the camera, her expression on point, to the extent that she began to pity herself. Excellent. Not even the Oscars could match this performance. Ding. The video call connected. Gazing at the screen, she beheld Chow Meng clad in a light tank top, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, savoring succulent roasted deer meat, accompanied by a glass of deep red wine. When Qing Xian felt utterly despondent. Ugh, overcooked, too tough, he disdainfully tossed aside a piece of deer meat. The camera shifted to reveal a gaggle of dogs, cats, and a few little yellow ducks eagerly gathered around. In an instant, a large yellow dog gulped down the discarded deer meat, sending grease flying. The large yellow dog squinted its eyes, wagging its tail in a charming manner. At that moment, as the roasted meat disappeared into the dog's mouth, when Qing Xian felt an overwhelming urge to reach through the signal and snatch it away. In this frigid weather, here she was, starving and shivering, while this scoundrel was clad in a tank top, sweating profusely, roasting deer meat, and sipping wine. The background music blared, proclaiming it a splendid day, where all wishes could come true, creating an atmosphere of joy and abundance. As if that weren't enough, he was feeding the meat to dogs, so many dogs, and even birds. Was my existence truly inferior to that of a dog? Hello, what's up? Is the beautiful one trying to end my life again? Chow Meng took a swig of wine, relishing the flavor. No, not at all. I just suddenly wanted to see you, when Qing Xian replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chow Meng laughed heartily. Huh? You want to check if I've frozen to death, right? When Qing Xian wiped her tears, no, not that. I was worried about you. Seeing you safe brings me peace. Chow Meng paused. The goddess of tea is about to perform. Oh, thank you then. Goodbye. Wait, don't go. When Qing Xian quickly called out, swallowing nervously, feigning a greedy expression, Chow Meng, could you possibly help me? We have nothing to eat at home, nor any clothes to keep warm, she whimpered, letting 2 large tears fall. I have been too willful before, but after thinking it over yesterday, I realized you are the only one who truly cares for me. Oh, is that so? Am I really that good? I lack education, so don't deceive me. Chow Meng placed the phone before him and continued his eating broadcast. In such a delightful moment, how could he not share his joy with her? I understand that you harbor some resentment towards me. Yet, I am also aware of your genuine affection for me. Do you recall the time when we first met? You were truly an embodiment of perfection. As I reminisce about those cherished moments, I cannot help but feel nostalgic. Chow Meng remains silent, tears glistening in her eyes as she watches herself and the beloved pets indulge in their meals, while she grapples with her emotions, expressing both love and remorse. Though it may be akin to crocodile tears, it is undeniably captivating. When Qing Xian, with her exquisite visage, lets her tears flow freely. Chow Meng, I know you are a good man. You care for me, and I love you deeply. Surely, we cannot allow such trivial matters to lead us astray. In this lifetime, encountering someone who genuinely cherishes you is a rarity, a profound fate indeed. Her tears are heartfelt and sincere. I have erred, and I cannot bear to lose you. Do you realize how agonizing it was when you departed? It felt as though my heart was wrenched from my chest, an unbearable pain. The expression of regret is enough to bring sorrow to any onlooker. Chow Meng sips his drink nonchalantly, responding with a casual, really? Indeed. When Qing Xian wipes her tears, Chow Meng stretches lazily. All right, I believe you. Farewell. Wait, don't go. When Qing Xian exclaims, nearly losing her composure. After shedding so many tears and performing for so long, you choose to say goodbye? Chow Meng inquires, is there anything else? Chow Meng, I am cold and hungry. Do you have anything to eat or wear? Perhaps I could come to your place? You can do as you wish. I am at your command. Did you not enjoy it when I called you Baba? In the past, I refrained from allowing you to touch me, saving the most beautiful moments for our wedding night. Is this desperation leading you to reveal your last card? Wen Qingxian is indeed a woman of cunning, well aware that what a man cannot possess is most cherished. Throughout our 2 years of courtship, she has consistently portrayed her purity, uniqueness, and conservatism, even while yearning for more. Ultimately, she steadfastly resisted allowing Qiao Meng to cross that final threshold. The more she held back, the more he valued her. Now, faced with the dire need for sustenance, is she truly prepared to unveil her trump card? Unfortunately, Qiao Meng no longer finds her intriguing and is instead consumed with a desire to end things. Is that so? What about your Jiang Shao? Are you abandoning him? Qiao Meng's expression turns serious as he responds. Honestly, I believe Jiang Shao is far more suited for you. The heir of Jiang Hai Group is far more impressive than I could ever be. It would be a disservice for you to be with me. When Qingxian quickly interjects. No, Qiao Meng, you misunderstand. You are the best. Moreover, there is nothing between Jiang Tao and me. We only sought to provoke you. I assure you, my affections lie solely with you. Is that true? Qiao Meng's demeanor shifts as he halts his meal, captivated by her words. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Upon first encountering Qiao Meng, when Qingxian believed he had fallen for her charms, filled with unrestrained joy, Qiao Meng exclaimed, wonderful. I just recorded our video. I shall send it to young Master Jiang right away. Ha, let this insufferable brat be enraged. Does he dare to compete with me, Qiao? What? A thunderbolt from a clear sky. This fellow is utterly foolish. He actually recorded the screen. If this gets out, young Master Jiang will undoubtedly be furious. And even if he manages to placate him with his silver tongue, it will leave a thorn in his heart. No, Qiao Meng, do not send it. Although when Qingxian faced dire straits, her mind remained sharp. Qiao Meng's actions were merely a temporary measure to secure her immediate needs. Yet Jiang Tao was the ladder to her ascension in society. One was a steady source of sustenance, the other a mere stopgap. How could they be compared? Qiao Meng, I implore you, do not act recklessly. Young Master Jiang is not to be trifled with, and we cannot afford such a confrontation. Qiao Meng, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied. Do not worry, I can handle it, dear. When Qingxian retorted, you foolish bird, I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously. Driven to desperation, she recorded her own video and began to berate Qiao Meng. What? You tricked me? Qiao Meng, taken aback, soon appeared to understand, saying, No, Qingxian. I realize you are concerned for me, fearing I cannot match young Master Jiang. I understand your worries. But please trust me, I fear him not. I shall send it now, and let that Jiang fellow witness the prowess of Qiao. The call ended abruptly, when Qingxian nearly choked with indignation. What a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. How could he so shamelessly feign deep emotional ties? And Qiao Meng, did you genuinely take my jest to heart? Did you truly intend to flaunt before young Master Jiang? What should I do? If he actually sends the video to Jiang, it would be disastrous. But he has no means to contact Jiang. With this thought, when Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. No, this scoundrel is merely toying with me. Chapter 018. The power went out when Qingxian, thwarted in her plans, was seething with rage, her complexion turning a shade of green. The esteemed Queen won. Reduced to being played by that scoundrel. How shameful. Very well, Qiao, you have brought this upon yourself. Glancing at her trembling family, anger surged from within, emboldening her resolve. Father, Wenbo, grab the crowbar and the fire axe. We are heading to Qiao Meng's home. What? Her father, a man of laziness and timidity, was taken aback. Qingxian, are you contemplating murder? This cannot be. Murder? When Qingxian scoffed. I just realized from the video that Qiao Meng is not residing in this neighborhood. I remember he has rice, flour, and oil at home, along with plenty of high-end down jackets. Let us go retrieve them. Her father, trembling with apprehension, replied, but stealing is ill-advised, isn't it? At this moment, when Bo displayed a spark of cleverness, what is wrong with that? It's merely a matter of taking some rice and flour. Besides, we have Jiang Tao's brother-in-law to protect us. With his formidable influence, he can certainly handle such a trivial matter. It's not as if we are committing murder. Furthermore, we cannot allow ourselves to starve. When S. mother chimed in cheerfully. Yes, our Wenbo is quite clever indeed. Old man, hurry up, let us break in and teach that scoundrel Qiao a lesson. 15 minutes later, when Qingxian and her companions stormed into Qiao Meng's upscale residence. The process of breaking in was somewhat challenging, yet overall fairly smooth. The property management had seemingly vanished, and the neighbors merely peeked out before hastily retreating behind closed doors. However, upon entering, the family was left utterly astounded. The house resembled a frigid cavern, devoid of any possessions. Not a morsel of food or a scrap of clothing remained. Everything movable, including tables, chairs, and beds, had vanished without a trace.
Chow Ming, you wretched scoundrel. Can't you leave a few things for me? Do you think it would kill you? Wenbo, both cold and famished. Couldn't he help but vent his frustration vocally? Fine, very well, Chow. You have gone too far. Wen Xingxian, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare he humiliate and mock her in such a manner? Ah, this vile creature truly has the audacity to rob me. Through the home's installed surveillance, Chow Ming witnessed the scene of Wen Xingxian and her family breaking in, with her bloodied appearance. Had it not been the first day of the apocalypse, with some semblance of order still intact, he would have long since annihilated them. The items in the house were indeed relocated by Chow Ming, not out of fear of Wen Xingxian, but simply because the space within the star blue ring was vast, allowing for careless storage and disposal of belongings. As for the video recording, that was merely a jest to taunt Wen Xingxian. He had no interest in reporting anything to Jiang Tao. Ultimately, these two cunning individuals would meet their demise at his hands, sparing the world from their mischief. Chow Ming leisurely dined for 2 hours, tidied the dining area, and was just about to indulge in a soothing hot bath when his phone rang. It was old Huang. Hey, Lao Chow, what on earth is happening in this world? I woke up to find the sun has vanished, and I'm freezing to death. As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a barrage of words. How about you? Is there any food? Do you have an electric heater? If not, come over, we can share what we have. You bought so many self-heating pots for me. Let us eat together. If we can survive this apocalypse, we'll do it together. If not, we'll perish together to avoid the agony of living. Hello, are you still there? Where are you? I'll come to see you now. Chow Ming listened quietly, remaining silent for a long while. Human nature is inherently fearful of death. No one is exempt. Yet, in moments of despair, each person's choices diverge, often leaning towards selfishness and self-preservation. Old Huang's willingness to voice such sentiments justified the efforts he had made to gather supplies for Chow Ming. Taking a deep breath, Chow Ming replied, "Rest assured. I'm fine, there's still food. I've been engaged in trade logistics recently, and I happen to have a stockpile of food and clothing. Those self-heating pots you have are merely unsold inventory of mine. So, I'm not in any immediate danger. Live well, and believe in the light." Assured that Chow Ming was unscathed, Lao Huang erupted into laughter. "Haha, I told you your dog nature couldn't possibly be so benevolent. It turns out you were merely gifting what you couldn't sell. Luckily, this time you stumbled upon fortune by chance. Haha. Well, I must immerse myself in some gaming now. Farewell." With that, he ended the call. This fellow lived with such carefree abandon, unfazed by the tribulations of life, as if the sky could fall and serve as a blanket. Even at such a critical juncture, his thoughts lingered on his games, truly admirable. Returning to his bedroom with 5 silver-layered kittens and 5 little yellow ducks, he was just about to indulge in a soothing hot bath when the lights flickered and the power went out. Great, the weather is frigid, and everyone is consuming electricity like mad. The power grid was overwhelmed, and with certain electrical facilities succumbing to the cold, the next few days would see intermittent blackouts, culminating in a complete failure to restore power after a week. Chow Ming remained unperturbed. He retrieved a lamp he had prepared earlier, illuminating the living room. First, he severed the connection between his home's power grid and the outside world, then connected a diesel generator he had ready. Light returned once more. He luxuriated in a warm bath, then wrapped himself in a soft silk blanket and drifted off to sleep. The 5 kittens climbed up without hesitation, curling up beside Chow Ming, their eyes closing in slumber. The 5 little ducks waddled up the specially prepared ladder, settling atop him, adding a layer of warmth with their down feathers. Inside the villa, the fire blazed brightly, exuding warmth. Outside, while the snowstorm had ceased, the temperature continued to plummet. On Water Blue Star, time had become merely a record, having lost its capacity to delineate day from night. Amidst the wind and snow, the populace endured the first wave of apocalyptic hardship. Among the most unfortunate was the Wen family, Wen Fu, Wen Mu, and Wen Bo. A quintessential example of the idle and parasitic. They were the type to starve rather than till the soil, and to die of thirst rather than dig a well. They relied solely on selling their daughter. In a typical household, one might expect some reserves of rice, flour, and oil, but this family possessed nothing. The following day at 9 o'clock, Chow Ming rose from bed. He glanced at the news. The sun had yet to emerge. Not only was the sun absent, but even the radio telescope used for cosmic observation had failed to locate a single star. Water Blue Star seemed like a child forsaken by the universe. Outside, the temperature had plunged to minus 60 degrees. On the first day, many perished from the cold, and hospitals were overwhelmed. Panic began to spread like wildfire. Order was tenuously maintained. The authorities had initiated emergency measures, mobilizing grain, flour, oil, frozen meat, and fuel from warehouses across the land to stabilize soaring prices. Some regions had even begun imposing per capita purchase limits. In this final struggle, Chow Ming, while watching the news, gently groomed the fur of the kitten, his heart untroubled. Chapter 019. Qin Yi, I have a secret to share with you. Wen Qingxian, find the right moment to seize. The emergency measures enacted by the Dragon Kingdom's officials were, in essence, commendable. If this were merely a short-lived bout of extreme weather, Xiao Ming believed the Dragon Kingdom could endure. Alas, this calamity was far too terrifying. Beyond the realm of human intervention, after 2 more days of power outages, the transportation system will be utterly paralyzed, and we will be left to fend for ourselves. Just as I finished my morning routine, a video from Lu Xiaoran arrived. Hey boss, wow, your place is so luxurious, it resembles a palace. How delightful, and you're still in your pajamas. Lu Xiaoran, bundled in a thick down jacket, was nestled inside a shipping container, where she had set up a bed and brought her computer. Beside her was a small electric heater, and 3 dogs, 1 large and 2 small, were cozily huddled next to her. Appearing quite warm and content, the young girl demonstrated her cleverness. A confined space was perfect for retaining warmth, unlike foolishly remaining in an expansive warehouse. Boss, how are things on your end? Do you have enough to eat? Luckily, you left some supplies in the warehouse. Do you need me to bring you some diesel? Not for now. I still have food at home. Just take good care of the warehouse for me. If I need anything, I can retrieve it myself. Xiao Ming naturally refrained from revealing that he had an abundance of food. He decided to wait a few days to test her character. If she passed this trial, he hoped to experiment with the activation method of the star blue ring alongside her. As the apocalypse had only just begun, people still held on to the belief that the sun would eventually reappear and that the catastrophe would pass. Thus their behaviors had not yet undergone significant transformation. Lu Xiaoran, for now, was secure with her provisions, remaining calm amidst the chaos. However, should the apocalypse persist and food supplies dwindle, the likelihood of her still being able to ask for help would be uncertain. He hoped she would not disappoint him. Rest assured, boss. I'll report to you every morning and evening. The young girl displayed a hint of fear. Xiao Ming had evidently become her pillar of support. After chatting for a while, she reluctantly ended the video call. Shortly thereafter, a call from Qin Yi came in. This time, she was clearly more agitated. Xiao Ming, how are things over there? Is it cold? Do you have enough food? Is the water still running? I'm doing well, I still have some food, and it's not too cold. Xiao Ming replied with a smile. What about you? How are your family members? I'm fine, Qin Yi said, taking a deep breath as if she had made a significant decision. Xiao Ming, why don't you come stay at my house for a few days? You can head back once the sun comes out. To your house? Xiao Ming was taken aback by her invitation. Yes, come to my place. I suspect you haven't prepared much food over there. Her voice lowered conspiratorially, as if sharing a secret. Xiao Ming, let me tell you something strange. Just a couple of days ago, I received a shipment of supplies, and it was anonymous. At first, I thought it was from you. Oh, what kind of supplies? Xiao Ming suppressed a laugh as he inquired. There was a lot of beef jerky, plenty of rice, flour, cooking oil, and even a half-truckload of honeycomb coal. Isn't that bizarre? Qin Yi's signature sweet voice trembled with excitement. So many items just seemed to fall from the sky. And then the sun disappeared. How could this be possible? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Indeed, how could this be? It feels as if it was all preordained. Yet it is the undeniable truth. Qin Yi took a deep breath and shyly said, this matter is known only to my parents and me. And I have only shared it with you. Please, heed my advice and wear warmer clothing. Come to my house right away. I have prepared a meal for you. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly replied, Qin Yi, listen to me. I have food in a gas cylinder here, enough to last a few more days, so I won't come over just yet. Remember, you must not tell anyone about the food at your house, not even relatives or friends. We cannot predict when this calamity will end, so remain vigilant and cautious. I understand. After finishing the conversation with Qin Yi, it was already 11 o'clock, and his stomach began to grumble. Xiao Ming decided to take out the large barbecue grill from the star blue ring, along with a hefty lamb, to prepare a roasted whole lamb for lunch. For the sake of a balanced diet, he also simmered a pot of 3-flavor soup. At 12:30, lunch commenced. The golden roasted lamb sizzled and emitted a fragrant aroma. To Xiao Ming's astonishment, a single roasted whole lamb was insufficient. The 2 families of De Huang and Lao He, along with their 4 young mastiffs, little kittens, and even 2 small hawks, transformed into voracious eaters, leaving him scrambling to meet the demand. Reluctantly, Xiao Ming had to use a large iron pot to stew 2 fat geese to satisfy the hungry crowd. Strangely, the little ones seemed to be growing rather quickly. It had only been a day, yet they appeared to have grown so much. Xiao Ming stood in front of the specially made iron frame for the little hawks, gently stroking their somewhat fluffy feathers. The 2 little creatures glared at him with fierce eyes, clearly intimidated by this 2-legged beast. They contemplated using their sharp beaks to teach him a lesson, but refrained, fearing that the 2-legged creature might withhold food in the evening, thus settling for a display of intimidation through their gazes. After toying with the little hawks for a while, he commenced today's guiding technique training. Yesterday's session had overly stimulated Guan Ergo, causing Chao Ming's adrenaline levels to remain elevated throughout the day. Today, he intended to give Guan Ergo a break, focusing on stimulating the core and limbs instead. Last night, after returning empty-handed from Chao Ming's place, Wenmu, unable to withstand the biting cold and hunger, knocked on the neighboring door and borrowed 2 pounds of rice from a young mother next door who was also caring for children. Seeing her pitiable state, the neighbor provided a piece of cured meat and a vegetable. The family managed to scrape together a meal. Furthermore, when Qin Xian had made nearly 100 calls to Jiang Tao and sent countless messages, all of which were met with silence. Now lunchtime had arrived again, and the cold weather had only heightened their appetite, causing their stomachs to rumble once more. Unable to wait for Jiang Tao's assistance, Wenmu naturally knocked on the neighboring mother's door again. Unfortunately, this time, after a prolonged wait, there was no response. Wenbo, who had never experienced hunger, decided he could no longer endure it after a few minutes. Adding to their anxiety was the news that the sun had failed to rise anywhere in the world. The family panicked, fearing that if the sun never appeared again, they would starve. Waiting for death was not an option. In an instant, Wen and his father seized their crowbars, fire axes, and heavy hammers, charging towards the door of their neighbor's home. They were not afraid of confronting the two men, yet they felt emboldened to bully a housewife with children. How dare they demand respect? It was merely a request for 2 kilograms of rice. I would return it. After all, father, let us break in. With the protection of young Master Jiang, borrowing 2 kilograms of rice was hardly a matter of consequence. Drawing from their experience of forcibly entering Chao Ming's house the previous day, this task was sure to be a mere formality. Chapter 20. Robbing the innocent, assaulting the young. And the unfortunate housewife faces adversity together when Bo and his father, without much effort, managed to pry open the security door. In this era, security doors were designed to deter gentlemen, not ruffians. Under normal circumstances, no thief would brazenly resort to such violent means. The neighbor, a young mother, was taking a nap with her child when the family burst in like wolves. She was instantly paralyzed with fear. There was so much northeast rice, along with flour, noodles, and oil. When Bo was overjoyed and immediately began to gather the provisions, the mother, in a panic, dropped her child and extended her arms in a desperate attempt to block their way. Wait, I can lend you the rice, but you cannot rob us. When Bo, infuriated as if he had suffered a grave humiliation, retorted, Lend? Did you not hear my mother knock just now? Go away with your lending. I am taking all this food. A sharp slap landed on the woman's face, sending her silver-framed glasses flying and knocking her to the ground. Don't bully my mother. The child cried out, frightened but brave, grabbing a small coat hanger from the table to strike at the assailants. When Bo, unfazed by the challenge from a mere 3-year-old, kicked the child back into his mother's embrace. Alarmed, the young mother quickly shielded her child. Enough. When Qin Xian interjected, blocking Wen Bo, we are here to purchase items, not to rob. Do not act recklessly. After assessing that the child was unharmed, she retrieved a substantial stack of red bills, amounting to 5,000 or 6,000, and placed it in the woman's hands. Consider this payment for the goods. It is more than sufficient. Without waiting for a response from the mother, she joined her family in hastily transporting the items. They took everything, even the 2 chickens from the refrigerator, along with the hanging cured meats and sausages, leaving nothing behind. The mother, realizing their intent to sweep everything away, panicked, disregarding her fear, and rushed to intervene. Please, I beg you, leave us some food. We only need half of the rice and flour. We can forego the money. Half. Dream on. I do not have enough to eat as it is. When Bo pushed the woman aside, hoisting a bag of rice and carrying a bucket of oil, striding out triumphantly, the family moved swiftly, soon emptying the neighbor's home of all its provisions and condiments. Just as they departed, the young mother frantically picked up her silver-framed glasses, grabbed her phone, and made a call. Ahem, dear brother, I have been robbed by the neighbors. All the food has been taken, and little Lu was even kicked by that man. The Wen family has experienced their first robbery, reaping a bountiful harvest. Consequently, this indolent family has become the first bandits in our community, achieving a record-breaking feat. Goddess Wen has also taken her initial step towards a darker transformation. Upon returning home, Mother Wen promptly began cooking rice and preparing dishes. When Bo, a plump child, could hardly bear hunger and immediately seized a piece of preserved sausage, gnawing on it like a little hamster. Just as he was about to take a bite, the door was suddenly smashed open. A middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a black down jacket and exuding an air of menace, entered. He was followed by 2 burly men, each wielding iron rods. Behind them stood the bespectacled lady from next door, cradling a small child. The sight instantly petrified the Wen family. Father Wen was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. Chen Hiping, when Bo stammered, holding the sausage, struggling to utter a few words. Fear gripped him. He had heard of the notorious Chun Hiping, an exceptionally ruthless individual, someone he could not provoke. Did you hit Baowe? Did you hurt Lele? Chen Hiping's eyes were bloodshot. How dare you harm a 3-year-old child? Even my nephew is not spared. Chen Baowe adjusted her glasses and pointed at Wenbo, seething. It was him. Stop. Wenbo shrank into a corner, exclaiming, I tell you, my brother-in-law is Jiang Tao, of Jiang Hai Group. Bang. Chen Hiping was undeterred by Jiang Tao's name. He swiftly kicked Wenbo in the mouth. Hit him. Beat him. Even the women. You dare to strike my little sister and my nephew, and yet I wouldn't even lift a finger against you. The air was filled with the wretched screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After a brutal beating, Chen Hiping and his accomplices proceeded to smash the doors and windows, shattering the furniture into fragments. They seized all the goods the Wen family had acquired, leaving no grain of rice in the pot untouched. Completing this mayhem, Chen Hiping took out his phone and recorded a video of the disheveled and battered Wen family. As he filmed, he boisterously declared, Everyone, take a good look. This family, whom my sister kindly tried to assist, showed no gratitude and instead robbed her of her food, assaulting my sister and my 3-year-old nephew. They are worse than beasts. Today, I shall set an example. Let this be a warning to anyone in the community who dares to act in such a manner. Upon concluding the recording, he promptly shared it in the community owner's group. Chen Hiping departed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room and all the glass in the rooms lay shattered. The cold wind, laden with ice shards, swept through the space, cutting like a knife against the skin, an excruciating sensation. The Wen family, disheveled and bruised, lay trembling on the frigid ground. Their first encounter with a cataclysmic robbery ended in abject misery. When Xingxuan's exquisite face was transformed into a grotesque sight, resembling a panda with swollen eyes. Thankfully, the bitter cold numbed them, rendering the pain bearable. Alas, she wept. This was her first time weeping in anguish. Previously, despite enduring various forms of retaliation from Chao Meng, she had not shed a tear. She was the epitome of a ruthless empress, her heart resolute. Yet now, beset by hunger and the harsh realities of life, tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to despair. When she successfully orchestrated the robbery of Chen Baoyue alongside her family, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Wen Xingxian. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she relished the sensation of exerting dominance, akin to a queen surveying her subjects as they groveled before her. It was an intoxicating feeling. For a fleeting moment, she even wished that this calamity would never cease. However, the relentless grip of reality soon illuminated the truth. Without the support of men, she and her cowardly family were utterly incapable of achieving anything. Jiang Tao, where are you? Chao Meng, you scoundrel, why do you treat me so? Within the warmth of the grand villa, after an hour of rigorous training, it was no surprise that Chao Meng found himself ravenous, his stomach growling in protest. The rapidity of his digestion was alarming. Had there not been sufficient sustenance, who would dare engage in such exertion? With a few powerful punches and kicks, he felt his strength significantly enhanced. Chapter 21. The simple roast of a whole beef when Chao Biao had taken over Chao Meng's residence. What shall we dine on today? Perhaps a simple feast of silver-frosted charcoal-roasted fatty beef? Yes, that would suffice. However, her appetite had grown, and with a horde of gluttons like Da Huang and Lao He to feed, preparing meals had become an arduous task. Thus, she resolved to cook in larger quantities. After all, time stood still within the star blue ring. Anything prepared now would remain delectable and steaming, even after a millennium. Chao Meng retrieved 5 substantial charcoal ovens from the star blue ring. These contraptions resembled those used for roasting duck, hollow in the center to suspend the prepared ingredients. Once the charcoal was ignited, he proceeded to prepare 5 young fatty beef cuts, carefully scoring their surfaces, massaging in the selected seasonings, and brushing them with oil before placing them in the ovens. Having set the beef to roast, Chao Meng ignited a large iron pot over a roaring fire to concoct a hearty stew of potatoes and beef. As the pot simmered, Da Huang and Lao He, accompanied by their family, descended from the second-floor living room, drawn by the enticing aroma, their mouths watering profusely. It appears I have unwittingly opened an apocalyptic zoo. Chao Meng sighed in resignation, feeling the fatigue of a caretaker. While awaiting the roasted beef and simmering stew, Chao Meng took out some snacks, munching contentedly while scrolling through his phone. This unadorned existence was beginning to feel somewhat monotonous. Primarily, it was due to the slightly restless nature of his companion, ergo. Perhaps a bit of turmoil was preferable. At least it would distract one from carnal desires. Am I indulging in a moment of vanity? Suddenly, he noticed the chatter in the neighboring community's group chat had become unusually frenetic. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered an influx of 70 to 80 unread messages. Is this a video from Brother Chin? Upon clicking, he was met with a shocking sight. When Xingxuan's family was being ruthlessly beaten, that wretched girl dared to commit robbery, even assaulting Sister Baoyue and Xiaolu. The expression on Chao Meng's face darkened ominously. Chen Baoyue was indeed the one who saved Chao Meng in his previous life. In that past existence, Chao Meng, heavily injured, barely managed to escape and collapsed upon reaching the ground floor. Had it not been for Chen Baoyue's timely rescue, he might have succumbed to the cold. Subsequently, it was Chen Baoyue who introduced him to Chen Heping and aided in his recovery. Chao Meng never considered himself a virtuous person. Upon his return from the apocalypse, he adhered to a singular principle: repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. This family, truly despicable, exemplified the nature of repaying kindness with enmity. Chen Baoyue provided them with sustenance, only for them to turn around and rob him. Fortunately, Chen Baoyue had the support of Chen Heping. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, it seemed that it was indeed because of me that Sister Baoyue encountered that vile woman prematurely. Is this fate? It was my actions that led to the expulsion of Wen Qingxian and her family, inadvertently allowing her to align herself with Jiang Tao, leading them to reside in the very house opposite Chen Baoyue's. As I took charge of the Jiang Hai Group's material storage, Jiang Tao was momentarily preoccupied, leaving them vulnerable and desperate. The video released by Chen Heping created quite a stir. The entire homeowners group erupted in chaos, with many resorting to harsh invectives against Wen Qingxian and her lineage. Chen Heping was a well-known figure, commanding significant influence within the homeowners group, and was known for his zealous advocacy for residents' rights, frequently engaging with property management and developers on their behalf. Ding dong. 17th floor, Jiang Tao. Chen Heping. Cease your nonsense. You intruded into my home and assaulted my girlfriend, and now you dare to play the victim? Just wait. To those who spewed venom, I offer you a chance. Bring food to the 17th floor of Building 6 and apologize to my girlfriend. Those who insulted her, consider yourselves summoned. If you refuse, expect a personal visit from me and my associates. Silence enveloped the homeowners group. This was the formidable presence of Jiang Tao from Jiang Hai Group. The residents were well aware of Jiang Tao and his father, Jiang Long. The property management was under the Jiang Hai Group's purview, and the security personnel were his men. Many homeowners had previously faced bullying by this property management. Ah, young Master Jiang, I see your girlfriend resides in our community. Fear not, young master. I, Wang Shun, shall be the first to defend her against any who dare to wrong her. Indeed, how shameless. Chen Heping, you have no decency, assaulting women and robbing them while acting so brazenly. Do you not consider that Jiang Tao's girlfriend is merely a young lady, incapable of daring to seize your sister? Quickly, several of Jiang Tao's sycophants emerged. At this moment, Chen Heping also spoke. Jiang Tao, spare me your posturing. I fear no one. I possess the surveillance footage of that wretched woman committing robbery and assault, and I am prepared to share it with you right now. Ding. Chen Heping was muted by the administrator, Jiang Tiandi. This maneuver left Chao Meng utterly speechless. How shameless. Unable to argue, they resorted to severing the connection. Ding. Administrator Jiang Tiandi invited Qingxian to join the group chat. Jiang Tao, everyone, this is my girlfriend. From this day forth, she shall be the property manager of our community. Then, Jiang Tao sent a message to Wen Qingxian, proudly showcasing his affection in the group chat. My dear Qingxian, I have a few matters to attend to at the moment and cannot come over just yet. But rest assured, someone will deliver food to you shortly. From now on, you have the final say in Shulin community. If anyone bothers you, simply summon the security team for assistance. Wen Qingxian responded with a large kiss emoji. Jiang Tao, my house has been damaged, the glass is shattered, and it's quite cold. I'm planning to move to the 16th floor of Building 7. Please have someone deliver my belongings there. Also, I can't find my winter clothes. Jiang Tao replied, of course, no problem. To those I just mentioned, you see that? 16th floor of Building 7. Don't make me wait. Wen Qingxian immediately established her authority as the young mistress in the group chat. Several sycophantic homeowners and security personnel quickly responded, while the remaining residents fell silent. The Jianghai group was not something they dared to provoke. Watching the flurry of messages on his phone, Chao Meng's forehead throbbed with anger. Damn it, that woman never forgets to take revenge on me. The 16th floor of Building 7 was the very place he had previously resided. How bold of her to move into my house. Very well. She will soon learn that living in my property is not so easy. At that moment, the roasted whole beef and braised potato beef were ready. Chao Meng first stored the 4 golden roasted whole beef in the star blue ring, then tossed one on a large tray, cutting a steaming slice to eat, prompting drool from De Huang, Lao He, and a pack of little dogs. Chapter 022, Wen Cha Biao's Revenge Food Showdown, Beggar vs. Dragon King. 8 dishes and a soup are no longer appealing. Meanwhile, at Chao Meng's old residence, Wen Qingxian wrapped in a thick quilt, strode in with an air of superiority. Since the door had been pried open yesterday, there was no obstruction. Soon, a group of community security personnel braved the wind and snow, laboriously moving usable furniture from Jiang Tao's house inside, including the bed frame. The young security guards addressed her as sister, their obsequious demeanor delighting Wen Qingxian immensely. Before the furniture was even arranged, the food delivery arrived. Many who had previously criticized Wen Qingxian and the homeowners group were now bringing gifts, bundles of noodles, half bags of rice, chicken, duck, fish, meat, oil, and vegetables. Before long, the living room was piled high with offerings from the residents. The Jiang family's young master is truly terrifying. Witnessing this, one could see the style and capability of a wealthy young master. Wen's mother, nibbling on a cold, hard sausage, sat wrapped in a quilt on the sofa like a Buddha. Compared to young Master Jiang, Chao Ming is nothing but a heap of trash. Qingxian, why are you just standing there? Go prepare some food. Wen Bo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, people die when compared, and goods are discarded when evaluated. I say, sister was blind before, wasting time on that crude nouveau riche, Chao Ming. If only she had been with young Master Jiang earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. At that moment, although Wen Qingxian felt frozen, her heart was ablaze with warmth. She too believed her family was right. She had misallocated her affections. How do Chao Ming and Jiang Tao compare? How can he command the respect of all the homeowners in the community with just a single utterance? It is nothing but a trivial amount of money. Wealth? Humph, Mr. Chao, do you think I have squandered these 2 years of my life in your company for naught? Just wait. This house is merely a collateral. I shall ensure your complete financial ruin, leaving you to grovel at my feet like a dog. Jiang Tao can easily deal with a nouveau riche like you. The thought of being thrown out twice and humiliated repeatedly ignites an uncontrollable fury within Wen Qingxian. Indeed, don't you want to demonstrate just how formidable you are and how miserable my life would be without you? Soon, you will understand. As the meal is prepared and the meat is stewing, the warmth from the cold briquettes delivered by the sycophants raises the temperature in the room. With the addition of a down jacket gifted by the homeowners as an apology, Wen Qingxian finally feels a semblance of warmth. She also cooks a few delectable dishes. Wen Bo, unable to contain his eagerness, is ready to dig in, despite having already devoured 3 large sausages. Wen Qingxian swiftly curtails his actions with a wave of her chopsticks. Sister, what's the rush? Be patient. I want Chao Ming to see this. I want those homeowners who look down on us to see it too. With that, she picks up her phone, capturing images of the sumptuous meal and the glowing little stove, sharing them in the homeowners group. The cured meat smells divine, and the chicken soup is exquisite. Thank you, dear neighbors. Wen Bo burst into laughter. Haha, sister, you are quite the schemer. In this biting cold, sending this will surely infuriate those homeowners. As this is all their stock. Precisely. I want them to be furious. When Mu sneers, these homeowners think they are above us, but now they are realizing my prowess. A smug smile graces Wen Qingxuan's lips as she initiates a video call to Chao Ming. Meanwhile, Chao Ming has already witnessed the smug demeanor of this little family through the surveillance installed in the chandelier of his house. As the video opens, he sees a table laden with 8 dishes and a soup, steaming with warmth, accompanied by a face exuding satisfaction. Chao Ming, guess where I am? Wen Qingxian inquires. While delightfully helping herself to a large chicken leg, Chao Ming chuckles. At your grandfather's house? Haha, you fool, we are in your house. Your grandfather's grave must be overgrown by now. Wen Bo interjects, laughing triumphantly. Wen Qingxian adds, is your mind filled with nonsense? Chao Ming, I am in your home. How surprising, isn't it? Without you, I am living better, fuller. As she speaks, she directs the camera towards the lavish feast on the table, the red clay stove, and the mountain of rice, flour, oil, meat, and vegetables in the living room. It's like comparing a beggar with a dragon king. In his heart, Chao Ming silently mourns for the unfortunate homeowners who are oppressed by Jiang Tao. However, on the surface, he plays along with Wen Qingxuan's performance. Wow? How did you gather so much food? Of course, it was sent by young Master Jiang. Wen Qingxian triumphantly turned the camera towards her elegant visage, basking in her own delight. How gratifying it is to revel in one's own success. Fool, brace yourself for the crushing blow from Jiang Shao. With a mere utterance, Jiang Shao summoned the entire neighborhood to deliver food to me. Chao Ming gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, wow, that's impressive. So, do you have any food left on your side? Wen Qingxian inquired with a radiant smile. Chao Ming replied, no, I'm famished. Wen Qingxian took a hearty bite of a chicken leg, lamenting, who knows if the sun will even make an appearance in this frigid weather. What shall we do without sustenance? I'm genuinely concerned for you. I'm fine. Really, no need to worry, Chao Ming retorted defiantly. Do you want something to eat? Wen Qingxian teased, holding up the half-eaten chicken leg. If you desire it, come and plead with me. Just kneel before me and bow 3 times. Clean my shoes with your tongue, and I shall grant you a piece of chicken. What do you say? That doesn't sound appealing. It's slightly inferior to what I have, Chao Ming replied, slowly directing the camera towards a golden roasted whole cow, accompanied by a massive pot of braised potato and beef. You roasted an entire cow. When Qingxian was taken aback, she had thought her own indulgence was extravagant. But Chow Ming had surpassed her in opulence. An entire cow. He had actually roasted it in one sitting. Was the fool truly me? When Qing Xian felt a surge of embarrassment. She had initially intended to showcase her superiority, to mock this scoundrel, flaunting how well she had fared without him. How domineering and impressive her new boyfriend was, hoping to see him grovel at her feet. She had even envisioned that if Chow Ming truly lacked food and came begging, she would place her foot upon his head, toss him a couple of chicken bones, and record a video of him gnawing at them like a dog, sharing it in the homeowners group chat. The thought alone was exhilarating. How infuriating. The video call abruptly ended, staring at the lavish spread before her. When Qing Xian suddenly found her meal unappetizing. That scoundrel was living so well. No, seeing him so comfortable made her uneasy. Ultimately, hunger prevailed. When Qing Xian ravenously devoured 3 bowls of rice, belched, set down her chopsticks, and cast a cold, piercing glance at her younger brother, Wenbo's sister. What do you intend to do? Wenbo, inherently timid, was startled by her intense gaze. When Qing Xian asked, little brother, do you desire revenge? Revenge? Are we targeting Chen Heping? Wenbo casually responded, setting down his large bowl. We would need to involve the security team. Fool, when Qing Xian retorted, incredulous. Was her brother's mind filled with fluff? Chen Heping was certainly deserving of retribution. How dare he strike her? Such a person could not be permitted to exist in Linghai City. Yet, besides Chen Heping, her true target was Chow Ming. Yes, Chow Ming. When Qing Xian stated solemnly. Have you forgotten about his entanglement with Qini? He even snatched away your fiancée. Upon hearing this, Wenbo's eyes widened in realization. Oh, the hatred of a stolen wife. How could I forget? I was careless. That dog, stealing my girlfriend, I'll make him pay. Presently, they had no idea where Chow Ming had fled. When Qing Xian gently coaxed. However, you should know where Qini resides, right? Of course I do. Wenbo nodded repeatedly. She lives in the cotton spinning community. I have been there. Are you asking me to deal with that wretched girl? Precisely. It is indeed that wretched Qini. A surge of hatred surged within when Qing Xian, at the mere thought of Qini. She was supposed to be her future sister-in-law. Yet she had brazenly entangled herself with the man when Qing Xian had deemed her ideal match. How could she find peace without eliminating her? No matter how much disdain she held for Chow Ming, he was still hers. If I do not give, you cannot take. Moreover, Qin Yi was her prospective sister-in-law. Where could the line be drawn? Qin Yi's family was of little concern. Her mother was ill, and her father was a feeble man. You must go to her house tonight. Does she not pretend to be aloof? She looks down upon us with her coyness and disdain. Tonight, you shall put her in her place. And remember to record a video. Make it a good one. I want Chow Ming to witness the consequences of betrayal. As she spoke, when Qing Xuan's beautiful face twisted in anger, jealousy and hatred had transformed her visage. Yes, yes. When Mu chimed in, nodding vigorously. That little wretch, Qin Yi, is supposed to be our daughter-in-law. Wenbo, you should go marry her and consummate the relationship. If anything happens, your brother-in-law will protect you. We have nothing to fear. When Qing Xian pondered momentarily before continuing, if I recall correctly, Qin Yi's family sells steamed buns, right? They must have plenty of flour. If the sun does not shine, food becomes paramount. After dealing with her, we shall seize their provisions. We cannot suffer from hunger while that wretched girl feasts. Absolutely, sister, you are right. Let us proceed with this plan. The thought of the beautiful and charming Qin Yi, especially her distinctive voice, invigorated Wenbo. Dad, Mom, sister, let us gather our tools and head to Qin Yi's house. Tonight, I shall confront her before her parents. Haha. That little wretch pretended to be as pure as mineral water when she was with me, wearing a discontented expression, looking at me as if I were filth. I thought she was a celestial being, only to find out she quickly rolled in bed with Chow Ming. Damn it, is she after Chow's riches? Mine are not lacking either. Enough talk. When Qing Xian nearly lost her composure at her brother's foolishness. I will not go to Qin Yi's house. You and our parents should go. Remember, capture a good video. Wenbo grinned wickedly. Sister, rest assured, my photography skills are superb, at an artist's level. With Jiang Tao as her support, when Qing Xuan's audacity grew bolder. Perhaps this was her true nature. Meanwhile, the scheming of the Wen family did not escape Chow Ming's watchful eye. Huh, wretch, am I giving you face? He sneered. You dare to take what is mine and bully my woman? With determination, Chow Ming quickly donned his extreme cold weather gear, goggles, polar boots, and a neck gaiter. Wrapping himself tightly, he then grabbed his pre-prepared dazzling 3,000-watt variable frequency mining lamp and a hefty iron rod before stepping out. In the shadow of the apocalypse, the sun and moon are shrouded in darkness, rendering the outside world an impenetrable void. Consequently, illuminating devices such as flashlights and mining lamps become indispensable. Chow Ming wields a dazzling 3-kilowatt variable frequency mining lamp, which proves extraordinarily effective during nocturnal confrontations, typically operating at a mere 100 watts. When activated in its most intense variable frequency mode, it resembles a flashbang, temporarily blinding adversaries and rendering them incapacitated. This device is truly an essential asset for close-quarters ambushes. Outside, the darkness prevails. To conserve electricity, the streetlights have been extinguished, leaving only a handful of residences aglow. In the villa district, merely 7 or 8 homes emit light, while the remainder is engulfed in shadow. This is hardly surprising, as the occupancy rate in the villa area is notoriously low. Many purchase villas merely for investment purposes, rarely residing there. The snow, deep enough to reach the knees, renders movement exceedingly arduous. However, Chow Meng's stamina surpasses that of professional athletes, making the snow a trivial obstacle. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Chow Meng concealed himself along the thoroughfare adjacent to Shulin Community and Mianfang Community, awaiting a span of 5 or 6 minutes. He eventually spied 3 figures approaching, their feeble flashlights flickering as they grumbled. When Bo complained, "It's too cold, Mom. Why don't we head back and wait for the snow to melt before dealing with that wretched person?" Clearly a coward, he gasped for breath after mere moments of walking. Reluctant to continue, Wen's mother, braving the biting wind, chattered her teeth, insisting, "No, your sister is right. We must avenge this wrong, my son. Bear with it. Once we reach the Qin family, will you not desire retribution?" Suddenly, blinding lights flared to life, followed by the swing of a heavy iron rod. Crack! Crack! Help! Murder! Please don't kill me. Save me. The family of 3 could barely discern the assailant before each received a violent blow to the knee. Chow Meng did not hold back. He mercilessly struck Wen Bo, as well as his parents, with such force that their menisci shattered. Once the assault concluded, he raised his snow boots and viciously stomped down upon Wen Bo's vulnerable area, producing a sickening crunch. Ugh! Wen Bo succumbed to the agony, losing consciousness. In a panic, Wen's mother crawled towards him, pleading, "Wen Bo, my son, spare us, please." Meanwhile, Wen's father, paralyzed by fear at the imposing figure in the snow, instinctively cried for mercy, momentarily forgetting his pain. Clad in layers resembling a dumpling and obscured by glaring light, the family failed to recognize Chow Meng, silently observing the Wen family for a moment. Chow Meng then circled around, nonchalantly departing. His intentions were not born of mercy. Rather, he sought to allow this family to fully experience despair and suffering, refusing to let them perish easily. After a detour, Chow Meng approached the entrance of Shulin Community, where he spotted Wen Qingxian bundled in a thick cotton coat, hastily accompanied by several security guards towards the scene of the incident. With his goggles, neck gaiter, and face concealed, Chow Meng strode boldly into the community, making his way directly to his 16th floor residence. Upon arrival at the door, he discovered that the lock had been replaced. A thorough search revealed the absence of surveillance cameras in the corridor. With a formidable iron hammer extracted from the starry blue ring, he struck the door twice, shattering it open. Upon entering, he was greeted by an abundance of food piled high in the living room. In such a scene, Chow Meng would not be courteous. In mere moments, he confiscated everything, leaving no trace of the furniture recently moved in by Wen Qingxian. Sofas, mattresses, and winter clothing were all swept away without a second thought. "Oh, you enjoy flaunting your lavish meals, do you? Allow me to let you show off to your heart's content." Chapter 024. Wen Qingxian was so furious she spat blood in a whirlwind. Chow Meng plundered Wen Qingxian's possessions, including her furniture. Just as he exited the community gate, he spotted Wen Qingxian struggling with 7 or 8 security guards, who were laboriously lifting her parents and younger brother on a stretcher while she clutched her phone, seemingly reporting to Jiang Tao. The cries of Wen's father, mother, and younger brother echoed like the wails of slaughtered pigs. "Sister, I think my leg is broken. It hurts so much. Please hurry and take me to the hospital." Wen Bo cried out in desperation. "I asked Jiang Tao, and the hospital is completely overwhelmed. There's no power, and going would be futile. Just wait a bit longer." "He said he would find a way," she replied. "What on earth is happening?" The moment when Qingxian pushed the door open, she was rendered speechless. The items in the house, food, furniture, clothing, had all mysteriously vanished, leaving the once spacious abode desolate. Who, dare I ask, has the audacity to steal from Wen Qingxian? The security guards assisting with the stretcher from Jiang High Group stared in shock. The residence of Jiang's esteemed young lady has been raided once more. Chen Hiping? Wen Qingxian immediately thought of him. In the entire Shulin community, he was the only one with such capability and audacity. Lao Wang, quickly check the surveillance footage. It's impossible for one person to empty a house in such a short time. Understood, sister-in-law, I'll go at once. As soon as the security guard left, Wen Qingxian seized her phone and informed Jiang Tao of the robbery. What? Your place was also robbed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao's temper flared. Ah, Chen Hiping, I wasn't coming to find you, but it seems you've come looking for me first. Qingxian, wait for me. I will seek justice for you right now. Meanwhile, Chow Meng quietly returned home. Just as he removed his heavy polar attire, his phone rang. Picking it up, He saw that Chun He-ping and Jiang Tao were engaged in a heated exchange in their group chat. Oh no, have I inadvertently implicated Chun? Chao Meng thought. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Jiang Tao's imagination was truly boundless, attributing blame to Chun He-ping. Fortunately, Chun He-ping was no fool and would not allow others to easily cast the blame upon him. Jiang Tao, listen well, I never conceal my actions. I did not commit this act. My brothers and I were at building 3 drinking and playing cards. The community surveillance can attest to my alibi. If you doubt me, feel free to come and confront me. I will not shy away. Rest assured, I will investigate. If I discover you were behind this, I will certainly not let you off easily. In the homeowners group, it had become the battleground for the 2 titans, while others dared not interject. Half an hour later, Jiang Tao, seated in an all-terrain vehicle fitted with anti-skid chains, arrived at Shulin community accompanied by several robust men and an orthopedic doctor. Dr. Wang, how is it? Wen Qingxian inquired anxiously, her eyes fixed on the physician who had just completed preliminary examinations on her brother and parents. Dr. Wang shook his head solemnly. The meniscus, along with the connected leg bones, has been shattered. It's a comminuted fracture, utterly pulverized. Given the prolonged exposure to low temperatures, the muscle tissue has begun to necrose. The situation is quite grave. They must be taken to the hospital. Doctor, what about this? Here? When Bo pointed to his critical area, his voice trembling. This. The prognosis is not optimistic. The doctor hesitated before shaking his head again. This unfortunate lad is likely to be rendered a eunuch, and moreover, a crippled one. Who exactly did this? Did you see their faces? Jiang Tao's expression darkened ominously. His concern was not for Wen Fu, Wen Mu, or Wen Bo. In truth, their injuries mattered little to him, as long as Wen Qingxian remained unharmed. He was incensed that someone dared to act so brazenly. Knowing full well that Wen Qingxian was his woman, yet still chose to inflict such harm on her family. Young Master Jiang, we have already investigated. It should not be Chen Heping. He is currently holed up at home with several disciples and friends playing cards. Furthermore, Chen Heping is not one to engage in underhanded tactics. He confronts matters head-on, Captain Wang Chong of the security team cautiously reported. Who then? Jiang Tao pressed. The Jianghai group is in utter disarray as well. Someone has plundered our grain and oil warehouses, hoarding tens of thousands of tons, leaving not a trace behind. Now, with this bizarre incident involving Wen Qingxuan's family, just a short distance from home, they have been left incapacitated, and their household stripped bare, even the furniture taken. Wen Qingxian, do you think it is possible that Chao Meng is involved? My parents and brother were just about to confront that wretched Qin Yi when they were attacked. Upon returning, our home was already ransacked. Suddenly, a thought struck Wen Qingxian. No, this was intentional. Someone knew we were leaving. There must be surveillance. Quickly, Jiang Tao shouted, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. If there were indeed surveillance, then Chao Meng would be the prime suspect, as only he would know the precise timing of the Wen family's departure. However, Chao Meng had anticipated their expectations, and during the heist, he had conveniently dismantled the cloud surveillance cameras. Such devices, once used, became obsolete. If discovered, the suspicion would turn upon him. In dealing with adversaries, maintaining an air of mystery is paramount. Render them oblivious to their demise. The lackeys scoured the vicinity, but found nothing. Nothing? Jiang Tao queried, shaking his head in confusion. Qingxian, do you know where this Chao lives? I do not, Wen Qingxian replied, shaking her head. However, I do know that this scoundrel has an affair with Qin Yi. Oh, that I am aware of. Jiang Tao massaged his temples. This incident should not be attributed to Chao Meng, even if he had the intent. He lacks the capability to so swiftly empty an entire household. Surely, my adversaries have set their sights upon you, and every move you make is likely under their watchful surveillance. The Jianghai group harbors a tarnished reputation. Despite having ostensibly redeemed itself over the years, it continues to engage in nefarious dealings behind the scenes, particularly under the influence of that scoundrel. Moreover, the Jiang clan is not a monolith. For instance, the recent incident of theft from the warehouse may very well have been orchestrated by someone within their own ranks. What? Wen Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. So, their family's misfortunes are entirely due to the scion of the Jiang family? It is neither Chao Meng nor Chen Heping. Could it be that wretched woman? Jiang Tao suddenly contemplated a possible suspect, his stepmother. The adage to rise in status and wealth while losing one's wife rings true. Jiang Tao's father, Jiang Long, was a man of indulgence in his youth, who later took a beautiful young woman as Jiang Tao's stepmother. Jiang Tao, a frivolous youth himself, lacked the acumen for management and business. As his father aged and became less involved, most of the Jianghai group's operations were entrusted to his stepmother, a woman of formidable skill who managed the company with remarkable efficiency and treated Jiang Tao with kindness. Yet, he remained wary of her charm. In light of the warehouse theft, his first suspicion fell upon his stepmother. Ah, you wretched woman, I would not pursue you, yet you have ensnared me first. Very well. Chapter 25. The Deepening Catastrophe. Water, electricity, and gas cut off. Xiao Ming was entirely unaware that his clumsy actions had not ensnared Chen Heping, but rather implicated Jiang Tao's stepmother. He was astonished at how quickly Wen Qingxian had succumbed to darkness, displaying such malice. Had it not been for the surveillance, Qin Yi would have faced dire consequences today. In this life, I have changed. The flutter of a butterfly's wings has altered the trajectories of many lives, including Wen Qingxuan's, who, after my intervention, hastily allied herself with Jiang Tao. The power of the young master Jiang further emboldened Wen Qingxian, propelling her down the path of ruthlessness. I must alert Qin Yi. Xiao Ming pondered and promptly initiated a video call to her. Hello, Xiao Ming, Qin Yi exclaimed, visibly excited, her voice trembling slightly. Is everything all right on your end? She was clad in a pristine white down jacket, the background resembling a cavern, constructed of large granite stones. Where are you? Xiao Ming inquired with curiosity. In a bomb shelter, Qin Yi replied, proudly directing the camera around the expansive space. It was a sizable bomb shelter, easily over 100 square meters, with several pathways sealed tightly with old doors and windows. A coal stove burned brightly, and a small pot seemed to simmer over the flames, while two scruffy dogs lounged lazily beside the warmth. A bomb shelter. Xiao Ming was taken aback. In extreme cold, the safest and warmest refuge is indeed underground. Even without a coal stove, one could endure the frost by cocooning oneself in blankets within a burrow. Initially, Xiao Ming had considered claiming an undisclosed bomb shelter as a sanctuary, but upon reflection, he decided against it due to the lack of comfort. Qin Yi chuckled, indeed. Our cotton spinning community is quite old. During the times of preparation for war and emergencies, we excavated an air raid shelter nearby, right beside our yard. And my father knows its location. It is exceedingly cold today, and both my parents are not in good health, so we have temporarily moved in here. Xiao Ming expressed his delight. With the air raid shelter available, Qin Yi will surely be safe for the time being. Splendid. Listen to me. Quickly transfer all the food and fuel from your home to the shelter. You should reside there henceforth. Noticing the seriousness in Xiao Ming's tone, Qin Yi immediately sensed something was amiss. Xiao Ming, has something happened? Xiao Ming did not hold back, stating plainly, it's about Wen Qingxuan's family. She knows where you live and came today to trouble you. Fortunately, I managed to intervene. Qin Yi recognized the gravity of the situation. All right. I will heed your advice and move everything over right now. Pausing for a moment, she leaned closer and whispered to Xiao Ming, by the way, I have another secret to share with you. I feel as though my strength has significantly increased. Ever since that day, I can easily carry 2 bags of 50 pounds of rice. Is that so? Xiao Ming was taken aback. He had thought that night only benefited him. But here was Qin Yi, delicate and slender, able to effortlessly carry 2 bags of rice. The enhancement was rather extraordinary. Could it be that this star blue ring was a dual cultivation artifact? Perhaps he should try bartering instant noodles for beauty. After confirming that everything was all right on Qin Yi's side, Xiao Ming felt a sense of relief. They chatted for a while longer before Qin Yi reluctantly ended the call. Soon, it was time to indulge in a feast. De Huang and Lao He, accompanied by a multitude of puppies, had already gathered around the dining table. The dogs were well-mannered, never touching the food laid out unless it was offered to them in their bowls. 5 little pear blossom cats squatted at the front, raising their front paws and gazing with wide eyes, putting on an adorable act, particularly the most exaggerated among them, Cat Xiao Wu. 6 little rural dogs, 7 German shepherds, and 4 young mastiffs, still not weaned, had begun to learn to eat meat these past few days, indulging in both milk and meat without sparing Xiao Ming at all. I spend every day catering to you lot, he grumbled. He first sliced a portion of char-grilled beef for the little animals before starting on his own meal. After dinner, he reclined on the sofa and turned on the television, preparing to watch the news, only to be greeted by the Animal Planet channel. Bark. Meow. The cats and dogs began to bark and meow at the screen. What? Do you want to watch too? Xiao Ming looked bemused at Cat Xiao Wu, who had placed its paw on the remote, trying to be cute. Great. Now they're turning into little geniuses. Look, I'm scrolling through Douyin, he continued. The content was monotonously filled with discussions of the snow disaster and the disappearance of the sun. Some began to share survival tips for the apocalypse, while others formed groups, claiming that in the face of impending doom, warmth in numbers was essential. There were even live streamers competing to see who could endure the longest shirtless in the snowy outdoors. Certainly, much of the discourse revolves around grievances directed at the authorities, lamentations of misfortune, vitriol, and pleas for assistance, an inexhaustible assortment. Even Xiao Ming observed a rather eccentric individual languishing amidst an abundance of food, offering 5 packets of instant noodles in exchange for companionship for the night. In the interim, he received a video from the youthful and alluring assistant, Lu Xiaoran, confirming her safety, then resumed scrolling through his phone, ultimately succumbing to slumber on the couch. The tempest continued unabated, with the sun remaining obscured. On the 3rd morning, The gas supply was abruptly severed, delivering a grievous blow to those already enduring hunger and cold. Without gas, the prospect of cooking or warmth became a distant luxury. The number of individuals succumbing to frostbite and hypothermia rose steadily. Subsequently, hospitals too began to falter. The situation deteriorated increasingly. In the ensuing days, Chow Ming remained ensconced within the villa, tending to the cats, dogs, and other small creatures, nurturing plants, and dedicating an hour daily to practice his guiding techniques, followed by half an hour of knife training each evening. His days unfolded in languid simplicity, filled with indulgent meals, leisurely diversions, watching films, scrolling through social media, and monitoring the developments of the apocalypse. Contrast this with his previous existence during such times, when he would huddle at home, wrapped in blankets, shivering and subsisting on a solitary meal each day. Now, he relished feasting and caring for a menagerie of small animals, an unparalleled delight. In the blink of an eye, the seventh day of the apocalypse arrived. The sun showed no signs of emergence, with global temperatures stabilizing at a frigid -85 degrees. Increasingly, individuals found their patience waning. A fresh snowfall blanketed the land overnight, with drifts accumulating to over a meter high, complicating the already arduous task of foraging for sustenance. The coastal city fared relatively well, while many other cities faced snowdrifts reaching 3 to 4 meters. Fortunately, Chow Ming, well-versed in the ways of the end times, recognized this as the most significant snowfall to be expected for the foreseeable future, knowing that subsequent snowfalls would diminish in intensity. The rationale was simple: the sun had vanished, plunging the world into an icy grip. Even the Pacific had frozen over. The extreme cold rendered the atmospheric moisture insufficient for further snowfall. Moreover, the power supply in Linghai City had completely collapsed. The loss of electricity became the final straw for those at their breaking point. In desperation, people began to take action, shoveling snow aside to seize resources. Supermarkets, farmers' markets, wholesale outlets, grocery stores, gas exchange stations, pharmacies, and even fuel depots were raided mercilessly. The city defense forces and patrol units attempted to intervene, but their numbers were woefully inadequate to stem the tide. Humans possess an innate tendency to conform. When a few set a malevolent precedent, others, burdened by despair, quickly followed suit, fearful of missing out on the bounty. Thus commenced the wave of zero-cost acquisition. People not only stormed street-level shops, but many also seized the opportunity to commit acts of violence, invading homes with torches in hand. That night, countless individuals lost the precious supplies they had painstakingly stockpiled, and many perished in the ensuing chaos. The madness of humanity, under the influence and encouragement of malevolent forces, was unleashed in its entirety. Chow Ming was acutely aware that the primary aggressors in Xiqing district were ambitious individuals like Jiang Tao, endowed with both strength and connections. The city was shrouded in darkness, devoid of water, gas, and electricity. Most homes mirrored this darkness, and life had lost its radiance. In the vast, oppressive night, many recalled the tale of the little match girl. Fortunately, the wireless network persisted, offering a modicum of solace to the despairing populace. Moreover, the official forces of the Great Dragon Nation had managed to sustain basic network communications, with the exception of remote mountainous areas, leaving a flicker of hope in this apocalyptic scenario. Chapter 026, Zero-Cost Acquisition. The desperate scheme of the female tea merchant. One morning, Chow Ming awoke, tossing aside his heavy quilt, which ruffled the discontented little yellow ducklings that protested with their quacks. In just 7 days, the 5 little ducks, once carefree, had grown considerably, their soft yellow feathers beginning to shimmer. The affectionate cat, Xiao Wu, approached, bestowing a loving nuzzle upon Chow Ming's face. This little creature, perhaps the most spirited and affectionate among the myriad of cats and dogs, had nearly become an inseparable ornament to its owner. Rising, he unlocked his phone. Numerous messages flooded in, reaching a count of 99. Chow Ming first accessed the homeowners group of the neighboring Shulin community. What should we do? It's already the 7th day, and the sun has yet to rise. The news reports that even the Pacific Ocean has frozen. Does the government have any solutions? Without water, electricity, or gas, how are we supposed to survive? I barely dare to leave my bed. Indeed, the power is out. In our household, we have 4 phones, but we only dare to use one, and even then, only for 10 minutes, fearing it will run out of battery. Brother Wong, you went out with my husband yesterday to forage. Why haven't you returned with any news of him? What has happened to him? Everyone, remain calm. Trust the authorities. Believe that this calamity will soon pass. Chow Ming sighed softly. He was not optimistic. At this juncture, the government could hardly attend to the masses. In truth, the Ember Plan of the Water Blue Star Nations had quietly commenced. This so-called Ember Plan aimed to gather the majority of accessible resources to provide a select few with opportunities for long-term survival, all under the pretense of preserving human civilization. The Ember Plan encompassed a broad spectrum, targeting researchers, high-tech talents, engineers, esteemed doctors, and various specialists, along with a multitude of fortunate individuals. However, the vast majority of ordinary people, including Chao Meng, lack the qualifications to become the torchbearers of human civilization. It is difficult to ascertain the fault in such a strategy. After all, from the government's perspective, it is preferable to preserve a spark rather than allow everyone to perish. Who knows what future opportunities may arise? Yet, who is willing to resign themselves to being forgotten? Now was the true apocalyptic moment. The end had genuinely commenced. The urban dwellers, deprived of water, electricity, and stable food supplies, could not endure for long, and the death toll would inevitably rise. In Shulin community stood Chao Meng's old residence. This marks Jiang Tao's second appearance here. After addressing the sordid affairs of the one family that night, and compelling the security team to forcibly procure a batch of supplies from some unfortunate homeowners for Wen Qingxian, he departed. Although he has not been present in the community over the past few days, the presence of Wen Qingxian, this Phoenix chick, has facilitated numerous tasks on his behalf. For instance, she was one of the masterminds behind last night's zero-cost shopping spree. Last evening, this woman personally led Jiang Tao's sycophantic security team, along with some newly recruited, battle-ready reinforcements, to engage in a grand plundering. A group of 40 to 50 individuals, each exuding an air of menace, certainly made a striking impression. Even the formidable sister Wen personally intervened, wielding a watermelon knife to sever the arm of an unfortunate soul caught in the chaos. The audacity of that act left Queen Wen exhilarated, preventing her from sleeping a wink that night. She now firmly believes that the blood coursing through her veins carries a savage essence. Currently, in Chao Meng's spacious four-bedroom apartment, 2 rooms are brimming with the spoils amassed by the security team. Even the neighboring houses were ruthlessly rented by this woman for a mere 200 yuan. The 2 neighboring families were coerced into surrendering their homes to the unfortunate souls downstairs under the guise of her authority as property manager. Each of the 2 large, 160 square meter residences has now become her stockpiling base. Wen Qingxian increasingly hopes that this apocalypse never comes to an end. Tao Ge, how are matters at home being handled? Upon Jiang Tao's entrance, Wen Qingxian greeted him with a radiant smile, gently linking her arm through his. Don't even mention it. That wretched person, so foolish. Even at this juncture, remains hesitant in her actions. Jiang Tao lamented as he sank onto the sofa, cursing a bit. However, this time, the old man supports me. And several seasoned veterans from the group are also firmly on my side. This time, we are secure. Indeed, Wen Qingxian scoffed. That woman claims to be a business queen, and her commercial tactics may have been effective in normal times. But this is the apocalypse. What matters most now? Strength, resources, energy. Her methods are futile. Only by seizing as many supplies as possible can we thrive in this sunless world. Exactly, that's the point. Jiang Tao proudly produced an item from his waist. With this, we can indulge as we please. A gun? Where did you acquire that? Wen Qingxian's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such a weapon in hand, her courage could grow bolder, allowing her to act decisively in her pursuits, for she was destined to be a queen. What is this? With the might of our Jiang Hai group, acquiring firearms and ammunition is merely a trivial endeavor. My father's guard possesses long rifles. Jiang Tao reveled in her astonishment. Wen Qingxian clenched her small fist in exhilaration. Excellent. With guns, we have provisions. With provisions, we have everything. Our next plan can commence. Jiang Tao promptly replied, Yes, Qingxian. Whatever you propose, we shall execute. You are now my military advisor. At that moment, the ailing Wen Bo, lying in the inner room, suddenly began to whimper. Upon hearing her dear brother's distress, when Qingxuan's previously upbeat mood evaporated, Jiang Tao, what should we do about my parents and my brother now? Jiang Tao hastily reassured her. Qingxian darling, do not fret. I have come today to take them to our Jiang family's own hospital for treatment. When did the Jiang family establish their own hospital? When Qingxian inquired, her surprise evident. As the future matriarch of Jiang Hai Group, she had scrutinized the company's assets thoroughly, and it appeared that Jiang Hai Group had not ventured into the medical sector. We just set it up. We recruited a few doctors from Xihua Hospital and relocated some equipment to our villa at Yunding Manor, Jiang Tao boasted, casting a proud glance at Wen Qingxian. Under her urging, Jiang Tao procured a few small stretchers to transport the bedridden Wen Bo, as well as their parents. However, Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao did not accompany them. With a serious expression, Wen Qingxian regarded Jiang Tao. Brother Tao, as you mentioned, our resources must be running low, correct? Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before replying. While we are not entirely out of supplies, the group's warehouse was looted, though we still have some stock in other locations. We acquired additional supplies last night, so we should have enough for our living needs. However, we cannot sustain many people. When Qingxian scoffed, if it's insufficient, then we must find a way. The more food and supplies, the better. Jiang Tao retorted, a way? What way is left? Every place in the city with stock has been thoroughly cleared out. Those shops and wholesale markets are now cleaner than a dog-s lick. Shops and market warehouses may be depleted, but what about the residents' homes? A malicious smile crept onto Wen Qingxuan's refined features. Doesn't he, the property management company under Jiang Hai Group, oversee numerous buildings? Keep a close watch. I shall demonstrate. Chapter 027. Deceitful lies. When Qingxian took up her phone and directly tagged all members in the owner group of Shulin community. Dear owners, I bring you the latest news. According to the official announcement and the latest research from the Academy of Sciences, the disappearance of the sun is attributed to a black substance from the Earth's crust that erupted with the Pacific volcano, temporarily obscuring sunlight and causing a global drop in temperature. This dark matter is now gradually dissipating, and light has begun to re-emerge in the Central Pacific. With the illuminated area expanding, experts predict that the sun will reappear in 2 days and global temperatures will rebound. In the villa, Chao Meng had just finished his post-training meal and lay in a warm bath, enjoying the moment while scrolling through his phone. Goodness, what a talent. This woman is truly remarkable. What unknown black matter. What Academy of Sciences experts. Such blatant lies. Indeed, as soon as Wen Qingxuan's message was dispatched, the group erupted in a frenzy. Hope. There's light. We will finally pull through. The oppressive atmosphere was released in that instant, with dozens of buildings in Shulin community resounding with jubilant shouts. In a moment of exasperation, Chao Meng silently mourned for those inundated by incessant messages flooding the group chat. The venomous woman, now liberated from her constraints, was wreaking havoc without restraint. How many souls would fall victim to her whims this time? Indeed, after Wen Qingxian temporarily muted the group messaging, she declared, official notice. We have entrusted the property management companies of each community with the responsibility for managing and distributing essential supplies. The mandate is clear. Not a single person shall go hungry or suffer from the cold. She then lifted the ban on all participants. What a relief. I always knew the authorities would not abandon us. Laughter erupted in the chat, filled with messages of hope. Hello, Manager 1. Since the officials have made this statement, why not expedite the distribution of supplies? My family has been out of food for a day now. I live in Building 3, Apartment 501. We are out of fuel. I need meat. Building 5, Apartment 1702. Manager 1. My daughter and I has a high fever. Do you have any warm clothing or blankets? Instantly, this temporary property manager, once perceived as domineering and self-serving, transformed into a beacon of hope. The previously formidable image of Qingxian seemed to elevate her stature. Qingxian, what are you up to? You can't possibly intend to distribute supplies to all these people, can you? So many households, dozens of buildings, over 1,000 families, thousands of individuals. Zhang Tao, perplexed, gazed at Wen Qingxian, bewildered by her audacious approach. Could it be that she harbored aspirations of charity? This was simply untenable. Jiang Hai Group was not in a position to afford such extravagance. Why the haste? Wen Qingxian chuckled lightly, silencing the group once more. Everyone, please remain calm. According to official estimates, the ice disaster will be fully resolved in 5 to 7 days at most. However, many families are already out of food, and our property management company has no immediate supplies at hand. Therefore, to fulfill the tasks assigned by our superiors and to ensure that every homeowner can live with dignity, we are authorized to collect food, fuel, and other supplies from each household and distribute them based on need. Brothers and sisters, we are one family. In these trying times, we must stand united and support one another. Trust us, while calamity is daunting, if we all unite our efforts, we shall overcome it, she solemnly warned. This is an official directive. Any non-compliance will result in enforcement by our security personnel. The chat was open once more. Beside her, Zhang Tao was utterly impressed. Remarkable, Qingxian. Your strategy is nothing short of brilliant. I'll have our people go door to door to gather supplies right away. My dear, you are truly my destined strategist. It's simply outstanding. When Qingxian replied with a serious tone, enough flattery. Instruct your subordinates from the other property management companies to follow my lead. First, let us gather some supplies. With so many households, every little bit counts towards a significant bounty. This was indeed a rather ambitious endeavor. In the face of such a multitude, the absence of resources would surely lead to the demise of many, should chaos ensue, despite Zhang's audacity. He felt a twinge of trepidation at the prospect. What are you afraid of? When Qingxian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Tao, suddenly finding his cowardice intolerable. Who was it that proclaimed the maxim, the bold perish from gluttony, while the timid starve? Even at such a critical juncture, he displayed a misplaced compassion, and it was no wonder he could not prevail over his stepmother. Moreover, these individuals were fated to perish eventually, rather than squander precious food. It would be more prudent to allocate it for the survival of others. Jiang Tao, harboring a latent mischievousness, was emboldened by Wen Qingxuan's words. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. I shall mobilize the other communities forthwith. You are right. Some of these superfluous individuals are merely a drain on our resources. Within the villa, Chao Ming shook his head in disbelief. The ripple effects of his rebirth had been far-reaching, inadvertently unleashing a malevolence. In his previous life, when Xuan's family had struggled against the bitter cold, yet in this incarnation, her venomous nature had been prematurely unveiled, thanks to his influence. As a result, the residents of the Shulin community would bear the brunt of the consequences. These individuals, who had painstakingly stockpiled supplies, were now on the brink of losing them. However, Chao Ming felt no sympathy for these neighbors. For some, their existence was indeed a waste of sustenance. In his past life, when he faced adversity and deprivation, aside from the Chen siblings, not a single soul offered assistance. Some even became accomplices to Wen Qingxuan's wickedness. Yet, he resolved not to allow this venomous woman to easily acquire resources. Witnessing her thrive would render his rebirth futile. At that moment, within the owneress group, those on the verge of depleting their supplies were overjoyed, showering Wen Qingxian with praise, elevating her to the status of a savior. Some residents, caught up in the fervor, began to sing Unity is Strength, and soon, an increasing number joined in. The resounding, impassioned melody echoed throughout the Shulin community, while the group broadcasted the awe-inspiring chorus of thousands of homeowners. One song followed another, each filled with hope and a stirring call to action. Chao Ming, staring at his phone screen, was rendered speechless. This wretched woman was devoid of virtue. A colossal falsehood had escalated the atmosphere to such heights. The grand illusion she crafted was astounding. When these individuals eventually realized they had been deceived, he wondered if they might collapse from the shock. She instilled boundless hope only to cruelly extinguish it. This woman was truly malevolent to her core, rotten to the very marrow. The majority were taken aback by Wen Qingxuan's audacity, as she concocted an elaborate deception for the 4,000 to 5,000 residents of the entire community. For those with ample resources, this method of distribution was clearly unsatisfactory. Humans are inherently selfish. The saying "he who has grain in hand remains untroubled" rings true. Yet, with the atmosphere charged and Wen Qingxian wielding official authority alongside a formidable security team and her sycophants, direct confrontation was unfeasible. Therefore, one could only discreetly conceal some supplies. Wen Qingxian, holding her phone, chuckled mischievously. These fools are so excited that I almost feel embarrassed to deceive them. Nevertheless, she resolutely issued her command. If there are no objections from everyone, I will arrange for someone to come collect the supplies. I hope for your cooperation. Once the materials are gathered, we will promptly distribute them. The time and location for distribution will be announced later. Chapter 028. Hand-ripping Wen Qingxian Biao. Even Jesus cannot stop this. As the message was dispatched, Wen Qingxian took a deep breath, stretched languidly, and glanced at Jiang Tao. So what do you think of my strategy? Punishment is imperative. Jiang Tao exclaimed, brimming with admiration. It's brilliant, utterly ruthless. Yet, I find it rather appealing. At that moment, a message from Chao Ming appeared on the screen. Do not trust this treacherous woman. She is deceiving you. My friend works at the Academy of Sciences, and the people there have already been selected for the Torch Program. What is the Torch Program? It is the dissemination of the flame of human civilization. The implication is clear. The sun will no longer rise, and we must strive to survive on our own. We cannot rely on anyone else. There is no such thing as an official order or commission. This malicious woman has long been aware of the news. She intends to exploit her power to gather our resources for herself and the beasts of the Jianghai group. Do not be fooled. Safeguard your belongings. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the properties managed by Jianghai Group will undoubtedly follow the same scheme. Spread the word, and do not let such scoundrels prevail. Most importantly, homeowners must unite. We cannot yield to such malevolent forces at this time. Otherwise, we will surely find ourselves without a grave. After sending several messages, Chao Ming's words were met with silence in the group. Everyone was stunned. Fake. How could that be? How dare the Wen family? Their initial reaction was disbelief. For in the depths of the dark night, they desperately sought a glimmer of hope. Thus, they instinctively refused to accept it. After all, Wen Qingxian spoke with conviction. In such a suffocating situation, they craved illumination, and her words ignited their hope. Yet, Chao Ming's arguments were logical and substantiated. To enhance credibility, he even mentioned the ongoing Torch program, urging everyone to verify with relatives and friends. After a half-minute of silence, the group finally erupted. What? It's fake. I knew it. When has Queen Wen ever turned into a good person? It was all a ruse. Devious, utterly devious, to collect our resources. This is tantamount to condemning us to death. How infuriating. Everyone, I consulted my cousin and brother. My cousin's community is managed by Jianhai property, just like ours. But my brother's community has no such claims. It is certain that this is a conspiracy orchestrated by Wen Qingxian and Jianhai Group. I also inquired with my uncle, and they have not received any such notice. Their community is far more upscale than ours, and even they have not been informed. This is utterly beyond comprehension. How could I have never heard of the Ember Plan? As a graduate of a prestigious university, I should undoubtedly be among the chosen sparks of human civilization. What is this Ember Plan? Are we to be forsaken? Everything has descended into chaos. Wen Qingxian gazed at the incessantly flashing information, her exquisite features contorting in anger once more. Chao Meng, you wretched scoundrel. Why must you relentlessly pursue your own downfall? Why? Such a perfect plan. And yet, it has been shattered by a mere few words. The abundance of provisions and fuel in so many households, enough for me to indulge in a lavish lifestyle for some time. Moreover, this scoundrel has not only ruined the Shulin community, but has also spread the word to others. What about the other communities? What is this Ember Plan? I have no idea how you learned of it. Wen Qingxian trembled with rage. This scoundrel dares to weave such a grandiose lie just to confront me. What Ember Plan? Are you attempting to create a science fiction film about a wandering blue planet? Seeking death, you are courting disaster. Yet, Wen Qingxian, being who she is, quickly regained her composure. Although the plan had deviated, it could still be salvaged. Everyone silence. Queen Wen declared. I assure you on my honor that this is indeed an official command. As for the Ember Plan, it does not exist. It is merely a malicious rumor designed to incite chaos. You must trust the official statement. Our mission is to abandon no one and forsake no soul. I implore you all to refrain from believing or disseminating rumors. Furthermore, the official information department will soon intervene in the investigation of this matter. I urge everyone to remain calm and not be swayed by nefarious individuals. Should there be any further nonsense that disrupts morale, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Surrender is not an option. Decisions made by me, Queen Wen, cannot be thwarted, not even by Jesus himself. The authority of Queen Wen was firmly established. Her proclamation rendered the group silent. That man, Chao, is utterly detestable, and if I find him, I shall ensure his demise. Observing Queen Wen's face darken with fury, Jiang Tao immediately transformed into an eager sycophant. Wen Qingxian took a deep breath. All right, I will handle this matter. Your utmost priority now is to mobilize personnel for a coordinated effort to gather as many resources as possible. This situation cannot last for long. By the way, once you receive the supplies, send some food to a few truly struggling families. Wait, you're actually sending them food? Jiang Tao was taken aback. Surely, the beautiful woman must be flustered by her anger. Wen Qingxian slapped her forehead, feeling exhausted. It was one thing for her brother to be a fool. But how could this newly found wealthy young man be so dim-witted? Do you not understand the concept of a publicity stunt? Must I teach you this as well? Send the supplies over and have them film a video to share in the group. Wouldn't that convince everyone? Jiang Tao suddenly grasped the idea. Ah yes. Haha, it's just like fishing. My Qingxian is truly brilliant. He exclaimed while giving a thumbs up. Qingxian, you truly are my invaluable support. Having you by my side is worth more than 100,000 warriors. With that, I set out with a group of little Karamis, armed and brimming with determination. Chao Meng, just wait for me. Once I conclude this endeavor, I shall deal with you. Just as Wen Qingxian was about to hang up the phone, another message appeared in the group. Chen Heping, it's you again. Chen Heping, everyone, what Brother Chao Meng has said is indeed true. The Fire and Flame project is real. Do not trust the property management company, nor believe this woman. She possesses no official authorization whatsoever. Chen Heping's words carry significant weight in the homeowners group. Everyone knows him to be well-connected, knowledgeable, and just, never prone to frivolous remarks. Although no one responded due to the intimidating presence of Wen Qingxian and the Jiang Hai group, many began to form their own judgments. Damn it, Wen Qingxian cursed in anger. If these two troublemakers are allowed to continue speaking, who knows what chaos they might incite? It would be best to silence them permanently. Initially, Wen Qingxian intended to expel Chao Meng and Chen Heping from the chat entirely, but she hesitated. So, you enjoy causing trouble for me, Chao Meng? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Witness how I navigate the post-apocalyptic world with ease. Additionally, the luxurious personalized package I have prepared for you shall soon arrive. Chapter 029. T takes flight. Chao Meng, I want you to be my dog. Silence. You insolent wretch, you cannot play this game. Chao Meng set down his phone and began to scrub himself down. Within a minute, a notification chimed. It was a friend request from Chen Heping. Chao Meng accepted it without hesitation. Chen Heping, young brother, do you have a grudge against Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao? Well, it's quite a significant feud. Chao Meng replied candidly. Chen Heping, you must be cautious. The Jiang Tao father and son are ruthless and capable of anything. I have also established a mutual aid association. You should join us so that we may not be bullied. After saying this, he added Chao Meng to a private group. Chao Meng took a glance. There were approximately 50 to 60 members, many of whom he recognized from his previous life. Chun, you certainly move quickly, he thought, impressed. This fellow possesses a deep sense of chivalry. Unfortunately, not everyone shares his values. When faced with danger or conflicting interests, it is often these very people who betray him. Moreover, There were already spies from the Jiang Hai group infiltrating the group. Everyone, the Jiang Hai group has begun to come demanding supplies. I am currently leading a team to one building to establish some rules. Those willing to join should bring suitable weapons. If you come, you are brothers. If not, you shall automatically leave the group. Should you suffer misfortune in the future, do not seek me out. Brother Chen, I'll be there shortly. Me too. In the group? Sister Chen Baoyue promptly shared a photo in the mutual aid group. Chen Heping was seen accompanied by 6 robust men, each wielding a composite bow, carrying long staffs, and equipped with quivers, all while shining flashlights, evoking a sense of foreboding reminiscent of a chilling wind and the valiant warriors who embark on a perilous journey, never to return. Establishing rules for Wen Qingxian, Chen Heping remains as fervent as ever, tackling tasks with his trademark zeal. Rushing over now would evidently be futile. If time permitted, Xiao Ming would indeed prefer to discreetly conceal himself in the shadows and unleash a couple of covert arrows. As for boldly revealing himself, this is not the opportune moment. There are unreliable individuals surrounding Chen Heping. Xiao Ming is reluctant to entangle himself with Chen Heping at this juncture, not at least for now. It is wiser to remain hidden, acting as a clandestine overlord, ready to lend a hand when the critical moment arises. Emerging from the bathtub, he wiped away the moisture, donned his pajamas, and sent a private message to Chen Heping. Brother Chen, I am currently not at the community. My home has been occupied by Wen Qingxian, so I will be unable to make it this time. He then awaited the unfolding of events in silence. In less than 20 minutes, the mutual aid group began expelling members, swiftly removing over 10 individuals. Chen Heping announced, Everyone, I have reached an agreement with Jiang Tao. Our mutual aid group members are not required to contribute supplies. We shall not involve ourselves in their sordid affairs. Furthermore, I will be inviting additional brothers into our fold, all of whom are my friends. Together, we shall stand united and not be bullied. Brother Chen, who is this Chao boss? It seems he did not show up earlier. Someone inquired. Indeed, it appeared that Xiao Ming was absent. Although Chen Heping was principled, he was not naive. This spectacle served not only to protect the interests of his own, but also to ensure that everyone paid their dues. Following this incident, although there was no actual confrontation, the timid were weeded out. Regrettably, the traitor remained unexposed. His name was Xiao Ming, the one who had revealed Wen Qingxian in the large group, whose home had been seized by her, thus preventing his arrival. Chen Heping took a moment to clarify on behalf of Xiao Ming. Ah, so it is Brother Chao. A character known as nicknamed Duck Feather inquired. Xiao Ming quickly recognized this traitor. I am staying at a relative's house. I cannot disclose the specific address. Meanwhile, Wen Qingxian's efforts to gather supplies continued. The initial endeavors faced obstacles, although the homeowners feared the intimidating security guards. They also sought to hide or evade as best they could. However, once 3 homeowners shared their experiences in the group and showcased the supplies they had received, the atmosphere shifted significantly. In an instant, many who had previously suspected Wen Qingxian's intentions turned their opinions around. Wang Shen remarked, See, I told you such a significant matter. How could Manager Wen dare to deceive us? The truth is now evident, isn't it? That fool named Xiao Ming, come forth. I assure you, I will not harm you. How dare you tarnish the reputation of someone as divine as Manager Wen? Li Dandan added, Indeed. That Chao is nothing more than a piece of filth, rotten to the core, unable to bear the sight of others' happiness. Absolutely. There are indeed some scoundrels in this world who cannot stand to see others prosper. I know this Xiao Ming. He once pursued our Manager Wen, but upon being rejected, he harbored resentment and sought revenge. A scoundrel like him has the audacity to call himself a man? He is a disgrace to masculinity. Precisely. A goddess like Manager Wen is deserving only of someone like young Master Jiang. Such is human nature, elevating some while trampling others. Now, Wen Qingxian possesses individuals under her influence, even wielding a firearm, along with an imminent influx of abundant resources. Therefore, regardless of her prior ferocity and malice, there will be sycophants eager to curry favor. Although they may harbor trepidation within, they have already boarded the ship, whether it be a pirate vessel or not. They must continue on this journey. As for Xiao Ming, he is merely a powerless figure, and ingratiating himself with Wen Qingxian is the most prudent choice. Let them insult and flatter. Soon enough, they shall comprehend the true venom of that woman. Regarding the messages circulating in the group, Xiao Ming paid little mind. In truth, his intent in sending those messages was merely to inconvenience Wen Qingxian. To truly confront her, he would have to rely on his own capabilities. Dinner time arrived. Although the distinction between day and night had faded, Xiao Ming remained steadfast in adhering to his daily routine of 3 meals, sleep, exercise, and watching films. Currently, he prepared meals sufficient for 4 to 5 days at once. As the lavish feast was laid out, he entered into a frenzied eating mode. Just as he began, a video call from Wen Qingxian came through. What does this woman want now? Xiao Ming decided to open it. Darling, how have you been these past few days? Is there still food at home? Without warning, when Qing Xuan's face, adorned with a sense of triumph, appeared on the screen. However, midway through her words, she noticed Chao Meng clad in a silk robe amidst the frigid weather, and her mood soured. Darling? Upon hearing those two words, Chao Meng felt a pang in his stomach. When Qing Xian, don't you find that disgusting? You truly lack self-awareness. When Qing Xian smiled charmingly and replied, I have only ever referred to you as darling. Even Jiang Tao doesn't enjoy such privilege. Chao Meng retorted, I ought to thank your entire family. When Qing Xian playfully glared at him through the screen, why must you be like this? You possess no decorum at all. I was planning to allow you to continue as my devoted admirer, yet you fail to appreciate the opportunity. At that moment, Chao Meng spat out a mouthful of chilled plum soup in disbelief. Damn it, this woman is insufferably narcissistic. Come, darling, let me show you my spoils from today. She exclaimed, look at all these vegetables and fruits. And what do we have here? 2 boxes of lychees. The camera panned to reveal a veritable mountain of supplies piled before Wen Qingxian. Chapter 030. Reaching new heights of villainy when Qing Xian, reveling in her ill-gotten gains, displayed her bounty with the pride of a victorious general. The way she addressed Chao Meng as darling was excessively affectionate. One might mistakenly believe she harbored genuine affection for him. Darling, let me tell you, my resources are overflowing. I've already chased away our 2 neighboring households, and now a new batch of goods has arrived. What a dilemma. It seems I must evict the residents of the 15th and 14th floors as well. How about it? Did my plans disrupt yours? Are you furious? Chao Meng began to realize the truth. Some individuals are innately malevolent, their wickedness ingrained within them, regardless of the circumstances. Whether in apocalyptic times or not, some people cannot conceal the depravity that resides in their very essence. If one were to encounter such a cunning individual in the twilight of the world, it would surely indicate that their ancestral grave had been desecrated. With a single breath, they deceived and robbed 5,000 souls of their vital resources, only to turn around and drive their neighbors into the frigid wilderness. Truly, what a despicable character. After a display of ostentation, Wen Qingxian returned to her abode, elegantly shedding her thick down jacket. Yet the slight tremor of her body revealed that the interior was not as warm as one might hope. The camera pivoted, focusing on the dining table. This time, Wen Qingxian had learned from past mistakes, showcasing an array of over 20 dishes in a somewhat domineering fashion. Beside the table stood a woman, presumably a housekeeper, suppressing her salivation. So, darling, do you wish to indulge? It smells delightful. If you desire a taste, just say the word. My previous promises stand firm as long as you are willing to continue being my devoted admirer. Chao Meng, sensing the moment was ripe, promptly presented his humble yet grand feast. A whole roasted lamb accompanied by an abundance of sumptuous dishes, giant prawns, golden hairy crabs, sashimi of bluefin tuna, sea cucumbers, and duck necks. Following this was a pot of 3 delicacies soup, not abundant in variety, but plentiful in quantity. Furthermore, there were 2 large dog bowls, similarly brimming with delectable fare. Over 20 cats and dogs of various sizes relished their meals with unrestrained delight. The sleek coats of the large black and yellow dogs gleamed like polished marble, while the smaller breeds and cats, though petite, feasted heartily, their fur shining with opulence. There were also 2 hanging hawks, 5 ducklings, and 2 little turtles lounging atop the table, a veritable menagerie. Particularly, one audacious little silver tabby cat sported a remarkably human-like expression of pride. When Qingxuan's smile froze in place. At such a time, he had the audacity to lavish an extravagant feast upon so many cats and dogs, more lavish than his own, especially that wretched cat. Darling, seeing you live so well puts my heart at ease. Farewell. When Qingxian maintained the last vestiges of her dignified smile before hanging up the phone. Abruptly, she stood and delivered a sharp slap to the housekeeper's face. Useless. Is this the grand feast you prepared? Even a beggar would turn their nose up at such fare. Her expression twisted in fury. She too longed for giant prawns, bluefin tuna, and hairy crabs. The housekeeper covered her face, feeling utterly wronged. She wished to create something better. But one must have the ingredients. In the warmth of the apocalyptic villa, Chao Meng set down his phone, his expression equally grim. It seemed the situation had strayed from its intended course. When Qingxian, that wretched creature, appeared to thrive the more harshly he dealt with her. Was there no law left? The thought of her living so comfortably made Chao Meng feel ill at ease. The sumptuous feast before him suddenly lost its appeal. The haunting memory of bones being simmered for soup resurfaced in his mind. So many resources. It is time to take action regarding this tea ceremony. It can no longer be allowed to develop further. Chao Meng contemplated silently. Resources. Seize her resources. This woman possesses a remarkable ability to procure supplies. So let us appropriate her for our needs. Furthermore, her audacity is bolstered by the Jiang Hai group's influence. A strategy must be devised to eliminate Jiang Tao. However, Jiang Tao possesses ample provisions, firearms, and personnel. particularly the firearms, such dangerous tools. A single misfortune could result in a devastating loss. A direct confrontation is ill-advised. One must find a way to leverage power, strike subtly, and launch a covert attack. After dinner, impatience began to brew within the owner's group. Manager 1. When shall we receive our supplies? My little Chong has fainted from hunger. Indeed, the time is ripe. I still require some heating materials. Is there a gas canister available? Miss, please urge those responsible. I can no longer endure this hunger. Please expedite the distribution of supplies. Yet, no responses were forthcoming. Everyone, remain calm. Manager 1 is undoubtedly busy, with so many items to account for. Perhaps I could assist. Many hands make light work. Yes, count me in. We are willing to selflessly serve our community. Still, no one acknowledged their offers. Gradually, some began to sense something amiss. Yet no one dared to be the first to speak out. Queen 1 was decisive in her actions, and they could not afford to provoke her. Should she harbor resentment, she might sabotage the distribution of supplies, leaving them without recourse. As a result, the owners remarkably held their tongues throughout the night. The following day, at 9 in the morning, when Qing Xian was the first to break the silence. I apologize, everyone. I deceived you yesterday. What Chao Meng said was indeed correct. The so-called official orders were nothing but my fabrication. I thank you all. It is your generous contributions that will allow me to live comfortably in this dark, frozen world. What is this called? Sacrificing countless families to secure the well-being of one, preserving the flame of human civilization. Rest assured, I have noted each of your names. When the ice melts and the sun shines once more, I shall erect a monument of merit in your honor. The names of those who contributed supplies will be inscribed, ensuring that future generations remember you. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Just awakening, Chao Ming also came across this message. Good heavens, this woman has no shame. Truly astonishing. Even Chao Ming found himself in admiration. Such brazen audacity is reminiscent of scammers from previous eras, who, after deceiving others, fled abroad to mock and provoke their victims, proclaiming, I have heard the whole world is searching for me. Here I am. Come find me. Wait, little fairy. You must be joking with us, right? Beautiful lady, such humor. I almost believed you. Manager 1 has a delightful spirit. Haha. Surely, this is a jest. How could such a wonderful person deceive us? Indeed, little fairy, my dream goddess. How could you possibly lie? Disbelief, or perhaps a reluctance to accept the truth, was the immediate reaction of all present. Chapter 031. Aspiring to be the queen of the apocalypse? The cunning old six is on the move last night. Many began to sense something amiss. Yet, despite their apprehensions, they dared not entertain such thoughts, subconsciously reassuring themselves. Manager 1 is a good person. She wouldn't deceive us. After all, a single woman could not possibly dare to seize the life-sustaining resources of so many individuals. However, they remained oblivious to the audacity of this treacherous woman, who, given a sufficiently long stick, could pierce the very earth itself. There exists no misdeed she would shy away from committing. Manager 1. Could you please clarify when the supplies will be distributed? I've fainted from hunger only to awaken again. If this continues, I fear I may perish. Laughter echoed. That's an excellent way to phrase it. In the group chat, hope lingered as they endeavored to maintain optimism and friendliness. All the while many were trembling with fear. Yet, they remained unwilling to accept the harsh reality. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, wait a couple more days and see if my conscience awakens. When Qing Xin chirped, her voice bright and melodic. This dulcet tone shattered the last remnants of hope among the homeowners. Silence fell over the group. Moments later, chaos erupted. When Qing Xian, I curse your ancestors. How can you not fear the consequences of your actions? Is this truly something a human could do? You beast. When Qing Xian, are you even human? So many families, so many resources. How can you hoard it all without fear of being overwhelmed? How foolish of me to have ever trusted you. You wretched creature. You and Jiang Tao. Do you not fear the fires of hell for your deeds? Is there no law left? Do you not fear imprisonment, or worse? The homeowners were in a frenzy. Once a beacon of hope, appearing as a righteous savior amidst the darkness and despair, she had now transformed into a heartless fiend. This woman was indeed devoid of morals and merciless, having instilled boundless hope only to extinguish it herself. Chao Ming observed the incessant stream of messages on his phone. Quietly amused. They deserved it, those fools. He held no sympathy for their plight. He had already warned them, not out of concern for their well-being, but merely to see when Qing Xian suffer. Yet, they still chose to believe, even going so far as to berate him in their attempts to curry favor with her. This was truly outrageous. Let us confront that one. I refuse to believe that we cannot stand against a mere property management company with our numbers. Without resources, we're as good as dead. Let us take action. Indeed, we are all destined for death. We might as well fight back. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Exactly. The brother from the third floor is right. What does it matter if it's the Jiang Hai group? I'm already at death's door. What is there to fear? The crowd was incensed. The more cowardly among them shouted the loudest, observing the furious outbursts of those unfortunate souls. Xiao Ming couldn't help but smirk. In this era, there were far too many self-proclaimed geniuses. Those who shout threats in the group. How many truly dare to take action? Most merely wish to incite others to take the lead while they hide behind, reaping the benefits. Such individuals abound. Why do Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao, with merely a handful of subordinates and a few weapons, dare to oppress a community of 5,000 or 6,000 residents? It is because these homeowners are utterly disunited, selfish, cowardly, and fearful of being the first to face the consequences. Without pioneers, without anyone willing to lead, a multitude is nothing more than a herd of swine, sometimes even less than that. Managing 5,000 pigs is a significant endeavor. Handling 5,000 people? As simple as drinking water. However, this presents an opportunity. As an opportunist, Xiao Ming cannot let this chance slip away. He picked up the compound bow resting on the table, meticulously wiped it down, and then secured it within his star blue ring. Dressed and masked, he headed straight for the neighboring Shulin community. Meanwhile, Wen Qingxian, clad in a fitted gown, delightfully sipped lotus seed soup brought by her maid, savoring sweet treats while observing the curses hurled by the homeowners in the group. How delightful! She relished the sight of those who loathed her, yet felt utterly powerless against her. The harsher their insults, the better her mood. As for those homeowners who clamored to trouble her, she merely dismissed them as a disjointed assembly. Upon Xiao Ming's arrival at Shulin community, he found the security booth deserted. In the distance, beneath the 7 buildings, a cleared area was filled with homeowners in thick clothing, brandishing clubs, kitchen knives, and mops, vocally berating the security personnel stationed below. More and more individuals, both men and women, were converging from the buildings. There were indeed many, but alas, a rabble of ineffectuality. Xiao Ming stood in the shadows, quietly observing the scene. The guards across the way were few, yet well equipped, armed with riot shields, polearms, makeshift sabers, and machetes. Most imposing were the 2 men on the staircase, each wielding a handgun. As the crowd swelled and the cacophony of insults grew louder, the homeowner's courage was ignited. Among the hundreds gathered, a few brave souls, led by a few audacious individuals, began to push forward. Halt! Step closer, and I will fire, commanded the security captain, Wang Chong, raising his weapon toward the open space ahead. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire sent the timid scrambling to the ground. The homeowners hesitated, some beginning to retreat. Just then, a bold homeowner at the front shouted, "What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. We don't believe he dares to shoot. How many bullets does he have? At this point, if you shrink back, you're just waiting to die. Follow me. Anyone who dares to shoot will be dealt with. For our families, we fight." With that, he brandished his club and charged forward, shouting, "Get back. I just want to reclaim my supplies. Don't push me to madness." Zhou Laowu. So it is this fellow. Xiao Ming recognized the leading figure, a notorious individual known as Zhou Longzhao, colloquially referred to as Fifth Brother. In a previous life, this Zhou ultimately gathered a group of followers, becoming a tyrant within the Shulin community. Tragically, he met his demise at the hands of one of his own subordinates, who later became a lackey for Wen Qingxian. With this character at the helm, there was potential for action. A disorganized mob posed little threat. As long as someone dared to rally the group, there was hope for opportunity. Xiao Ming discreetly retrieved a composite bow and a quiver of alloy arrows from the Xinglan ring, slowly drawing the bowstring while aiming at Captain Wang Chong. "Stop. Don't force me to take action." Wang Chong hesitated, clearly apprehensive about the consequences of killing someone in public. Who could predict whether the sun would rise again the next day? If he were to kill someone now, and order was restored later, he would appear a fool. The current situation was precarious, akin to a wolf caught between 2 sticks of bamboo. It was merely a matter of time before the first shot was fired. The first casualty incurred. Once a precedent was set, those with earpieces would go mad, and matters would spiral uncontrollably. Xiao Ming declared, "I'm sorry, Captain Wang, but your time is up." Just as he prepared to act, gunfire erupted. 2 shots rang out, neither fired by Wang. Came the cries of 2 victims. The first bullet struck the abdomen of a male resident beside Zhou Longzhao, while the second hit a security guard in the rear. Both fell to the ground, wailing in agony. "Damn it, Wen Qingxian, you truly are an exceptional marksman." Xiao Ming marveled, gazing at Wen Qingxian, who stood behind the guards, wielding a small pistol. He was both astonished and speechless. Astonished by her audacity to personally intervene and shoot, exuding an air of a fierce matriarch. Speechless, however, at her utter lack of knowledge regarding firearms. One shot at a resident, another at her own guard. A hushed silence enveloped the scene. Even Zhou Longzhao appeared taken aback. With a commanding stride, Wen Qingxian approached in her high-heeled shoes, clad in an elegant, high-end insulated down coat, surveying the crowd with an air of superiority as if gazing down at ants. Her gaze settled on Wang Chong. "What is the point of talking to such trash? Anyone who dares to oppose will meet their end. I've given you a gun, not to intimidate, but to eliminate. Yes, sister. Wang Chong was drenched in cold sweat. I will count to 3. If you do not disperse, I will kill. When Qing Xian asserted, leveling her firearm at Zhou Longzhao. Zhou Longzhao's eyes bore into the woman before him, sweat trickling down in the frigid air. You wretched woman, acting like a queen? Have you consulted your father? Chao Meng swiftly redirected his bow and decisively released the string. The arrow shot through the darkness, piercing Captain Wang Chong's neck. He fell without uttering a sound, collapsing lifelessly. Who is that? Danger. There's a sniper. Another alloy arrow swiftly followed, this time aimed at Wen Qingxian. She stumbled in shock, inadvertently evading the projectile, which instead lodged itself in the shoulder of a security guard behind her. Ah, help. The first to react was Zhou Longzhao, who lunged forward. Seizing the gun from Wen Qingxian's grasp, his subordinates rushed to retrieve the firearm that Wang Chong had dropped. Kill. Eliminate that wretched individual. Charge forth. The sound of gunfire and anguished cries erupted, creating chaos. Yet, few dared to confront the security team wielding their formidable weapons. After all, they were merely ordinary people, many of whom had already retreated in fear. A handful, armed, merely observed from the sidelines. The security team was evidently well trained, equipped with superior weaponry, and executed their tactics with precision. Although Zhou Longzhao and his underlings managed to seize a couple of firearms and take down 2 of their adversaries, they too sustained injuries from the red-tasseled spears, blood streaming from their wounds. This was utterly inadequate. Chao Meng scoffed inwardly. Let me stoke the flames. Whoosh. 2 alloy arrows soared through the air, striking down the 2 security personnel besieging Zhou Longzhao, who fell to the ground with a cry. Chapter 032. The misfortune of the community residents. The ruthless ascend. The unfortunate residents. Boom. Zhou Longzhao fired off 2 more shots, downing 2 additional security guards. Come on, are you all cowards? Those who don't act will see me take all the supplies. None shall escape. Charge together. What is there to fear? Follow me, brothers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Such situations dread a lack of courage. Once someone takes the lead, others will surely follow. Human nature is peculiarly fascinating. It can be cowardly beyond belief, yet fiercely bold when provoked. With Chao Meng's assistance and the leadership of the formidable Brother Wu, morale surged. Soon, the security personnel found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, with some beginning to flee. When Qingxian, this time, I'm eager to see your next move. Chao Meng stowed his compound bow, brushed off the snow from his attire, and turned to depart. Surely, more spectacles awaited. Although Jiang Tao might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he possessed a rugged resolve and would not easily swallow such a bitter pill. Chao Meng planned to return for a hearty meal before coming back to observe the unfolding drama, perhaps even seizing an opportunity for mischief. In the corridor of Building 7, when Qingxian sprinted desperately, having long discarded her impractical high heels, which had become a hindrance, her delicate feet pressed against the icy stairs. She dared not dwell on the discomfort, but focused solely on fleeing. Haha, brothers, follow me. We must capture that vile woman. Despite sustaining 2 spear wounds on his left arm, Zhou Longzhao had managed to staunch the bleeding. Armed and emboldened, he led his followers in a relentless pursuit. When they reached the 16th floor and burst through the door, they were met with an empty room, save for a lavish spread of 8 dishes and a trembling maid. Damn it, no one here. Keep searching for that woman. We must take her hostage. Otherwise, we shall find no peace. As a man of the streets, Zhou Longzhao understood the cloud of the Jianghai group. Were it not for his dire hunger, he would not dare confront Wen Qingxian head-on. Brother, it's bad. They're stealing supplies. A small group has barged in, shouted a frantic comrade. Zhou Longzhao's fury ignited. Damn it. I fought tooth and nail for these supplies, and those cowardly fools dare to steal them. Let us go. Zhou Longzhao, accompanied by 2 armed subordinates, burst forth. A single gunshot rang out, claiming the life of a bespectacled middle-aged man, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. Ah, my husband, cried a woman, collapsing onto the lifeless body. Zhou, what is the meaning of this? A trembling man, burdened with a sack of rice, inquired apprehensively. What do you mean? Zhou Longzhao sneered. What do you think I mean? No, brother Zhou, when you made your move earlier, we also contributed. I even stabbed a security guard. Look, there's still blood on my knife, a young man protested, brandishing his weapon in indignation. Excellent, Zhou Longzhao bellowed. Listen closely. These supplies were seized by us, and now I shall allocate them. Those who had participated in the earlier fray, those with blood on their blades, stepped forward. With a rustle, 27 individuals emerged, including 2 women. Zhou Longzhao surveyed them and declared, very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my brothers. As long as I have food, so shall you. As for the rest of you, get lost. By what right? Came the protests. These supplies are rightfully ours. Why should you hoard them alone? Indeed, these items were collected from various households, And we aided you as well, others chimed in. Come on, Brother Zhou, we are friends. Just share a bit with us. Brother Zhou, I'm with you. Whoever you wish to strike, I shall strike. Many clever individuals in the crowd, witnessing Zhou Longzhao's intent to monopolize the resources, hastily shifted their strategies. If they could not overpower him, they would join him. Silence. Zhou Longzhao roared, cutting through their clamoring. I do not want useless followers. Brothers, prepare for action. I will count to 3. Any lingering will be met with no mercy. Yes, brother. 1. In truth, there was no need to reach 3. The moment he uttered the first digit, the crowd dispersed, filled with reluctance and resentment, including the woman mourning her deceased husband, who left weeping as she dragged his lifeless form away. Brother, what shall we do next? After a bloody skirmish and the sight of ample supplies, several young men were still buzzing with excitement. Those injured, attend to your wounds. Lao Jiao, take the gun and 5 brothers downstairs to maintain vigilance. Ensure that wretched Wen Qingxian does not escape. The rest of you, form 3 groups and search every household. We must locate Wen Qingxian. Now bolstered by 27 bloodied young men, alongside his original 5 brothers, Zhou Longzhao felt emboldened. Yes, brother. Lao Jiao, armed with a small firearm, selected 5 fierce companions and, seizing a box of snacks, charged down the stairs. The others, under Zhou Longzhao's tacit approval, happily grabbed a few bags of noodles before commencing their search. After issuing instructions to his subordinates, Zhou Longzhao eagerly returned to the room, pistol in hand, and plopped down at the dining table, relishing the feast before him. Damn, this is delicious. This wretched woman truly knows how to indulge. Indeed, I almost forgot to ask them to find a few beautiful women. The drought has persisted for so many days, and the discomfort is palpable. It is true that a well-fed mind craves indulgence. By the time Chao Meng returned to the villa, the owner's group of Shulin community had already erupted in chaos. Zhou Longzhao, those supplies were contributed by us, the homeowners. So many families are still hungry. How can you be so selfish? Brother Wu, I implore you, allow me to join your ranks. Zhou Longzhao, just wait. If we cannot deal with you, the Zhanghai group will certainly take care of you. Brother Wu, I beg you, please have mercy. My daughter is only 3 years old. You possess so many supplies. Can you not spare a little for us vulnerable groups? Indeed, my son is just 1 year old, and my mother is 80. Brother Zhou, please, I beg you, share some food with me. I would gladly become your subordinate and do anything you ask. Brother Wu, I wish to be with you. Willing to do anything. Following this message, a photo of a woman clad in black stockings, barely qualifying as beautiful, was attached. Brother Wu, you have taken the lion's share of supplies. Enough for yourself will suffice. This calamity will eventually pass. Consider this. If your hoarding leads to our starvation, the authorities will not let you off lightly. Just share a little with us, and we shall remember your kindness. Chapter 033. Seizing chaos for a second heist. Old Lu makes you question life itself. What a psychological burden for the residents of the community. Watching the flashing messages on the screen, Chao Meng found it amusing. Threats and flattery were utterly ineffective against someone like Zhou Longzhao. The only thing that might prove useful, perhaps, would be beautiful women. His 2 covert strikes had helped Zhou Longzhao acquire weapons and defeat Wen Qingxuan's security team, akin to unlocking his vital energy channels. The apocalypse's tyrant had prematurely emerged. Having tasted blood and taken lives, what was there he would not dare to do? Hurry and eat. Once finished, we shall enjoy the spectacle. He set down his phone, relaxed his jaw, and indulged heartily. What? Found nothing? An hour later, the 3 teams responsible for the search returned. Ultimately, not a single hair of Wen Qingxian was found. Little Jiao, stationed downstairs, also failed to locate Wen Qingxian. Zhou Longzhao's expression darkened. How could she not be found? Did she fly away? Are you certain every household was searched? We searched everywhere. We pried open doors of unoccupied houses, and indeed found nothing. Brother, should we not search again with more people? A cautious underling observed Zhou Longzhao, who had become even more ferocious. Zhou Longzhao shook his head. No need. Time is of the essence. Without capturing Wen Qingxian, everything would be meaningless. Now that Zhou Longzhao had satisfied his hunger, he became composed. Being a man of society, he understood the nature of the Jiang family. Earlier, driven mad by hunger and the gathering of homeowners, the heated atmosphere led to impulsive actions. Initially, he intended to capture Wen Qingxian and negotiate terms with Jiang Tao. However, with Wen Qingxian having fled, his leverage was lost. Moreover, there was another matter. The mysterious archer who had shot arrows during his assault on the security team. The other party was clearly stirring the pot, and indeed, those 2 arrows completely altered the event's trajectory, aiding him in overcoming the security team. He was on the verge of retreating. Was someone using him as a pawn? No, he could not linger any longer. At that moment, Zhou Longzhao felt a prickling sensation at his back. After weighing his options for a moment, he commanded, "Bring old Jiao back. Brothers, head to the warehouse and gather supplies. Take as much meat as you can carry." We need to leave swiftly. Leave? The younger brothers were taken aback. They had just seized the goods and settled into this warm shelter, and now they were being told to flee? Are you joking? Big brother? Enough nonsense. If we don't leave now, when the Jianghai group arrives, none of us will escape. What was happening? When Xiao Meng returned to Shulin community, he saw Zhou Longzhao leading more than 30 subordinates, each laden with goods, trudging towards the exit. Xiao Meng was speechless. Really? I created an opportunity for you, and you're just going to haul away a few pieces of meat? Zhou Longzhao was utterly ridiculous. He had hoped for a grand showdown, but that was now off the table. However, a sly grin crept onto Xiao Meng's face, with the others gone. The supplies were now ripe for the taking. Without hesitation, Xiao Meng adjusted his mask and goggles and swaggered inside. The 14th, 15th, and 16th floors housed 12 apartments. And apart from Xiao Meng's own home, the other 13 had become Wen Qingxuan's little warehouses. The supplies were neatly organized, and the doors had been pried open by Zhou Longzhao's men, saving Xiao Meng considerable effort. Collect, mercilessly collect. Wen Qingxian, I let you flaunt your status. And now I'll take everything you possess. Whatever you've amassed, I shall seize. Won't that infuriate you? In under 5 minutes, all supplies from 3 floors were cleared. Not yet satisfied, Xiao Meng revisited his own home, emptying it of all its contents, furniture, utensils, even the bathtub. Wen Qingxian was a woman of indulgence, having procured 2 diesel generators. After this thorough sweep, Xiao Meng quietly departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit living room of Building 6, a candle flickered. A woman holding a small child anxiously watched Wen Qingxian, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her messages. Moments ago, when Wen Qingxian had fled in a panic, this woman had opened the door and invited her in, even hiding her in the wall cavity of the bedroom. Her motives were not born of benevolence, but rather self-preservation, seeking a future for herself and her child. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was looking out for their own interests. This woman had gone 2 days without food and could not endure any longer. Yet, she knew Wen Qingxian was Jiang Tao's woman. She had heard of the Jianghai group's might and understood their purpose. Thus, she took a gamble, by risking her safety to provide assistance. She hoped that Wen Qingxian might, in gratitude, offer her a path to survival. Sister Huang, rest assured, shortly Jiang Tao will arrive with his men to eliminate those individuals. And the provisions in the warehouse are yours to take, provided you can carry them away. As Wen Qingxian spoke, a sudden, piercing scream escaped her lips, startling the woman across from her into a shudder. Manager Wen, are you all right? The woman inquired cautiously. I'm fine, Wen Qingxian replied, furrowing her brow. Trembling, she withdrew her small foot from the warm slippers to examine it, revealing a gruesome sight. Her foot was mangled and bloodied. In her desperate flight for survival, she had shed her shoes and sprinted across the sub-zero floor, tearing the skin from her feet. She had not felt the pain in the heat of the moment. But now, as the temperature rose, the agony set in. It was a surreal night, when Jiang Tao stormed into the community with a fierce entourage. Zhou Longzhao and his gang had long vanished without a trace. What infuriated him and Wen Qingxian even more was the complete disappearance of the supplies they had seized from thousands of residents. Not a single item remained. The doors and windows stood wide open, and the howling wind swept through the empty rooms, leaving only Wen Qingxian, Jiang Tao, and a group of underlings bewildered in its wake. How could this happen? My supplies, my rice, my meat. Wen Qingxian was utterly stunned. The stark emptiness of the scene was eerily familiar. In just over 3 hours, the empire she had fought to establish had crumbled to dust once again. Zhou Longzhao, I will not let this go, she raged. Chen Hiping, I will have your head. Her frantic roar echoed through the air. Huh. Jiang Tao was taken aback, puzzled. Qingxian, is there also a matter concerning Chen Hiping? Of course. When Qingxian clenched her fists, her exquisite features contorted in fury, intimidating Jiang Tao into a shiver. It was he who struck from the shadows. If he had not killed Wang Chong with his treacherous arrows, how would Zhou Longzhao have dared to confront us? It is a humiliation. During their previous skirmish, she had exuded an air of confidence, repelling Zhou Longzhao with 2 quick shots. That had been her moment of glory, when she felt transformed into a true queen. Yet, mere moments later, a flurry of arrows had shattered her composure. Most infuriating of all was witnessing Wang Chong perish before her eyes. The terror had nearly paralyzed her. The suspicion towards Chen Hiping was even more straightforward. The last time their factions had faced off, Chen Hiping and his comrades were armed with 6 or 7 compound bows. Chapter 034. The Night Hunter, Brother Zhou. Terrified to the core. So, Chen Hiping, if I do not take action against you, you dare to strike first? Very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao was consumed by rage. Qingxian, tell me, who shall we target first? The Chun or the Zhou? When Qingxian gritted her teeth. First, send someone to find Zhou Longzhao and have that beast eliminated. If he remains alive, the lowly residents of the community will only follow his example. Jiang Tao felt a sense of righteousness in her words. Indeed, this scoundrel must die. As for Chun Heping, let us first investigate his background. The priority remains recovering the stolen supplies. So much was taken. Wen Qingshuan's heart ached at the thought. Very well. Jiang Tao noticed that Wen Qingxian was so cold that tears were forming at her nose, and he felt a wave of compassion wash over him. Qingxian, the supplies here have been depleted. Why don't you move to Jiang'an community with me? That place is also our stronghold, and I have reserved a house for you. In accordance with Wen Qingshuan's suggestion, Jiang Tao instructed the property management of the 8 communities under the group to conduct a thorough raid on those areas, mirroring the actions taken at Shulin community, and seized a substantial amount of resources, resulting in a significant bulge in his pocket. Move to Jiang'an community? Wen Qingshuan's expression instantly turned cold, her tone tinged with derision. Even in this state, you still hesitate to invite me to your home? Jiang Tao was a well-known wealthy heir in Lehigh City, residing in a luxurious manner far superior to Shulin community. His father, Jiang Long, was also a notable figure. Once the apocalypse struck, the old man swiftly sprang into action, collecting supplies, rallying brothers, and recruiting soldiers, fortifying the Jiang estate to resemble a fortress. Additionally, he sourced several doctors from Xihua Hospital to reside at the manor, equipped with high-end medical equipment. For Wen Qingxian, the Jiang estate was akin to a paradise, a dream she yearned to embody as its mistress. Alas, this aspiration was currently unattainable, for Jiang Tao was engaged. She, the proud queen, found it intolerable to be relegated to the role of a mere mistress. Jiang Tao, with a troubled expression, explained, well, Qingxian, you must understand our situation. If I were to bring you back, my father would break my legs. Lu Yan's father, Lu Neng, is a trusted aide of my father, a veteran of our Jianghai group, overseeing the most crucial security company under our banner. The majority of our capable fighters are his subordinates. Lu Yan, as mentioned by Jiang Tao, was indeed his fiancée. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingshuan's already sullen face grew even more contorted with displeasure. So, you intend for me to be your mistress for life? How could that be? Jiang Tao exclaimed in panic, raising his hand in a vow. Qingxian, if I thought that way, my ancestors would surely condemn me. Rest assured, Lu Neng is merely a tool for our family. He will meet his end sooner or later. And at that time, you shall be the mistress of the Jiang clan. All right, I believe you. You are the best. You will surely succeed. Wen Qingshuan's spirits lifted, and she patted her chest, continuing, I will not go to Jiang'an community. I shall remain here and endure with this group of ruffians. You must quickly have your men gather all the supplies at Shulin community, concentrated in Building 6. Also, transfer some personnel here. This will be our base, our home. I will only move once you eliminate Lu Nan. Understood, I shall go now. Jiang Tao found himself completely under Wen Qingshuan's influence. Whatever she commanded, he would comply. Meanwhile, Chao Meng, having profited handsomely, hummed a tune as he returned to the villa community. Upon entering, he discovered numerous fresh footprints in the snow. Wow, so many people? Could it be that clever Zhou Longzhao? A thought flashed through Chao Meng's mind. When he focused his gaze, he noticed several beams of flashlight flickering in front of Villa Number 3. Stealthily approaching, he concealed himself beneath a snow-laden pine tree to observe. Indeed, it is none other than the astute Zhou Longzhao and his band of followers. Alas, I must ensure that this rabble does not establish a foothold in the villa community. As the adage goes, a rabbit does not consume the grass near its nest. Thus, I cannot allow other rabbits to devour it either. Should this group of ruffians wreak havoc within the community, how could I possibly bask in the spoils of the apocalypse? Chao Meng stealthily retrieved his alloy bow, aiming at the target. In front of Villa Number 3, Zhou Longzhao was smoking a cigarette in the snow, stamping his feet to keep warm. 5 or 6 of his brothers wielded crowbars, attempting to pry open the villa's entrance. Within, faint cries and pleas from a woman could still be heard. "Haha, brother, that woman's screams are truly delightful," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, I can hardly contain myself. Our esteemed brother is wise. They say the women residing here are all stunningly beautiful. I must indulge myself later," another chimed in. "Old 3, what are you dreaming about? That woman belongs to our brother. All the women in this community are his," they laughed. Hearing this, Zhou Longzhao laughed heartily. "Rest assured, brothers. Those who are present shall partake. Let us all enjoy together." Suddenly, a piercing alloy arrow whizzed past Zhou Longzhao's ear, striking one of his companions in the head as if it were a watermelon. The man fell to the ground without a sound. "That shot missed," Zhou Longzhao exclaimed. "Watch out." He reacted swiftly, darting behind a shadow wall, then shouted, "Turn off the flashlight, quickly." Simultaneously, he fired 2 shots in the general direction from which the arrow had come. It must be said that Zhou Longzhao indeed possessed remarkable instincts. His immediate reaction was astute. In the pitch blackness of the night, devoid of natural light, even the snowy ground appeared shrouded in darkness. Without illumination, one could not see their adversary. rendering them a hidden target. In an instant, the area before Villa number 3 was enveloped in darkness, silent save for the woman's continued screams. Great intellect. Do you think this is sufficient? Chow Ming donned the expensive thermal infrared night vision goggles he had acquired. Instantly, elongated red silhouettes of figures appeared before him. The thermal infrared device, also known as a thermal imager, reveals all living beings, humans and animals alike, who emit heat, rendering them impossible to conceal. This was indeed a doomsday artifact. Now, Zhou Longzhao and his companions appeared as if they were deaf to the ringing of the alarm, crouching anxiously as they scanned their surroundings. Come forth, children, and face the judgment of the righteous arrows. Chow Ming repositioned himself, knocking an arrow. Whoosh. Ah. Whoosh. Ah. The sounds of agony echoed in succession. The lethal power of the composite bow ensured that any strike would result in either death or injury. Fifth brother, what shall we do? Quickly, take cover in the corner. Zhou Longzhao, startled by the nearby cries, urged his subordinates to hide while shouting outside. Chen Heping, brother Chen, cease fire. I concede. In that moment, the remaining companions scattered in search of cover, disregarding whether it truly shielded them from the assailant's line of fire. Ah, the ostrich, oblivious to its surroundings. Let me grant you a taste of despair. Chow Ming aimed at the rear of a small calami and loosed an arrow with a swift whoosh. The sound sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 035. Blood Prophet, Carnage Brother Chun, I yield. Draw your line, and as long as you grant us a path to survival. Your word is law. Zhou Longzhao called out from behind the shadowy wall. Brother Chun, my apologies for making you bear the burden again, Chow Ming thought to himself, amused by Chun Lao's potential as a scapegoat. Leaning against the trunk of a towering cedar with his bow and arrow, he was snug in his extreme cold weather gear. If they wished to hide, let them do so. Who could outlast whom? After all, dawn would not break any time soon. Brother Zhou remained concealed, enveloped in darkness and chilled to the bone, haunted by the agonizing cries of his comrades. Fear. In such dire circumstances, even Zhou Longzhao, no stranger to society's underbelly, felt a paralyzing dread. Brother Chen, what is the plan? Speak. Chen Heping, are you not the one who claims to uphold martial virtue? Hiding and peeking does not define a hero. Step forth, and I shall challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Silence reigned, devoid of response. At a bone-chilling 85 degrees below zero, even with a down jacket, the cold seeped in relentlessly. After enduring a moment longer, Zhou Longzhao could no longer withstand the tension. Listen closely, everyone. If this continues, we shall all perish. We must break out. Lao Jiao, Lao Qi, charge forth with the blast shield at the forefront, and everyone follow. Remember, with utmost urgency, muster all your strength and run. Anyone who dares retreat, I will strike down myself. I will count to 3. Prepare. 1, 2, 3. Flashlights on. Charge. With a cry of charge, the flashlights illuminated the darkness. Lao Qi and Lao Jiu led the way, brandishing the blast shield pilfered from Wen Qingxuan's security team. 18 small calami erupted from their hiding spots, sprinting with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Zhou Longzhao found himself in the midst of the throng, flanked by comrades. This time, Chow Ming refrained from striking. His intent was not total annihilation. Keeping Zhou Longzhao alive could serve to create some delightful complications for that woman, Wen Qingxian. Before long, Brother Zhou and his entourage burst forth from the villa community. Once certain they had distanced themselves, Chow Ming directed 2 arrows at the 2 gravely wounded calami on the ground, granting them a swift end before he approached with his composite bow in hand. For bodies lay behind him. Chow Ming first retrieved the alloy arrows he had previously loosed, then nonchalantly gathered the supplies Zhou Longzhao and his companions had seized from Wen Qingxian, stowing them all into the star blue ring. Thus, the resources that Wen Qingxian had cunningly acquired from the thousands of residents were swiftly transferred into Chow Ming's possession. As he prepared to depart, the entrance door of the villa creaked open slightly. Brother, thank you, a soft voice emerged. Chow Ming chose to ignore it and turned to leave. Brother, wait. The door swung wide open, and Chow Ming glanced back to see a woman, enveloped in a down jacket resembling a snowball, her partially exposed face frozen and pale, rendering her features indistinguishable. Brother, do you have any food? I am willing to pay a high price. I haven't eaten for 2 days. The woman looked at Chow Ming with a pleading gaze. High price? Huh. Chow Ming scoffed and turned to leave. Money holds no value in this apocalypse. Wait, brother. Just give me some food. I am willing to do anything. I am so hungry. Rest assured, I am clean and presentable, the woman said, decisively removing her scarf to reveal a face that could be deemed beautiful. Chow Ming paused. Aren't you that celebrity fan? What was it? Fan Xianer. Upon hearing Chow Ming recognize her, her eyes brightened, and she struck a flirtatious pose. Fan Xianer was confident in her allure as a star. I don't know you. Chow Ming replied curtly before walking away. Stars. No thanks. Though his surname is Chow, he still prefers pink over dark. Don't go, brother. Just give me 2 packs of instant noodles. I beg you. The once celebrated star was on the verge of tears, but the resolute man seemed utterly indifferent, walking further away. The master has returned. The master has returned. As Chow Meng stepped inside, the 2 parrots hanging at the entrance flapped their wings in joyful cries. Returning to the warmth of the grand villa, Chow Meng sighed, shedding his heavy garments and heading straight to the second-floor bathroom, followed closely by the clingy cat. Cat Xiao Wu. Lying in the warm bathtub, he opened his phone. The residents of Shulin community had gone mad. This day felt like a nightmare. As the community's hierarchy shifted dramatically. First, when Qingxian deceitfully seized the majority of resources from everyone. Then, the residents, outraged, sought justice. Under the leadership of the social figure Zhou Longzhao, and with the aid of a mysterious sharpshooter, they defeated Queen 1. Who would have thought Zhou Longzhao would turn against them, hoarding all the resources and even committing murder? Within 2 hours, he fled with a group of small-time thugs, lacking the courage to confront Jiang Daxiao directly. Altogether, in the Shulin community, including security personnel, around 17 or 18 lives were lost, with many others sustaining varying degrees of injury, yet no resources were obtained. Now, whispers circulated that the resources seized by Wen Qingxian had been taken away by none other than Chen Heping. Brother Chen, I implore you. I know you are a righteous man. My family has not had a meal for 2 days. My wife has fainted from hunger twice. Please share some food with us. Yes, Brother Chen, we are counting on you. Brother Chen, does your mutual aid association still accept members? I wish to join you. Brother Chen, please have mercy. My child is only 2 years old and is on the brink of starvation. In Building 18 of Shulin Community, Chen Heping's face was as dark as coal. This is an undeserved calamity. That wretched Wen Qingxian is truly despicable. I had no part in today's events. Amidst the desperate pleas of the residents, Chen Heping remained oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared by Wen Qingxuan's treachery. Wen Qingxuan's group nickname has been changed to Queen 1. Chen Heping, I know it was you and your men who absconded with the supplies, so there is no need for your feeble excuses. You have long touted yourself as a chivalrous individual, a person of warm-heartedness. How can you bear to watch everyone suffer from hunger and cold? How can you be so selfish and shameless? At this moment, the ban on Chen Heping was lifted. Holding his phone, Chen Heping was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Let me reiterate, this matter has nothing to do with me. My brothers and I Haven Tea stepped outside today. Wen Qingxian, everyone is now well aware of who you truly are. Do you think anyone will still believe your words? You deceived everyone out of their supplies and now wish to cast the blame upon me? What a delusional dream you are having. As soon as Chen Heping finished speaking, a homeowner interjected. Chen Heping, you are talking nonsense. I saw you leading your brothers to Building 7, bringing back loads of supplies. Indeed, my neighbor is your disciple. I witnessed him hauling supplies 3 or 4 times. When I asked him for some rice to cook porridge for my child, he refused me. Even to his disciple Chen Erbio, as everyone knows. I too saw it from my window. Chapter 036. Arms Acquisition. Qin Yi's plea for help. You wretched lackeys of the Jiang family. Chen Heping recognized these homeowners who had emerged to slander him. They were all insiders bought off by the Jiang group, always eager to support Jiang and oppose him. Chen Heping retorted, you mutinous dogs. Don't think you can slander me with your baseless accusations. The winds will not remember your good deeds. Dream on. On the 16th floor of Building 7, in Xiao Meng's lair, Wen Qingxian, having received supplies from the sycophant Jiang Tao, began to indulge herself once more. She instructed the newly arrived maid, Sister Huang, to prepare a lavish feast of 8 dishes and a soup, comfortably seated at the dining table, her small feet wrapped in gauze. Listening to Chen Heping's furious voice blaring from her phone. Humph, you still claim it's not you? What a charade you put on as a hero. That alloy arrow has already exposed your identity. Enough, Chen Heping. Stop pretending. You and Zhou Longzhao are in cahoots. Do you think everyone is a fool? That alloy arrow was shot by you, with Zhou Longzhao leading the charge while you secretly moved the supplies through the underground passage, right? How sinister you are. The benevolent hero Chen Heping? One masquerading as the good cop, the other as the bad cop, playing everyone for fools, and you perform so well. By now, Wen Qingxian was almost certain that today's events had been orchestrated by Chen Heping. The two factions, one advancing while the other retreated, formed a completely reasonable conjecture. Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden disappearance of so many supplies? Wen Qingxuan's assertion sent the group into an uproar, filled with curses, pleas, and insults directed at Chen Heping's ancestry. Those eager to align with Chen also emerged, creating a chaotic scene. Chen Heping felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Here he was, minding his own business, and calamity had descended upon him. In Building 18, Chen Heping's lair? No, something's not right. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he remembered someone. Alloy Arrow, Chao Meng's little brother. Yes, it is indeed him. The one who took action must be Chao Meng. He has previously confided in me about his grudge against Wen Qingxian, claiming she usurped his home. His aggression is justifiable. As for the supplies, they might have been seized by that scoundrel Zhou Longzhao. However, the greater likelihood points to Wen Qingxian. She must have shifted the blame onto herself to preserve her reputation. After all, with so many items, Zhou Longzhao and his associates could hardly have moved them all in their haste. This venomous woman is truly malicious. If she continues her rampage, who knows how many lives in the community will be lost. Moreover, she has now set her sights on me. Ah, Chun, my old brother, has once again been ensnared by me. Watching the flurry of messages in the group, Chao Ming found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he did not regret today's actions. Without today's intervention, it was only a matter of time before Zhang's when Qingxian crossed paths with Chen Yiping. Besides, he could not stand by and watch Chen suffer at her hands. Just then, a call from Chen Yiping came through. Hello, little brother, those arrows you shot today, right? Chen Yiping was straightforward, getting straight to the point. Chao Ming chuckled. Yes, that was me. I suspected as much, haha. Chen Yiping laughed heartily. Good job. I was out today. Otherwise, I would have shot that vile woman with a couple of arrows myself. Damn it. But little brother, I must warn you. Do not take such risks again. Jiang Tao brought quite a few people today, and they were armed with several long rifles. Thank you for the reminder, old brother. Chao Ming replied with a smile. I hope today's events did not trouble you. Not at all. It was bound to happen eventually. You know this woman has long harbored ill will towards us both, and now she is surely plotting our demise, Chen Yiping said. His laughter tinged with a hint of relief. If one day I fall to her schemes, I trust you will avenge me, haha. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Chen Yiping truly is something. Chao Ming chuckled as he set down the phone. Had it been someone else, they would have immediately revealed that it was he who had targeted Wen Qingxian. Yet, Chen Yiping had refrained from doing so. Firearms, indeed, I must acquire a couple. Alloy arrows are superior to handguns at medium range, but in close combat, one still requires a handgun. At long distances, they cannot compete with rifles or machine guns. Most importantly, the firepower density is inadequate, regardless of how skilled one is at drawing and releasing arrows. It cannot match the swiftness of a mere flick of a finger to fire a bullet. After showering, enjoying a hearty meal, and receiving a reassuring call from Lu Xiaoran, Chao Ming tidied up the litter for the little animals before sinking into a deep slumber. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, at precisely 9 in the morning, Chao Ming rose promptly, had breakfast, and was just about to depart on his mission to procure firearms when a video call from Qin Yi came in. Qin Yi was still in that air raid shelter, dressed rather scantily, with her eyes red-rimmed. Qin Yi, what is wrong? Chao Ming's heart tightened. With a quivering voice, Qin Yi replied, Chao Ming, my father, he suddenly developed a high fever and is now unconscious. Do you have any medicine on your side? Chao Ming hurriedly replied, do not fret. Tell me which medicine you need, and I shall see if I have it. Antipyretics, ibuprofen, and antibiotics, Qin Yi said anxiously. Chao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As fortune would have it, I have 2 boxes at home. I will bring them to you. Just wait. After finishing the call and donning his cold weather gear, Chao Ming ventured outside. Once he exited the neighborhood, he retrieved a snowmobile from his starry ring and set off towards Wen Qingxuan's residence. The roads outside were blanketed in a meter of snow, making it exhausting and time-consuming to traverse on foot. However, the snowmobile was a different matter altogether. It was akin to an electric sled, boasting considerable speed. In the dimly lit world, the snowmobile's dazzling headlights stood out remarkably, akin to a beacon in life, drawing the attention of several onlookers from nearby residences. In less than 10 minutes, the snowmobile arrived at the small courtyard of Qin Yi's home. Qin Yi, in her urgency, had already donned her polar cold weather attire and was waiting there. Chao Ming, hurry, come with me. Without a moment to admire Chao Ming's snowmobile, Qin Yi grasped his hand and dashed towards the side yard. In the side yard, there stood a rockery partially obscured by snow. Qin Yi was cautious, ensuring not to disturb the pristine white blanket surrounding it, instead carving a path through the snow. The two of them crouched low as they entered the air raid shelter where Qin Yi's family was hiding. Inside the shelter, a small stove burned, with designated ventilation holes ensuring the temperature, while not exceptionally high, remained above freezing. Qin Yi's father was in dire straits, his face flushed with fever, mumbling incoherently. While her mother bustled about in a state of agitation, Chao Ming promptly retrieved the medicine he had prepared in his bag and handed it to Qin Yi. After administering the ibuprofen, Qin Yi's father's condition finally stabilized somewhat, allowing the mother and daughter to exhale in relief. Chapter 37, The Heist of the Armory. The exclusive weapon of Old Six, the Fire God Cannon. Chao Ming, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to Xiao Yi's father? Qin Yi's mother expressed her profound gratitude. Chao Ming replied modestly, Auntie, you are too kind. Qin Yi and I are friends. It is only natural for us to help one another. Qin Yi's mother smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. She was astute. How could she not discern the relationship between her daughter and Chao Ming? Without needing to say much, it was apparent that her daughter, who was always cautious around others, fearful that anyone might discover their food supplies, was completely unguarded around Xiao Meng, calling him daily, concerned for his well-being, and always thinking of him first in times of need. Anyone with discernment could see it. Xiao Meng, you live alone now, do you not? Why not move in with us? It would be livelier with more people around, and we could look out for one another. After all, we have plenty of food here. You need not worry about going hungry. Thank you, Auntie. But I cannot leave my place at the moment, Xiao Meng replied with a smile, politely declining. Despite the enchanting presence of Qin Yi, her parents were also present. Although his heart raced, Xiao Meng had to exercise restraint. After sharing a meal, he took his leave amidst Qin Yi's reluctant gaze. As he was about to depart, Qin's mother thoughtfully packed a generous bundle of dumplings for Xiao Meng in a large suitcase, reminding him to return for more when they were finished. However, upon emerging from the Qin family's air raid shelter, he discovered that the snowmobile had frozen solid and was unable to start. The frigid temperature of -85 degrees was truly a test for fuel-powered machinery. With no other option, he stored the frozen snowmobile in his spatial ring and retrieved a new one, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. The outskirts were eerily silent. The headlights of the snowmobile illuminated what was once a bustling highway, now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, scattered with vehicles overwhelmed by the storm. Riding the snowmobile, Xiao Meng sped along, the cold wind whipping past his ears. An hour later, he arrived at his destination, an arms depot belonging to the coastal city's defense forces. This facility had once housed a company responsible for guarding the munitions, but following the onset of the snow disaster, they received urgent orders to evacuate. Due to the haste of their departure, some weapons were left behind. In his previous life, this cache had fallen into the hands of powerful individuals behind the Zhanghai group. Having been reborn, Xiao Meng was determined not to allow this to happen again. Soon, he located the arms depot, designed with great secrecy as a cave built into the mountainside, with its entrance located behind the military vehicle garage. After storing the snowmobile in his starry blue ring, he took out a miner's lamp and a crowbar, prying open the garage's curtain. Inside, it was desolate, with the large door to the arms depot just beyond. It took considerable effort for Xiao Meng to force the arms depot door open. As the miner's lamp illuminated the interior, he found that the cave was expansive, large enough to accommodate military vehicles. Following the passageway deeper, he discovered 10 large storage rooms, 9 of which had their doors ajar, revealing emptiness within. With a few swift motions of the crowbar, he opened them. The lamp cast light upon a plethora of wooden crates, sorted and stacked high. The labels on the crates read, 03 rifles, submachine guns, squad machine guns, sniper rifles, night vision devices, universal ammunition, and specialized sniper rounds. In awe, he exclaimed, so many. This is incredible. There must have been hundreds of crates, potentially housing thousands of weapons, enough to barely equip a regiment. Furthermore, the ammunition seemed inexhaustible. To his astonishment, he discovered, in a corner of the room, 2 Gatling guns, modified for handheld use. With these, if one possessed sufficient strength and stamina, they could instantly transform into a human harvesting machine. The bullets they fired would create a storm of metal. This device, also known as the God of Fire, seemed tailor-made for him. He was enamored. Typically, Gatling guns are mounted on metal supports. One must secure the gun before firing. Otherwise, the weight of the weapon combined with the recoil from continuous fire would be too much for an ordinary person to handle. However, there are some extraordinarily vigorous individuals, robust and powerful as bulls, capable of wielding a typical heavy machine gun as if it were a light one. After a period of honing his guiding techniques, Xiao Meng now possesses an exceptional physique, surpassing even world-class athletes. Engaging in this was a breeze for him. Without hesitation, he slung a Gatling gun across his body, pried open the ammunition box, and affixed metal pouches. Haha, let us go. The rapidly spinning barrel unleashed a terrifying tongue of fire, bullets cascading out like a waterfall. In merely 7 or 8 seconds, an elongated belt of ammunition was entirely expended. On the opposite side, dust soared and fragments scattered. In the blink of an eye, a deep pit was carved into the hard stone wall of the cavern. Beneath Xiao Meng's feet, scorching shell casings littered the ground. What a thrill! This truly is a man's weapon. The exhilaration surged through him, and after indulging in this fervor, Xiao Meng reluctantly stored away the 2 Vulcan cannons into his star blue ring. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Such a pity. No land shield 3,000 or 10,000 rounds cannon. This damned fear of insufficient firepower feels akin to a woman with open arms, forever insatiable. He then gathered the mountain of rifles, submachine guns, and accompanying ammunition. 20 high-precision sniper rifles. Quite a haul. The high-precision sniper, also known as the 270-000 sniper, as its name suggests, has a price tag of 270,000. The cost of one is equivalent to dozens of ordinary rifles. This weapon belongs to the category of high-precision firearms, boasting long range and high accuracy, along with specialized sniper ammunition valued at 50 yuan per round. With a scope attached, anyone with a basic understanding of the principles can shoot with precision, hitting a small target with ease. This would be perfect for some clandestine operations. Perhaps he could take a shot at Jiang Tao's crucial pendant? An evil thought flickered through his mind. This trip was immensely rewarding. Not only did he acquire formidable weapons, but he also intercepted potential future adversaries. By the time Chao Meng returned to the villa, it was already past 8 in the evening. Meow. Upon entering, his beloved cat Xiao Wu leapt from the back of the sofa, draping its paws around Chao Meng's neck. Haha, Xiao Wu, did you miss me? Meow. The other 4 kittens scampered over, nuzzling against Chao Meng's pant legs for warmth. Woof. The 2 families of dogs, Da Huang and Lao He, rushed in from the living room as well. In an instant, Chao Meng was surrounded by affectionate, playful cats and dogs. All right, it's time to eat. I know you're not thinking of me, but of your food. Chao Meng gently removed Xiao Wu from his shoulders, shed his heavy winter attire, changed into a refreshing outfit, and then commenced the feast. After dinner, having received a safety call from Lu Xiaoran, Chao Meng flopped onto the soft sofa and turned on the television. In the 9th day of the apocalypse, there were still 4 channels from the Great Dragon Nation broadcasting online. Moreover, if all went as expected, these 4 channels would continue to endure. The basic internet connectivity and these 4 television channels represent the last glimmer of hope left for the people by the officials amidst exceedingly difficult circumstances. Chapter 38. The exposure of a wealthy life by a poisonous woman. A bounty on Chao Meng's head. The television program showcased the polar life of the Inuit people, with live commentary on the construction of their snow houses and the intricacies involved. It was a program of practical value. In certain circumstances, snow houses and snow caves provide superior insulation compared to many poorly insulated homes. However, such a program held little allure for Chao Meng, as he was intimately familiar with the art of snow house construction and currently resided in a warm, spacious abode. Upon opening his phone, he was inundated with messages from the community group of Shulin residential area. The residents of this neighborhood had indeed fallen victim to misfortune, having encountered the venomous Wen Qingxian, who had deceitfully seized their stored supplies, including those obtained through arduous efforts in harsh weather. The whereabouts of these resources had spiraled into a veritable conundrum, with Wen Qingxian and Chun He-ping each presenting conflicting narratives. This discord only exacerbated the already dire circumstances faced by the homeowners, with 7 or 8 more succumbing within a single day. Had it not been for Wen Qingxuan's reckless actions, these individuals would not have met such untimely ends. The group chat was rife with curses, lamentations, and attempts at flattery. Chao Meng deduced that Wen Qingxian must possess a profoundly distorted psyche. Each time she was insulted, she would respond by sharing lavish photos of her feasts, showcasing an array of delectable dishes. The more vehement the insults became, the more she seemed to revel in them. Now, she had escalated her antics by initiating a live stream. Darlings, the grand feast is about to commence. Are you eager to partake? Look at this. It's a hairy crab. And this? A mouth-watering roasted suckling pig. Are you drooling yet? Don't rush. Let me take this less-than-perfect dish down to my guards for a little extra treat. The red braised pork is rich, yet not greasy, delicious. And let us not forget a bottle of Mount I from 82. Oh wait, they don't have 82 Mount I? Then how about a refreshing Coca-Cola? On such a hot day, nothing beats a cold Coke. Oh, and Sprite too. Are you tempted yet? I bet you want to curse me, don't you? Go ahead. The more ferociously you curse, the more delectable my meal becomes. What? You want me to show mercy? I'm no saint. What does it matter to me if your 3-year-old daughter starves? Haha. Look at your pitiful expressions. Shortly, I'll toss some chicken bones down for you to fight over. The group was in an uproar, with curses echoing incessantly. Wen Qingxuan's ancestors were being insulted in vivid detail, yet she remained unfazed. Indeed, you from Building 17, that was a splendid insult. Generations of your lineage reduced to servitude. How delightful. The sight of your hatred for me, coupled with your powerlessness, is simply exhilarating. She cackled. Keep it coming. I thrive on this. Chao Meng held a glass of red wine, quietly observing Wen Qingxuan's performance, his heart untouched by the chaos. Revel while you can. The greater your joy today, the more profound your despair will be tomorrow. I relish the thought of your fall from grace. In Linghai City, such an arrogant presence shall not be permitted, especially not you, Wen Qingxian. Before the screen, the elegant Wen Qingxian delicately dabbed her lips with a napkin and announced, all right. As we conclude the program, I shall bestow upon you a generous opportunity, considering the fervent effort you have poured into chastising me. Subsequently, a photo of Chao Meng appeared in the group chat. Esteemed audience, this individual is named Chao Meng, and he harbors a grudge against me. I am now offering a reward of a box of instant noodles, along with 10 sausages, for any information regarding his whereabouts and residence. Should anyone possess knowledge of his current location, please message me privately. As soon as Wen Qingshuan's bounty was revealed, the homeowners group erupted in chaos. Chao Meng. I recall him. The one who previously cautioned us against being deceived. We cannot betray him. Do you truly believe the promises of that vile Wen Qingxian? Even if you find him, she may not reward you. Enough. You on the 5th floor, cease your pretense of virtue. If you knew Chao Meng's whereabouts, you would have reported him long ago. I am well aware of your true character. The reactions within the group were rather lukewarm. However, Chao Meng understood that this was merely superficial. Many were likely already devising ways to secure their own positions. In the frigid depths of despair, human nature proves fragile under scrutiny. At this juncture, when Xingxian spoke again, do you know why I am seeking this Chao? It is not solely due to our enmity, but because he possesses an abundance of resources. Just the other day, he showcased a whole roasted cow during his live stream. He houses a dozen or so pets, all remarkably well fed. To dispel any skepticism, she shared 2 video clips. These were clandestinely recorded, showcasing Chao Meng's opulent feast alongside a plethora of small animals. 2 audio recordings served as testimony, evidently not filmed before the apocalypse. This was conclusive evidence. The group was in uproar. While we suffer from hunger and cold, he indulges in lavish feasts and revelries with so many pets. Is this the conduct of a human being? In the Shulin community, within Chao Meng's high-rise residence, there were firearms, food supplies, and resources. After enduring 2 humiliating confrontations of wealth display against him, Wen Qingxian had invested significantly in her own abode. Double-layered insulated glass had been installed, and 2 diesel generators were set up next door to function as a power distribution room. Inside, an electric heater and humidifier were running, maintaining a temperature exceeding 20 degrees Celsius. At this moment, the cunning woman reclined on her sofa in a flowing purple nightgown, while a comely young woman diligently massaged her feet, a premier technician, exceptionally skilled. How delightful. I hope this apocalypse never concludes, Wen Qingxian mused, as she draped her long legs over the shoulders of the masseuse, who wore a humble expression, revealing no hint of displeasure. Chao Meng, I have vowed to make you regret this, to make your life worse than death. This is merely the beginning. After finishing her words, she directly initiated a video call to Chao Meng. At that moment, she wished to see him seethe with hatred towards her, yet remain powerless against her. This despicable man has repeatedly brought her to the brink of embarrassment, sabotaging her own affairs. Hello, darling, she teased. Chao Meng chuckled. You are mistaken. You should call me daddy. Darling, your complexion seems rather unwell. Are you feeling cold? Wen Qingxian feigned concern, unaware that it might be perceived as affection for Chao Meng. Chao Meng was taken aback. Is my complexion really that poor? Perhaps you were startled. Wen Qingxian giggled. Did you see the message I posted in the group earlier? I did see it. It was quite malicious, just like you. He replied with a grin. Chapter 39. The cacophony of scorn pairs perfectly with hot pot extravagant food broadcasts. Infuriate. How was that malicious? I simply wished to see you. I missed you. Why not do this? Just give me your address, and I shall come to find you. When Qingxian cooed, Chao Meng responded earnestly. No need. I will come to find you. You will find me? Does that mean you agree to be my little pet? She asked with excitement. I will be your father, he countered. Father? Get lost. When Qingxian retorted, leaving Chao Meng flustered. This absurdity. The ancient saying holds true. Those without shame are invincible in this world. Had this woman awakened some impenetrable skin technique? The video call ended abruptly. In the group chat, Chao Meng was bombarded with mentions. Numerous private messages flooded in. Wang Shun tagged the group. Dear neighbors and family, you would never have guessed that such shameless, selfish, and cruel individuals still exist in this world. In this frigid weather, so many in our community are suffering. Just look at the life this scoundrel leads. Outside is frigid, yet he lounges in silk pajamas, indulging in a whole roasted cow. The most outrageous part is his multitude of cats and dogs. Dogs and cats feasting on roasted meat and stewed beef? Is that something a human would do? If only these resources were shared, how many lives could be saved? This scoundrel would rather waste food on pets than share with those in need. What a selfish, cold-hearted creature. I urge everyone to rise up and expose this scoundrel. Let us divide his resources among ourselves. The group was in an uproar. Why should we suffer in hunger and cold while he lives like a king? He even uses such fine food to feed his dogs and cats. Does he value them more than human life? This beast. The community had grown accustomed to Wen Qingshuan's displays of wealth. Even their anger and curses were merely a means to vent their frustrations. As for taking action, they lacked the courage. Against the wicked, they could only submit and watch as the tyrant flaunted his power. However, with Chao Meng, things were different. He held no authority and bore no weapons. Why should they fear him? Unlike Wang Shun, a lackey of Jiang Tao, most homeowners initially approached the matter with a plea for understanding. Wang Yin addressed Boss Chao. Boss Chao, we live in the same building, and we have met before. You should remember me. I have been cast out by Wen Qingxian and now have nowhere to stay. Could you kindly take me in? Li Mei also reached out to Boss Chao. Chow Meng, please assist me. My son is merely 7 years old, and his father has perished while searching for food. Have compassion for us, mother and child. I know you are a good person. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. Indeed, they continued. Chow Meng previously advised us. He must be a good person and will surely help us all. Boss Chow, why don't we propose you as the community supervisor? We will all follow your lead. Chow Meng, I am Wang Tao, a black belt in Taekwondo. I will stick by you. Just provide me with some food. If that woman Wen Qingxian dares to trouble you, I shall be the first to deal with her. Chow Meng, as you witness so many neighbors starving while you hoard precious food for your dogs, do you not fear retribution? Retribution is inevitable. Once the snow disaster passes and the sun shines again, the authorities will not spare you. Chow Meng, I advise you to relinquish your supplies and contribute more. Perhaps in the future, the authorities will reward you as one of the top 10 youths of Linhai. Indeed, in these apocalyptic times, we must set aside past grievances and support those in need. The authorities will surely be generous with their rewards. The public will not forget your deeds. Desperation, flattery, moral coercion, and threats. Everyone seems intent on extracting food from Chow Meng. This is merely the public discourse. Private messages abound even more. By Jing, Chow Meng, I have always remembered you, and I believe you should recognize me too. I am a teacher at Shulin Primary School, and I have had a falling out with my husband. Perhaps I could stay with you. I can be of assistance in many ways. Li Bing, Chow, let us make a deal. I now know where you reside. Provide me with 3 boxes of instant noodles and a beef leg, and I shall keep your secret. Otherwise, be prepared for Wen Qingxian to come and deal with you. Li Wei, Chow Meng, I know you are a good person. My son is starving. He is such a delightful child. Please save him, and I will ensure he shows you gratitude, or fulfill any other requests you may have. The father of Wang Shoufu, Chow Meng, would you trade 1 kilogram of beef for 100,000? You must realize that the snow disaster may linger indefinitely. Before long, Chow Meng's phone was inundated with private messages. The volume was overwhelming, with some even sending video invitations. Threats, extortion, moral coercion, financial pressure, and advances from attractive women. Every tactic imaginable was employed. Many women shared their life photos, and among them were indeed several strikingly beautiful individuals. In particular, one named by Jing caught his eye. She possessed a certain allure that was simply captivating. In truth, Chow Meng had admired her long ago. But that was in the distant past. He felt no compassion for these individuals. When he faced his own tribulations in a previous life, aside from the Chin siblings, not a single soul offered him assistance. Not only did they not help, but many also took advantage of his misfortune. On several occasions, supplies he had painstakingly gathered were seized by these very people. In dire circumstances, there are those who would inflict harm upon themselves, consuming their own flesh. Chow Meng advocates for a principle of reciprocity. Kindness is met with kindness, and enmity with enmity. As for those without either, they are left to their own fates. Friends, spare your breath. Survival depends on oneself. I am not your progenitor. Why should I extend my assistance? One remark ignited a frenzy. Chow Meng, are you still human? A beast who would rather feed his flesh to dogs than save a life. What manner of humanity is this? Are dogs your progenitors? May you not elude my wrath. The cacophony of curses harmonized with the culinary delights of hot pot and fine wine. In the face of such vitriol, Chow Meng felt his hunger intensify. Thus, he decisively prepared a pot of aged sauerkraut beef hot pot, with an array of beef tripe, chicken blood, and assorted vegetables adorning the table, initiating a group live stream. Go ahead and curse. The more you scorn, the more delectable my feast becomes. By the way, many of you are, in my eyes, inferior to dogs. Comparing you to dogs is an affront to them. Initially reluctant to engage, he found his patience tested. A mouthful of meat, a sip of fine wine. The beef tripe simmered for precisely 7 seconds, and the chicken blood was quickly blanched, served steaming hot. And then there were the morels, delightful. Chapter 40, Tidying Up the Tea House, Assassinating Jiang Tao. Have I fallen? How have I become like that shameless wench, Wen Qingxian? The more they curse, the more pleasure she derives? No, it is not the same. I cannot be likened to that shameless creature. My vengeance is reactive, while she is brazenly predatory. At least I have not actively sought to rob these fools. While indulging in his meal, Chow Meng perused the video messages and images sent by women. Indeed, many appeared unremarkable in both looks and physique. One wondered from whence they drew their audacity, perhaps driven mad by hunger. Yet, among them were a few striking individuals, bold enough to present themselves, albeit their movements were somewhat awkward. Leading the pack was the radiant Bai Jing. The first S of Shulin community is far from ordinary. This woman certainly tests a man's mettle. Alas, she has darkened her own prospects. Among these individuals, Chow Meng recognized several. Many were already bound in matrimony. And from the angles of their captures, it seemed that many had been filmed by their husbands. As for what these men thought, only they could know. The longer the apocalypse persists, the more humanity's integrity diminishes. As the ancients said, when the granaries are full, one knows etiquette. Approaching starvation. Notions of morality and honor swiftly evaporate. The feast concluded, and Chao Meng practiced his breathing exercises for a while, indulging in a luxurious bath before flopping onto his plush bed to sleep. Tomorrow held its own challenges. When Qing Xian had already made her move, offering a bounty of a box of instant noodles and 10 sausages, Chao Meng could not guarantee that his location would remain undiscovered. Furthermore, the venomous woman was enjoying her days far too blissfully, which irked Chao Meng. Therefore, he resolved to act, determined to bring her from her paradise to the depths of despair. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, many residents in various communities were barely holding on. Yet the inhabitants of Shulin community suffered greatly, for they had encountered the toxic presence of Wenqing Xian. Had it not been for the plundering by Wenqing Xian, many households would not have reached the brink of destitution at this hour. After breakfast, Chao Ming arrived at Shulin community. Building 6 stood in direct opposition to Building 7, which was forcibly occupied by Wenqing Xian, with a distance of over 100 meters between them. Furthermore, there existed a prime vantage point, namely the 17th floor, where Chun Heping had shattered the windows and doors, elevated by 1 floor above the opposing building and also owned by Jiang Tao. Since when Qing Xian had moved her furniture into Chao Ming's residence, this place had been left vacant, and Jiang Tao had not undertaken any renovations. Chao Ming retrieved a high-precision sniper rifle, affixed the scope, and aimed at the brightly lit 16th floor across the way. In this frigid apocalypse, the residents had become quite adept. Curtains were drawn tightly, and even those with candles or personal power sources could not be discerned from outside. They had begun to conceal their presence. Only when Xingxuan's household remained glaringly illuminated, a conspicuous display of ostentation. As he aimed, the double-glazed windows across were frosted with low temperatures, rendering only vague silhouettes visible. At the dining table, 2 individuals sat facing each other, seemingly engaged in breakfast. A third person stood by, undoubtedly a maid. Who were they? Chao Ming hesitated, unable to discern the genders of the 2 seated. Regardless of their identities, he thought, it would suffice to eliminate them. Whether it was Jiang Tao or Wenqing Xian, their demise would be a boon. He steadied his breath, striving for calmness, and decisively squeezed the trigger, sending the bullet soaring across. On the opposing side, Wenqing Xian, clad in a flowing purple gown, gazed with an expression of disdain at Jiang Tao seated before her. What brings young Master Jiang here today? Has your little fiancé not troubled you? Jiang Tao replied, exasperated. Let us not speak of that wretched girl. Just the thought of her infuriates me. Is she looking down on you? Wenqing Xian retorted with a cold smirk. Jiang Tao, incensed, replied, that little harlot, relying on her father's minions, believes my father dares not act against her? Day by day, she struts before me, her gaze akin to that of a person regarding a pile of refuse. One day, I will. At that moment, the double-glazed thermal window shattered, and Jiang Tao's head burst like a watermelon, the skull's skin torn away, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Wenqing Xian screamed, tumbling to the ground in terror. An assassin. This is bad, young master. Bang! Another shot rang out, though this one veered off course and missed its mark. Wenqing Xian rolled away to evade. Turning to see Jiang Tao sprawled on the floor, missing half of his head, gore and brain matter strewn about, the remnants of his skull untraceable. What to do now? Panic seized Wenqing Xian entirely. She felt no sorrow for Jiang Tao's death. Rather, she was consumed by worry. Jiang Tao had been her source of power and privilege. Without his support and indulgence, how could she command the security team? How could she relish such sumptuous feasts and reside in such warmth? This bullet had obliterated her greatest reliance, shattering her future. Moreover, would Jiang Tao's father, Jiang Long, seek retribution against her? Jiang Long had but one son, who met his tragic demise due to his own actions. The methods employed by that old dog send chills down one's spine. No, the murderer is right across from us. In Building 7. Quickly, seal off Building 7. Not a single mosquito must escape. Hurry. What a clever woman Wenqing Xian is. If she captures the killer, her transgressions may be mitigated, perhaps even redeemed. What a pity. When the glass across shattered, Chao Ming witnessed it. The target had been misidentified. After firing another shot, he swiftly stowed his high-precision sniper rifle into the starry blue ring and retreated without hesitation. The Jiang Group's personnel reacted swiftly. Upon receiving Wang Qingxuan's orders, a substantial number of them, armed with various firearms and wielding flashlights, surged from Building 7. Simultaneously, others moved to secure the entrance of the community. Alas, their actions were still a step too slow. Chao Ming had already departed the Shulin residential area at great speed. Upon exiting the community, Chao Ming did not choose to return to his residence, but instead lay in ambush across the street. Jiang Long, having lost his son, would surely not let this pass lightly, would he? Perhaps that old man would come to confront him himself. This arrogant old man cannot be allowed to exist in Lehigh City. The opportunity lay before him. To forego this chance would be a disservice to himself. Positioned over 600 meters from the entrance of the community, atop a two-story shop, Chow Meng found his vantage point. This time, it was not a sniper rifle. It was a Vulcan cannon. In long-range combat, the heavy machine gun would obliterate rifles and handguns with ease. Such distance exceeded the effective range of typical assault rifles. With walls providing ample cover, he could withstand it. Jiang Long prepared to face the metallic storm, gripping the handle of the Vulcan cannon. With long belts of ammunition stacked beside him, a devilish grin spread across Chow Meng's face. He was filled with anticipation. How many hits could the big shot endure? Time passed slowly, minute by minute. In the Shulin community, the murderer had yet to be apprehended. Wang Qingxian immediately ordered everyone to mobilize for a thorough search of the 6th floor across the street. Chapter 041. The Grim Reaper, Continuous Ambushes, Targeting the Big Shot. As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. The residents of Building 6 were unfortunate indeed. Everyone, including the elderly, children, and the ill, were herded into the snow outside, under strict watch. Any hint of dissatisfaction was met with the blunt force of a gunstock. The scene resembled an invasion. With young Master Jiang dead, the bodyguards were thrown into disarray, especially those tasked with Jiang Tao's close protection, who were utterly terrified. They understood their employer's character all too well. If this matter was not handled properly, it would not only endanger their lives, but also those of their families. The head of the security team, Zheng Biao, armed with an assault rifle, glared menacingly at the residents gathered in the open. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Jiang Long calling. What? Capture sister-in-law, Wang Qingxian. Zheng Biao jolted, realizing that the boss was placing the blame for his son's death on Wang Qingxian. Keep an eye on that wretched woman until I arrive to deal with her. If it weren't for her, my son would still be alive. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Long was roaring like a madman. Yes, boss, I will deal with that wretched woman immediately. The voice of Zheng Biao thundered through. Quickly, send 2 people to bring Wen Qingxian here. Captain, Wen Qingxian is missing. What? Zheng Biao exclaimed in shock. Hurry and search for her. We must retrieve that wretched woman, or we will all perish. Outside Shulin community, Wen Qingxian was struggling to move her body through the dim, snowy landscape. She was bundled in 2 down jackets, with several warm garments beneath, and carrying a bulging backpack. This woman was tenacious. The moment Jiang Tao met his demise, she comprehended the impending dangers that awaited her. Thus, she could hardly spare a thought for her parents and younger brother still under Jiang's control. She hastily dispatched everyone to Building 6 to apprehend individuals and clear the area. Meanwhile, she seized the opportunity to pack a substantial amount of compressed biscuits and several solid alcohol lamps, along with Jiang Tao's sidearm and ammunition, before stealthily fleeing. The biting cold wind, laced with ice, scraped against her like 1,000 tiny daggers. Despite being well-wrapped, Wen Qingxian still felt the penetrating chill. She began to reminisce about the doomsday base that she had painstakingly acquired and transformed. Compared to the outside world, it was a stark contrast of warmth and safety. Who could be orchestrating this against me? If I uncover their identity, I shall not let them escape unscathed. In that moment, Wen Qingxian fervently cursed the ancestral lineage of the shadowy figure pulling the strings. Today, she had once again been frightened to the brink of losing control. The last time it was the stealthy assault of an alloy arrow that left her shaken. This time, it was the splatter of brain matter from Zhang's young master that had terrified her. After trudging a few hundred meters, utterly exhausted, Wen Qingxian sought refuge in a sheltered spot to rest. The road leading to Shulin community had long been cleared by Jiang Tao and his subordinates using bulldozers, allowing for safe passage through the heavy snow. Approximately 20 minutes later, a string of headlights illuminated the distant darkness. There were around 20 vehicles, all rugged and equipped with anti-skid chains, speeding forth. The leading cars were evidently of a much higher caliber. A minute later, the convoy gradually slowed as it prepared to turn into the community. Come on, big boss, prepare to face the judgment of justice. With a smirk, she lit a cigarette, clamped it between her lips, and adjusted the gun's aim. The sound of the revolving machine gun emitted a delightful noise, unleashing a torrent of fire. The 12, 7mm heavy machine gun bullets poured down like a torrential rain upon the convoy. The first bullet veered slightly off target, necessitating a minor adjustment in angle. A dense barrage swept through, ruthlessly penetrating each vehicle in succession. Several of the cars had their fuel tanks ruptured, resulting in immediate explosions. The thunderous blast drowned out the cries of agony and shock. What a relief, she exclaimed. Let us plow through them again. With renewed vigor, she unleashed another round upon them. Boom, boom. 2 more vehicles erupted into flames, sending fireballs soaring into the sky. Ecstasy surged through her veins. This sensation was absolutely exhilarating. Within the convoy, those with quick reflexes leapt from their vehicles, while the slower ones met their fate. Amidst the chaos, Some began to fire towards Chow Meng's direction. Chow Meng spat the cigarette butt aside, retracted the fire god cannon, and made his escape. The counterattack had already commenced. Although the distance exceeded the effective range of a rifle, he dared not gamble on whether the opposing side possessed heavier weaponry. Even in the absence of such, the risk of being struck by bullets remained. In this frigid apocalypse, Chow Meng had no desire to test his self-healing abilities. As the gunfire ceased, the agonizing screams by the roadside continued unabated. The formidable Jiang Long bellowed like a slaughtered beast. "Damn it! Are you all feigning death? Hurry up and come save me. Brother Long, are you all right? Quick, cover Brother Long's retreat. 2 of you lift him up." 18 vehicles, a convoy of 70 to 80 men. Over 20 had already perished, with many more left battered and bruised. Only 14 or 15 remained unscathed. The ambush had been utterly unexpected, and the enemy's firepower was overwhelming. The flimsy off-road vehicles were utterly incapable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire. Brother Long's vehicle was the second in line. A man of many enemies, he had taken precautions, modifying his car for safety. The windows were bulletproof, reinforced with steel plating, indistinguishable from the outside. Yet, the sheer force of the Gatling gun proved too much, allowing a few bullets to penetrate, leaving deep wounds on the old man's thigh. The young ones hurriedly extracted Jiang Long from the 4th vehicle. "Damn it, extinguish the flashlight. Over there's a flower bed that can shield us from bullets. Hurry and carry me. Ah, who is grabbing my wound? Old cat, take 2 men and stealthily move forward." After arranging those around him, Jiang Long retrieved his phone and called Captain Zheng Biao, who was at Shulin Community. "Zheng Biao, hurry up and bring everyone to provide support. If anyone dares to delay, I'll slaughter their entire family. Damn it." Meanwhile, in another direction at the entrance of Shulin Community, when Qing Xian, hiding hundreds of meters away, witnessed this spectacular display of fireworks. Watching Jiang Long's convoy advance with great momentum, she was taken aback as it was immediately shattered in an explosion. Stunned, she wondered if Jiang Long had perished. If so, it would be for the best, for otherwise, her parents and younger brother would face dire consequences. This bastard could get me killed. However, when Qing Xian could not fathom that the man she wished dead was none other than the despised Chow Meng. A bounty placed on a box of instant noodles prompted Chow Meng to decide to end her life prematurely. Fortune favored her, as that bullet struck Jiang Tao's head. Otherwise, she would have long since met her end. That box of instant noodles had become her death warrant. Chapter 042, Dog Bites Dog. It was exhilarating to be the 6th wheel. The owner group of Shulin Community was in complete uproar. The nefarious Jiang Tao had been shot in the head by a mysterious assailant. Subsequently, Jiang Long's convoy was mercilessly riddled with bullets outside the community. Rumors were rampant in the group, with tales of all sorts circulating. On the 16th floor, in Chow Meng's former residence, Jiang Tao's body lay frozen, half his head missing. Brain matter scattered across the floor. Boss Chow has personally transformed his residence into a house of horrors. My son. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of his beloved son sprawled upon the cold floor, the esteemed Jiang Tao could no longer contain his anguish. His heart-wrenching cries pierced the night sky. The 4 close bodyguards, tasked with Jiang Tao's protection, were disarmed and trembling as they knelt on the ground, awaiting Jiang Long's judgment. After a lengthy pause, the magnate gradually emerged from his sorrow, wiping away his tears before solemnly inquiring, "Zheng Biao, have we captured him?" Trembling on the ground, Zheng Biao stammered, "Brother, Zheng Biao is incompetent. The assassin has escaped." "I am not asking about the assassin." Jiang Long's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. He had a strong suspicion of who the assassin was. "I am inquiring about that wretched woman, Wen Qingxian. If it weren't for her, my son would not have abandoned the safety of the Jiang estate to venture into this cursed place. Had he not come here, he would still be alive. More importantly, my son is dead, yet that vile woman continues to thrive. His death must be connected to her. If it were not, why would she flee? And no, we did not capture her. We were too focused on apprehending the assassin and did not anticipate that she would run," Zheng Biao explained, his forehead beaded with sweat. He was genuinely terrified, fearing that his failure might lead to his own demise at the hands of his superior. "Very well." Jiang Long suppressed his fury and commanded, "Bring in the squad leaders and corps members. I have something to discuss." "Understood." Soon, several squad leaders and corps members approached Jiang Long, visibly apprehensive. "Do not be afraid." Jiang Long scanned the group and spoke in a grave tone. "You are not to blame for today's events. The assassin acted with premeditation, intending to eliminate my son and lure me here. Who is it? Which scoundrel dares to conspire against the Jiang family? Boss, just say the word, and I shall deal with him." Several subordinates pledged their loyalty immediately. Jiang Long did not rush to respond. Instead, he instructed Zheng Biao to collect everyone's phones before revealing, "It is someone from within our ranks. Previously, over 100 billion worth of our inventory mysteriously vanished from our warehouse. This was orchestrated by one of our own. Additionally, some individuals are already eagerly vying for power. As he spoke, Jiang Long's eyes glinted with a frenzied hatred. His son was gone, his only son. Alas, Chao Meng, the sixth brother, did not overhear this, or he would have surely found it laughable. The imagination of a gang leader is remarkably potent. Brother, are you referring to Lu Ning? Zheng Biao's face paled. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Jiang Long. Lu Ning was the right hand of the boss, commanding the most formidable guards within the Jiang family. If he were to betray them, it would spell disaster. Jiang Long chuckled coldly, surveying his subordinates one by one. You shall find out soon enough. I have already called Lu Ning to bring in reinforcements. We were met with fierce gunfire upon our arrival. If he does not show up or was not attacked, then there is nothing more to discuss. Beside him, Zheng Biao and several subordinates felt a chill run through their bones. The leader was testing Lu Ning. However, what sort of convoluted reasoning was this? If Lu Ning was not the mastermind behind it all and had merely come at the behest of another, would he not be subjected to yet another massacre orchestrated by the true villain? To avenge his son, the leader was willing to betray even a brother like Lu Ning. Such were the ruthless tactics of a powerful figure in the underworld. Jiang Long paid no heed to his subordinates' thoughts. His sole focus was on retribution for his son. Now, you lot, immediately position yourselves in ambush at buildings 7, 6, and 8, as well as the cover points below. Await further orders. Understood. After a brief moment of fervor, Chao Meng did not leave immediately, but rather changed his hiding spot to continue his surveillance. His instincts as a hunter told him that a significant spectacle was yet to unfold that night. Indeed, half an hour later, a convoy sped onto the scene, halting before the wreckage of vehicles at the entrance of Shulin community, then abandoning their cars to proceed on foot. A veritable army of over 100 armed individuals, brandishing weapons openly. To engage or not to engage, Chao Meng hesitated for a moment before deciding to remain a mere observer. Once the group infiltrated Shulin community, the air soon filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Chao Meng retrieved his phone from his pocket and was astonished to find that someone in the homeowners group was live streaming the chaos from a window. Goodness, it's a dog-eat-dog scenario. What an exhilarating spectacle. As Lu Ning and Jiang Tao's stepmother entered the community, they were swiftly met with a barrage of gunfire from all sides. In less than half a minute, over half of the 100-strong contingent lay sprawled on the ground, the remainder scattering like birds disturbed from their roosts. Impressive, thrilling. Watching the fratricidal melee unfold on his screen, Chao Meng felt a surge of pride. Who could have anticipated that a single gunshot could trigger such a chain reaction? Fortunately, it was Jiang Tao who fell, had it been Wen Qingxian. The grand performance of the evening would have likely never materialized. In these times, it was indeed refreshing to be the underdog. Was it possible that he could still seize an opportunity amidst the fray? After some contemplation, Chao Meng ultimately dismissed the enticing thought. The chaos of dogs devouring dogs was too captivating. As a mere spectator, it was best to enjoy the show. As soon as Lu Ning and Jiang Tao's stepmother retreated, Captain Zheng Biao and his men surged forth like hounds on the scent. By the time they returned to their dwelling, the evening had already descended, and Chao Meng's stomach growled in protest. He retrieved the provisions he had prepared from the star blue ring, sharing some with the small creatures around him. While indulging in a hearty meal as he perused the messages in the group chat, the homeowners group was in complete disarray. Everyone fervently discussing the tumultuous skirmish that had just transpired within the community. Some reveled in schadenfreude, while others lamented broken windows and the chaos that had turned their homes into iceboxes, cursing Jiang Long's lineage with fervor. Jiang Long had departed with the body of his precious son, yet he left behind a cadre of over a dozen armed men to guard the spoils plundered from the 9th small community by Jiang Tao and Wen Qingxian. Thus, while the residents were treated to an unrestrained spectacle, their own dire circumstances remained wholly unrelieved. However, for Chao Meng, today was a bountiful harvest. Jiang Tao had met his demise, and the woman, Wen Qingxian, would undoubtedly bear the blame. Jiang Long was a ruthless character, and it was entirely possible he would demand retribution from her, especially since Wen Qingxuan's family remained under the Jiang family's control. Furthermore, with Jiang Tao's death, the Jiang family was embroiled in internal strife, significantly weakening a formidable adversary from his previous life. Such joyous news deserved a toast or two in celebration. Chapter 043. The Miserable Wen Family. Ti Biao seeks help. Their hearts belong only to you. What a pity that the wretched Wen Qingxian had not fallen into my hands. As Chao Meng savored a glass of Mao Tai, he mused with a tinge of regret. At that moment, a message captured Chao Meng's attention. Brother Long tagged all members. Greetings. I am Jiang Long, the president of Jiang Hai Group. I am issuing a bounty, a reward for the capture of the vile Wen Qingxian. Anyone who provides information on her whereabouts will receive 100 pounds of beef and the opportunity to join Jiang Hai Group, enjoying the benefits of our resources. The message was accompanied by a photograph of Wen Qingxian. Chao Meng burst into laughter. Huh. The tides of fortune have turned. This is the consequence of placing a bounty on your father. The moment Jiang Long's bounty was announced, the group erupted into chaos. The venomous woman and the Jiang family had turned against each other. 100 pounds of beef, along with the perks of being a member of Jiang Hai Group. This was a monumental reward for those struggling against the harshness of the apocalypse. Damn, that wretched woman finally faced her reckoning. If only I could find her. I would deal with her before turning her in. Regrettably, I had no idea where that woman was. Otherwise, Jiang Long, my friend, is Jiang Hai Group still hiring? Do you need any muscle? I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. I could be a bodyguard. Yes, boss, why not recruit us young and strong individuals? We fear not death. Just give us something to eat. Silence. Jiang Long had no time for their incessant chatter. He silenced the group and then released several photographs. They depicted Wen Qingxian's parents and her beloved brother Wen Bo enduring torture. The three of them were bound to pillars, hot branding irons searing into their flesh. Smoke rising as they writhed in agony, tears and snot streaming down their faces, their expressions twisted in pain. Simultaneously, Wen Qingxian received a message, wretched woman. You have 3 hours to arrive at the Jiang estate, or I shall ensure your entire family experiences the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Huh. This image is truly gratifying, more satisfying than Mr. Bai's artistic photographs. As Chao Meng gazed at the pitiful state of Wen Qingxian's parents and the simpleton Wen Bo, his spirits soared. The resentment from his previous life, which had gnawed at him, dissipated significantly. Jiang Long, well done. Given your impressive efforts, I shall ensure your demise is swift in the future. Oh, such delightful news must be shared with their daughter. Chao Meng promptly initiated a video call to Wen Qingxian, eager to witness her anguish. The call rang several times before it connected. The space on the other end was dimly lit, the glow from the phone barely illuminating Wen Qingxian's face. It was evident that she was in distress. The demeanor of the once proud queen had vanished. Qingxian, what have you gotten yourself into? Chao Meng, with a face full of regret, inquired. Has your warm doomsday fortress lost power? It's so dark that I can hardly discern your exquisite beauty. Instantly, a million alpacas surged through Wen Qingxian's mind. With a sorrowful expression and a voice tinged with tears, she lamented, Chao Meng, please spare me your sarcasm. I had a fallout with Jiang Tao. That scoundrel sought to take advantage of me, yet my heart belongs solely to you. In a moment of struggle, I accidentally shot Jiang Tao and escaped. What? This revelation left Chao Meng utterly dumbfounded. Is it truly possible to play such a game? This woman's lies flow as easily as words from her lips. At such a critical juncture, she still performs so well. Wasn't she just offering a bounty on my head, trying to turn me into a sycophant? Now she is shifting the blame onto herself? No way. Are you really this fierce? That Jiang Xiao we're talking about. Could you truly let him go? Chao Meng tore off a succulent chicken leg, its grease glistening as he stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Opposite him, Wen Qingxian swallowed hard. Wasn't it true that she harbored feelings for him? In a moment of desperation, she killed Jiang Tao. After a brief pause, she pitifully added, Chao Meng, I've landed myself in a great mess for you. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Chao Meng shook his head vigorously. Of course not. You hold such deep affection for me, having even dealt with Jiang Fushao. How could I possibly disregard you? Tell me where you are, and I shall come to your aid. After locating you, I shall treat you to some delightful snacks. Wen Qingxian, not one to be easily fooled, hesitated before replying. Why don't you tell me where you are? I'll come to you. In this frigid weather. It would be terrible if you caught a cold. It's fine. I'm dressed warmly. Just tell me. As he savored the delectable chicken, he swallowed. Wen Qingxian gulped. No, I shall find you. Trust me. All right, I'll comply. Chao Meng sighed with a smile. Jiangdong Garden, Building 3, Room 2201. Come quickly. I'll save some fragrant chicken for you. The address was, of course, a mere fabrication. Chao Meng couldn't reveal his location, just as Wen Qingxian was guarding against him. Jiangdong Garden, understood. I'll be there shortly. Wen Qingxian ended the video call and retrieved the small handgun she had concealed in her pocket, beginning to waver. What if this rogue deceives me? Or betrays me? No, I must wait a couple of days and assess the situation. After all, I have my emergency rations. In the dim, cold confines of the dilapidated building, Wen Qingxian trembled as she pulled out a piece of compressed biscuit from her bag, biting into it, hard and unyielding. Ugh, such coarse, unpalatable food hardly suits my delicate throat. After a few bites, she glanced at her phone, only to be met with images and videos of Jiang Long tormenting her parents and brother. Fury surged within her. Oh, Jiang Long, you beast. I shall see you dead, just you wait. And that scoundrel from yesterday, I will discover your identity. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, Chao Meng laid out a sumptuous feast, and then initiated a video call with Wen Qingxian. There was no other purpose, simply to flaunt. She relished the sight of her own machinations leading to their ruin, leaving them with no place to rest in death. Chao Meng inquired, Qingxian, What is the matter? I have awaited your arrival all night. Why have you not sought me out? I am currently being hunted down by Long, who has placed a bounty on my head. My demise is of little consequence, but I cannot allow you to be implicated in my troubles. So I shall refrain from visiting for the time being. With a glance at the sumptuous display on her screen, Wen Qingxian swiftly chose to terminate the call. The thought of indulging further in the blandness of compressed biscuits was unbearable. Each additional piece felt like a desecration to her delicate throat. Xiao Ming chuckled derisively. Through the video, he clearly discerned Wen Qingxuan's predicament. This woman had, astonishingly, emulated the Inuit from a television program, constructing a small igloo, and even igniting an oil lamp within it for warmth. Ding dong. Zhang Long tagged all group members. The content contained 2 videos depicting her tormented parents, Wen Fu and Wen Mu, and her brother, Wen Bo, bound by 3 dog leashes, forced at gunpoint to endure the most humiliating of fates. Chapter 044. Agitated seeing your plight brings me a sense of relief, Wen Qingxian. Look, your family is paying the price for your misdeeds. Accompanied by Zhang Long's disdainful voiceover. The video conveyed, if you still consider yourself human, come to Zhang's manor now. I, Zhang Long, can assure you that if you comply, I shall release your family. When Bo's pitiful cries echoed, Sister, save me. It hurts so much. I do not wish to endure this. Meanwhile, Wen Mu, disheveled and resembling a madwoman, seethed with frenzied hatred, proclaiming, Wen Qingxian, you wretched creature. You caused this calamity and fled, forcing your mother to bear the burden. Are you even human? Qingxian, I beg you, come and rescue us. If this continues, your brother and I shall perish. Xiao Ming, watching from his phone screen, found himself impressed by Zhang Long's ruthless tactics. Such is the prowess of a societal overlord, calculating, merciless, and devoid of morality. Observing Wen Mu's acerbic demeanor, along with the foolishness of Wen Bo and the desperate state of Wen Fu, Xiao Ming felt a renewed sense of satisfaction. What a swift retribution. Though he did not enact revenge himself, he had played a significant role in orchestrating this outcome, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, this narrative felt oddly familiar. Was it not a tale of an entire family reduced to consuming filth? Xiao Ming mused that given his understanding of Wen Qingxian, this family's genetic makeup consisted predominantly of worthless traits. While she may have been a super enabler in the past, that was only when she had options. In dire straits, her parents and brother were not beyond sacrifice. Zhang Long's attempt to leverage this situation to force Wen Qingxuan's hand would likely prove futile. Very well. Witnessing your family's suffering brings me comfort, he thought, before setting down the phone and taking a moment to rest, before embarking on a new day of training. In these 10 days of impending doom, the transformation of Xiao Ming has been markedly evident each day. Initially, his appetite was substantial. He could consume half a roasted lamb in one sitting, but now he has progressed to devouring half a plump beef, accompanied by various side dishes. Furthermore, his practice of the guiding technique from the Ninefold Demon Codex has fully entered a productive phase, evolving from the ability to control 2 stimulating vortices to mastering 8 simultaneously. His physical prowess has seen a remarkable enhancement, as Xiao Ming feels he can now unleash a force of 600 to 700 kilograms with a mere punch. Moreover, he perceives an increase in his strength of 10 to 20 kilograms each day, with the magnitude of improvement gradually intensifying. The only downside is that the more he practices, the more restless he becomes. Even Brother Guan is struggling to restrain him, and he finds himself yearning for the company of women. Currently, Xiao Ming is hesitant to select critical areas for the convergence points of the primal energy stimulation. Visions of 2 figures frequently flicker through his mind, the melodious goddess Qin Yi and his subordinate Lu Xiaoran. In these 10 days of the apocalypse, Lu Xiaoran has not disappointed him. She diligently reports daily, and their video calls grow longer with each passing day. It seems the time is ripe to invite this young girl over. It would be delightful to have someone to cook and care for his pets, as well as a companion with whom to converse. After completing a day of rigorous training, Xiao Ming feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Having fully digested the sumptuous meal he just consumed, and a subtle hunger emerges once more. Throughout these 10 days, there has been a significant enhancement in his strength, speed, and perception. Coupled with the weapons at his disposal and a loyal group of pets, subduing a young girl would pose no challenge. The growth of the small animals has been astonishing. The 13 little puppies have completely weaned and have more than doubled in size. Their coats gleaming and their spirits undeniably vibrant. The 2 large dogs, Da Huang and Lao He, appear to be undergoing a second growth spurt, not only growing taller and stronger, but also becoming increasingly spirited. Once the training concluded, he took a cold shower to cool off, consumed a light meal to replenish his energy, and changed into silk pajamas, reclining on the sofa. Come here, Huang Xiaoni and Heita, the 2 dogs, one yellow and one black, with their shiny coats and robust physiques, eagerly approached Xiao Ming. Huang Xiaoni is a female Chinese rural dog, while Heita is a male German shepherd. Curiously, Huang Xiaoni is the only female among her litter of rural dogs, and He Ta is the sole male among the German shepherds. These two puppies display more intelligence than their siblings, possess hearty appetites, and exhibit great agility. Intriguingly, despite belonging to different breeds, they enjoy playing together. Besides Huang Xiaoni and He Ta, Xiao Ming also pays close attention to Cat Xiao Wu, whom he has renamed Cat Xiao Wu. This smallest silver tabby kitten is the most spirited among the 5 little cats. Xiao Wu, are you bullying the little turtle? In the fish tank on the coffee table, 2 black-shelled turtles are thriving remarkably. In just 10 days, they have grown significantly. Currently, I am being playfully nudged by Xiao Wu, the cat, with her tiny paws. My dear owner, Xiao Wu is quite mischievous. Just earlier, while I was bathing, she tugged at a feather of mine, causing the black parrot perched on the metallic rack to start chattering away. In a mere span of 10 days, the parrot, which initially could only articulate simple phrases, has become increasingly eloquent. Meow. Xiao Wu released the little turtle and let out a call towards the black parrot, startling it into silence. Xiao Wu, do not bully others. Come here. The little feline executed a graceful leap, landing on my lap, gently rubbing her head against my face. My preference for the black parrot elicited a chorus of protest from the others. Haha, I couldn't help but chuckle. With these little companions around, the mundane existence of apocalyptic life has become somewhat less dreary. After a night of contemplation, the ripples caused by Jiang Tao's demise have subsided. While Building 6 still harbors a considerable stash of supplies seized from Jiang Tao and Wenqing Xian, the residents lack the audacity to beseech the formidable Jiang Long. Consequently, all eyes have turned towards Chao Ming, who recently indulged in a lavish feast broadcast. Additionally, there is another unfortunate soul, Chen Heping, who has become a focal point of requests. The reason is simple. Chen Heping is known for his loyalty. The fact that over 20 members have joined the mutual aid group he established today attests to his inability to resist the pleas for help. Furthermore, besides the usual grievances and requests for assistance, the residence group has adopted a new function, trading and mutual support. Dear neighbors, does anyone have ibuprofen? My wife has a persistent high fever. I am willing to pay 10,000 for a bottle. Upstairs neighbor, money is merely worthless paper these days. If you are sincere, offer 2 packs of instant noodles or a pound of rice, and I will give you 3 ibuprofen. Does anyone have a power source? May I borrow it to charge my phone? Is there anyone with a gas cylinder? Please message me privately. Which kind-hearted gentleman can take me in? I only need some food. Chapter 045. The Fortress Exposed. Ruthless Authority. Water poured rapid freezing. I ventured out today to gather supplies, exploring the Yida CBD. If anyone wishes to join, please message me. I must say, the adaptability of humans to their environment can be remarkably strong at times. In the name of survival, one can indeed devise any means necessary and cast aside all reservations. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, an unfamiliar call came through. With a mind to pass the time, I answered it. On the other end was a woman. Xiao Ming, I have some news for you. Your address has been uncovered. What? Instinctively, I felt that the caller was attempting to deceive me, yet her next words astonished me. The woman continued. There is a woman in your community named Yang Chun from the Real Estate Registration Center. She claims you own a house in the adjacent villa community, and she has gathered a group of people intending to cause you trouble. Hiss, a solid lead. Indeed, there is no wall that does not have a crack in it. The Real Estate Registration Center, Yang Chun, I remember. I had dealings with this woman when I was speculating on properties. She had even flirted with me, but I had ignored her advances. Having my hideout discovered is indeed a troublesome matter. In the shadow of impending doom, desperate individuals are capable of committing the most irrational acts. During the renovation of his shelter, Chao Ming invested heavily, replacing the windows with bulletproof glass and reinforcing critical areas with alloy plates for enhanced protection. This was sufficient to deter the unruly homeowners. But what of the future? Who could predict whether more formidable forces might set their sights on him? I wondered why those who frequently berated me had fallen silent today. Perhaps they had finally come to terms with reality. What is your name, and why are you assisting me? Chao Ming inquired in a low voice. The woman replied softly. I am Li Shulan. Yang Chun seduced my husband, assuming I was oblivious. Humph. Aside from that, I am in need of some food. If possible, I could be of service to you. I consider myself reasonably attractive. Li Shulan? Chao Ming pondered, drawing a blank. Food can be arranged, but do not expect to reside in my home. Remember, you will gather intelligence from me in exchange for sustenance. All right, no problem. Li Shulan quickly responded. By the way, they came with about 16 or 17 people, both men and women, armed with crowbars and fire axes. I understand. Chao Ming concluded the call with a sense of urgency. Damn it, do these bastards think I'm an easy target? Jiang Tao raided supplies from 9 communities and hoarded them in Building 6. They dared not take anything from there. Now they have turned their attention to me. Very well. They shall learn a lesson. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Allowing the enemy to encroach upon his territory and wreak havoc around the shelter would be an act of folly. Dressed appropriately and equipped with a thermal imaging device, Chao Meng stealthily exited. At the entrance of the villa complex, beneath a flower bed, he readied his alloy bow. This time, he opted not to employ firearms. It wasn't long before the beams of 2 flashlights grew nearer. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a motley group of 16 or 17 men and women, clad in layers resembling bears, with some even wrapped in their household quilts, struggling through the snow with makeshift weapons. Damn this Chao scoundrel. We are on the brink of starvation while he feasts on lavish meals, even feeding meat to his dogs. Such a person deserves to perish. Indeed, I've never encountered someone so unscrupulous. Brother Hua, I suspect Chao Meng is not a fool. If he dares to sustain so many cats and dogs with food, his supplies must be plentiful. If we eliminate him, we needn't brave the elements to search for resources outside. Precisely, but this operation must remain confidential. Once we succeed, we shall discreetly relocate our families to reside in Chao's grand villa. That makes sense. The villa is spacious enough for 8 or 9 families. With more people, it will be warmer, and we can look out for each other. Let us dispose of those foolish dogs and cats. I've never tasted cat meat. Dog meat is quite delectable as well. Slurp. I want to savor Chao Meng's flesh. That wretched bastard is utterly detestable. The group eagerly exchanged their thoughts, reveling in their aspirations for a better life. Brother Hua, I discovered the location of Chao Meng's residence, and I intend to claim the best items first. Yang Chun, bundled in 2 layers of cotton clothing and wrapping himself in a quilt, spoke with a stutter. That will not do. These resources must be evenly divided. No one shall monopolize. Exactly. Without us, how dare you, a mere woman, attempt to seize Chao Meng? Soon, the group arrived at a distance of less than 50 meters from him. By heavens, to confront you lot of insignificant thugs with an alloy bow is an affront to the weapon itself. Chao Meng swiftly put away the alloy bow and produced an iron rod from his star blue ring, striding purposefully towards the men and women before him. Who goes there? The ordinary people, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure in the night wielding a heavy club, instinctively halted, the leader bellowing in response. You seek to rob him, Chao Meng. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation. A few audacious individuals, emboldened by a sense of courage, seized their weapons and charged forth. Onward, let us vanquish him. Eliminate this selfish scoundrel. How dare you act so brazenly? With a resounding crack, the iron rod descended. Employing the same technique used against the Wen family, the rod struck limbs, shattering and breaking with ease. With Chao Meng's current strength, reflexes, and 5 years of apocalyptic combat experience from his previous life, dealing with these inept individuals was a mere trifle. The iron rod danced through the air, blocking and evading with precision. The sharp sounds of bones fracturing mingled with the anguished cries. Ah no, Chao Meng, I was mistaken. Spare me. Run. After dispatching 8 foes, the remaining individuals were cowed by his ferocity. They dropped their weapons and discarded the blankets wrapped around them, turning to flee in terror. Flee. Not on my watch. Chao Meng stood firm, and with a flicker of his spatial ring, he unleashed bags of water, each the size of a basketball, hurling them at the retreating figures. With a splatter, the water bags burst, showering down upon them, and in the frigid air, they quickly froze. Ah, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each water bag found its mark. Some unfortunate souls struck by 2, others by 3 or 4. It's so cold. The icy shards clung to their bodies, leaving them utterly frozen in shock. Truly formidable. Even amidst their cries of despair as they fled the illuminated neighborhood, a triumphant smile spread across Chao Meng's face. What creativity! This could be classified as a magical assault. Having barely escaped a distance of 200 meters, these individuals collapsed one after another, their screams extinguished. Human bodies, instantaneously frozen. If only I had a high-pressure water cannon at home, its lethality would rival that of the fire goddess cannon, wouldn't it? Chapter 046. I find you unclean starving. Desperate souls. Ha. In this world, perhaps only I, capable of carrying liquid water, can wield such a magical attack. In this frigid weather, only the star blue ring can store abundant temperate water resources. For others to quench their thirst, they must first gather ice or snow and melt it into water. When Chao Meng, flashlight in hand, approached the unfortunate victims of his water assault, he discovered they had transformed into icy sculptures. Chao Meng, spare us. We were wrong. The 8 comparatively fortunate souls, their limbs shattered into fragments, lay in the snow, gazing up in terror at the approaching Chao Meng. Now, they are truly terrified. Initially, they believed that Chao Meng was easily bullied, but little did they know they had encountered a god of death. His ruthless demeanor is incomparably beyond the petty thugs like Zhou Longzhao. Chao Meng, father, I was wrong. Spare my life, and I shall be your woman, Yang Chen pleaded, lying on the ground with a face full of desperation. Be my woman? Huh, I find you repugnant. Chao Ming laughed heartily as he approached the instigator, Yang Chun, and crushed her shattered meniscus beneath his foot. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness. "No, spare me. Chao Ming, I beg you not to kill me." Chao Ming replied with a cold smile. "What are you talking about? I am a good person. How could I take a life? Well then, you may summon your families to carry you home." With that, he left behind the 8 unfortunate souls, all paralyzed, and strode confidently towards the villa community. In this apocalyptic era, death sometimes serves as a release. For those suffering from shattering fractures of hands and feet, there are no outcomes beyond enduring pain until death. Without medicine or care, lying in the icy snow for an extended period could lead to severe illness. Such individuals are merely burdens to their families, serving no purpose. Soon, they may experience the depths of human depravity from their own kin. During ancient famines, there were instances of exchanging children for food. Now, in this apocalypse, the horror surpasses even those ancient disasters. After discreetly tossing a small box of instant noodles beneath the flower bed on the left side of the community entrance, Chao Ming departed with an air of nonchalance. This was a reward for the woman who had reported him, having received the benefit. She should now understand how to proceed in the future. Chao Ming is a man of his word. 20 minutes later, the unfortunate victims' families finally arrived at the scene. Staggering under the effort it took to bring the 8 severely injured and frostbitten individuals back home. Upon returning home, Chao Ming immediately took out his phone. As expected, the location of his doomsday base had been exposed by the families of the robbers. Huang Jing tagged all members. "Everyone, I have good news to share. We have located the hideout of that scoundrel, Chao Ming. It's right in the neighboring villa community. Revenge is indeed sweet." Huang Jing's husband was one of the robbery gang members, but he met his end when Chao Ming doused him with several bags of ice water, resulting in instant frostbite. The pillar of their family had thus collapsed. Knowing she could not contend with Chao Ming, Huang Jing promptly disclosed the location of his doomsday base. The community group chat quickly buzzed with activity. The neighboring villa community? No wonder. Those residents are either wealthy or noble. Some households have entire rooms stocked with high-end red and white wines. Truly, the wealthy feast while the roads are littered with the bones of the freezing dead. This Chao scoundrel is utterly inhumane. While we are all starving, he chooses to nourish so many pets and eat so well. There is no one more selfish in this world. Such selfish individuals are undeserving of existence. Let us seek out this scoundrel. How infuriating. One person cares for over 20 cats and dogs. The resources saved could sustain countless lives. Such a person deserves to descend into hell and be reborn as a dog in the next life. Let us hurry. If we delay, this fiend may relocate his supplies. And that would be regrettable. These craven bullies provoke the weak, yet tremble before the strong. Chao Ming silently scoffed. Those who dare steal from you. Yet you lack the courage to seek justice, not even daring to utter a word of protest. But you are bold enough to confront me. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Chao, addressing the crowd, declared, "So, you wish to rob me? Come forth, for I do not hold you in high regard. In my eyes, you are mere refuse." He then displayed several images of Hua Xiao, Yang Chun, and others, their limbs severed or frozen to death. "This is the cost of robbing me. Those unafraid of death may approach." Goodness, is that not Hua Xiao? And Yang Chun among so many others. "Chao Ming, have you no fear of divine retribution for slaying so many?" Huang Jing exclaimed. Chao replied, "You do not fear retribution for robbing me. So why should I fear killing a couple of pests? A group of cowards. The Zhang family conglomerate has pillaged so much from you. Yet you do not dare retaliate against them. The supplies gathered from 9 communities are brazenly stored in Building 6. Why do you not dare to reclaim what is yours?" Wang Xiaoshui from Building 17 encouraged, "Do not fear, for Chao is but one man. With our numbers, we need not worry that he could overpower us. A single stream of urine from each of us could drown him." "Indeed," echoed another. "Let us proceed. This fool dares to challenge the collective will of our community, displaying a remarkable lack of survival instinct. We must seize the opportunity before it slips away." Although Chao Ming had shared images of the first batch of robbers meeting a grim fate, it was evident that these famished individuals remained undeterred. Some will not shed tears until they see the coffin. If you do not instill fear in them, they will perceive you as a soft target, clinging to you like maggots, incessantly bothersome. Hastily retrieving prepared hot meals from the star blue ring, he filled his belly before stepping outside. This time, he was determined to instill fear in his adversaries. At the entrance of the villa community, Chao Ming waited for over 10 minutes until he noticed dim flashlight beams approaching in the distance. Through a night vision device, he discerned a gathering of no less than 200 men and women, all armed and brimming with aggression. How infuriating! He wondered which villa belonged to the illustrious Chao. But it mattered not. With so many of us, we shall sweep through indiscriminately. This villa community is rife with wealth. These affluent individuals love hoarding liquor. If we could seize a few cases of fine spirits, it would be far more gratifying than mere food. Indeed, Those residing in these villas are no saints. Why should they indulge in lavish living while we suffer from hunger and cold? This is nothing short of injustice. Not merely unjust. For Chow Ming has raised countless dogs on beef. Today, I shall feast on meat. Meanwhile, Chow Ming slowly raised his weapon. Apologies, everyone. Chapter 047. Striking Fear into Your Hearts. A bounty on the first to raise their head, Wang Shun. The pitiful Hua Xiao. Sniper rifle, 1 shot, 1 kill. The man at the forefront fell to the ground with a thud. Bang. Another shot rang out. Another fell. It's a gun. This is bad. The one surnamed Chow has a firearm. Fall back. Run. Damn it. This Chow is simply inhuman. Why didn't he mention he had a gun earlier? If I had known that scoundrel was armed, I wouldn't have approached. The first 2 leading men fell one after the other, causing the others to be so terrified that they turned and fled, fearing that lagging behind would mean facing bullets. Yet, a dozen brave souls, clever in their own right, stealthily concealed themselves in the nearby snow, unwilling to give up. With reckless abandon, they ignored the dangers. Bang. 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 Equipped with thermal imaging. The night was utterly transparent to Chow Ming. Run. That bastard can see us. Stop hiding. 3 consecutive shots felled 3 more. And the remaining clever ones could no longer be concerned about food supplies. They turned and fled in haste. Bang. A shot fired at the last man. But this time it missed and struck his rear. That man's speed suddenly surged, as if he had transformed into a rabbit, swiftly surpassing the penultimate runner. Sprinting with abandon. Is that all? Humph. Chow Ming disdainfully lowered his weapon. There was no need to continue the slaughter. These people were even less than a rabble. Killing them would only waste bullets. Let them spiral into their own demise. It would be amusing to watch later. After observing that everyone had retreated, Chow Ming returned home. Upon arrival, he immediately picked up his phone and opened the group chat. As expected, the chat was filled with curses. Wang Shun. Damn it, this scoundrel is despicable. He didn't mention he had a gun and deliberately lured us to steal. He is truly a beast. This Chow is too malicious, pretending to be weak while armed, just to entice us and eliminate us. How insidious to hide behind and fire at us. Such a person surely has a grim fate awaiting them. How unfair is the world that allows such a person to possess a gun. Chow Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of these shameless individuals. So, it's reasonable for you to rob me, but I retaliate, and I'm the one at fault? What is next? Should I wait with a clean neck for you to strike? Wang Shun, that fool again. Chow Ming remembered Wang Shun in his past life. This man was a sycophant of Jiang Tao, even sacrificing his wife to curry favor. Now, he was among the most vocal critics in the group. Am I giving you face? Immediately, he sent a message to the group. Wang Shun, you find great pleasure in cursing me, don't you? Very well. I am now issuing a bounty. Whoever can help me take care of Wang Shun will receive a box of instant noodles. Upon completion of the task, send a photo as proof. I assure you, I will honor my word. As soon as the message was sent, the cacophony of insults in the group ceased abruptly. It was at that moment that they finally realized. Chow Ming, the formidable boss, has become a figure that instills fear, much like Zhou Longzhao and Chen Heping. This individual is particularly ruthless and insidious. To insult him could lead to dire consequences. Wang Shun, paralyzed by fear, had grown accustomed to berating Chow Ming over the past few days, to the extent that even after numerous homeowners suffered significant losses, he continued his tirade. Unaware of Chow Ming's abrupt retaliation, a mere box of instant noodles was not a reflection of ignorance, but rather a signal of the gravity of his situation. It implied that he must exercise caution whenever he ventured out, or even within the confines of his own home, as danger could materialize at any moment. Chow boss, I was wrong. Spare my life. I promise I will never insult you again. I beg you, retract your command. Wang Shun pleaded. It's too late. Chow Ming replied. Jesting. Retract my command? What about those homeowners yearning for their noodles? I cannot be so heartless as to disappoint them. Wang Shun privately messaged Chow Ming. Chow boss, I was mistaken. If you are willing to retract your command, I would do anything for you. My wife is quite beautiful. I recall you often lurking near the community entrance to catch a glimpse of her. Chow Ming was taken aback, recalling a distant memory of such an occurrence. Moreover, it seemed his wife had sent him a private message just yesterday, unbeknownst to Wang Shun. In Shulin Community, Building 17, Room 1704. The leader of the first wave of robbers, Brother Hua, lay on a cold bed, his limbs shattered and enduring the biting wind for over an hour. Despite being warmly clothed, he now suffered from a high fever, his face reddened like a cooked crab. Beside his sickbed, Hua's wife, Li Shulan, prepared a fragrant bowl of instant noodles over a coal stove. Where did you procure this noodle? Hua croaked, greedily eyeing the bowl in Li Shulan's hands. Guess. She replied with a beaming smile. Guess? Hurry and feed me. He shouted impatiently, nearly driven mad by hunger. Feed you? Huh. Hua Tian, what are you thinking? If I fill your belly, will you rise to continue taking blows? Or perhaps to dally with that vixen Yangchen? Li Shulan glared at her husband with venomous disdain. What do you mean, Li Shulan? Are you trying to starve me? Hua's complexion paled at her words. Starve you? Li Shulan grinned wickedly, seizing the remnant of Hua's shattered meniscus and squeezing it mercilessly. Stop! Spare me! I was wrong! Hua cried out in agony. Li Shulan leaned closer, her face a mask of scorn. Wrong? So, even you, the illustrious Hua, can err? You were quite bold when you abused me, weren't you? And when you brazenly cavorted with Yangchun, you were full of bravado. Now you acknowledge your mistakes? It's too late. What do you want from me? Hua quivered under the weight of his wife's malignant gaze. Me? What can a mere woman like me do? Li Shulan leisurely settled herself in front of the hospital bed, quickly devouring the instant noodles and savoring the broth, delicately licking her lips afterward. Hua Xiao watched in awe, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Darling, do you crave this? Li Shulan inquired with a radiant smile, then playfully grabbed a piece of gauze, crumpled it, and stuffed it into Hua Xiao's mouth. Hua Tian, let me candidly inform you that your ambush on Chao Meng today was orchestrated by me. Hua Xiao's eyes widened in shock, resentment flashing as he attempted to protest, his words muffled by the obstruction. This instant noodle was a reward from Boss Zhao. I owe you my gratitude. Without the opportunity you provided, I would never have been able to assist him. With that, Li Shulan, amidst Hua Xiao's terrified gaze, forcefully yanked the blanket off him and flung open the bedroom window, letting the biting wind rush in. As husband and wife, I certainly won't kill you. However, should you freeze to death, it would merely be fate's decree. With that, she embraced the blanket and exited, closing the bedroom door behind her. In the villa, Chao Meng lounged languidly on the sofa, engrossed in a film streaming on the television, with cat Xiaowu comfortably nestled on his chest. Although he had managed to intimidate the neighbors today, his fortress had been compromised. In the short term, these individuals would undoubtedly refrain from returning, but the long term was uncertain. As calamities persisted, humanity would inevitably descend into madness. Survival would drive more individuals to take desperate risks and form alliances. In his previous life, the Shulin community had given rise to several so-called doomsday mercenary groups. In their struggle for survival, they fought and trampled over one another, and once they gained momentum, they would eventually come for him. Additionally, formidable figures like Jiang Long from the Jiang group and Zhou Longzhao, along with other ruthless individuals from various communities, would only exacerbate the chaos. The situation would spiral further, with an increasing number of ruthless characters emerging. Although his villa had been fortified, capable of withstanding ordinary attacks, he feared the prospect of facing someone wielding formidable weaponry. Despite Chao Meng's rebirth, endowed with memories and experiences from his past life, the strength and explosive potential he was cultivating daily, and the presence of lethal weapons, he remained cautious and did not underestimate the world around him. There were indeed unconventional and formidable individuals capable of devising unexpected strategies and wielding unimaginable tools. With his residence exposed, his grand plans could no longer proceed. To ensure absolute safety, the best course of action was to take the initiative, whether through intimidation or deflection of conflict, essentially preventing the enemy from approaching. Unfortunately, he found himself alone, devoid of reliable allies. The assortment of small pets he had nurtured were still in their developmental stages, with only 2 old dogs, Da Huang and Lao He, available to assist him. As for Chun Heping's Mutual Aid Society, while it boasted a large number of members, their integrity was questionable. The only viable options left were Qin Yi, Lu Xiaoran, and Huang Wentao. Qin Yi is devoted to caring for her parents, while Huang Wentao is quite a character. Even when the sky is falling, he remains engrossed in his games. When online gaming ceases, he turns to single-player games. As he puts it, life is fleeting, especially in these apocalyptic times. One should savor each day to the fullest. As for Xiao Lu, she appears to be a trustworthy individual. The thought of that youthful face brings a smile to Chao Meng's countenance. This female subordinate likely lives alone and has been frightened. During her daily video calls to check in, she often inquires when he will come to stay with her. There's no rush. He will wait a couple more days before seeking her out. Just as Chao Meng was beginning to drift into a slumber, a call from Chun Heping interrupted him. Brother Chao, I apologize for today's events. I took the brothers out to gather supplies and didn't dare bring my phone for fear of it freezing. I didn't expect this situation to arise, but thankfully, you are unharmed. Chen Heping's tone bore a hint of regret and reproach. You ought to have mentioned in the group that you are a member of our mutual aid society. If you encounter difficulties, you could have called out within the society. There are brothers left behind at home. We cannot just stand by while our own are bullied, can we? Hearing this, Chao Meng felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he had not thought of the mutual aid society when he took action. The reason being, he felt the society was not entirely trustworthy. Moreover, he wished to establish his own authority and deter any miscreants. Haha, brother, I merely wish to avoid dragging you into my troubles. Chao Meng chuckled lightly. That is nonsense. Since you are part of the Mutual Aid Society, I cannot simply watch others take advantage of you, Chen Yiping replied. Chao Ming responded with a grin. All right then. I will be sure to notify you first if trouble arises. That is more like it, Chen Yiping huffed. By the way, our Mutual Aid Society's base is located in the warehouse of my former gym. If it's convenient for you, you are welcome to come stay with us. Rest assured, I won't covet your personal belongings. Chao Ming naturally trusted these words. Setting aside Chen Yiping's character, his status and capabilities precluded him from seeking to appropriate others' resources. He himself was engaged in wholesale grains, oils, and aquatic products. Though his scale was far inferior to that of the Jiang group, he undoubtedly had some supplies in store. In his previous life, Chao Ming had enjoyed many of his offerings. Chao Ming replied with a smile. Brother, I am quite comfortable where I am for now, so I won't be coming over just yet. However, should you encounter any troublesome foes in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. While I may not excel in many areas, I am quite adept at dealing with underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiping laughed heartily, half joking. All right then. You shall henceforth be our Mutual Aid Society's first hidden big shot. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Yiping ended the call. Unexpectedly, mere seconds after Chen Yiping hung up, Huang Wentao's video call came through. As soon as it connected, Chao Ming saw him clad in a thick down jacket, clutching a kitchen knife, visibly trembling. The video was filled with the sound of forceful banging on the door. Hello, Lao Chao, I've been discovered. There are people outside banging on my door. Chao Ming was taken aback. Damn it, just wait for me. I will be there shortly. Remember, do not engage in direct confrontation. If they break in, let them take the possessions. As long as you are alive, that is what matters. With that, he abruptly ended the call, swiftly donned his winter gear, and hurried out the door. He rushed through the streets, releasing a snowmobile after several hundred meters from the villa community, racing towards the direction where Huang Wentao resided. Moments later, Chao Ming arrived, spotting a figure clad in a tattered cotton jacket, shivering in a sheltered corner. Who else could it be but Huang Wentao? It was evident he had been driven out of his home, and not only that, but the winter gear that Chao Ming had purchased for him had also been taken. The snowmobile came to a halt before Huang Wentao. Whoa, a snowmobile. It's you, Boss Chao. Huang Wentao was initially startled, but upon recognizing Chao Ming, he exclaimed and leapt onto the vehicle without hesitation. Boss Chao, let us hurry. Those thugs are fierce. We must escape. Chao Ming paid him no mind and tossed him a snowproof jacket. Put this on. Follow me. Armed with a rifle, he stormed upstairs with an imposing demeanor. What the hell, a gun? Boss Chao, are you staging a return of a war god? Huang Wentao, initially frightened by Chao Ming's intensity, soon burst into laughter as he processed the situation. Let us go, Boss Chao. Let us take down those bastards. Chao Ming approached the third floor with a fierce determination. Those bastards have messed with my brother. They are courting death. At that moment, the pried-open door had been hastily closed again. Open up. With a powerful kick, he struck the reinforced door. It had merely been barricaded with a few items after being forced open. It could not withstand Chao Ming's formidable strength, and the door flew open. The living room, strewn with trash, was surprisingly warm. 6 individuals, dressed like bears, eagerly awaited around 6 self-heating hot pots. Upon the door being kicked in, the 6 immediately grasped their crowbars and fire axes. Yet, when they beheld the dark muzzle of a gun, they were rendered speechless. They had kicked into an iron plate. Chapter 049, Iron Blood. Old Huang, I present you a wife. Big brother, spare us. Take whatever you want. The gunfire erupted. Brains splattered. There was no room for idle chatter. In the blink of an eye, the 6 bodies lay motionless on the floor, blood soaking the room. Die. If you rob others, you must be prepared to meet your end. This is the law of the apocalypse. Huang Wentao was stunned by the horrific scene before him. After a while, he turned to Chao Ming, his eyes filled with terror. Lao Chao, you killed someone. Chao Ming replied, indeed. Wah. Huang Wentao clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, retching. This is the apocalypse. If you do not kill, you will be killed. There is no escaping it. Chao Ming gently patted Huang Wentao's shoulder. The sun, will it really never shine again? Huang Wentao slowly raised his head, his face marked with yearning as he looked at Chao Ming. Chao Ming shook his head, saying, stop thinking about it. We can never go back. Indeed, it was a futile endeavor. Huang Wentao, possessing a resilient heart, soon regained his composure, although his countenance remained somewhat pallid. Old Chao, what shall we do next? What to do? Chao Ming's eyes flickered mischievously as he replied, Old Huang, haven't you always harbored a fondness for the illustrious star, Fan Xiena? Now, I shall present you with an opportunity. The celebrated actress resided in the very villa complex of Chao Ming. Huang Wentao had been infatuated with her since their school days, a passion that ran deep. As a brother, it was only natural to lend a helping hand, especially since the location was convenient for discreetly keeping an eye on his friend. Having prepared 1,000 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and with only about 40 consumed in 10 days, there remained over 900 boxes, ample provisions for him and the star to enjoy for quite some time. With such an abundance, why would the celebrity not be inclined to submit? Moreover, Chow Ming was determined not to let his friend wallow in despair any longer. After a few days of revelry, he would find the man some tasks to occupy his time. With a flourish of his hand, Chow Ming made the self-heating pots vanish before Huang Wentao's astonished eyes, and with another wave, he summoned diesel, a generator, and even the man's computer. Wow, what? Are you a deity? A specter? This scene left Huang Wentao utterly dumbfounded. This is simply astonishing. It rivals the exploits of celestial beings in games. Old Chow, what on earth is happening? Huang Wentao stammered, struggling to comprehend the surreal situation. This is spatial ability, Chow Ming explained, refraining from mentioning the star blue ring, instead referring to it as a spatial supernatural power. Wait, so you mean to say that after the apocalypse, you've undergone some sort of evolution? Huang Wentao's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, sort of, Chow Ming replied, offering no further clarification. Haha, great. So now my brother is a supernatural being. This means I can thrive in the apocalypse. Huang Wentao laughed heartily. Chow Ming chuckled in return. Dream on. You're not my son. I'm not responsible for you. Such was the banter between them, playful and irreverent. Let us go. If you keep talking, I might just snatch your beloved star away. Hey, be a decent person and leave me some soup. The two mounted a snowmobile and sped off toward Shulin Street, where Chow Ming dimmed the headlights. Relying solely on the faint glow of night vision, upon entering the villa complex, they headed directly for courtyard number 3. At the entrance of courtyard number 3, several frozen corpses lay strewn about. Chow Ming first unloaded Huang Wentao's supplies from the star blue ring, then added 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, some cooking oil, and a whole cow. Placing the provisions at the doorstep, he proceeded to knock. Huang Wentao, perceptive as always, understood that Chow Ming wished to conceal his abilities from prying eyes. Fan Xianer, open the door. He knocked again. After a moment, a feeble voice responded from within. Who are you? Chow Ming. The day that infamous figure committed murder, I hastily brought you food and companionship. Ah, just wait a moment. Soon, the door swung open, revealing the celebrity swathed in a down jacket, wrapped in a quilt, resembling a great black bear. The temperature within the expansive villa was scarcely different from that outside. Truly, this star was one who had never lifted a finger in her life. Compared to the venomous woman, Wen Qingxian, this lady's survival skills were almost non-existent. The venomous woman had at least fashioned a cozy snow shelter, while this one was nothing more than a gilded cage. Upon seeing Chow Ming and the mountain of supplies at the entrance, Fan Xianer immediately expressed her delight. Without further ado, Chow Ming assisted Huang Wentao in transporting everything into the villa, then pulled him aside to whisper, Brother, enjoy yourself, but keep your guard up. Huang Wentao promptly replied, Rest assured, I'm no fool. Women are merely companions, but brothers are true love. Get lost. Chow Ming kicked him playfully. With electricity restored and diesel on hand, the villa was illuminated and a small electric heater was ignited. The star, Fan Xianer, shyly settled beside Huang Wentao, who was grinning from ear to ear. This grand celebrity, typically elusive, had transformed into a docile lamb under the influence of their self-heating meal. Huang Wentao had already resolved that once Chow Ming departed, he would retreat to his bedroom, retrieve the films featuring Fan Xianer, and enjoy them while the two of them engaged in, well, activities of a more intimate nature. Huang Wentao, brimming with pride, embraced Fan Xianer. Old Chow, where are you staying? Why not move in with us? Forget it. I have no inclination to play the third wheel. Chow Ming swiftly declined. I reside just next door in Building 17. It's merely a step away. The star, Fan Xianer, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, casting a quietly resentful glance at Chow Ming. It was evident that she preferred his company over Huang Wentao's. Regrettably, Chow Ming remained indifferent to her charms. After a moment's contemplation, he produced his phone and shared Huang Wentao's contact information with Chen Heping. Brother Chen, this is a comrade of mine. Please keep an eye on him. I have arranged for him to bring 3 firearms. In this apocalyptic world, old Huang could not remain a mere homebody indefinitely, nor could Chow Ming care for him for eternity. The adage teaching one to fish is better than giving one a fish rang true. By allowing old Huang to accompany Chen Heping, armed with 3 guns as a welcoming gift, his standing in the Mutual Aid Association would be considerably elevated. Furthermore, Chow Ming could discreetly monitor the situation. Chen Heping received the message with great pleasure, promptly adding Huang Wentao on WeChat. He then called Chow Ming. Brother Chow, you're quite impressive, producing 3 guns at once. Why not come over directly? I'll offer you the vice president position. Chow Ming chuckled. No, I prefer to remain an elusive figure. All right then. Ensure you send your brother over when you have the chance. Chen Heping, a man of decisive action, concluded the call. Goodness, old Chow, must you be so ruthless? I was hoping to lounge through the apocalypse, yet you're so heartless. Huang Wentao gazed up at Chow Ming with a pitiful expression. Chapter 050, Lu Xiaoran enters the residence, establishing authority. Enough. Chao Ming's expression turned serious. Old Huang, this apocalypse is far from what you imagine. You cannot simply hide away at home. Today's incident is a testament to that. Huang Wentao's countenance shifted, becoming earnest. You're right, Lao Chao. Chao Ming placed a handgun on the table with a flourish. Let's enjoy ourselves for 2 days. In 2 days, I will take you to meet Chen Hiping. He requires professionals like you. Moreover, Chao Ming leaned in closer to Huang Wentao's ear and whispered, from today onwards, enhance your training, eat well, and sleep as much as you can. Consume as much as possible. Unforeseen rewards await you. This is the secret to survival in the apocalypse. Something I rarely disclose to others. In such dire times, who isn't frugal? Who would conceive that what you consume today will be repaid tenfold in the future? Do you know something? Huang Wentao inquired, looking at Chao Ming with confusion. Guess. I guess you're full of it. Get lost. After leaving Villa number 3, Chao Ming did not return to his own residence, but instead sped towards the West Suburb Logistics Company warehouse on a snowmobile. The incident involving Old Huang's robbery had alerted him. People are starving mad. Many will band together to gather supplies. The West Suburb is no sanctuary. Sooner or later, someone will venture there. At that time, Lu Xiaoran, a beautiful girl, guarding 2 containers of supplies, may unwittingly invite trouble. The snowmobile raced through the night. Brilliant lights illuminating the path, revealing groups of individuals trudging through the thigh-high snow, some wielding flashlights, others homemade lanterns. The snowmobile zipped by, leaving behind gazes filled with hope, envy, and jealousy. If only they possessed such a snowmobile, the apocalypse would hold no fears of scarcity. The logistics warehouse was relatively isolated, currently untouched. The snowmobile executed a graceful drift, halting steadily at the entrance. Open up, the robbers are here. Bang, bang, the warehouse door was hammered loudly. Woof woof, came the sounds of barking from within. Boss, stop yelling, I recognize your voice. Lu Xiaoran's excited voice followed. Clearly elated to see another living being after more than 10 days of the apocalypse. This little girl is hopeless. Can't she just cooperate a bit? The iron door and lock were frozen solid, leaving Chao Ming with no choice but to retrieve a crowbar to force it open. In just a few moments, he pried the lock open and swung the door wide. He was greeted by the sight of Lu Xiaoran, plump and nearly bursting out of her custom-made cold-resistant outfit, standing at the entrance, flashlight in hand. Behind her trailed 2 small dogs, and at her feet stood a small creature with a pointed snout and black scales, watching him with vigilant eyes. A pangolin, Chao Ming exclaimed, taken aback. Where on earth did you find this? It's a protected species. How could a pangolin appear in such a metropolis as Linhai City? With reddened eyes, Lu Xiaoran embraced Chao Ming tightly, exclaiming, Boss, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for 10 days. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. After spending over 10 days in darkness, though she lacked neither food nor warmth, she still felt the chilling fear of an apocalyptic world through the internet. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Ming had become a source of solace for her, akin to a steadfast anchor. Well, here I am, Chao Ming reassured her, patting her back. You're crying as if I've abandoned you. Hee, boss, please don't take it personally. I'm just so overwhelmed. Lu Xiaoran released him, her tears now frozen by the biting wind. It's so cold. Let us go inside. I've been feeling so lonely without anyone to talk to. Shivering, Lu Xiaoran led Chao Ming into her modest container home. Accompanying them were 2 dogs and a little pangolin, all eagerly trailing behind. Inside the small container, the electric heater hummed, providing a comforting warmth despite the confined space. Yu Haven T explained where this pangolin came from, Chao Ming remarked, nudging the creature with his foot, causing it to scurry behind Lu Xiaoran, its tiny eyes regarding him warily. Lu Xiaoran bent down to pick up the pangolin, smiling as she explained. It suddenly emerged from the ground 2 days ago. I gave it some food, and now it won't leave. I thought I'd take it to the zoo once the storm passes. No need to send it to the zoo. There won't be any zoos left after this. Chao Ming replied. Let us go. The pangolin was indeed a remarkable creature. After the calamity, all surviving beings on Water Blue Star would, to some degree, receive feedback from cosmic energy. Such little burrowing creatures could potentially play astonishing roles in the future, and Lu Xiaoran had stumbled upon a treasure. Where are we going? Lu Xiaoran asked, taken aback. Aren't you here to live with me? We have enough food and warmth. To my place, Chao Ming stated, shutting down the diesel generator. Before Lu Xiaoran's eyes, he gathered the remaining supplies along with the container and her belongings in one swift motion. Ah, this. Witnessing the container vanish into thin air, Lu Xiaoran stared in disbelief, her gem-like eyes wide with astonishment. Witchcraft. Boss, are you human or ghost? Chao Ming chuckled. I'm an immortal, descended from the heavens. So, little girl, would you like to be my disciple? Cut it out, Lu Xiaoran retorted, rolling her eyes. I know you're a cultivator. I've read a few fantasy novels these past days. If you were truly an immortal, Why would you need a snowmobile? Oh, the imaginative beauty is truly delightful, he mused. A cultivator? Heh, that is fine. No need for explanations. Although Lu Xiaoran had displayed impeccable behavior recently, Chao Meng remained cautious, hesitant to trust her completely. Now that she was aware of his status as a cultivator, coupled with his overwhelming power, she would surely not act against him unless she were irrational. Moreover, his little companions were not idle either. Chao Meng chuckled heartily. You are absolutely right. Let us be on our way. With a snowmobile in tow and accompanied by his female subordinate, Lu Xiaoran, along with her 3 dogs, one of which was a white pangolin, they sped towards their lair. Wow, wow, wow. Was this the joy of the affluent? Upon entering, Tong Yinju was immediately captivated by the opulent and comfortable surroundings. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she explored every nook and cranny, akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Woof, 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 responded the little animals, including Cat Xiao Wu, Huang Xiao and I, and Hei Ta. A formidable assembly of creatures. De Huang and Lao Hei positioned themselves protectively behind, their vigilant gazes more fearsome than the hungry wolves of the forest. The sight sent shivers down Lu Xiaoran's spine, causing her legs to tremble. Her trio of dogs and the pangolin cowered on the ground, quaking in fear. Chapter 051, The Love-Struck Mind in Balenciaga, an initial display of authority. This was not orchestrated by Chao Meng. Rather, it was the initiative of the 2 elder beasts, who had become rather cunning. Yet, their primary target was not Lu Xiaoran. They recognized her as the human brought by their master, posing the least threat. However, her dogs and the little pangolin were a different story. This was the so-called natural aversion among kindred species, the law of biological competition, perhaps? All right, Xiao Wu, Xiao and I. Hey Ta, cease your barking. We shall all be one family from now on. Chao Meng felt compelled to intervene. He suspected these little rascals might turn on Lu Xiaoran's pets if left unchecked. At present, they were indeed a united front. Boss, your home is simply magnificent. So warm and comfortable. Truly, a cultivator knows how to savor life, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed in awe, eagerly shedding her outerwear. The temperature was simply perfect, and there was even a hint of floral fragrance. Now, go take a bath. I don't have spare clothes. Use your own, Chao Meng stated, retrieving Lu Xiaoran's luggage from the Xinglan ring without hesitation. Wash, take a bath. Lu Xiaoran froze momentarily. Wasn't he this a bit too forward? Suggesting she bathe upon her arrival? Boss, Chao Meng was speechless. How long has it been since you last bathed? Regardless of your beauty, even you must have an odor if you neglect bathing. Lu Xiaoran's face flushed crimson. She nearly wished to disappear into a crack in the ground. How embarrassing. Not only was she aware of her own odor, but she even questioned her boss. Hastily, she grabbed a change of clothes and darted into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing soon filled the air. With the refinement of his guiding technique, Chao Meng's perceptive abilities had grown increasingly acute. Unbeknownst to him, today's awareness was particularly pronounced, and though unintentional, an image of a picturesque landscape unfurled in his mind. Wow, Chao Meng inhaled deeply. In the bathroom, Lu Xiaoran stood beneath the showerhead, warm water cascading down her long hair. In that moment, her tense nerves relaxed completely, and a familiar smile surfaced in her mind, a smile that instilled tranquility. Lu Xiaoran, a child of the mountains, found herself alone in Linghai City, without relatives or many friends. She was aware of her fortune. In the 10 days of the apocalypse, the outside world had deteriorated drastically. Extreme cold and hunger had claimed the lives of many. Among her classmates, quite a few remained in the coastal city, and from the messages shared within their group, it became evident that those who once lived in affluence were now enduring a harrowing existence. Yet, she herself, sheltered by her employer, found sustenance and comfort amidst the frigid darkness, enjoying a reliable supply of electricity. As for the cultivators, she chuckled softly, uncertain whether her employer would find a girl like her appealing. An exceptional man indeed, radiating brilliance. The young girl felt a flutter of excitement. Her employer had brought her here. Could it be that he harbored certain intentions? Should she acquiesce to him? Or perhaps, no, Lu Xiaoran. Have you lost your mind? Slapping herself lightly, she took nearly an hour before emerging, cheeks flushed, clad in a somewhat faded and inexpensive nightgown. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, her figure ethereal, her head bowed so low that her toes remained unseen. She was indeed beautiful, albeit her attire left much to be desired. Perhaps she would venture to the commercial district soon and treat herself to a shopping spree. While seeking a couple of Balenciaga pieces, Chao Meng scrutinized her closely, noting that her allure rivaled that of Qin Yi, stirring a sense of admiration within him. The dining table was adorned with a whole roasted cow and an assortment of vegetables. The trio of little beast kings, De Huang, Lao Hei, and Mao Xiao Wu, had already taken their places before their bowls, eagerly waiting. The bowls brimmed with delectable food, yet the moment their master abstained from eating, they too remained still, adhering to the unspoken rules of their household. Lu Xiaoran's scruffy yellow dog and 2 puppies were also provided with a bowl filled with food. But under the watchful gaze of De Huang and Lao He, they could only salivate longingly, refraining from indulging. Balenciaga? Lu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, unable to see her legs. Indeed, her employer seemed to have thoughts about her. Would he also desire stockings? Perhaps even a maid outfit? Anxiety gripped her once more. Chow Ming, noticing her daze, urged, "What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry? Come and eat." Oh. Lu Xiaoran hurriedly took a seat across from him. "Eat first. We'll talk afterward." Talk afterward? She stiffened, but upon seeing Chow Ming devour his meal with gusto, her own hunger surged. She promptly dismissed her chaotic thoughts and transformed into a devoted diner. During this catastrophic period, everyone's appetite had notably increased, as long as one was willing to eat. Anyone could become a voracious eater. Of course, after successfully mastering the cultivation guidance technique, Chow Ming's appetite was particularly prodigious, far surpassing that of the average person. Lu Xiaoran had thought herself quite the eater, only to discover that Chow Ming consumed 4 to 5 times more than she did. No wonder he was so capable. After the meal, Lu Xiaoran instinctively prepared a cup of tea for Chow Ming and began to tidy up the table, washing the dishes and cleaning the area. Observing the youthful face of the diligent girl, Chow Ming couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, a household truly required the presence of a woman. These tasks were previously undertaken solely by myself, but now I can finally relinquish the burden. After half an hour of fervent activity, Lu Xiaoran, dressed in her nightgown, anxiously made her way to the living room, standing before the reclining figure of her boss, Mr. Chow. "Boss, did you already know that the sun would vanish?" Lu Xiaoran gazed intently at Chow Ming with her large, expressive eyes. In her understanding, Chow Ming was a cultivator, with such abilities. Predicting celestial changes was not an extraordinary feat, moreover. She had witnessed his peculiar behavior prior to the apocalypse, hoarding supplies and purchasing snowmobiles. "Yes, I was aware long ago," Chow Ming replied, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded his beautiful subordinate. "Do you think me selfish for not disclosing such vital information?" "No, that's not what I meant." Lu Xiaoran hastily shook her head. Although she had entertained such thoughts, she quickly grasped the underlying truth. Regardless of whether Chow Ming wished to be the savior, even if he wanted to share the impending doom with the world, no one would believe him. They would merely consider him a fraud or a madman. Better that way. Chow Ming gradually sat upright, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoran. "Since you have chosen to stay, there are certain matters I must clarify to prevent any misjudgments regarding my character. If you find this unacceptable, you may leave." Noticing the seriousness in Chow Ming's demeanor, Lu Xiaoran straightened, her heart racing as she focused on him. "First, since you have aligned with me, you must unconditionally obey my commands. Whatever I require of you, you must fulfill." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran shyly lowered her head. So it had come to this after all. Chapter 052. Is this how you present yourself? A delightful surprise. The starry blue rings sparkled again. Chow Ming was unaware of the fanciful thoughts swirling in Lu Xiaoran's imaginative mind. He continued, "Second, I am not a savior, nor am I a paragon of virtue. Since you have chosen to be with me, please abandon your altruistic tendencies. I do not wish for your misguided kindness to jeopardize my grand designs. In this apocalypse, there are far too many instances where good intentions lead to dire consequences, something I have experienced firsthand and do not wish to endure again." Lu Xiaoran, with her gaze cast downwards, contemplated her own ambitions. Her thoughts were not of altruism, but rather of Chow Ming's assertion that she had chosen to be his. Internally, she questioned, "Have I?" Reflecting on it, she realized that although she had not explicitly stated it, her decision to follow him into this haven indicated her readiness to embrace that role. Third, loyalty. I expect you to be steadfast and reliable. Should I discover any disloyalty within you, I will not hesitate to eliminate you and your pet. Faced with Chow Ming's icy stare, Lu Xiaoran involuntarily shivered. She could sense the seriousness of his words. At that moment, she comprehended that the seemingly cultured man before her was not as gentle as she had imagined. His intensity was truly formidable, and a mere glance was enough to send shivers down her spine. "Now, tell me, can you accept these 3 conditions?" Chow Ming spoke in a deep voice. "If you cannot accept this, you may leave now, taking your belongings and your dog with you." "Of course I accept," Lu Xiaoran replied without a moment's hesitation. What a jest. She was no fool. How could she refuse such a warm and luxurious sanctuary in the apocalypse? Especially with a potential cultivator as her benefactor and an abundance of delectable provisions? Only a fool would decline such an offer. Moreover, the 3 conditions proposed by Chow Ming were not particularly objectionable to her, as she had already mentally prepared herself for this scenario. As for her compassionate heart, Lu Xiaoran admitted that she possessed a degree of kindness and a willingness to help others, yet this apocalypse had illuminated many truths for her. The internet had not yet been severed. She could still witness horrific events unfolding online daily, for the sake of food and warmth. Even kin and friends would turn against one another, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity in stark relief. To maintain an overly benevolent heart in such times would be tantamount to self-destruction. Excellent. A smile crept onto Chow Meng's face, and his tone softened considerably. From now on, you shall be responsible for all household chores, cleaning, cooking, tending to the plants, and caring for the cats and dogs. Wasn't he at simply being a maid? Even if Chow Meng did not specify, Lu Xiaoran would have willingly taken on the task. Yes, boss, I will do well. Well then, we shall see how you perform. With that, Chow Meng proceeded to his private gym adjacent to the living room, commencing his practice of the guiding technique for the day. See how I perform? Lu Xiaoran sat on the sofa, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her nightgown, her gaze fixed intently on Chow Meng, who was practicing in an unusual posture. In her mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle. What should she do? The boss had been so explicit in his words. After an hour, a somewhat invigorated Chow Meng concluded his session. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed 2 punches, the gust of wind resembling a clap of thunder. Quite impressive. Each practice session had resulted in an increase of at least 20 kilograms in strength, and the improvement was accelerating rapidly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in Chow Meng's eyes. The calamities of 100 days and the chaotic energies of the universe were fortuitously opportunities for beings to solidify their foundations. In his past life, he had failed to seize this chance and had his foundation undermined by others. However, in this life, with ample resources and the guiding technique of the 9-fold Calamity Demon Cannon, he would undoubtedly not be weaker than anyone else. Upon completing his training, Chow Meng took his customary shower, wrapped himself in a towel, greeted Lu Xiaoran, who was seated in the living room, and then retreated to his bedroom. Regarding Lu Xiaoran, Chow Meng did not harbor complete trust. As soon as he left, 5 kittens, along with 5 ducklings, seemed to receive a signal and scampered into the bedroom. In an instant, the spacious living room was left with Lu Xiaoran, who sat alone, while the 2 dogs, Da Huang and Laoong, remained in the living room, either intentionally or unintentionally observing her. From the humanized gazes of the creatures, Lu Xiaoran discerned a sense of vigilance and warning. This pack of little dogs was observing her, along with her 3 dogs and a pangolin, all of whom were poised and watchful. Lu Xiaoran had no doubt that should she engage in any untoward behavior, or if the master in the bedroom were to issue a command, she would be swiftly subdued by these little rascals. However, she paid little heed to it, for she believed her intentions were genuinely benign. What should she do? The master mentioned he would assess her performance. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoran gritted her teeth and resolutely rose, striding towards the bedroom. The winds howled, and the waters of the Yi River turned cold. Inside the bedroom, Chow Meng was drowsily on the verge of slumber when he sensed a figure approaching his bedside. The little duck and 5 kittens seemed to sense something amiss and wisely retreated beneath the bed. In the dim light, her robe slipped away gradually, revealing a strikingly beautiful and determined visage before him. Just as Chow Meng began to speak, his words were abruptly stifled, his eyes wide with surprise. Is this how you choose to present yourself? Chow Meng never fancied himself a paragon of virtue, yet he harbored thoughts of Lu Xiaoran. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Unexpectedly, the starry blue ring glimmered once more, flooding his mind with an arcane message. The night stretched interminably, though the distinction between day and night had long since vanished. The following morning, when Chow Meng opened his eyes, Lu Xiaoran had already departed. On the icy silk sheets, a few plum blossoms had unfurled. Ah, how surprising, he mused. Starry blue ring, you have concealed your depths so skillfully. The last time he had unlocked the secrets of the starry blue ring with Qin Yi, he had acquired the dual training technique and the 9-fold cataclysmic tome. Chow Meng had thought he had thoroughly understood the ring, yet it had laid a trap for him. This time, he found himself endowed with another secret technique, the spirit taming art. This particular method was designed for nurturing pets. Through the principles of guiding techniques, it stimulated the genetic potential of pets, accelerating their growth and enhancing their capabilities, all while ensuring they became more obedient and loyal. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. In his previous life, following the 100-day calamity, a dog king and a cat king emerged in the Jiangnan region. These two, leveraging their domesticated dogs and cats, carved out a realm amidst the ensuing ice and snow apocalypse. Chow Meng had been inspired to raise numerous cats and dogs. However, despite the prowess of the cat king and dog king, their achievements were somewhat limited, as their pets too endured hunger during the 100-day calamity, barely clinging to life and growing at a mediocre pace. Learning from the lessons of his past life, Chow Meng not only allowed himself to indulge in ample sustenance, but also placed no restrictions on his cats and dogs, aiming to lay a solid foundation for them. With the spirit-taming art now in his possession, the future for his beloved companions seemed even more promising. Chapter 053, a new trump card. Furthermore, Chow Meng contemplated a crucial element. Previously, he had acquired the guiding technique from the Starry Blue Ring, along with dual partner training methods. Now, he had obtained the spirit taming technique. What would he discover next? Could it be that with another woman, new skills could be unlocked? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Chao Meng felt. Perhaps he should seek out another woman to experiment with? Once this thought took root, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. Patience. Chao Meng took a deep breath. Regardless, the guiding technique of the ninefold Devil's Tome was the foundation. As for the development of other abilities, that could be approached gradually. For now, he would first attempt the spirit control technique. Xiao Wu, come here. Chao Meng beckoned to the cat. Xiao Wu, nestled in the corner of the bed, preparing to use her as a test subject. Meow. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu was not particularly obedient today, letting out a mournful mew in response. Oh, has this little creature taken a wrong turn? Meow. The royal translation. Stinky master, you're the one who's taken a wrong turn. You've ingested that wicked woman's potion. Reluctantly, she approached him with an air of defiance. Come, little one, let us try the new skill I have learned today, the spirit control technique, utilizing genetic primal energy. Summoning the scant genetic primal energy within, he initiated his first attempt at the spirit control technique. Meow. 15 minutes later, the inaugural execution of the spirit control technique concluded. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. The little creature seemed to shrink in size, yet her physique appeared considerably more robust and agile. What was more, her eyes, how they sparkled with an enchanting allure. As he gazed at the kitten nestled in his arms, Chao Meng sensed that she had transformed into something extraordinary. At that moment, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Lu Xiaoran, standing at the threshold like a bashful flower, ready to speak. Whoosh! Xiao Wu transformed into a fleeting shadow. Ah! Lu Xiaoran gasped, startled as the kitten vanished before her eyes. Quick and nimble, like a gust of wind. Chao Meng even felt a slight chill in the air. This little one, born with greater prowess and instinct than her four brothers, seemed to awaken something after the spirit control technique was employed. Her speed left Chao Meng feeling a tad overwhelmed. Wait, master! Lu Xiaoran, regaining her composure, found herself drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, when Xiao Wu darted past her, the kitten had extended her claws with lightning speed, aimed directly at her sparkling eyes. She had no time to react. It was indeed a frightful surprise. Had Xiao Wu not been merely playing a prank, she might have been left blinded. Master? Chao Meng chuckled softly. This sounded reminiscent of her plea for mercy when she knelt before him. A woman who understood the art of playfulness, she had somehow donned a maid's outfit, exuding an air of intimidation, particularly with her twin ponytails. Lu Xiaoran took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to continue addressing Chao Meng as boss. Boss, breakfast is ready. Though she had slept only an hour, Lu Xiaoran's spirit was exceptionally vibrant, her skin glowing even more radiantly. The way she looked at Chao Meng now carried a hint of shyness, which could also be interpreted as tender affection. Upon waking that morning, Lu Xiaoran had been startled by the transformation of her own body. Not only had she become more beautiful and charming, but she also felt a warm vitality coursing through her, as if she possessed boundless energy. She quietly ventured into Chao Meng's home gym to try her hand at the bench press, and was astounded to discover that the barbell, which had once required all her strength to lift, now felt astonishingly light. Please hold on, let me freshen up, she said. Indeed, with the presence of a woman in the house, everything felt transformed, more orderly and inviting. Chao Meng was not inherently untidy. However, living alone in such a spacious abode, accompanied by numerous cats and dogs, meant that despite their good behavior, there was still a need for cleaning, which he sometimes struggled to keep up with. Now, with Lu Xiaoran around, not only was he relieved of much of the burden, but the home was infused with a delightful charm. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the dining room, where a sumptuous spread awaited him. The bowls for the cats and dogs were also filled to the brim, and the aroma wafted invitingly through the air. Lu Xiaoran's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Over 20 cats and dogs stood lined up, resembling soldiers awaiting a royal feast. Chao Meng did not move his chopsticks, nor did they. Such was the decorum. Go ahead, eat without reservation. This tastes far better than what I could whip up, he remarked, savoring the meal while dialing a video call to Wen Qingxian. This cunning woman had continuously claimed she would seek him out, yet after revealing his address yesterday, he sent her a video, to which she had not responded. No reply? Did her phone die? Chao Meng shrugged it off. This woman was tenacious. It was likely she would come looking for him again, armed and dangerous. Across the table, Lu Xiaoran discreetly stole glances at Chao Meng as she ate, as if his presence somehow enhanced her appetite. Upon being caught in the act, she shyly lowered her gaze. If you wish to look, then look. There is no need for bashfulness. I want to charge you, Chao Meng chuckled. Who will want to look at you? Lu Xiaoran muttered, burying her face in her food to mask her embarrassment. 10 minutes later, every morsel on the table had been devoured. Not full yet, Chao Meng remarked, observing her insatiable appetite with amusement. In truth, he himself was still hungry. It was evident that Lu Xiaoran had prepared the same quantity as the previous evening. But after last night's feast, his appetite had grown, and he noticed that Lu Xiaoran's transformed cat, Xiao Wu, was also watching him eagerly. I am full, Lu Xiaoran said. Feigning contentment, Xiao Ming playfully flicked her ponytail, grinning. All right then, no need to pretend in front of me. You'll find yourself eating more and more. Remember, a good appetite is a blessing, don't hold back. What do you mean a good appetite is a blessing? Lu Xiaoran brushed off. Though she did recall the 3 strict rules Xiao Ming had set for her, which she was obliged to follow unconditionally. Then I'll go prepare more, she offered. No need, Xiao Ming waved his hand grandly, summoning half a roasted lamb from the star blue ring. Let us start with this. Is this still hot? Lu Xiaoran exclaimed in astonishment at the steaming, fragrant lamb. The boss truly is enigmatic. Xiao Ming reveled in the adoration reflected in her eyes, chuckling. From now on, you can prepare larger quantities of food for me. With a multitude of cats and dogs, both voracious eaters, it was impractical for Lu Xiaoran to cook every meal individually. After all, she was to be cultivated as an assistant. Now, let us hasten our meal, for there are tasks yet to be accomplished. Chapter 54, Fortifying the Fortress After Dining. Xiao Ming and Lu Xiaoran donned polar expedition gear and ventured out of the villa. Today marked a significant undertaking for Xiao Ming. Something he had meticulously planned, the construction of an ice fortress. The building material was simple, mountain spring water from within his spatial realm. The lower the temperature, the greater the strength of the ice. At -50 degrees, its hardness surpasses that of granite. Currently, it was a frigid -85 degrees. In ancient times, a general had transformed a precarious city into an impregnable ice fortress overnight by dousing it with water, effortlessly repelling enemy attacks. With the abundant water stored in his star blue ring, Xiao Ming was fully equipped to create a fortified ice stronghold. A few days prior, he had already marked the site. Xiao Ming's villa was number 17, centrally located within the villa community. In this vicinity, 5 villas, including his own, stood in close proximity. Fortunately, the 4 neighboring villas were uninhabited. Thus, Xiao Ming planned to incorporate these 4 vacant villas into his project, a miniature ice city. What are you planning to do, boss? Lu Xiaoran, resembling a polar bear in her attire, inquired curiously from behind him. Constructing a city, Xiao Ming replied. A city? Lu Xiaoran was perplexed. Without further explanation, Xiao Ming focused his thoughts, and the mountain spring water from his spatial storage cascaded forth like a pillar, showering before him. Easy now, control the spray rate. He instructed as a 5-meter-thick ice wall seamlessly took shape at an astonishing speed, much to Lu Xiaoran's astonishment. Boss, you truly are a genius, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed, finally grasping the magnitude of the crystalline fortress, which was undoubtedly more robust than any reinforced concrete stronghold. However, boss, with your prowess, are you still concerned about potential threats? She inquired, illuminating the scene with her flashlight. Her curiosity piqued. The first rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world is to never let pride cloud your judgment. Xiao Ming replied as he continued to mold the ice city. Moreover, I have garnered quite a number of enemies. Prior to your arrival, I had already eliminated dozens. Dozens? Lu Xiaoran's hands trembled, clearly taken aback. It was no wonder. She had yet to experience the harsh realities of a world undone. And hearing of Xiao Ming's conquests was hard to fathom. Xiao Ming turned to her, a smile gracing his features. The second rule of survival is that to thrive, one must be more ruthless than their adversaries. Of course, one must also possess more strategies and trump cards than their opponents. Understood, Lu Xiaoran nodded earnestly. Those individuals must have brought it upon themselves. You were left with no choice, boss. Left with no choice, indeed, he mused. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, his hands tirelessly engaged in the task of pouring concrete. While others utilized cement to construct fortresses, he opted for water. He began by encircling 5 villas, progressively elevating the structure. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to pour over the ground within the ice walls, creating a floor of ice more than a meter thick. This way, even if enemies sought to tunnel in, it would require considerable effort. Meanwhile, he could assume the role of a nocturnal hunter, launching surprise attacks from the shadows. In essence, the burgeoning creatures of the ice city grew adept at confronting the enemies before them. As for the future, if necessary, he could reinforce the castle and enhance the flooring. If that proved insufficient, he would dig tunnels, piercing through the very earth itself. As the adage goes, when faced with obstacles, a sturdy iron rod may sweep them away. If the barriers are too formidable, the rod must be thickened. Another saying echoes, the adept in offense soars above the heavens, while the master of defense conceals beneath the earth. In short, he resolved to build. Once the 5-meter-thick castle walls were completed, Xiao Ming left a single ice passage over a meter high for ingress and egress. When he returned with the pangolin trained, he would seal this entrance and have it carve out an underground passage. As it grew stronger, it would excavate bunkers, even an underground city. The apocalypse's competitive nature had already commenced. The further one ventured, the more ruthless the survivors became, making them increasingly challenging to confront. After completing the ice fortress walls, Xiao Ming proceeded to install previously prepared high-voltage electricity around the fortress. Should anyone dare to approach, a flick of the switch would render them nothing but ashes. Naturally, he left a designated entry point. Key locations were equipped with frost-resistant infrared cameras, ensuring complete 360-degree surveillance, marking the successful completion of his efforts. Despite Xiao Ming's robust physique and the assistance of the fierce Lu Xiaoran, it took over 5 hours to finalize everything. It was a magnificent sight. Though regrettably devoid of sunlight, otherwise, their castle would resemble the crystalline palace of the Dragon King. Lu Xiaoran, with great enthusiasm, illuminated the towering ice walls with her flashlight. The light refracting through the ice, creating a dazzling spectacle. In just a single night, Lu Xiaoran had unknowingly undergone a transformation in her identity, deep within her heart. She had begun to consider this place her home. It is said that in the animal kingdom, certain male birds attract mates by constructing beautiful and comfortable nests. A well-built nest draws in females, while a poorly constructed one leaves them solitary. Xiao Ming mused that, at times, men resemble these birds. In the apocalypse, a secure fortress can indeed attract women. Even before the end times, women sought houses and cars as prerequisites for marriage. Thus, it is evident that a home serves as a significant advantage for males. Observing how beautifully, sturdily, and safely a man managed their home, Lu Xiaoran felt immense joy. Her gaze towards Xiao Ming imbued with adoration. With the completion of the ice fortress, the realm of their apocalyptic paradise expanded several-fold. Naturally, the 4 villas adjacent to the 17 villas became Xiao Ming's possession. It felt akin to claiming territory. He pondered whether the original owners of these 4 villas were still alive. Nevertheless, such matters were of little consequence. Should the rightful owners come seeking their property, he could simply offer them a box of instant noodles. The longer the apocalypse endures, the more vacant houses emerge. In the future, even a mere green onion will hold no value. A box of instant noodles would scarcely be considered an affront. Let us venture forth and survey our territory, Xiao Ming declared, tugging at the reluctant yet youthful giant, Tong Yen, as they approached the nearest villa. Upon reaching the entrance, he retrieved a crowbar and effortlessly pried open the door. It was confirmed that all 4 villas were uninhabited, yet their interiors were splendidly adorned, with furnishings fully intact. 2 of these villas were even more opulent than Xiao Ming's own residence. Alongside Lu Xiaoran, he meticulously inspected all 4 villas, discovering thousands of bottles of the exquisite Feitian Maotai and several thousand fine wines in the basement of one of the houses. Naturally, Xiao Ming accepted these treasures without hesitation. Upon returning to the villa, the 2 were utterly famished, their stomachs pressed against their backs. The small animals wasted no time in surrounding their caretaker. This time, Xiao Ming refrained from asking Lu Xiaoran to prepare a meal and instead retrieved some ready-to-eat food stored in the Xinglan ring, opting for a quick fix. Delightful. At the dining table, with sumptuous food and fine wine, accompanied by an enchanting young lady, the desolation of the apocalypse felt less isolating. Chapter 055. The death of Wang, a beauty's plot mixed with poison? Could it be that when Qing Xian has met her demise? After the meal, Xiao Ming reclined on the sofa, casually dialing Wen Qingxuan's number to express his concern, only to find it unreachable. Surely, such a formidable calamity could not fall so easily. Wen Qingxian was a striking woman, adept at both performance and deception, with a keen understanding of human nature. She possessed the requisite ruthlessness and selfishness that made her ideally suited for survival in the apocalypse. In such dire circumstances, 2 types of individuals have the highest odds of survival: the ruthless and, intriguingly, beautiful women. While attractive women may easily become targets of ruthless foes, from another perspective, they also possess the leverage to secure protection and sustenance far more readily than ordinary or less appealing women. Consider this. In a hopeless apocalypse, if you had provisions, would you choose to spend your remaining days with an unattractive woman or a beautiful one? Regardless of one's acknowledgement, beauty itself is a form of capital. In the Shulin Community Owner Group, the prominent figure Jiang Long continued to share daily videos of Wen's father, mother, and brother enduring torment. Simultaneously, the bounty on Wen Qingxuan's head escalated. The pain of losing his son had driven him to madness. Poor fellow, do you even grasp who your true adversary is? After watching the videos of Wen's family being treated, Xiao Ming set his phone down. The neighbors of Shulin Community became far more subdued following their reprimand. Moreover, as the battery life dwindled, the number of individuals capable of sending messages diminished, including the once frequent female neighbor who sent him beautiful photos, whose numbers were plummeting exponentially. Such a pity. Suddenly, a message chimed on WeChat. Xiao Ming picked up his phone to find a message from the Radiant by Jing of Shulin Community, accompanied by an image. The picture depicted a lifeless male body, bruised and battered. Wang Shun. Chow Ming paused in surprise. Had the bounty been fulfilled? This coward, who had so brazenly stirred trouble in the group, had met his end. However, the identity of the one claiming the reward was rather unexpected. Bai Jing is indeed Wang Shen's wife. Has it truly come to this point? Suddenly, an unfamiliar phone call came in. As Chow Ming answered, Bai Jing's soft voice resonated, tinged with sorrow. Mr. Chow, Wang Shen is dead. What about your reward? Chow Ming chuckled. Did you kill him? No. Well, yes, I did, Bai Jing replied, her voice laced with tears. Mr. Chow, I don't want the reward anymore. Could you perhaps take me in? Rest assured, I eat very little. And I'm capable of doing anything. Chow Ming sneered. Fine, I won't shortchange you on the reward. You can collect it from the flower bed on the left side of the villa's entrance. As for staying here, I'm afraid I'm not interested. Oh, okay, wait. Bai Jing's tone suddenly dropped conspiratorially, as if she were a thief. Mr. Chow, I have another piece of news. Actually, it was Wang Ming, old Seven Wang. Who killed him? He sent me to plead with you, to allow me into the villa so that I could drug you. Chow Ming was momentarily taken aback. Old Seven Wang. Ha, the apocalypse has indeed brought forth many players. Failing to overpower me, he resorts to using a woman's wiles. He killed Bai Jing's husband, forced her into a pact, and sought to poison me in my own fortress. What a chaotic mess this is. And Bai Jing, without hesitation, has betrayed old Seven Wang. It must be said, Bai Jing is quite beautiful. Were it not for her poor reputation, I might have entertained some thoughts. If another had executed this scheme, it might have indeed succeeded. My mother always warned me not to trust women, especially beautiful ones. Chow Ming instinctively glanced at the innocent, diligent Xiaoran, who was tidying the dining table. He shook his head, acknowledging that while caution is wise, being overly paranoid is unwarranted. All right. Have old Seven Wang come to collect his meal. Your reward for the information is a box of instant noodles. Okay, Bai Jing exclaimed, her voice bubbling with joy as she hung up the phone. How intriguing, Chow Ming mused with a faint smile, turning to Xiaoran and saying, I'll be stepping out for a while. All right, Dad, boss. Xiaoran, engrossed in her cleaning, instinctively called out incorrectly, blushing with embarrassment. This rogue boss is quite the trickster. The negativity is truly overwhelming. Chow Ming, grinning with pride, gave Xiaoran a thumbs up before turning to leave. Ugh, Xiaoran, you've completely lost it. In the cold rental apartment of Shulin Community, Bai Jing gently placed her phone down, sighing with regret. She is a beautiful woman, yet also fragile and timid. Unfortunately, she found herself with a cowardly husband. Being excessively attractive, without a formidable protector, naturally makes her a target. Ever since Wang Shen foolishly attracted Chow Ming's bounty with his recklessness, they had quietly moved to this rental unit to evade danger. Little did they know, Wang Shen, in his foolishness, had revealed their address to his cousin Wang Ming, who had long been fixated on his wife and had plotted his demise. Ultimately, he paid with his own life. The creaking door swung open, and Wang Ming, clad in a thick military coat, stepped inside with eager anticipation. Sister-in-law, how are you? Did that Mr. Chow agree to let you move in? No, Bai Jing replied regretfully, that Mr. Chow is exceedingly cautious and has not given me any opportunity. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Wang Ming's face. What a pity. Sister-in-law, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, yet that Chow fellow remains unmoved. If it were me, alas, it is unfortunate that he possesses such a treasure at home. If only we could take over his residence. With golden roasted beef paired with fine red wine, and you, sister-in-law, with your striking beauty, Bai Jing shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Regarding the bounty, Mr. Chow mentioned that the items are placed beneath the flower bed at the entrance of the villa community. I think it would be best if you went to retrieve them. Very well, I shall go. I would hate for you to catch a chill in this frigid weather, he replied, a smirk on his face. Just stay at home and wait for me. Once Wang Ming departed, Bai Jing's expression turned icy, her eyes gleaming with profound hatred. Wang Laoqi, do you truly believe I am your plaything? You beast, slayer of brothers and usurper of sisters-in-law, today shall be your demise. With that, she tightened her coat and stealthily slipped out the door. In the dark of night, Chow Ming first discarded 2 boxes of instant noodles at the agreed location, then quietly concealed himself nearby. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a figure approaching, struggling through the snow with a makeshift lantern. Wang Laoqi, I haven't sought you out yet you dare to come forth. You are indeed a bold one. Chapter 056. Beautiful women are dangerous, what have you done to it? Wang Ming, also known as Wang Laoqi, was a local tyrant in the Shulin community during the latter stages of the calamity that plagued his past life. He had previous grievances with Chow Ming, and in Chow Ming's death ledger, he was marked for demise. As the figure drew closer, it became apparent that it was a man. Wang Ming remained vigilant, clutching a large wooden stick, scanning his surroundings for any signs of danger before approaching the stash. Instant noodles, 2 boxes, wasn't it supposed to be 1? Upon seeing the reward, Wang Ming's initial joy quickly morphed into confusion. For one box was intended as a reward for Bai Jing. A voice suddenly echoed behind him. Who goes there? In the stillness of the night. The unexpected sound startled even the bold Wang Ming, and he instinctively turned to swing his stick. Alas, just as he raised it, a hand like a vice gripped his arm. You are Chao Ming, Wang Ming exclaimed in shock, pulling desperately at the wooden stick. Yet it would not budge. In a panic, he kicked towards Chao Ming's vulnerable spot, seeking death. With remarkable speed, Chao Ming retaliated, delivering a vicious kick to Wang Ming's knee. The overwhelming force shattered his leg at the joint. Amidst a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Wang Ming collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony before glaring up at Chao Ming, who illuminated him with a powerful flashlight. Why? What have I done to provoke you? Why did you ambush me? Where have I wronged you? With a dismissive chuckle, Chao Ming hefted the rubber baton in his hand. The beauty trap, poisoning. Do you require further elaboration? The expression on Wang Ming's face morphed into a grotesque grimace. Bai Jing, did she inform you? Impossible. She would never betray me. She clearly. You may inquire about that later. For now, accept your punishment, Chao Ming interjected, swinging the baton ruthlessly against Wang Ming's joints. The sound of cracking echoed through the air as he struck. No, spare me. Within moments, Wang Ming's limbs were reduced to shattered fragments. Enjoy this, young man. Chao Ming tossed aside the baton, deliberately stepping on Wang Ming's crushed kneecap as he walked away. The anguished cries rent the night sky. Such a wretch deserved death. Yet it would be too merciful. He must endure a despairing demise amidst agony and cold. Shortly after Chao Ming departed, Bai Jing stumbled in, her gaze falling upon the barely conscious Wang Ming sprawled on the ground. She swept the area with her flashlight. Boss Chao, are you here? After calling out twice and confirming his absence, she placed a foot upon Wang Ming's face. Bai Jing, why? Why are you here? Wang Ming attempted to confront her, yet faltered mid-sentence, rendered a mere shadow of his former self, unable even to walk. His only hope for survival lay in the woman before him. The dynamics had shifted. Once, he had dominated her, and now he sought her favor. What brings you here? Naturally, I've come to witness your demise. Bai Jing's eyes glimmered with malice. How could I find peace without seeing you perish? You wretched woman. It was you who betrayed me? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being reduced to a cripple by Chao Ming, he clung to the notion that Bai Jing could never turn against him. She had always been submissive, never once defying him. He had believed it to be true love, convinced that his dominance had tamed her into a willing servant. The revelation that she would conspire to end his life shattered his understanding. Had the joy he provided her been a mere illusion? Was he not superior to her worthless husband? Confusion engulfed him. Why? A scornful smile graced Bai Jing's lips. Wang Ming, you are nothing but an animal. You deserve to rot in hell for your fratricide. With that, she leaned down and forcibly stripped Wang Ming of the overcoat and thermal pants that enveloped him. No, Bai Jing. Panic surged through Wang Ming. In such frigid weather, without warm clothing, his death would be imminent. I was wrong. I truly care for you. Silence. Bai Jing seethed with rage towards Wang Ming for his past abuses, for his role in her husband's death. Hearing him shamelessly profess his affection for her only deepened her disgust. In a fit of exasperation, she grasped the nearby rubber baton and thrust it into Wang Ming's gaping mouth. Moments later, Wang Ming succumbed to suffocation, pain, and the biting cold, his eyes closing in defiance as he passed into oblivion. Once she confirmed that Wang Ming was beyond salvation, Bai Jing gathered 2 boxes of instant noodles along with the overcoat and thermal pants he had left behind, departing without a backward glance. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Xiaoran had already completed her grooming, draped in Chao Ming's purple silk robe, languidly reclining on the sofa while watching television. Noticing Chao Ming's arrival, she quickly rose to greet him, embodying the essence of a gentle wife as she assisted him in shedding his heavy winter attire. Quite lovely, Chao Ming thought, surveying her from head to toe, noticing that her figure had improved significantly. Even his pajamas seemed to struggle to contain her. Next came the daily hour of practicing the guiding technique. This time, Chao Ming dismissed any reservations and repeatedly reinforced his vital points and key areas through the practice. Throughout the process, Lu Xiaoran watched with curiosity, and it was only when Chao Ming, drenched in sweat, ceased his training that she handed him a towel. Boss, are you practicing? Lu Xiaoran inquired with intrigue. Indeed, would you like to learn? Chao Ming replied, his gaze warm upon the youthful beauty who wore an expectant expression. Yes, I would. Lu Xiaoran responded eagerly. Very well, I shall teach you, he said, recognizing that the ninefold catastrophe magic was too profound for her to grasp. Instead, Chao Ming imparted the 5 animals guiding technique, which he had practiced in his past life. Although the chaotic cosmic energy during the 100 days of calamity rendered the technique less effective, it was not entirely without merit. After the modifications from the previous night, Lu Xiaoran's physical fitness and coordination were commendable, Yet it took her over 10 minutes to master the simplest foundational stances of the 5 animals guiding technique. Once she entered a focused state, Xiao Ming retreated to the bathroom for a brief rinse. Following that, he summoned Lu Xiaoran's white-scaled pangolin and transformed it using the spirit manipulation technique. This little creature was destined to play a significant role in the future. An hour later, Lu Xiaoran, drenched in sweat and panting, halted her practice of the genetic origin energy guiding technique. I'm so exhausted, my limbs feel foreign to me. Hey boss, what have you done to the pangolin? She asked, her attention drawn to the creature. To her surprise, the little being affectionately rubbed against Xiao Ming's pant leg. It was noteworthy that this creature had previously only shown affection towards her, while it now regarded Xiao Ming with a mix of fear and trepidation, retreating to the corners whenever he was present in the living room. What sorcery have you employed, boss, to have stolen away my pangolin? Chapter 057. You truly are a talent. Greetings to all esteemed patrons. Thank you for your support. Lu Xiaoran felt a twinge of melancholy at the pangolin's transformation. Her pet had seemingly been usurped by her boss. Moreover, the little creature appeared to have developed a fickle disposition, growing closer to Xiao Ming while distancing itself from her. Such a clumsy oaf. I've truly wasted my affection on you, she lamented, crouching down to express her displeasure by shaking the pangolin's delicate head. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoran sensed that the pangolin had undergone a remarkable change. Its once dull scales now seemed to radiate a soft glow, its tiny claws sharper than before, and its eyes darted about with newfound alertness. After venting her frustrations on the pangolin, Lu Xiaoran made her way to the bathroom. Although she had already bathed once, the vigorous practice of the 5 animals guiding technique had left her drenched in sweat, necessitating another cleansing. After she emerged from the bathroom, Xiao had already retreated to the bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and stepped into the bedroom with a sense of anticipation. The night passed in silence. The following day, when Xiao Ming rose from his slumber, Lu Xiaoran remained in a deep sleep, her exquisite face glowing with a porcelain-like fairness, tinged with a delicate blush, as if she had undergone a miraculous whitening treatment. Xiao Ming chose not to disturb Lu Xiaoran, and instead made his way to the gym for a personal assessment. The results were promising. He experienced a modest enhancement in strength, speed, and reflexes. Although the improvement did not match the remarkable progress from his first encounter with Lu, it was nonetheless comparable to the gains achieved through his daily practice of the guiding technique, Ninefold Demonic Codex. This effectively translated to a doubling of his training efficiency. Meow. The cat, Xiao Wu, leapt into Xiao Ming's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. Little sprite, are you yearning for the spirit summoning technique again? At this point, Xiao Ming and Xiao Wu had developed a budding telepathic connection. Although the little feline could not speak, her gem-like eyes conveyed her intentions with clarity. Meow. The kitten sprawled out, ready to receive her master's generous gift. Well then, let us attend to you first. Xiao Ming smiled wryly, charmed by her endearing nature. He had initially planned to alternate the spirit summoning technique among Black Tower, Huang Xiaoni, the pangolin, and the others, but seeing Xiao Wu so eager, he decided to enhance her abilities further. After dedicating 15 minutes to her training, he then shifted his focus to Black Tower, followed by Huang Xiaoni, and finally to De Huang and Lao He. After a series of spirit summoning sessions, Xiao Ming felt utterly drained. While the technique was undoubtedly effective, it took a toll on its practitioner. At this moment, Xiao Ming felt even worse off than Lu Xiaoran had the previous night. His legs trembled, nearly giving way beneath him. However, the results were remarkable. After the spirit summoning sessions, the transformations in his dogs were striking. Particularly, De Huang and Lao He had noticeably brighter eyes and had begun shedding fur, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Could it be that old trees bear new flowers? Observing the changes in De Huang and Lao He, the other dogs, cats, 5 little yellow ducks, 2 large parrots, and 2 proud hawks cast greedy glances at their master. Xiao Er and Xiao San, along with the other 4 cats, unabashedly clambered onto Xiao Ming, demanding attention. All right, enough now. Don't wear me out, little beasts. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran emerged from the bedroom, supporting herself against the wall. Upon seeing Xiao Ming's disheveled state, she couldn't help but chuckle, her expression one of playful triumph, as though she had won a victory. Breakfast consisted of the stockpiled meals that Xiao Ming had prepared earlier. After replenishing his energy, he felt significantly rejuvenated. For the remainder of the day, Xiao Ming remained indoors. Following his customary hour of guiding technique practice, he sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone and television. With Lu Xiaoran by his side, Xiao Ming had seemingly embraced a life of ease, where everything was brought to him. With an endless supply of desserts and tea, Xiao Ming here indulges in the exquisite moments of the apocalypse, while those outside are far less comfortable. As the end of days persists, the toll of death escalates daily, with an increasing number succumbing to various fates. Some freeze to death, others starve. And there are those who, overwhelmed by torment and despair, leap from heights. Naturally, some meet their end at the hands of others. The deaths of Wang Shun and old Wang Qi did not stir much commotion. After eliminating old Wang Qi, Bai Jing quietly returned to Shulin community, playing the role of an informant for Boss Chow, much like Li Shulan. Bai Jing, a strikingly beautiful and alluring woman, is a prominent figure within the community, with many men harboring desires for her. Thus, her sources of information are extensive. From her reports, it is learned that the residents of Shulin community have recently engaged in fierce competition, forming several so-called mercenary groups in secret. Bai Jing herself, due to her beauty, was invited to join a mercenary unit called the Light of Life. This so-called Light of Life is composed of 30 to 40 able-bodied individuals along with their families, led by a man known as Brother Guang, who owns a construction company. Their weaponry consists of clubs and knives. Their daily activities involve either bullying others or teaming up to scavenge for supplies. To Chow Meng's bemusement, Bai Jing, aside from providing him with intelligence, continues to send him daily selfies, prompting him to remark that teacher Bai is a kind-hearted person. Were it not for the formidable presence of Lu Xiaoran by his side, Chow Meng felt he might have regretted it. How absurd. In the blink of an eye, it is now the 14th day of the apocalypse, and the woman Chow Meng yearns for, when Qing Xian, has yet to make an appearance. The residents of Shulin community remain caught in a frenzy of competition. However, from the intelligence gathered by Li Shulan and Bai Jing, it is revealed that several so-called mercenary groups are conspiring to undertake a significant operation, potentially targeting the resource cache of Jianghai Group in Building 6, or perhaps even Boss Chow himself. After instructing Bai Jing and Li Shulan to maintain their discreet surveillance, Chow Meng left Lu Xiaoran to guard the house and ventured out. Today, as per their agreement, Chow Meng was to escort old Huang Wentao, to Chun Heping's base. Naturally, Chow Meng was also eager to see that base, having endured a challenging period within its confines in his previous life. Before Villa 17, Chow Meng waited at the entrance for quite some time, until the doors slowly creaked open. Upon first glance, Chow Meng was utterly taken aback. There stood old Huang, clad in a down jacket, leaning against the wall, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His once bright eyes were now sunken, and his lips were tinged blue, resembling someone on the brink of meeting Yama, the king of hell. What the hell? Good grief, you. Chow Meng was at a loss for words. Just 2 days had passed, and this fellow had reduced himself to such a state. This wretched soul, already slender in build, had become even more gaunt and frail. Daring to engage in such reckless behavior, truly astonishing. Is the allure of a scandal-ridden superstar truly so potent that one would disregard their very life? Cough, cough, my apologies. I couldn't resist. I may have gone a bit overboard. Huang Wentao proudly patted his chest, but the moment he did, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Good heavens, he had been utterly drained. Chapter 058 just needs a good sorting out. Chow Meng was so enraged that he nearly kicked the young man to death. Are you looking to end your life? Just how many pills have you consumed? Not many, he replied with a cheeky grin. Just 3, along with a whip. He feebly placed his hand on Chow Meng's shoulder. I must say, old Chow, it feels quite exhilarating. Why don't you give it a try? Chow Meng's soul nearly departed from his body. Get lost. This rascal's thoughts were simply too extravagant. Though your vehicle can barely be considered a BMW, it's well past its prime. If you lend it to me, I fear it might claim a life. At that moment, Fan Xianer, clad in a pristine white down jacket, shyly descended from the second floor. Upon noticing Chow Meng's gaze, she feigned modesty and lowered her head. Had she heard? Was she truly embarrassed? Absolutely absurd. Are you ready? Let us set off, Chow Meng urged, fearing that if this fool lingered any longer, he might sacrifice his life for Fan Xianer. All right, we can leave at any time, Huang Wentao said, turning back to blow a kiss to Fan Xianer. Darling, be a good girl and wait for me at home. After 2 days, Fan Xianer's demeanor towards Huang Wentao had evidently shifted. Her large, expressive eyes were now filled with an unmistakable restlessness. After dragging old Huang out, Chow Meng swiftly tossed him onto the snowmobile. What a pitiful sight he was. Taking him to meet Chun Heping would surely be a disgrace. Goodness, one could easily mistake him for a sickly wretch. Had he not feared dying in bed, Chow Meng would have been indifferent to him. Chow Gu, Chow Dad, Chow Grandpa, I was wrong, all right. Huang Wentao protested while wrapping his scarf tighter. Isn't it said that one must indulge in life's pleasures? I just couldn't help myself and went a bit wild. Chow Meng turned to scrutinize him earnestly. You can't be serious, can you? Do you think I'm a fool? That woman is clearly restless. She was just giving you flirtatious glances. Who would want to build a life with someone like that? In front of Chow Meng, Huang Wentao was always unabashed, speaking freely without reservation. Such words would be unthinkable for anyone else, yet he expressed them with no sense of awkwardness. I'm merely playing the field. After all, I finally caught my star. Of course, I need to study her inside and out. As for genuine feelings? Haha, I've already given those to you. Get lost, Chao Meng retorted, relieved to see Huang Wentao still in his previous disheveled state. He understood the young man's nature. He was a free spirit, merely seeking enjoyment. The snowmobile roared to life and sped off towards the old factory wholesale market, now transformed into the Dawn base, where the leader was none other than Chen Heping. The Mutual Aid Society had now rebranded itself as the Dawn Mercenary Corps. In his past life, Chao Meng had endured some of his most challenging times in this very place. This trip was akin to a stroll down memory lane. To keep the existence of the snowmobile a secret for the time being, they dismounted a short distance from the Dawn base. Chao Meng then stored the snowmobile in the Star Blue Ring, retrieving 3 rifles and a box of ammunition before proceeding on foot to the base. 2 individuals armed with firearms approached, and the sentinels at the base promptly reported to Chen Heping. Shortly thereafter, Chen Heping, appearing as robust as a bear, emerged with 2 men and a woman. The 3 individuals behind him were familiar to Chao Meng from his previous life. The woman was none other than Chen Baoyu, his lifesaver. The burly figure, nicknamed Big Bear, was Chen Heping's second disciple and a master of combat. The other man, possessing a refined appearance, was named Wang Ku, Chen Heping's 5th disciple, who had once betrayed Chen Heping by colluding with outsiders to breach the Shuguang base. Although Chao Meng was aware of Wang Ku's treachery, he refrained from warning Chen Heping, understanding the delicate nature of their acquaintance. He contemplated that he would find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate this threat in the future. "Brother, you finally made it," Chen Heping exclaimed, striding forward to embrace Chao Meng warmly. He then gestured towards Chen Baoyu, saying, "Allow me to introduce my cousin, the chief physician of our base." "Hello, Sister Baoyu, I am Chao Meng," he said, feeling a surge of excitement at the reunion with his benefactor. "Nice to meet you," Chen Baoyu replied, her demeanor gentle behind her silver-rimmed glasses. Chen Heping continued, "Big Bear and Wang Ku are both my disciples." "Greetings to you both," Chao Meng said with a slight smile, pointing to the young man beside him, Huang Wentao. "Brother Chen, this is the friend I mentioned." Yes, I've heard about him," Chen Heping chuckled, playfully patting Huang Wentao on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, the force of the pat caused Huang to plop down onto the ground. Chen Heping stood there, bewildered, glancing at his own hand, puzzled by the unexpected strength. Chao Meng buried his face in his hands. This guy is quite the spectacle. Big Bear, Wang Ku, and Chen Baoyu were equally stunned. In the frigid weather, everyone was bundled up, making it difficult to discern one's physique. "Brother Huang, what happened to you?" Chen Heping hurriedly approached to help him up. "Baoyu, please check on Brother Huang," he urged. Chen Baoyu promptly responded, "Elder brother, it's cold outside. Let us go inside first." The underground air raid shelter, a remnant from the factory's wartime preparations, had been transformed by Chen Heping into the Shuguang base, capable of sheltering over 2,000 workers and their families in times of crisis. Inside the central office of the base, the air was somewhat stale, yet it was relatively warm, approximately 10 degrees, a stark contrast to the icy world outside. Once inside, Huang removed his scarf and eye mask, leaving the onlookers astonished. "Is this truly a person?" someone murmured, noting his emaciated appearance, resembling that of a gaunt specter. "His health seems to have deteriorated significantly. A few days of rest, enhanced nutrition, and regular exercise should remedy the situation." Chen Baoyu, adhering to her medical ethics, refrained from mocking Huang. "By the way, refrain from going outside until you recover. Catching a cold could be detrimental. With your slight build, you wouldn't withstand even a severe flu." Old Huang possesses an impressive thickness of skin, perpetually grinning as if he were not the one feigning. Brother Chen, with a chuckle, remarked to Chao Meng, "My brother here is simply in need of some discipline. I implore you to ensure he engages in some practice daily, allowing him to pedal the human power generator for an hour or 2 each day." Having frequented the Dawn base, Chao Meng was well aware of the circumstances at play. Although Chen Heping was a man of noble spirit, the base adhered to its own regulations, and resources were limited. Acquiring various supplies, including food, required corresponding contributions. To that end, the Dawn base team had devised a contribution point system. For instance, those who ventured out to gather supplies would earn contribution points. What remains most unforgettable is that the human power generator was ingeniously transformed from a bicycle. In the bitter cold, pedaling the generator not only served to strengthen the body, but also provided energy to the base, warmed up the pedaler, and most importantly, earned contribution points. This project was immensely favored by the women and children of the base. The human power generator may well be considered one of the most remarkable inventions of the apocalypse era. "Goodness, is this real?" Huang Wentao exclaimed in disbelief. "Boss Chow, you must be jesting. You expect me to pedal a bicycle here? I'm your little darling." Chen Heping burst into laughter, responding, "Oh, dear brother, you jest. Brother Huang is an invaluable asset to our base. We cannot afford to have him pedaling the generator. At most, I shall incorporate some practice into his training sessions." Huang Wentao retorted, "I'd rather pedal the generator than train with the madman Chen Heping." That would surely be the end of me, especially after witnessing those videos online of Chun training his disciples. Observing Huang's despondent expression, Chao Meng relished the moment. You foolish fellow, I shall let you indulge, let you outshine me, and ensure you remain on your toes. Chao Meng cautioned, brother, do not spare me any leniency. Train him to the brink of exhaustion. Huang Wentao nearly shed tears, exclaiming, you wretched man, this is intentional. Chen Hiping nodded earnestly. Fear not, dear brother. It is precisely out of respect that I shall train him rigorously. Brother Huang's constitution is too frail to withstand the harshness of this apocalyptic world. Chen Baoyue, adjusting her lovely hair, added, initially, we should not be too severe. Merely training him to the point of near incapacitation will suffice. Old Huang interjected, I sincerely thank you. After jesting at Old Huang's expense, Chen Hiping turned his attention to the firearms and ammunition that Chao Meng had brought. Brother, are your 3 rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition registered to you or to Brother Huang? Currently, the Dawn base housed approximately 400 individuals, excluding the elderly, women, and children. Barely 100 were selected for the mercenary group. The primary weaponry consisted of composite bows and cold weapons. The 3 rifles, albeit small handguns, undeniably enhanced the mercenary group's combat capabilities significantly, contributing immensely to their strength. Register them under Old Huang, he declared. As for me, I prefer the path of a lone wolf. Such contributions hold no value for me. Chao Meng chuckled and said, in the future, Brother Chun, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Chen Hiping nodded with a hint of regret. He secretly wished to retain Chao Meng. In his eyes, Chao Meng was a talented individual, and it would be splendid if he could join the Dawn base. Unfortunately, this fellow preferred to go solo. All right, it's settled then. If you encounter any troubles, you can also reach out in the group. Chao Meng nodded in agreement. Noticing that the office was devoid of anyone else except for Chen Hiping and Chen Baoyu, he took out a brand new small handgun from his pocket, along with 2 magazines, and handed them to Chen Baoyu. Sister Baoyu, this is for your self-defense. Chen Baoyu was taken aback, staring at Chao Meng in surprise, but made no move to accept it. It was their first meeting, and he was presenting her with such a valuable gift. What could this possibly mean? Chen Baoyu was puzzled. Could it be that this charming young man had taken a liking to her? How could a young man be so reckless? Thank you, but I cannot accept such an expensive item. Regaining her composure, Chen Baoyu politely but firmly declined without a moment's hesitation. Chao Meng, not wishing to elaborate further, simply pressed the handgun into her hands, saying, Sister Baoyu, keep it for your protection, but do not let others know. With that, he waved goodbye to the astonished Chen Hiping and Huang Wentao, turning elegantly to leave. Chen Baoyu was left speechless, and Chen Hiping was equally bewildered by Chao Meng's actions. What did this mean? Was he harboring feelings for his sister? Surely not. They had only just met, and Chao Meng did not strike him as the impulsive type. Brother, what should we do? Chen Baoyu asked, somewhat at a loss as she weighed the handgun in her hands. Chen Hiping pondered for a moment and replied, since Brother Chao suggested it for your protection and instructed you to keep it confidential, you should follow his advice. Chao Meng had indeed given the handgun to Chen Baoyu for her safety. The Dawn base was a place filled with all sorts of individuals. In her previous life, she had been targeted due to her beauty, facing several crises, with the traitor Wang Ke being one of them. In Chao Meng's heart, Chen Baoyu was a beacon of light, illuminating the darkness of his past life. Thus, he did not wish for her to encounter any misfortune, prompting his abrupt gift of a handgun. After leaving the Dawn base, Chao Meng did not rush back to his villa in Ice Fortress. Instead, he drove a snowmobile straight to Yida Plaza. Shopping spree. Men's clothing, women's attire, an array of Balenciaga stockings, cosmetics from various top brands, high-end dresses, swimsuits, designer bags, and shoes. Chao Meng swept through the place like a whirlwind, leaving no shelf untouched, reveling in the luxury of infinite space. After spending over an hour clearing out Yida Plaza, he departed with immense satisfaction. The following day dawned with vigor and vitality. After receiving a video call from the melodious Qin Yi to ensure their safety, Chao Meng prepared the grand feast that Lu Xiaoran had arranged the day before. He then asked Cat Xiaowu to use her fluffy tail to rouse the still sleepy Lu Xiaoran. This girl had been astonished by the vast array of gifts Chao Meng had brought back, insisting on showing him her transformation for a full 2 hours. It must be said that a woman with a beautiful face and an enchanting figure is indeed a natural display for fashion. After a rather captivating exhibition, she has certainly caught the attention of Boss Chow. Then, it's time to dine. Just as he had taken a few bites, his phone rang. It was a video request from the elusive Wenqing Xian, who had vanished for 2 days. The wretch is indeed still alive. Quite resourceful. Despite being pursued by the formidable Jiang Long, she managed to find a power source to charge her phone. According to various sources, Wenqing Xian is currently being relentlessly hunted down by Jiang Long, with her bounty posted in every neighborhood. Furthermore, the rewards for her capture have been consistently escalating. She has become a pariah, akin to a rat in the street, universally condemned. Some envious individuals have even started forming teams to track her down. In such a dire situation, she has remarkably found a way to charge her phone and reach out. Impressive. The city has been without power for 9 days now. Aside from a few fortunate households with generators, the remaining survivors, no matter how frugal, would have long since depleted their phone batteries. However, this has given birth to an alternative business, mobile charging. For instance, in Shuling community, 2 households with generators have begun charging fees, a packet of instant noodles or a sausage for a single charge. Of course, in this apocalyptic scenario, food is exceedingly precious, and few are willing to barter food for charging opportunities. One must wonder what this woman intends to do. Without hesitation, Xiao Meng answered the video call. He felt an incessant need to keep a watchful eye on her. She was a woman who would soar given the slightest opportunity. The video connected, revealing when Qing Xian's delicate yet somewhat haggard face, set against the backdrop of a spacious and brightly lit room, with the lights on. However, judging by her thick attire, it was evident that her new dwelling was not particularly warm. Xiao Meng exclaimed joyfully, "Qing Xian, it's so wonderful to see you. You're still alive. Where are you?" "Qing Xian, I asked you to come find me. Why haven't you?" His concern was palpable, evoking a pang of jealousy in the nearby Lu Xiaoran. Indeed, men are often such oafs. "Xiao Meng, how can you still have the audacity to say that?" When Qing Xian gazed at him with a look of deep resentment, resembling a fairy whose trust had been misplaced, feeling quite aggrieved. "You deceived me. You were clearly in the neighboring community. Why did you claim to be at Jiangdong Garden? If I hadn't seen the messages in the group today, I might have truly believed you. I did not deceive you. Jiangdong Garden is indeed one of my residences." Xiao Meng replied, fabricating his words. "Moreover, I told you I would come to get you, yet you stubbornly refused to inform me of your whereabouts. You simply don't trust me, afraid I might betray you?" With that, he picked up a substantial piece of beef with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. When Qing Xian swallowed hard and said, "No, I wouldn't dare distrust you. I merely fear dragging you into trouble." Xiao Meng, while eating, mumbled, "It's nothing. I'm tough and unafraid of trouble. Qing Xian, just tell me where you are, and I shall come to get you. Let us not rush into that just yet." When Qing Xian spoke with a serious expression, "Xiao Meng, it has come to my attention in our group that you possess a firearm and exhibit remarkable marksmanship. How about we collaborate and undertake something momentous together?" Xiao Meng was taken aback by her audacious proposition. "What do you mean by something momentous? Are we to confront the Eagle Nation and dominate the Aqua Blue Planet?" When Qing Xian seized a piece of compressed biscuit and took a bite, her cravings stirred by Xiao Meng's words. "Do not be mischievous," she chided lightly. "The situation is as follows. I have recently encountered a few individuals who harbor grievances against the Jiang clan. We are preparing to join forces against Jiang Long. Will you assist me?" "Assist you in confronting Jiang Long?" Xiao Meng was momentarily stunned. His perception of this woman elevated significantly. Indeed, she was capable of audacity and disruption, ready to challenge a figure of prominence. After all, Jiang Long was a leading figure in Linghai City. "How many of you are there? Can you truly contend with him?" "Of course we can." When Qing Xian replied with a cold smile, "That fool Jiang Long, in his reckless pursuit of vengeance for his son, has indiscriminately slaughtered within the Jiang clan, causing many of their elders to defect to our side." "Oh, I see," Xiao Meng mused, realizing that this woman was colluding with the traitors of the Jiang clan. It was no wonder. Jiang Long's recent antics had led to an ambush against his most capable aide, Lu Nong, and Jiang Tao's mother. Both held significant positions within the Jiang clan, and should they choose to betray, they would not be easily subdued. "Well, Xiao Meng, will you come and help me?" When Qing Xuan's gaze held a glimmer of sincerity. At this moment, she genuinely sought his assistance. Although she had established connections with Jiang Tao's mother and Lu Nong, she remained merely a pawn within the opposing faction. As a self-proclaimed queen and a strong woman, she could not tolerate being reduced to a mere pawn. To elevate her status, she needed allies by her side. Thus, upon discovering Xiao Meng's possession of a firearm and his capability to eliminate several adversaries, she resolved to recruit him. After all, what are men for if not to be utilized? That might not be prudent. Jiang Long is formidable, with numerous subordinates, and bullets do not discriminate, Xiao Meng replied. His expression troubled. "Perhaps, Qing Xian, you should come to my place instead. We could enjoy a comfortable life without the dangers of confrontation." When Qing Xian felt a wave of disdain at Xiao Meng's cowardice, but chose not to show it. "Xiao Meng, listen to me. While opposing Jiang Long certainly entails risks, the potential rewards are substantial. Do you have any idea how much food and clothing are stockpiled within the Jiang Manor? We're talking about tens of thousands of tons of provisions, enough to sustain us for lifetimes. I understand you may possess some resources, but do you know how long this apocalypse will last? Will your supplies suffice? You wouldn't want to starve when your provisions run out, would you?" When Qing Xian spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade him. Moreover, Do you not have feelings for me? Do you not wish to traverse this apocalypse alongside me? You have long desired for me to realize that, without you, I am utterly worthless. Now, you have triumphed, and I have succumbed. I find myself in desperate straits. If I do not eliminate Jiang Long, I fear I may not survive. As I spoke, tears cascaded down my cheeks, my eyes brimming with a sense of injustice, as if they could melt the heart of Chao Meng. In truth, when Qing Xian remains bewildered as to why the previously submissive and devoted admirer has suddenly turned against her. It is exceedingly peculiar that someone who once cherished her so deeply could transform into a figure so ruthless and unyielding, wielding harsh tactics against her. First, he expelled her from his life, only to swiftly pursue his brother's girlfriend. Then, he brazenly flaunted his affection before her, ultimately casting her and her family out. Why? Based on her understanding of Chao Meng, even if they had truly parted ways, such cruelty seemed unwarranted, leaving no path for retreat. Eventually, she came to a realization: this despicable man does love her. His affection runs so deep that he seeks to demonstrate his power through such means, aspiring to subdue her, compelling her to call him daddy. The internet is rife with accounts of individuals driven to madness by love, and when Qing Xian suspects Chao Meng belongs to this category, his strong disposition has ignited a rebellious spirit within him. He yearns for dominance, determined to secure her compliance. Thus, she resolved to adapt her approach. If she could not maintain the strong goddess persona, perhaps a softer, pleading demeanor would suffice. Surely, he would respond to such tactics. Chao Meng, come here. I shall heed your every word. Together, we shall harness their strength to vanquish Jiang Long and seize control of the Jiang family. You will be the leader of the Jiang clan, and I shall be your cherished consort. What do you say? Chao Meng hesitated for a moment before responding. Gritting his teeth, very well, I will come, but let me make one thing clear. You must obey me from now on. Indeed, a cold smirk crossed Qing Xuan's face, a flicker of derision dancing in her eyes. Ah, this wretched man's intentions have been divined. Obey you? Huh, how naive. Once I ascend to power, oh, how I shall revel in it. Yes, yes, I will obey you in all things. I shall do whatever you command. She feigned a demeanor of a soft, docile wife. Chao Meng rejoiced at her words. Excellent. Now, tell me the address, and I will come. After all this build-up, what he truly sought was her location. Chapter 061. A desire for your demise. The sixth action, Jiang family manor. Chao Meng. Before I acquire the address, I will make you kneel and call me daddy. The address can wait. This is merely a temporary location, and we are about to set off. When Qing Xian replied with utmost seriousness, hurry here, to Jiang family manor, and meet us. Chao Meng queried, are we striking now? Isn't that a bit hasty? Why the haste? Time is of the essence. Lu Neng has connections within Jiang family manor, and this plan will undoubtedly succeed. To bolster Chao Meng's courage, when Qing Xian discreetly revealed a piece of intelligence she possessed. Hurry, or you may miss the chance to achieve glory. All right, I am on my way, Chao Meng declared, ending the video call. Throughout the entire process, Lu Shaoran quietly observed from the sidelines. She had met Qing Xian once and had gathered insights into the tangled relationship between Chao Meng and this woman from the perspective of an onlooker. She harbored a strong dislike for this woman, yet it seemed her boss was reconciling with this insufferable individual. He appeared quite taken with her, which displeased Lu Shaoran immensely. Do you have something to say? Chao Meng turned to look at Lu Shaoran, who hesitated to speak. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to play the antagonist. Boss, I am unaware of the intricacies of your relationship with this woman, but I must advise you, she is not to be trusted. Do not be swayed by her appearance. Chao Meng chuckled. Child, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Jealous? What on earth do I have to be jealous of? Believe it or not. Lu Shaoran retorted with a cold snort, a hint of anger in her voice. If you're not jealous, then why do you insist she is untrustworthy? Chao Meng inquired with a smile. Intuition. Lu Shaoran replied resolutely. She harbors ill intentions towards you. Chao Meng laughed heartily. Congratulations, your intuition is indeed spot on. He then picked up his phone, opened the property owners group for Shuling community, located Jiang Long's contact card, and sent a private message. Jiang Long. Just a kind reminder, when Qing Xian has teamed up with the traitor in your ranks, their forces are now heading towards your estate and should arrive shortly. Additionally, there is a spy of Lu Neng lurking by your side. With a swift click, the message was sent. Chao Meng grinned with satisfaction. Damn it. If you succeed in your schemes, wouldn't your parents and your foolish younger brother soar to new heights? Who would be left to enjoy Jiang Long's generous offerings? Lu Shaoran was taken aback, pointing at Chao Meng. You just deceived Qing Xian? Indeed, Chao Meng replied with a playful smirk. Do you expect me to play the role of her lapdog? Of course not, Lu Shaoran exclaimed with delight. But on another note, you two truly are a match made in heaven. Chao Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? A match for that wretched woman? Are you certain? Lu Shaoran nodded emphatically. gesturing with her delicate fingers. I did not mean it in that sense. You see, you are both in a deadly game, while you plot her demise. She is equally intent on yours. Isn't that a match made in conflict? The two had just been engaged in a dramatic performance, feigning deep affection while concealing daggers behind their backs. The animosity between them must be profound. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Meng was the more cunning of the two, having swiftly betrayed his former lover. Do you think my actions are unscrupulous? Xiao Meng asked. Lu Xiaoran shook her head. Not at all, boss. Whatever you do is justified. She genuinely believed this. In her eyes, Xiao Meng was a beacon of light. Especially after becoming his woman, she regarded him as her very own sky. His actions must be rooted in a compelling rationale. Surely, that woman had crossed a line he could no longer tolerate. That woman truly deserved her fate. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and eat, then get out. Get out for what? Lu Xiaoran queried, puzzled. She felt a bit fatigued after a night of intense practice. Xiao Meng chuckled, remarking that watching the play also served as a means to teach one how to be a competent schemer. Lu Neng, along with Jiang Tao's stepmother and their associates, were all under Jiang Long's command and possessed an intimate knowledge of the Jiang family estate. With both of them wielding the most elite personnel of the Jiang group, even with his own reminders, the formidable Jiang Long could still find himself in peril. It was imperative for Xiao Meng to investigate the situation personally. The overarching principle was clear. He could not allow that wretched Wen Qingxian to enjoy any respite. It would be best to seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Should they succeed in breaching the Jiang estate, he would be the one to bear the brunt of the trouble. After hastily satisfying his hunger and instructing the increasingly astute little cat, Xiao Wu, to keep watch, Xiao Meng set off with Lu Xiaoran on a snowmobile towards the Jiang estate. As was customary, the snowmobile's headlights remained off. Navigating through the dark snowy expanse solely with the aid of a low-light night vision device. There was no alternative, as the snowmobile's headlights were far too glaring, hindering the stealthy approach required for their mission. The Jiang estate lay nearly 20 kilometers from Xiao Meng's ice fortress, a sprawling private manor situated beside the river. Upon reaching a high-rise office building 2 miles away from the estate, Xiao Meng halted the snowmobile and, accompanied by Lu Xiaoran, discovered fresh footprints in the snow below. Someone had recently entered. Caution was paramount. Xiao Meng whispered a warning and instructed Lu Xiaoran to equip the infrared night vision device before they stealthily ascended the building. The individual who had entered first was either one of Jiang Long's men or associated with Wen Qingxian's faction. Following the enhancement of Lu Xiaoran's physical abilities, she had become notably more agile, and with Xiao Meng leading the way, they made little noise. Utilizing the night vision device, they swiftly reached the 10th floor of the office building. In an office facing the Jiang estate, a figure clad in attire reminiscent of a bear, with most of their face obscured by a scarf, was assembling a firearm with a flashlight. Ah, a Barrett sniper rifle? Xiao Meng instantly recognized the formidable weapon. While its precision might not rival that of his own high-precision sniper, its power and penetration capabilities far surpassed it. The individual, clearly unaware of their presence, swiftly completed the assembly and propped their backpack against the windowsill, turning their attention outside. Xiao Meng refrained from acting hastily, signaling to Lu Xiaoran. He quietly slipped into an adjacent office. At this juncture, it was unclear which side the sniper belonged to, so he opted for patience. After approximately 15 minutes, his phone, which he had set to vibrate mode, finally buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Wen Qingxian. Xiao Meng, gather at Daju Camp subway station. Hurry. Xiao Meng replied with a mischievous grin, typing, Qingxian, wait for me. I just fell into a snow pit and am only now climbing out. Tell them to wait another hour. You needn't come. Wen Qingxian nearly exploded with frustration. This useless man truly was like mud that could not stick to the wall. Daju Camp subway station was not far, was it? Xiao Meng retrieved his high-precision sniper rifle while instructing Lu Xiaoran to keep her back to him, remaining vigilant for any potential ambush from behind. He aimed the night vision scope at the Jiang estate. Chapter 062. The first shot at Zhang's manor. The deer god gun at this moment. Zhang's manor was ablaze with lights, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. Within the estate, shadows of watchmen could be discerned, and the high walls were fortified with electric fencing, seemingly impenetrable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a group of armed individuals burst forth from the manor, swiftly establishing defensive positions around the houses near the entrance. Could Jiang Long have just seen my message? Xiao Meng pondered, somewhat bemused. It seemed to be an urgent response. Then this person beside me must be from Wen Qingxuan's side. Xiao Meng quickly rose and seized a crystal ashtray from his desk, stealthily making his way next door. Meanwhile, the sixth person next door was cradling a sniper rifle while dialing a number. Hello, President Su. It appears Jiang Long has received news. 58 armed men have emerged from the manor and are fortifying the houses along the entrance road. Excellent. Continue to monitor their movements and be ready to act at any moment. The call ended. Ah, It seems there are indeed experts among Wen Qingxuan's ranks. President Su? It couldn't possibly be Jiang Tao's little mother, could it? Clearly, the world was filled with astute individuals. Even before the entire team had assembled, the sixth person had already arrived ahead of schedule. If he hadn't shown up, Zhang's manner might very well have been lost. Hey, brother. Isn't it freezing lying on the ground in this bitter cold? Xiao Ming approached the sniper from behind, patting his shoulder with a smile. What? The sniper was startled, flipping around to react, only to have the crystal ashtray collide with his face. Bang! Bang! The impact deformed his visage, rendering him unconscious. Boss, is he dead? Lu Xiaoran cautiously inquired as she approached. Not dead, just fainted. Xiao Ming handed the ashtray to Lu Xiaoran. Here, you finish him off. What? Kill him? Boss, you want me to do that? Despite having prepared herself for Xiao Ming's tests, the young girl, accustomed to peaceful surroundings, hesitated at the prospect of taking a life. Have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Having lived with him for 2 days, Lu Xiaoran had nearly forgotten the rules he had laid down. At that moment, the gravity of her obligation struck her. She must unconditionally obey every decision made by her boss. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and declared, I will do it. With that, she closed her eyes, gripped the heavy crystal ashtray, and swung it down with great force. However, she missed entirely as a hand intercepted her strike. Opening her eyes, she was met by none other than Xiao Ming himself. Xiao Ming chuckled. If I say kill, you little tiger. But didn't you tell me to do it? Lu Xiaoran retorted. All right, I was just teasing you earlier. This fellow might still prove useful. As he spoke, Xiao Ming delivered another blow to the unfortunate sniper's head to ensure he remained unconscious. Killing was not the objective. This man was likely affiliated with Jiang Tao's mother, and keeping him alive might serve a purpose. Life resembles a chess game, where one must consider 3 steps ahead with each move. Furthermore, for a beauty like Lu Xiaoran to wield an ashtray to end a life up close is undeniably cruel. The process of training individuals must unfold gradually. An overly rigorous approach may render one incapable. Not everyone possesses a naturally resilient heart. Here, Xiao Ming handed the Barrett rifle to Lu Xiaoran, instructing her to use the scope to target Wen Qingxian and her entourage, while briefly imparting some knowledge about firearms. He noted her trepidation. Boss, I'm afraid I won't hit the mark. I've never fired a gun before. Lu Xiaoran expressed her anxiety, not stemming from the fear of missing, but rather from her reluctance to take a life. Accuracy is secondary. The primary objective is to instill fear. Xiao Ming chuckled, raising his high-precision sniper rifle. Besides, I'm here to cover you. Lu Xiaoran hesitantly acquiesced. Well, all right then. After a brief interval, they finally spotted their targets. However, the individuals approached not via the anticipated path, but stealthily across the frozen river. Taking the road less traveled, Lu Xiaoran remarked, observing the Jiang estate, which appeared fortified yet had its vulnerabilities. The sprawling grounds relied solely on a perimeter wall and electric fencing, effective against small skirmishes but insufficient against a substantial assault. Boss, look at that person with the backpack. Something seems amiss, Lu Xiaoran suddenly pointed out within the shadowy ranks. Following her gaze, Xiao Ming noticed a figure at the forefront burdened with a large pack. Could it be an explosives cache? A flanking maneuver from the river? This tactic could blindside the ambushers, allowing for a devastating assault before they realized what was happening. What should we do, boss? Lu Xiaoran's anxiety was palpable as she turned to Xiao Ming. Let me teach you something. This is called an incendiary round. Typically, a bullet striking an explosives pack may not detonate, but this particular round he produced a bullet, loading it into the chamber and aiming at the backpack. One shot will reveal the truth. With a crack, the bullet soared through the darkness, tracing a brilliant arc. A thunderous explosion erupted as it struck the package, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the night sky. The unfortunate bearer of the backpack was obliterated, along with a dozen others in close proximity. Fortunately, the formation was not tightly packed. Otherwise, the devastation could have been catastrophic. The stillness of the night shattered by the explosion reverberated even through the nearby office buildings. The element of surprise was lost, and the ambushers quickly adjusted their positions, rushing towards the foes on the riverbank. All right, let the shooting practice commence, Xiao Ming encouraged, giving Lu Xiaoran a gentle nudge as she stood stunned. Recovering from the shock of the earlier blast, her face pale, she responded, Oh. The young woman instinctively followed Xiao Ming's instructions, aiming her weapon. With a resounding boom, she fired her shot. In an instant, the icy surface of the river became a scene of chaos, as a panicked individual was struck down, leaving a gaping wound on his back before collapsing into the snow. Xiao Ming stood in astonishment. Is this what you call not having fired a gun before? Could it be that a sharpshooter has been reborn? A single shot, and the target was dispatched. Lu Xiaoran, bewildered, dropped her Barrett rifle onto the ground. I just killed someone. Despite the considerable distance, Witnessing a vibrant life extinguished by her own actions evoked an involuntary wave of guilt within her. Xiao Ming, however, did not express anger, recognizing this as a natural reaction. Had Lu Xiaoran exhibited cold-blooded ruthlessness akin to Wen Qingxian, he would need to reconsider offering her refuge. A kind heart is not a sin. It is merely a matter of teaching her to adapt to the mercilessness of the apocalypse. The crucial factor lies in the method of instruction. Chapter 63. The Duo of the Sixth Team. Lu's newbie protection period. Indeed, you have taken a life. Xiao Ming spoke solemnly. However, Lu Xiaoran, please remember that this is a struggle. This is the end of the world. If today, Wen Qingxian were to seize the Jiang family estate with the aid of these individuals, it would spell disaster for me. You are an intelligent person. You should understand what needs to be done. With that, he paid her no further heed. Slowly raising his precision rifle to target a dog positioned at the rear flank of the team, amidst the frozen expanse of the river. The distance was too great, compounded by the darkness of the night and the layers of clothing worn by the individuals, rendering the thermal infrared scope barely capable of identifying a single person, let alone distinguishing Wen Qingxian. Thus, Xiao Ming aimed at the most unqualified member of the group, hoping to eliminate the venomous woman. Having gained some experience from previous nighttime sniping, alongside expertise from his past life, Xiao Ming was now remarkably adept with firearms. He could strike moving targets with remarkable accuracy. Bang! One shot, and the target fell. Just as he prepared to shift his aim, Lu Xiaoran suddenly shouted, "Wen Qingxian, I will kill you." With that, she raised her weapon and fired decisively. Bang! However, her shot went awry, missing the target by at least 10 meters. Xiao Ming was rendered speechless. My dear, your newbie protection period seems rather brief. Where was the valor of that first shot? Calm down, steady your breath, and keep your hands steady, he urged in a low tone. Bang! Yet again, the shot veered off course, though it was considerably more accurate than the previous attempt. Sniper, take cover. Lu Ning's hoarse voice echoed. At the rear of the team, Lu Neng, the head of Zhanghai Group's security, along with Su Shuiying, the former CEO of Zhanghai Group and Jiang Tao's stepmother, and several elite guards, all took cover in the snow. Su, what on earth is happening? How could there be a sniper on the opposite building? Weren't your men sent up ahead? Lu Ning growled in a hushed tone. Why hasn't he taken action yet? Zhang Long and that scoundrel have arrived. I have no idea, Su Shuiying replied, equally perplexed. Lu Neng fumed. Then what do you suggest we do now? What else can we do? Fight! Su Shuiying shouted loudly. Unless we eliminate Zhang Long, we shall not expect to live in peace. We have the numbers and the expertise. A strong offensive is certainly feasible. The ambush plan has inexplicably been revealed. Nevertheless, Su Shuiying still has her sharpshooter. However, the sharpshooter has gone dark. The enemy has also stationed their own marksmen above. Fortunately, their marksmanship seems somewhat flawed, as several shots have missed their target. Damn it, let us proceed. Lu Neng waved his hand decisively. Brothers, heed my command. According to our previous drills, form groups of 3, provide alternating cover, and rush in with utmost speed. Once inside the castle, we shall have food, warmth, and women. This is our one shot at survival. Attack. On the high-rise, Xiao Ming peered through his binoculars at the activities on the river. At that moment, the assailants illuminated the river with a host of flashlights and mining lamps, all affixed to bamboo poles planted firmly in the snow, casting a bright light on the opposite side. Gunfire erupted immediately. Jiang Long's men, numbering 70 to 80, were swiftly felled by over a dozen. Meanwhile, the 2 searchlights illuminating the snowy ground at Jiang's estate were shattered by Lu Ning's forces. This situation effectively placed the assailants in darkness while the defenders were exposed, giving the former a significant advantage. Impressive. Lu Neng is truly a formidable individual. His tactical design is commendable, and his troops are well trained. Xiao Ming couldn't help but admire. He had witnessed Lu Neng's prowess in his past life. This old soldier was adept at commanding his experienced men, making him a master strategist. This was precisely why Xiao Ming regarded this battle with such gravity. Allowing Wen Qingxian to align with such a force would spell trouble for him. The boss was indeed correct. These adversaries were formidable. Upon realizing this, Lu Xiaoran fired several shots, her courage and bloodlust seemingly ignited, preparing to take another shot. Wait. Xiao Ming patted Lu Xiaoran's shoulder. Get down. Get down? Lu Xiaoran paused, looking at Xiao Ming in confusion. Here? In this cold? Are you sure? Prone shooting, for heaven's sake. Xiao Ming sighed, bewildered by her lack of understanding. In sub-zero temperatures. What else could one possibly wish to do? The prone position stabilizes your aim, and it also calms the mind. Ah, understood. Lu Xiaoran quickly complied, lying down and aiming her weapon. Bang! The first shot went awry once more. However, this time Lu Xiaoran remained patient, adjusting her aim before firing again. At last, she struck a target, muttering, I hope it's that Wen Qingxian. In that brief moment, Lu Neng and his men had already dispatched over 20 of the opposition, sustaining a few losses themselves. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. It seems my assistance is indispensable. Chao Ming lifted his weapon, beginning to call out targets. Bang, bang. One shot, one small calamity. Lu Xiaoran gradually found her rhythm, landing hits on a hapless foe with every 3 or 5 shots. Chao Ming skillfully controlled the pace. Neither too fast nor too slow, employing a single gun to maintain a semblance of balance between the two sides, with the sole objective of ensuring that both would bleed profusely. In less than a minute, over a dozen of Lu Ning's comrades had fallen. As the casualties mounted, it became increasingly evident that there was no way to decisively overpower the enemy. Lu Ning realized that the opposing side had mastered the rhythm of the battle. Clearly, 2 snipers were coordinating their efforts. One was inept, while the other was lethal, shooting with alarming precision. In the vast open space, the adversaries had the advantage of height, with no cover in sight. Damn it, those on the opposing side weren't Jiang Long's men. Someone was reaping the rewards of this conflict. Fall back. Retreat. Move towards the 5 o'clock direction, rush forward, and seek cover. At the command of their leader, the Karamatans summoned every ounce of strength and charged towards a row of 3-story buildings over 200 meters away, situated by the riverbank. If they could reach the wall, they would be shielded from the sniper's line of fire. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Ming seized the opportunity and fired 3 shots, claiming 3 lives. All right, retreat, he ordered, holstering his weapon and patting Lu Xiaoran, who seemed poised to continue fighting. Oh, Lu Xiaoran replied, rising to strap the Barrett rifle onto her formidable frame. She glanced at the sniper who lay unconscious on the ground before swiftly following Chao Ming. After leaving the office building, Chao Ming changed location, keeping a vigilant watch on Lu Neng and Su Shuiying's beleaguered forces. He waited until he was certain they had abandoned their assault on the Jiang estate before maintaining a distant pursuit. After traversing the snowy terrain for an hour, this group finally trickled into the compound of the Linhai Cable Factory. It was clear that this was their stronghold, located not far from Chun Hepingstone base. Chapter 064. Cutting off their retreat. Having identified their lair, Chao Ming did not linger. Accompanied by Lu Xiaoran, he sped towards the Shulin community on a snowmobile. Little Lu, let me pose you a question, he said. What question? Lu Xiaoran, wearing a rabbit helmet and tightly embracing Chao Ming's waist against the biting cold wind, asked with curiosity. Chao Ming chuckled. After this failure, where do you think Wen Qingxian and her group will set their sights next? Lu Xiaoran replied, how would I know? I'm not a worm in their stomachs. You're so dense, it's Shulin community. Chao Ming retorted, exasperated. Lu Xiaoran's eyes widened in realization. Oh, how could I forget? Boss, you mentioned that Shulin community is another stronghold of Jianglong. They have a wealth of supplies. If they can't capture the estate, they certainly won't overlook this stronghold. Precisely, Chao Ming mused coldly. The Shulin community's Block 6 was currently stocked with a substantial amount of resources that Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao had pillaged from 9 different neighborhoods. Lu Neng and Su Shuiying had about 70 to 80 men left. Whether they had brought their families along was uncertain. But the basic needs of these 70 to 80 individuals posed a significant challenge. They were all fighters, armed and desperate. How could one expect them to endure hunger? Moreover, Shulin community was a Jianglong stronghold. How could they possibly refrain from attacking? Chao Ming's objective was clear, to raid the resource warehouse in Block 6. Such an abundance of supplies could never be allowed to bolster the enemy. In a brightly lit office within a cable factory, Lu Neng, in a fit of rage, slammed his palms against the table, directing his furious outburst at the woman seated across from him. Su Shuiying, what on earth is happening? Did you not send Han Bin over earlier? Why has he gone silent the moment the battle commenced? Has he betrayed us? For days, the two had meticulously planned for this confrontation, making thorough preparations and even conducting several rehearsals in advance. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Su Shuiying, Jiang Tao's stepmother, donned an elegant white snow outfit that, while appearing bulky, framed her delicate, luminous face beautifully. She was indeed striking and exuded an air of confidence. Lu Neng, she interjected. Before you speak, please engage your mind. If Han were a traitor, he would not have warned us of the ambush. Had we proceeded as per our original plan, our return would have been uncertain. Lu Neng, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of guilt wash over him and fell silent. Based on your assessment, the two assailants today likely do not belong to Jianglong's faction, Su Shuiying continued, massaging her temples. Therefore, this individual must be connected to the person who ambushed Jianglong that day. This person seems intent on witnessing our mutual destruction while reaping the benefits from the shadows. Lu Neng slapped his bald head in realization, his voice low and grave. Indeed, that must be the case. However, if it is the same individual, their background is certainly formidable, wielding both a sniper rifle and a flamethrower. It could very well be that they are associated with the figure behind Jianglong. Or perhaps an adversary of that person has intervened. As Su Shuiying spoke, her expression grew increasingly grim. Anyone would feel a chill upon realizing they were being so closely monitored, akin to being watched by the unblinking eyes of death. Mentioning that figure caused Lu Nang's countenance to shift as well. Where did the weapons of the Jiang family group originate? Were they not procured through that prominent individual following the apocalypse? He reflected. If Su Shuiying's suspicions hold true, we may find ourselves mere pawns in a power struggle among the city's elite. Let it go. This is beyond our control. Lu Nang shook his head, speaking somberly. Su, our most pressing concern is that our food and fuel supplies are dwindling. We must devise a solution swiftly. Survival is paramount, with so many armed followers relying on us. If we cannot provide for them, the disintegration of our ranks is imminent. Being a leader is not merely about exerting dominance. It is about ensuring the well-being of those who follow you. Su Shuiying responded, that is a simple truth. Wen Qingxian mentioned to me that there is a hideout belonging to Jiang Long in Building 6 of Shulin Community, containing supplies pilfered by Jiang Tao and Wen Qingxian from 9 different neighborhoods. The old scoundrel Jiang Long has been preoccupied with our Zhou Xian these past few days and has not had the chance to transport these resources back to the Jiang estate. We should take this opportunity to regroup and swiftly eliminate this hideout. Agreed, let us proceed. However, as Chao Ming and Lu Shaoran approached Shulin Community, they were suddenly surrounded by 9 individuals wielding fire axes and makeshift spears, each carrying homemade lanterns. What do you want? What are you doing? The man at the forefront cast a scrutinizing gaze over the 2 individuals. Clad in pristine polar expedition gear, complete with goggles, a thick fur collar, and insulated boots. Their attire exuded sophistication far superior to the mere down jackets and cotton coats worn by the others. How splendid it would be to don such garments. If adorned in such finery, one could venture forth into the cold to forage without fear. To his surprise, Chao Ming realized that his own attire might become a source of peril. Very well, I shall remove it, he said to his imposing adversaries. In the next moment, he struck fiercely, executing Qin Heping's renowned technique, the rising leg. His leg, powered by nearly 1,000 kilograms of force, collided brutally with the vital points of the man opposite him. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the man was sent soaring over 2 meters into the air. Before he could touch the ground, Chao Ming had seized the long staff from his opponent, launching a rapid counterattack. Chao Ming's strength and speed were far beyond those of these ordinary individuals. By the time they regained their senses, 4 of them lay screaming on the ground, each with shattered knees. Spare us, brother, they pleaded, scrambling to escape. The ferocity of Chao Ming instantly intimidated them. They dared not advance, discarding their weapons in haste and fleeing. But to those who dared to attack him, Chao Ming showed no mercy. Prepared water bags materialized in his hands, and he hurled them at the fleeing figures. The cold water drenched them, freezing them in moments. The icebound magic of the end of the ice river was remarkably potent. With astonishing speed, Chao Ming sent the water bags flying, resembling the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. Within 100 meters, the fleeing individuals silently collapsed to the ground. Lu Shaoran, holding a flashlight, caught a fleeting glimpse of the frozen bodies sprawled on the ground, and could not suppress a wave of nausea. It was terrifying. Far more shocking than a distant sniper's kill. Are you all right? Chao Ming gently inquired, patting her back. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head and averting her gaze. Boss, let us depart. Are you sure? If not, you could stay back to keep watch, he teased. No, I want to act alongside you. The young girl insisted with determination. Chapter 65. A new surge. You've grown so thin, Qingxian. 9 individuals had fallen without a sound, mere shadows of their former selves. This was the apocalypse, where life held little value, and humanity had descended into ruthless competition. The weak furiously vied for survival, yet lacked the courage to confront the strong. Despite there being a substantial resource cache within Building 6, guarded by merely 8 or 9 members of the Jiang group, the thousands in the community dared not make a move. In front of the entrance hall of Building 6 hung a small bulb. Inside, 2 security guards, swathed in blankets and resembling large bears, reclined on military cots. Before them stood a honeycomb coal stove, their faces shielded by thick scarves, leaving only their eyes visible. Get lost. No. Old Yang, look at what those 2 are wearing. It seems like polar expedition gear, one of them exclaimed as Chao Ming and his companion approached. Having been detected. Damn it, you 2. Come here. Old Yang reacted immediately, seizing the assault rifle in his hands and aiming it at Chao Ming and Lu Shaoran. Such splendid attire, to let it slip by would be a disservice to the Jiang group. Chao Ming and Lu Shaoran exchanged a glance and obediently approached, opening the glass door. Come over, strip off your clothes for us, or I swear I'll shoot you dead. Old Yang barked. Okay. Chao Ming slowly advanced. But as the distance between them narrowed to a meter, he suddenly accelerated, grasping the rifle barrel and lifting it upward while delivering a heavy punch to Old Yang's chest. Crack! The ribcage collapsed, blood oozing from the 7 orifices. A single move, and it was a kill. Before the other could react, Chao Ming swiftly struck with a knife hand to the throat. Another instant kill. The combat skills honed over 5 years of the apocalypse, combined with immense force and speed, made dispatching these two frozen little thugs exceptionally effortless. This time, Lu Xiaoran's performance had markedly improved, seeing Chao Ming dispatch the two with such power. She remained calm and composed. After retrieving their weapons and tossing the two back onto the military bed, they arranged them appropriately and discovered a set of keys on one of them. Room 1101. Chao Ming glanced at the tag on the keys. Let us head straight to the 11th floor. The irrelevant personnel in Building 6 had long been cleared out by Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao, the dynamic duo, transforming this place into a forbidden zone of Shulin community. Typically, no residents dared to venture here, and those who passed by took detours. Chao Ming's strategy was rooted in silent combat. This was also a test of the results from half a month of training in the apocalypse, to prevent any mishaps. He had also kept 2 silenced pistols close at hand, but they were ultimately unnecessary. Upon reaching the 11th floor, he quietly unlocked the entrance with the key. The interior was warm, the living room illuminated, with the doors to 3 rooms ajar. Thanks to the diesel generator from the adjacent power room, the electric heater was running, providing a cozy atmosphere. Inside the 3 rooms, 8 burly men lay bundled in blankets, sound asleep. The cold weather certainly made it suitable for slumber. Chao Ming thought with a cold chuckle. These individuals had grown arrogant, perhaps genuinely underestimating the residents of the community, leaving only 2 to guard downstairs while the others indulged in a carefree manner. Chao Ming did not disturb them, nor did he choose to eliminate them. Behind the entrance door, he found several sets of keys and casually organized them alongside the 3 Type 95 assault rifles and their ammunition on the corner gun rack, leaving behind the iron rods and red tassel spears. Gently closing the door, he embarked on a leisurely and enjoyable third looting expedition with his beloved underling. Throughout the process, Lu Xiaoran was responsible for lookout, while Chao Ming handled the clearing out. An abundance of supplies from 9 different communities, an array of bizarre items, filled 9 floors to the brim. Chao Ming managed to collect everything in one breath without being discovered. He felt as if he had struck a punch into cotton. By the heavens, how absurd it was that they hadn't been breached like this. Chao Ming silently felt a profound sense of sorrow for the residents of Shulin community. These individuals excelled at infighting and bullying the weak. Yet, this ragtag group managed to instill fear in thousands, rendering them motionless. As Chao Ming frantically stocked up on supplies, Lu Xiaoran resembled a little treasure hunter, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The boss is indeed a man capable of amassing wealth. Eventually, Chao Ming returned to the adjacent power distribution room, severed the electrical circuit, and collected the diesel generator along with dozens of small barrels filled with diesel. Rest well. Let us see how long you can sleep. Lu Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, boss, you're quite the rascal. Chao Ming, feeling helpless, affectionately ruffled her hair. She was an optimist. Moments before, she had been confronted with death, but in an instant, her spirits soared to the heavens. After spending 7 or 8 hours outside, they finally returned to their warm fortress. Upon arriving home, a swarm of little creatures surrounded Chao Ming, with his beloved cat, Xiao Wu, leading the charge. Lu Xiaoran also welcomed 3 unfortunate, scruffy yellow dogs who seemed to have finally found their anchor. One could only imagine the life these 3 shabby dogs had endured at home, bullied not only by the larger dogs, but now even by a few agile kittens. Tears welled up in the eyes of the 3 dogs as they reminisced about the warehouse life. After changing out of his heavy attire, Chao Ming promptly retrieved a sumptuous feast prepared in advance from his star blue ring. His stomach was already grumbling with anticipation. First, he wondered if Wen Qingxian was still alive. While indulging in his meal, he sent her a video message. A few seconds later, the video connected. Not dead, he mused, considering the numerous casualties at Zhang's estate. This woman truly is a calamity that endures through the ages. On the other end of the line, Wen Qingxian appeared haggard, curled up on a small bed draped with curtains, resembling a bunk bed. Qingxian, how are you? Did you manage to take down Zhang's estate? Are there plenty of delicious treats inside? Have you eaten and rested? Chao Ming inquired, devouring his food while posing a trifecta of questions. Gulping, Wen Qingxian replied, don't even mention it. We encountered the enemy's sniper, and the operation failed. Thankfully, that sniper was rather incompetent. The bullet whizzed past my ear. It nearly scared me to death. She spoke with a look of lingering fear. If you hadn't fallen into the snow pit today, it could have been dangerous. Beside her, Lu Xiaoran clenched her small fists in frustration. She was, after all, the inept sniper. That was truly perilous. Chao Ming lamented, though his sorrow stemmed not from their failed operation, but from Lu Xiaoran's missed shot. By the way, what will you do next? If you can't seize Zhang's estate and obtain the supplies, will you go hungry? You look thinner already, he noted with concern. Chapter 066. A lover's blade pierces the heart. It's Chen Heping. Lu Xiaoran, who had been eavesdropping, almost burst into laughter. The boss's acting skills were becoming increasingly refined. The glimmer in his eyes was quite telling. One might mistakenly believe him to be a lovesick fool. No, I am perfectly fine. I still have food, when Qingxian replied, swallowing hard in a moment of weakness. Observing the woman's evident craving, Chao Ming felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he remarked, Qingxian, there's no need to be stubborn. If you cannot endure any longer, you may come to me. My supplies may be limited, but they are sufficient for us to indulge for a while. When Qingxian hesitated briefly, but ultimately shook her head, stating, no, I cannot. My parents and Wenbo are still under Jianlong's control. I must rescue them. Despite her ravenous desire, she was unwilling to abandon this seemingly promising team, as ambition coursed through her veins. Moreover, her family was enduring torment at Jianlong's hands. Oh, indeed. Your parents are suffering at Jianlong's mercy. I just saw him post another video in the group. Your parents are in a dire state. Daily, they endure torture, prickling bamboo slivers, the agony of fire branding. Your brother Wenbo cries out in pain, and they are subjected to the tiger bench, bricks piled high, and even chilly water, Chao Ming recounted, his fingers ticking off the tortures with an expression of feigned empathy. That scene is truly unbearable. Jianlong is a despicable wretch, utterly devoid of humanity. Moreover, they are coerced into consuming unspeakable things, he added, mimicking a gagging motion. Across from him, when Qingshuan's face darkened like a charred pot, her hands gripping her phone so tightly that it seemed on the verge of shattering. For days, she had refrained from viewing the videos in the group. Her family's plight was too harrowing, and she feared that a single glance would compel her to confront Jianlong in a fit of desperation. Chao Ming, however, was brazen, providing a vivid reenactment of the tortures as if he were the one being punished. Pardon me, Qingxian, I assure you, I do not revel in your misfortune. It is simply that your parents' suffering is too grievous. Jianlong is a monster, capable of devising such cruel methods of torment. If I were to capture him, I would repay him in kind. When Qingxian forced a smile, taking a deep breath. Enough, please. Let us not dwell on this. Chao Ming cautiously inquired. Qingxian, you are not upset, are you? I truly did not intend to provoke you. I am merely incensed by the injustice. No, not at all. How could I be angry with you? I know we share a common enemy, when Qingxian replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. You should conserve your supplies. Who knows when I might need to seek refuge with you? Very well, I shall refrain from further discussion. We must prepare for action shortly. Chao Ming's curiosity piqued. What action? May I accompany you? This time, no. You will find out soon enough, when Qingxian said, forcing a mysterious smile. So secretive? Surely, you are not going to rescue your parents? He surmised. That would be splendid. They have suffered enough. They must be freed from such torment, which would haunt anyone's dreams. Enough of this. Farewell. When Qingxian gritted her teeth and ended the call abruptly, lacking any semblance of courtesy, Chao Ming set his phone aside, bemused by her abruptness. With a hearty chuckle, Lu Shaoran finally succumbed to laughter after a prolonged struggle, her belly shaking with mirth. Boss, you are going to make me die of laughter. I can't take it anymore. Clutching her abdomen, she eventually calmed down, adding, you truly have a knack for humor. At that moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Wen Qingxian, pondering how this woman would react if she knew that her misfortunes stemmed entirely from this man's machinations. It was ironic that she was still intent on plotting against her own boss and lover. Meanwhile, Wen Qingxian had just ended a video call when she received orders from the two executives to commence their operations. Thus, a pack of ravenous wolves set forth once more, heading towards Shulin community in pursuit of the supplies they desperately needed. An hour later, a group of 70 to 80 individuals, under the leadership of the two magnates, trudged through the biting wind and snow to reach Shulin community. Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, the situation is dire. As the two executives entered the community, the scouts they had previously dispatched rushed to meet them, reporting that the guards at Building 6 had been killed, and there seemed to be a disturbance within the premises. What? Both executives were taken aback. What does this mean? We Haven Tea even arrived, and others have already beaten us to it? Let us go and take a look. It might have been the homeowners of Shulin community. The two executives hastened their pace towards the scene of the incident. Upon discovering the two guards lying peacefully on the military cots, Lu Nang's expression darkened. This is not good. It's an expert ambush. Quickly, let us investigate. As they proceeded, they found that all supplies had vanished without a trace. At the 11th floor hideout, when Lu Nang and several burly men burst through the door, they encountered the Jianhai Group's guards who had just tumbled out of bed in confusion. What on earth is happening? Lu Nang and Su Shuiying exchanged bewildered glances. The subordinates who had accompanied them were seething with anger, their respect for the two magnates waning. After toiling in the frigid wilderness all day, losing so many brothers, they returned to find nothing but an empty building. Where were the promised mountains of supplies? Where was the lavish Jiang estate, the opulent doomsday refuge? Lu Nang clenched his teeth in frustration. grabbing the unfortunate soul who had just been dragged from under the covers. He yanked his hair and pressed a gun to his head. What is going on? Where are the supplies? My supplies. The supplies? They are right in this building. From the 2nd to the 10th floor, everything is categorized. Lu Nang interrupted with a sharp slap. Are you implying that the supplies were still here before you went asleep? Yes, we had patrolled earlier. You useless fool, Lu Nang roared, striking the man with the butt of his gun, knocking out several teeth. The urge to eliminate these imbeciles was overwhelming. So many supplies had vanished right under their noses. Tell me, when was your last patrol change? Su Shuiying seized one of the men by the collar, her voice laced with fury. Indeed, 5 hours ago. We originally changed shifts every 4 hours. However, the previous shift failed to rouse us, causing us to oversleep. Su Shuiying forcefully pushed the other person aside, exclaiming in anger, there is a traitor among us. It must be someone from Shulin community. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transfer such a large quantity of supplies so swiftly. Indeed, it must be, Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Just then, as if to confirm their suspicions, when Xing Xian squeezed in from outside, respectfully declaring, I know who it is. Who? Su Shuiying inquired. It is Chen Heping. Chapter 067. The Insufferable Oppression. War begins when Qing Xuan's eyes brimmed with intense hatred. This Chen Heping wields considerable influence in Shulin community and has even established an organization dedicated to opposing Jianghai Group. Our supplies have mysteriously vanished on 2 occasions before. In the entirety of Shulin community, only Chen Heping possesses the audacity and capability to relocate such a considerable amount of supplies in such a short time. It is this very Chen Heping who has repeatedly humiliated me and opposed my efforts. Apart from Jiang Tao's demise, I have attributed nearly all my misfortunes to Chen Heping. Chen Heping? The master of the Mad Dog Fist. Lu Nung recognized the notorious name. If it is indeed him, then it is no surprise. With his skills, stealthily eliminating 2 guards and infiltrating would be a trivial task. Su Shuiying, maintaining her composure, quietly instructed her bodyguard beside her, Wang Ping. Send a few individuals to the community to investigate this Chen Heping and ascertain if anyone knows the whereabouts of these supplies. Let us determine if he is truly involved. Understood. Seeing this, when Xing Xian hastily added, Su, I can inquire directly in the owneress group. Chen Heping is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. No one else in this community dares to touch Jianghai Group's belongings. Very well, you may ask. Su Shuiying responded noncommittally. Meanwhile, in the villa, Chao Ming had just completed his practice of the 9-fold catastrophe demon cannon and, after a refreshing shower, lay on his warm bed scrolling through his phone. Upon reading the messages, he was rendered speechless. Chen Heping truly had the innate ability to shoulder the blame. Most of the troubles he caused ended up falling on Chen Heping's shoulders. Chao Ming couldn't help but admire Wen Qingxian for her vivid imagination, relentlessly targeting Chen Heping with accusations. In the group chat, Chen Heping was equally incensed. What the hell? I'm at home, and yet the blame falls from the sky. The internal strife of the Jiang family has nothing to do with me. I have distanced myself from you all, yet I cannot escape this. Thus, the entire affair devolved into a chaotic mess. Chen Heping unleashed a barrage of curses in the group chat, while Wen Qingxian countered sharply, portraying him as a duplicitous individual seeking fame and recognition. Within the Jiang estate, Jiang Long, the rightful owner of the supplies, was ironically the last to learn that his secondary base had been entirely raided. The old man has aged, recently suffering the loss of his son, and today he was caught off guard, nearly losing his sanctuary. In his state of exhaustion, he failed to anticipate that Su Shuiying and Lu Nung would raid the supplies at Shulin community, thus he was unprepared. Half an hour later, the informant, Karami, returned. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, I have gathered information. No one has seen anyone moving supplies out of Building 6. Moreover, it seems Chun Heping is no longer at Shulin community. He has established a dawn base with over 100 subordinates, plus their families, amounting to 400 or 500 people, located near the old factory wholesale market. There are a few teams organized by residents at Shulin community, but their numbers are quite small, the largest being only 60 or 70 individuals, which is insufficient to transport supplies within such a short time frame. Although there is no direct evidence, it can be reasonably concluded that Chun Heping is behind this. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, our remaining supplies are dwindling. The food can only sustain us for one more day. Lu Quan, in charge of logistics, expressed his deep concern. Additionally, I just discovered that old scoundrel Jiang Long and several of his loyal followers are secretly contacting our brothers. Upon hearing that Jiang Long was in communication with their subordinates, Su Shuiying and Lu Ning immediately became alert. The situation had escalated. As the ancient said, soldiers must be fed, especially bandits. In this apocalyptic scenario, the subordinates are armed, and those with weapons naturally aspire to lead better lives. They cannot be expected to endure a meager existence. In these dire times, human hearts are unpredictable. Do not assume that being a powerful figure will deter the underlings. Bullets do not discriminate. When hunger strikes, it matters not who you are. Even the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor would not be spared. Jiang Long possesses considerable supplies. Even a small offering could entice followers or even reward his subordinates, leaving the two leaders restless. Food and supplies are paramount to maintaining stability within the ranks. Lu Neng waved his hand decisively and stated, "Distribute the remaining food. Let the brothers have a hearty meal. We will first negotiate with Chen Hiping. If he is wise, it will be mutually beneficial. If he is obstinate, we shall not hesitate to be ruthless." "Mr. Lu, do you mean to demand supplies from Chen Hiping, or are you considering incorporating him?" When Qing Xian bravely inquired. Su Shuiying interjected, "Of course, we aim to incorporate him. Chen Hiping is a formidable character with many followers, and importantly, he has a vendetta against Jiang Long. Indeed, we seek to incorporate him. I believe Chen Hiping is a clever man. He should understand how to make the right choice." Lu Neng remarked as he retrieved his phone to call Chen Hiping. Incorporation and expansion of their ranks are essential. Their enmity with Jiang Long is irreconcilable. It is a matter of either their demise or his. Following the unsuccessful assault on the Jiang estate, their brothers have sustained significant losses and require reinforcement. Capturing Chen Hiping's Don base would not only augment their numbers, but also secure additional supplies. Truly a double victory. When Qing Xian initially harbored no desire for Lu Neng and Su Shuiying to recruit Chen Hiping, rather, she wished for the two powerful figures to directly mobilize their forces to annihilate Chen Hiping and his ragtag followers, thereby avenging herself. However, she was merely a minor player in this grand scheme, and the decisions of the Titans were beyond her purview. A few minutes later, at the Dawn base, Chen Hiping hung up the phone, his face pale with fury. Those scoundrels were exceedingly arrogant. He was genuinely enraged. Just moments ago, Lu Neng had accused him of seizing supplies from the Shulin neighborhood and bluntly demanded that he surrender 2/3 of his resources while also attempting to absorb him into their ranks, intending to turn the survivors of Dawn base into their free labor force. Such audacity was intolerable. If they wished to seize his base, they should state it plainly instead of fabricating accusations about stolen supplies. "Brother, now is not the time to be angry," Chun Baoyue interjected, adjusting her silver-framed glasses with concern etched across her face. "Our intelligence indicates that Lu Neng and Su Shuiying command 70 to 80 armed men, all well-trained. If it comes to a confrontation, our chances of victory are slim. Even with slim odds, we must fight." Chen Hiping's eyes blazed with indignation. "In these times, we cannot afford to cower. If we yield today, we shall only await a future as their subservience. Let them come with their numbers and weapons. I refuse to believe we cannot break a few of their teeth. Big Bear, Wang Ku, Zheng Lin, hasten to arrange our defenses." "Yes, master. Yes, brother." Once his subordinates departed, Chen Hiping dialed Chao Meng's number. The urgency of the situation compelled him to enlist Chao Meng's assistance. Though uncertain of Chao Meng's capabilities, he was nonetheless a man with a firearm, and during critical moments, even a single person could prove invaluable. "Boss, where are you headed?" Lu Xiaoran emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and draped in a luxurious purple silk nightgown. Her ethereal beauty had only intensified after a few days of recuperation, particularly accentuated by her figure, which had seemingly further developed. "I'm off to assist the Dawn base in battle." Chao Meng, exhibiting remarkable willpower, managed to divert his gaze from the enchanting young woman. "Wait for me, boss. I'll change my clothes and join you." Lu Xiaoran replied without hesitation, eager to accompany her superior in pursuit of greatness, despite her fatigue. "You needn't come this time. Stay put and rest until my return," Chen Hiping instructed. In Chao Meng's strategic vision, the Dawn base represented a vital ally. Whether for self-preservation or in support of Chen Hiping, he felt it imperative to assist Baoyue. As the apocalypse persisted, the competition among individuals intensified, with various organizations sprouting like mushrooms after a rain. Although Chao Meng was confident in his strength, he was not prepared to become a solitary wanderer. Having a reliable faction as a backup was essential. Although he had promised Chen Heping to assist, Chao Meng did not hasten directly to the Shuguang base. Instead, he opted to lie in wait at the entrance of Shulin community. As a seasoned operative, taking a passive defensive stance within the base, armed with a firearm, was decidedly not the most astute choice. Thus, from the neighboring residential buildings across the street, Chao Meng monitored the situation with an infrared scope, while simultaneously glancing at the rewards sent by Teacher Bai. Indeed, Lu Neng was a shrewd individual, refraining from recklessly charging in with his men. Shortly after Chao Meng's arrival, 3 individuals, burdened with long rifles equipped with scopes, emerged from their hideout, illuminating the surroundings with flashlights. These were the vanguard, intent on seizing advantageous terrain and striking covertly. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. The sound-suppressed sniper rifle was nearly inaudible from several hundred meters away. The first shot struck the man at the rear, who collapsed in response. Old Chin. How could this happen? Another shot rang out, and the second man fell. The last remaining individual reacted swiftly, darting behind a nearby flower bed buried in snow. Chow Meng did not linger to engage further. He retracted his weapon and departed. His next destination was, of course, the entrance of the Shuguang base. What? A sniper? Li Pu and Zhao Xiang are dead. Lu Ning's eyes widened with rage. Both men were his elite subordinates, skilled marksmen with commendable combat prowess. His hold on power was inseparable from the support of such capable individuals. That accursed sniper again. Damn it, if I catch you. You will beg for life and wish for death. What should we do, boss? There's a sniper lying in wait outside. If the brothers go out, they'll be slaughtered. His subordinates were in a state of panic. Although they wielded firearms, facing a sniper who could strike from the shadows of the night rendered them mere prey. The enemy could choose any moment and place to attack, leaving them utterly defenseless. What to do? Were they to be trapped in this desolate community? Lu Nong clenched his teeth, scale the wall, approach from another direction, and move out immediately. Seize the Shuguang base. Once we possess the base and the resources, I refuse to believe we cannot outlast a single sniper. The community's walls were no obstacle for such ruthless marauders. An hour later, 500 meters from the Shuguang base, atop a small high-rise, Chow Meng observed the scattered ranks of the raiders below. This time, Lu Neng had learned from his previous mistakes. Dozens of his men were not clustered together, but rather advancing in small groups of 3 to 5, maintaining distance between each unit while cautiously progressing alongside the buildings lining the street. Unfortunately, while such tactics could indeed minimize casualties, they were still no match for the seasoned sniper. From 800 meters away, Chow Meng fired without hesitation. One among the group fell straight to the ground. Sniper! Spread out, extinguish the lights. Lu Ning's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. In an instant, all lights were extinguished. Alas, under the infrared night vision, their efforts were in vain. One shot rang out. A small figure, nestled in the snow, believing itself safe, had its skull shattered. At the 12 o'clock direction, a 7-story building loomed, its firepower suppressing the night. The sniper, equipped with a silencer, could not conceal the flare of gunfire. In the darkness, each spark was blindingly vivid. In the next moment, dozens of guns were aimed at the location where Chow Meng was concealed, unleashing a cacophony of bullets. Although bold, Chow Meng was wary of death. He had no desire to be struck by gunfire. As the second shot rang out, he swiftly relocated. His speed was remarkable, and he soon found refuge in a room on the 9th floor. Through the window, he fired a shot, indifferent to whether he hit his target, and promptly vanished. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Dawn base, Chen Heping had assembled his men to construct a formidable barricade to ensure its robustness. He even boiled water in a thermos to douse the structure, effectively employing a rudimentary form of water-cured concrete. As the gunfire erupted, Chen Heping and his 2 disciples also made their move, resulting in a fierce exchange of shots. After Chow Meng withdrew from the upper floors, he changed his position again, firing 2 shots from the side before disappearing once more. In less than a minute, Lu Neng had lost 8 subordinates, 5 of whom fell to Chow Meng, while the remaining 3 were eliminated by Chen Heping and his companions through the shooting holes in the barricade. What a mess. It turns out Chen Heping and that sniper are in cahoots. Lu Neng realized, panic setting in. We cannot continue fighting. Chen Heping has reinforcements, and his strength is far beyond what we anticipated. We must retreat. Su Shuiying, clutching a small pistol, whispered from the back of the ranks. Damn it, Chen Heping. I won't let this go. Lu Neng's realization hit him hard. It was Chen Heping who was responsible for his defeat at the Zhang's Manor. How foolish he had been to seek supplies from him, contemplating annexation. Was he not courting death like an old man consuming arsenic? Retreat. Quickly run. However, Chow Meng was not about to let them escape unscathed. After Lu Neng commanded the retreat, Chow Meng seized a vantage point with his high-precision rifle. Observing the scattered remnants of his adversaries, the so-called little Karami, who had narrowly escaped death. With 2 swift shots, he felled 2 more, shattering the last vestiges of their resolve. Ignoring Lu Neng's shouts and curses, over 10 men fled in panic, scattering in all directions. As for retaliating, forget that. Just run. Chow Meng pursued them like a shepherd driving his flock, claiming 3 more lives along the way. Finally, Lu Neng led the dwindling remnants of his crew into a nearby residential complex. What does it matter to wield a gun if you fear death? Chow Meng scoffed, finishing his task with a disdainful huff. Lu Neng and his little Karami had become nothing more than frightened sparrows, their morale shattered, even lower than that of the residents of Shulin community. Meanwhile, Chen Heping profited from the chaos, trailing behind the fleeing group with a few subordinates, scavenging the battlefield for weapons and ammunition. In the Sherpan community, Lu Neng and Su Shuiying, accompanied by 32 surviving teammates, forcibly took over several rooms, expelling the original residents. Chen Heping. In the frigid confines of the living room, Lu Neng, consumed by fury, spat out a mouthful of blood. Within a single day, he had suffered 3 devastating blows. With unwavering confidence, he launched an assault on the Jiang family estate, only to face heavy losses. The attempt to seize supplies at Shulin community ended in futility. In the battle at Shuguang community, he suffered a crushing defeat, with nearly 20 of his subordinates dead or wounded, and more than 10 scattering in fear. In just one day, his forces had been reduced by 2/3. The spirits of his brothers were shattered. Yet, amidst the despair, there was a semblance of achievement. In the wake of such staggering losses, he had pinpointed the culprit, Chen Heping. This despicable trickster, masquerading as a harmless fool, was the very architect of his misfortunes. The enigmatic sniper responsible for his significant losses was, without a doubt, in league with Chen Heping. Chen Heping, you better brace yourself. I shall settle this score with you in due time. It was clear that the sniper who had slain Jiang Tao, inciting Jiang Long's wrath against him, was none other than that accursed marksman. The more Lu Ning pondered, the more incensed he became. Were it not for Chen Heping's treachery, he would still be Jiang Tao's trusted right-hand man. Betrayal? Lu Ning had never contemplated such a notion against Jiang Long. They were, after all, family. With Lu Ning having 2 precious daughters, one of whom was betrothed to Jiang Tao. They were kin. What harm could there be in seeking warmth and unity? Yet, that rogue had taken Jiang Tao's life, and coupled with the mysterious heist at the Jiang Group's storage facility prior to its downfall, an operation Lu Ning managed, Jiang Long. That suspicious old scoundrel had finally turned against him. The plight he faced today was all thanks to Chen Heping. Even more enraged than Lu Ning was when Qing Xian. She had now come to her senses. Jiang Tao's demise was intricately tied to Chen Heping. Had Jiang Tao survived, she would still reign as the queen of Shulin community, rather than being chased like a dog, forced to flee in the biting cold. Her own parents and younger brother were not spared either. If not for Jiang Tao's death, how could Jiang Long have unleashed his wrath upon them? All right, Mr. Lu, this is not the time for curses, spoke Su Shuiying, Jiang Tao's stepmother, her voice grave. It is now evident that Chen Heping is the mastermind instigating the internal strife within our Jiang group. Furthermore, it is likely that he has formidable supporters behind him, much like our own Jiang group. As she spoke, her gaze turned steely. When Qing Xian perked up, intrigued. In truth, she had always been curious. The Jiang group was merely a corporation. Even if its background were murky, how could it possibly amass such a vast arsenal of weapons? Lu Ning, regaining a semblance of composure, nodded slightly. You are correct. This matter delves into the highest echelons of power in Linhai City. The individuals behind him likely belong to the upper echelons of the city. Su Shuiying added, we should reach out to that individual for further insight. Meanwhile, Chao Meng remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that all the blame for his misdeeds had been placed squarely on Chen Heping's shoulders. Not only when Qing Xian, but even Lu Ning and Su Shuiying had attributed all their misfortunes to Chen Heping, inexplicably assigning a formidable figure behind him. At that moment, Chao Meng, armed and humming a cheerful tune, entered the Shuguang base. One man, armed with a single rifle, managed to dismantle the assault of 70 or 80 armed foes, while simultaneously aiding the Dawn base in acquiring over 10 firearms. As Chao Meng arrived at the entrance of the base, Chen Yiping was already there, accompanied by Wang Ku, De Xiong, and several other disciples. Haha, my dear brother, today you have certainly delighted me. Chen Yiping exclaimed with hearty laughter as he warmly embraced Chao Meng. You are truly remarkable. Single-handedly confronting Lu Ning and his multitude of men. You are indeed the guardian deity of our Dawn base. Chao Meng chuckled in response, feeling a surge of joy in the presence of this straightforward elder brother. Haha. My brother, please do not exaggerate. I cannot possibly bear the title of guardian deity of the base. I say you are, and that is that. No need for modesty. Chen Yiping insisted, his spirits soaring after such a triumphant battle. Not only did they suffer no casualties, but they also secured an impressive arsenal that significantly bolstered the base's military strength. Let us not waste time on idle chatter. A celebratory feast must be arranged. Haha. Summon all the brothers of our Dawn Mercenary Corps, so everyone may meet our heroic Vice Commander. With a grand gesture, Chen Yiping effortlessly bestowed the title of Vice Commander upon Chao Meng. Indeed, it is time for everyone to meet our Vice Commander, echoed De Xiong and the others. Though Wang Ku's expression immediately soured. In any community, rivalry brews, and this scoundrel had long coveted the position of second-in-command at the Dawn base. Please, no? Chao Meng interjected hastily. Brother Chen, let us forego the feast. I am not ready to reveal my identity just yet. Not reveal? Chen Yiping was taken aback, incredulous. Are you still wishing to remain a lone wolf? I believe it would be better for you to move in with us. It would be more beneficial for the brothers to look out for one another and enjoy a lively atmosphere. Chao Meng shook his head. Given the current circumstances, it is more prudent for me to remain in the shadows. Moreover, I have my own matters to attend to. Before Chen Yiping could respond, Wang Ke chimed in with a friendly smile directed at Chao Meng. Master, I believe Brother Chow Meng is correct. Someone of his caliber should maintain an air of mystery. Therefore, let us choose another for the vice commander position. The scoundrel was adept at ingratiating himself, but Chow Meng had no intention of indulging him. I never said I would decline the vice commander role, he retorted, leaving Wang Ke momentarily speechless. Chapter 070. Establishing authority, I can forego it, but you cannot seize it from me. While the position of vice commander of the Dawn Mercenary Corps may not hold personal significance for Chow Meng, it must not fall into the hands of that scoundrel, Wang Ke. In a past life, this fool ultimately ascended to the position of vice commander. After being spurned by Chun Baoyu, he harbored resentment and colluded with Wenqing Xian, betraying the Dawn base and nearly bringing ruin to both Chun Hiping and himself. In this new life, Chow Meng would not grant this scoundrel even the slightest chance for redemption. Furthermore, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate him altogether. Wang Ke, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Hiping glared at Wang Ke and exclaimed sternly, our Dawn base has weathered this calamity, thanks to Chow Meng. Were it not for the 3 long rifles he provided earlier, and his timely intervention today to fend off Lu Ning and Su Shuiying, you would not even have the audacity to stand there speaking. The position of vice commander of the Dawn Mercenary Corps can only be held by Chow Meng. Others need not entertain such thoughts. He then directed his words towards several disciples and Wang Ke, stating, from this day forth, Brother Chow shall serve as the second in command of our Dawn base. His words carry the weight of my own. Anyone who dares to act in defiance shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, Chow Meng is my brother, thus he is also of the uncle generation to you all. Henceforth, you shall address him as Uncle Chow. His declaration left Wang Ke's face pallid with anger, and furtive glances cast towards Chow Meng were rife with resentment. Now, the hope for the position of vice commander had vanished, and he had become merely a subordinate to the latter. Haha, Master was right. Without Uncle Chow, how could our base possess such an arsenal? Among the disciples, De Xiong, the most straightforward, accepted Chun Hiping's words without question. The expressions of the other disciples, however, grew somewhat awkward, as Chow Meng appeared younger than them, making it difficult to address him as uncle. Brother, come, though we shall forego the victory banquet. We must have a family gathering. Your sister Baoyu has prepared a meal. Let us share a drink together, Chen Hiping said, wrapping an arm around Chow Meng's shoulder as they strode into the base. In the underground quarters of the Dawn base, within a tidy 4-bedroom apartment, Chow Meng, Chen Hiping, De Xiong, Zheng Lin, Huang Wentao, and several others sat comfortably in a warm living room. Beside Chen Hiping sat a small child of 3 or 4 years, named Lilu, who was intently observing Chow Meng with bright, inquisitive eyes. Brother, this is your sister Baoyu's child, Lilu. Lilu, greet your uncle, Chen Hiping instructed. Hello, uncle, the little one chirped sweetly. Hello, Lilu. Chow Meng replied with a gentle smile, producing a pack of Oreos from his pocket and offering it to the child. Wow, Oreos. The child's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted them. I haven't had Oreos in ages. Thank you, uncle. At that moment, Chen Baoyu and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. Upon seeing the Oreos in Lilu's hands, she smiled warmly. Lilu, have you thanked your uncle yet? Chow Meng chuckled. Sister Baoyu, he has already expressed his gratitude. Lilu is very well-mannered. Indeed, Chen Baoyu replied with a soft nod. Soon, the table was laden with an abundant feast, predominantly meat dishes, with scant vegetables, a portion of cultivated mushrooms, stir-fried bean sprouts, a meat broth with cabbage, and a cold dish of wood-ear mushrooms. Such was the norm in a post-apocalyptic world. As the apocalypse persisted, vegetables and fruits grew increasingly scarce. Bases with better conditions, like Dawn Base, managed to provide relatively warm environments where they could cultivate mushrooms and sprout beans, which became the most common vegetable offerings in this new world. Chen Baoyu's culinary skills were quite impressive, even surpassing those of Lu Xiaoran. To honor Chow Meng, Chen Hiping went all out, bringing forth a case of Maotai for an open toast. During the gathering, Chow Meng discerned that Wang Ke still harbored an infatuation for Sister Baoyu, much like in their previous life, seizing every opportunity to curry favor. Unfortunately, Chen Baoyu paid him no heed, seemingly intent on serving Chow Meng instead. Chow Meng, come and taste my wood-ear mushrooms, she urged. Indeed, sister. Your wood-ear mushrooms are quite delightful, Chow Meng replied, savoring the tangy and savory flavors. Bang! Wang Ke, half inebriated, witnessed their flirtation and felt an irritable surge within him, slamming his palm down on the table. The sudden noise startled Lilu into tears. Wang Ke, what are you doing? Chen Hiping's anger was palpable. Ever since Wang Ke arrived, he had treated Chow Meng with disdain. And now he dared to create a scene in front of him. Wang Ke, however, remained unperturbed, casting a scornful glare at Chow Meng. Deputy Commander Chow, I have witnessed your marksmanship. I wonder how your skills fare in hand-to-hand combat. Do you have the courage to spar with me? Bosses, Wang Ke, what madness is this? Sit down. Chen Hiping's face darkened with fury. He had just instructed them to heed Chao Meng, only for this ruffian to instigate trouble right before him. Chao Meng was a hero of the Dawn base. It was outrageous that Wang Ku dared to challenge him publicly, making it seem as though he was under Chun He-ping's orders. Ignoring Chun He-ping's ire, Wang Ku continued, Master, I merely wish to seek guidance from our deputy commander. After all, we are friends, and it is through martial arts that we connect. Chao Meng, attempting to placate the furious Chun He-ping, chuckled, I have heard that Brother Chun instructs his disciples with great skill. It would be a pleasure to witness the prowess of Wang Ku, your nephew. The compliment left Chun He-ping blushing with embarrassment, and his gaze towards Wang Ku turned increasingly hostile. Upon hearing Chao Meng shamelessly refer to himself as uncle, Wang Ku couldn't help but smirk. You insolent wretch. Today I shall ensure you lose face in front of Chun Bao Yu and our fellow brothers. Let us see how you can maintain your composure as the deputy commander of Dawn. Deputy commander, if you please, Wang Ku declared, stepping into the center of the living room and striking a pose. Brother, do not act recklessly. Wang Ku is the strongest among my disciples. Possessing a formidable family martial art, Chun He-ping hurriedly cautioned, trying to prevent Chao Meng from being humiliated publicly. He turned to the others. Wang Ku is intoxicated. Escort him home. Not so, my brother. Chao Meng shrugged off Chun He-ping's grip, grinning. Brother Chin's mad dog fist is indeed formidable, but I am no pushover. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach this disobedient disciple a lesson. Very well then, Chun He-ping conceded, unable to oppose Chao Meng's declaration. He merely shot Wang Ku a warning glare. Teach me? Wang Ku scoffed. Deputy commander, are you prepared? Come at me. Chao Meng beckoned with a crooked finger. Seeking death. Wang Ku, incensed by his dismissive attitude, roared and lunged forward like a swift leopard, delivering a lightning-fast punch aimed squarely at Chao Meng's cheek. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Wang Ku's face, sending him sprawling to the ground like a lifeless fly. Chapter 071, Crushing Opponents. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone, including Chun He-ping, stood in stunned disbelief. Only old Huang, aware of Chao Meng's extraordinary prowess, remained seated, casually chewing on a crystal pork knuckle and jesting. Our boss Chao is an evolved being. Aren't you just asking for trouble, little Carla? In a flash, Chun He-ping's pupils constricted. A true master. There were no superfluous movements. Just a single, swift slap. The defining characteristic was speed, unbelievably swift. The rapidity of the strike left Chun He-ping momentarily dazed. On the ground, Wang Ku lay with his head against the floor, stars dancing in his vision, utterly bewildered by the recent events, his mind buzzing. After a brief struggle, he managed to rise. Go to hell, he shouted, raising his fists and executing a flamboyant feint, concealing his lethal move, the Een leg. With a sharp kick, he launched an attack, only to have Chao Meng meet him with a counter-strike. The collision of their legs produced a bone-cracking sound, a result of Chao Meng holding back 60% of his strength. Wang Ku clutched his thigh, retreating several steps with a pained cry, angrily pointing at Chao Meng. You shameless fiend, you've strapped on steel plates. Chao Meng, however, could hardly be bothered to explain, rolling up his pant leg to reveal nothing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his years of training in leg techniques fail him? He had distinctly kicked something akin to iron. Enough. Wang Ku, you have lost. Chun He-ping, incensed by his disciple's refusal to accept defeat, was beside himself with frustration. No, I haven't lost. Wang Ku, driven mad by the humiliation before the woman he admired, charged forward once more. This time, he was met with a clean, decisive blow that sent him flipping through the air, crashing to the ground. Yet, Wang Ku remained defiant, eager for another round, but was forcibly restrained by his senior brothers, including De Xiong. Listen, Wang Ku, Uncle Chao is a master, you cannot defeat him. Just let it go, De Xiong advised in a deep voice. Wang Ku, in a frenzy, struggled and howled like a mad dog. No, I haven't lost. Let me go? Take this disgraceful fool away, Chun He-ping bellowed, his face dark with anger. Once Wang Ku was escorted out, Chun He-ping lifted a glass from the table and downed it in one go. Brother, I apologize for the spectacle today. It's nothing. Chao Meng replied with a slight smile. As long as you don't hold it against me for disrupting your gathering. Don't be ridiculous. Chun He-ping waved his hand dismissively. Am I the sort to confuse right and wrong? I never expected Wang Ku to behave this way today. He is not usually like this. Don't worry. Once he sobers up, I will certainly give him a proper lesson. Brother, you jest. What lesson? It was merely sparring. I may have been a bit too forceful. Chao Meng smiled slightly, thinking to himself. Ordinarily, he wouldn't know better, but it was certain he would be dealt with harshly. Of course, such thoughts were not something Chao Meng could share with Chun He-ping. After all, Wang Ku had been his disciple for over a decade. Even a dog would evoke some emotion, let alone a person. Speaking of this, my dear brother, you have concealed your true capabilities exceedingly well. At present, your prowess may very well surpass even mine, wouldn't you agree? Chun He-ping, a martial enthusiast, instantly lit up at the mention of combat. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Or perhaps a handshake? Chao Meng chuckled and extended his long fingers, which appeared ill-suited for brawling. Excellent. Chen Heping, understanding that Chao Meng wished to test his strength, clasped his hand. Be cautious, my friend. Gradually, he began to apply pressure. Initially, Chen Heping maintained a nonchalant demeanor, but soon, the expression of the seasoned master shifted, revealing strain, followed by beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Chao Meng showed no inclination to relent. For someone like him, revealing true strength was a mark of respect. Simultaneously, Chao Meng sought to establish his dominance. For this apocalyptic era revered the strong. Only those with sufficient might could command respect. Chen Heping's disciples, all practitioners of martial arts, could benefit from a display of skill. Stop. Stop. I concede, my brother. Chen Heping's voice trembled, his fingers nearly shattering from the pressure. Chao Meng smiled and released his grip. The nearby disciples, including Chen Baoyue, were taken aback, their gazes toward Chao Meng now imbued with reverence. Master, you actually lost. How could this be possible? Chao Meng must be merely in his 20s. Yet he has bested my master's 20 years of training in the iron sand palm. My dear brother, I am truly impressed, Chen Heping exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have clearly underestimated you. You are the genuine expert here. What expert? It's merely that I have a hearty appetite and considerable strength, Chao Meng replied cheerfully. A hearty appetite? Chen Heping nodded. Indeed, since the onset of the apocalypse, my own appetite has significantly increased, and curiously, it seems my strength has also grown, as if I have returned to my youth. Brother, have you made any new discoveries? Indeed, I have, Chao Meng said with a grin. It appears that the more one consumes in this time of calamity, the greater one's strength becomes. During this 100-day disaster, the majority of people's physical constitutions are actually improving, albeit subtly and imperceptibly. Chen Heping, a martial artist trained in the ancient five-animal play, though his practice did not yield immediate results like Chao Meng's guiding techniques, was undoubtedly superior to the average individual. Thus, he had vaguely sensed an increase in strength from his meals. Are you suggesting that your extraordinary strength comes purely from your appetite? Chen Heping stared wide-eyed. How much do you eat in one sitting? Chao Meng laughed. A whole plump sheep as a base. He added, and that's an understatement. My appetite has grown even more. Chen Heping believed he was quite the eater himself, often leaving his meals a tad unsatisfied. Yet this individual before him was nothing short of a legendary glutton. Chen Baoyue and several of Chen Heping's disciples stood dumbfounded. One whole sheep in a single meal? Is that even humanly possible? With an appetite like yours, you might just deplete the entire dawn base. If this were before the apocalypse, it would be one thing. As long as one possesses wealth, consuming 10 cows a day would be entirely feasible. However, in this current world, where the skies offer no light and the earth yields no sustenance, who could afford to maintain such a glutton? Even if it is known that greater consumption enhances physical vitality, few dare to indulge openly. For no one knows how long this apocalypse may endure or if it will ever pass. Only Chao Meng, with an ample supply of provisions stored within the Star Blue Ring, dares to feast without restraint. Moreover, Chao Meng is acutely aware that this ability to eat is merely temporary. After the 100-day calamity, the primordial energy of the universe will descend, at which point such gluttony will no longer be necessary. How much effort did you exert just now? Perhaps 80%? Chen Heping inquired with curiosity. This time, Chao Meng did not allow Chen Heping to lose face before his disciples and replied quietly, at most, 30%. Holy smokes! Chen Heping was taken aback. He had thought the gap between them was not great, but now it seemed that this young man wielded strength akin to that of a child of 5 or 6. With no pressure at all, this fellow is truly a monster. Chapter 072, Capturing Two Great Stars. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Baoyue asked with a smile, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous young girl relishing in someone else's misfortune. Have you been made introverted by Chao Meng? Indeed, I have become more reserved. Chen Heping was a carefree individual, and he was not particularly disheartened. He clapped Chao Meng on the shoulder and said, let us put it this way, even if I, along with these disciples, were to confront Chao, I fear we would not be able to withstand him alone. Wow, is Xiao Chao really that formidable? Chen Baoyue exclaimed, adjusting her silver-framed glasses. Formidable, indeed, Baoyue. Hurry, prepare some more food. Today, I feel I have encountered a true master and must glean as much knowledge as possible. With that, she took hold of Chao Meng and urged him to sit down again. Brother, with such a large intake, how much strength can you gain in a day? Not much, perhaps only 20 to 30 kilograms. Chao Meng understatedly diminished the figure by 2/3 to avoid alarming him. Of course, Chao Meng's enhancement of physical strength was not solely due to consumption. Over half was attributed to the guiding techniques, alongside the assistance of 2 enchanting beauties, Qin Yi and Lu Xiaoran. Insane. You call that not much? Gaining 20 to 30 kilograms of strength in a day? Chen Heping felt as though his worldview had been completely upended. Is this even human? What is the secret? How have you trained your appetite to such an extent? In response to Chen Heping's curiosity, Chao Ming willingly shared all he knew, fueled by the effects of alcohol. He even imparted to Chen Heping the 5 animal play guiding techniques, which had been refined by several masters in his previous life. This version of the 5 animal play proved to be significantly more effective than Chen Heping's own family tradition. Chao Ming also reminded Chen Heping to keep this knowledge confidential, advising him not to share it with anyone except for Lao Huang and Chen Baiyue, at least for the time being. After their meal, Chao Ming stood to take his leave. Chen Heping and Chen Baiyue accompanied the thoroughly bundled Chao Ming to the entrance of the base. Watching Chao Ming's retreating figure, Chen Heping suddenly spoke. Baiyue, what do you think of Chao, my younger brother? What do you mean? Chen Baiyue's expression shifted slightly. She naturally understood what Chen Heping was implying. Chao Ming's uniqueness was evident to all, and Chen Baiyue was no fool. How could she fail to notice it? Moreover, she harbored a peculiar sensation, as though she shared an intimate familiarity with Chao Ming, akin to having known him in a past life. Baiyue, I perceive that Chao Laudi holds a special regard for you. Have you considered this? Chen Heping gazed at her earnestly. Surely, you cannot remain single for eternity? Given the current circumstances, with uncertainty looming over the sun's return, if you harbor feelings for him, why not take a step forward? Chen Baiyue adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses and chuckled. Brother, are you so eager to see me wed? How could I bear to see you married off? My intention is for you to secure Chao Laudi's affections, Chen Heping replied with a hearty laugh. Eldest brother you. Chen Baiyue shot him a fierce glare before turning away. With a boisterous laugh, Chen Heping reveled in his triumph. Oh, Chao Laudi, no matter how free-spirited you may be, encountering my sister will inevitably ensnare you. Just wait, you cannot escape the grasp of our Dawn base. This venture not only decimated the influence surrounding Wen Qingxian, but also significantly bolstered the strength of the Dawn base, earning him the title of Vice Captain of the Dawn Mercenary Corps. It was indeed a fruitful endeavor, though Chao Ming relished the life of a lone wolf. As a social creature, complete isolation was unattainable, especially now, in the apocalypse, where various factions were embroiled in fierce competition, with ambitious leaders emerging like mushrooms after rain. Despite his confidence in his abilities, Chao Ming pondered how much weight a body of iron could truly bear. In this chaotic world, who could ensure that unforeseen events would not arise? Riding a snowmobile at breakneck speed through the desolate streets, Chao Ming observed the disruption of humanity's biological clock following the sun's disappearance. Groups of scavengers occasionally appeared on the streets, while shops lining the avenues stood completely stripped of food, fuel for warmth, and any supplies of utility. Along his journey, he encountered 2 factions embroiled in conflict, seemingly vying for a few gas canisters. Midway, a group of 5 or 6 desperate individuals hurled bricks at his snowmobile, attempting to obstruct and rob him. Chao Ming was not the type to kill without cause. However, he showed no mercy to those who provoked him. With a deft maneuver, he brought the snowmobile to a halt, illuminating the area with a brilliant beam of light. Before the bewildered aggressors could regain their senses, he unleashed a volley of shots, and their fates were sealed in an instant. He swiftly relieved them of their supplies, reflecting, I suppose I have eliminated a few deranged competitors for other scavengers. Quite the noble deed, wouldn't you say? Indeed, I am the greatest benefactor of all, haha. Humming a tune against the biting cold, Chao Ming's thoughts drifted to Baiyue's silver-rimmed glasses, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. The Xinglan ring developed the spirit control technique last time. I look forward to the next revelation. Before entering the community, Chao Ming stowed his snowmobile, adjusted his flashlight to a dim glow, and donned a thermal infrared imaging device as he proceeded on foot. Is anyone there? From a considerable distance, Chao Ming discerned 2 humanoid red dots through the infrared night vision device. They were concealed beneath a towering cedar, less than 10 meters from the entrance of the ice fortress. Could it be Lao Lu? Quietly, Chao Ming extinguished his flashlight and cautiously approached. Upon closer inspection, they did not resemble Lao Lu. Instead, they appeared to be seeking shelter from the wind while waiting for their master, standing and stamping their feet. They did not carry any weapons. Hey, Chao Ming suddenly shouted. 2 sharp female voices cried out. Hello, bosses. The 2 women nearly collapsed in fright from the reverberation of Lao Lu's voice, collapsing onto the ground in terror. As they gathered their wits to ascertain the source of the disturbance, a dazzling light flickered before their eyes. The 3,000-watt variable frequency spotlight, when shown from a close distance, was potent enough to induce temporary blindness and disorientation. This device was reputed to be a handheld flashbang. Please don't. We are not bad people. One of the women, bundled tightly, shrieked. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chao Ming dimmed the light, illuminating the faces partially covered by their scarves. Who are you? Let me see. The 2 women, despite their thick gloves, had their hands frozen and trembled as they pulled down their scarves, revealing two familiar faces. Fairy sister? Lu Shun? Chao Ming was momentarily stunned. These were renowned stars. It was difficult to find anyone in Great Dragon Country who did not recognize them. However, what brought these two to this neighborhood? This villa community was merely mid-range and did not qualify as the most prestigious or luxurious in Coastal City. Given their stature, they should not be here. Gazing at Zhao Xianfei's delicate skin, Chao Ming fell into a brief contemplation. Chapter 073, Establishing Ground Rules with the Starlet Xianfei. The price of assistance. These two, especially Zhao Xianfei, had emerged as the most radiant, pure, and coveted figures in the entertainment industry of Great Dragon Country in recent years. Not to disguise his admiration, Chao Ming was indeed a fan. Of course, Lu Shun was equally admirable for her magnanimity. The two had recently starred in a drama chronicling the life of a strong woman from the Song dynasty, which Chao Ming had earnestly followed, not for any other reason than to see Fairy Sister. Encountering his favorite star, Chao Ming felt a stirring within his veins. Although he was an ardent individual who never fancied the pursuit of idols, he had a particular fondness for the works of Fairy Sister, including those AI-generated masterpieces. These remarkable creations had accompanied him through countless spring nights. Now, Lu Shun clearly assumed the role of the older sister, helping Zhao Xianfei to her feet and rewrapping her scarf to shield her face from frostbite before covering her own face as well. Excuse me, could you possibly assist us? We have not eaten for 2 days. I am aware that you are no ordinary person. We witnessed your remarkable feat of constructing an ice fortress with celestial magic the other day from our residence at Building 23. The eyes of the willow deity glinted with a pleading hue, filled with desperation. Chao Ming, amused, thought to himself, celestial magic? Does that make me a divine brother then? Indeed, we recognize you are not an average individual. Might you lend us your aid? Zhao Xianfei's clear, bright eyes seemed to possess the power to captivate one completely. They had long desired to seek his assistance, yet feared that Chao Ming might harbor ulterior motives. In this chaotic world, where order has unraveled, should he prove to be aggressive, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. After 2 days of hesitation and hunger, they had learned their lesson from deprivation and cold. Finally, they resolved to approach him, disregarding any potential hidden agendas. Surely, they could not perish from starvation. Moreover, being favored by a celestial being could be considered a stroke of fortune, could it not? Chao Ming observed the two with quiet contemplation, weighing the potential benefits. These two were notably superior to Lao Huang's acquaintance, Fan Xiner. At least, they carried no scandalous reputations. Particularly Zhao Xianfei, whose formidable lineage rendered her nearly invulnerable to threats. Furthermore, they were both individuals he found appealing, a stark contrast to Fan Xiner. In this frozen apocalypse, encountering a favored celebrity at his doorstep was an opportunity too precious to decline. To reject such a remarkable prospect would be a disservice to himself and to his diligent training. Moreover, there was the crucial matter of the Star Blue Ring's secret. Chao Ming was eager to explore whether it could yield any extraordinary rewards. One pressing question lingered. Had they disseminated the news of his ice fortress construction? Despite his decision being nearly made, Chao Ming felt compelled to inquire further. Oh, no. Absolutely not. The willow deity hastily waved her hands, explaining. Upon realizing you were a celestial being, we wanted to seek your help immediately, so we refrained from telling anyone, fearing it might displease you. Zhao Xianfei nodded in agreement, her melodious voice akin to a refreshing gust of encouragement. Indeed, we have not spoken of it to anyone. Esteemed Celestial, could you possibly shelter us and allow us entry? Upon finishing her plea, she continued to gaze at Chao Ming with her radiant eyes, filled with hope. Celestial? He thought, with no inclination to contest such an appellation, as it inspired reverence. However, entry was out of the question. Chao Ming was prudent. This ice fortress was his personal domain, and he could not afford any missteps, not even for those he knew well, like Lu Xiaoran. It took time and a show of formidable strength before he admitted her into the fortress. Besides Lu Xiaoran, the only one he felt somewhat secure about was the gentle-voiced goddess, Qin Yi. Alas, she was currently preoccupied with caring for her parents and could not offer her comforting presence at this moment. Regarding the two illustrious stars before him, Chao Ming had not taken the time to delve deeply or earnestly understand them, so it was unlikely he would allow them entry into his stronghold. However, he was willing to offer assistance. The question remained what price they were willing to pay. With a smile, Chao Ming spoke, his eyes imbued with profound meaning. The two exchanged glances. A price? They were no fools and were acutely aware of the implications behind Chao Ming's words. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. We are willing to do anything you desire, as long as you help and protect us. Lu Shun's voice was barely audible, almost a whisper. Chao Ming replied, very well, lead me to your residence. Simultaneously, both women inhaled sharply. Once the decision was made, a sense of relief washed over them. Thankfully, this immortal had ambitions regarding them. Had they encountered someone lacking in sensitivity, they would have found themselves at a loss. The villa numbered 23 lay a mere 200 meters from Chow Meng's ice fortress, concealed behind a rockery. Apart from the snow path carved by the two women, it appeared that no one else had ventured there. It is worth mentioning that the inhabitants of this villa community had indirectly benefited from Chow Meng's previous actions. Had he not decisively dealt with the wolves of the neighboring Shulin community, instilling fear that prevented them from even approaching the villa, this area might have been thoroughly ravaged by now. Lu Xun utilized an electronic key to unlock the entrance to the villa. Inside, it was dark and frigid. The temperature was nearly identical to that outside, where water would freeze upon contact. Such a spacious area posed its own challenges under these ghastly weather conditions. Maintaining the temperature of a grand villa that had not undergone sufficient insulation treatments was utterly impossible without ample energy supplies. I apologize, but we have run out of food and fuel, Lu Xun explained somewhat sheepishly. The two of us usually reside in a small room on the second level of the basement. It's easier to keep warm there. With that, she guided Chow Meng down to the basement. Upon reaching the lower level, with a grand gesture, a diesel generator and several fuel barrels emerged from the star blue ring. What is this? The display left the two stars utterly astonished. To conjure items from thin air? A deity indeed. In that moment, their gazes towards Chow Meng transformed, filled with reverence for the unknown, the powerful, and the mysterious. This is a generator, along with diesel, Chow Meng explained, swiftly connecting the electrical wires and leading them into the small basement dwelling where the two women resided, activating the generator. He did not intend to illuminate the entire villa. That would be excessive and wasteful. In this apocalypse, providing them with a small, bright, warm haven was already a considerable act of kindness. Desiring more? Certainly, but first, they must prove their harmlessness, capability, and willingness to contribute. Chapter 074, Clean First Surviving and Thriving? Once the power outlet was set up, Chow Meng retrieved a lamp, 2 electric stoves, and a fire starter from the star blue ring. As the lamp flickered to life, the once dim underground chamber was instantly bathed in light. Oh my, dawn has arrived. With the illumination came a sense of hope, prompting the two illustrious stars to embrace each other in joyous exclamation. In the midst of their exuberance, tears flowed unbidden. It was truly a sight to behold, for both were renowned figures, accustomed to having their every need attended to, and had never endured such hardships before. After languishing in darkness for over 10 days, gripped by anxiety, they would have succumbed to despair were it not for their mutual encouragement. Once Zhao Xianfei and Lu Xun regained their composure, Chow Meng deftly produced a box of instant noodles and 2 packets of ham sausages. Prior to this apocalyptic ordeal, the likes of instant noodles would have been beneath their notice. Their monthly living expenses were in the millions, far too extravagant to stoop to such culinary trifles. Yet, the circumstances had drastically changed. After days of suffering from hunger and cold, they had no energy to be choosy. Tearing open a packet of ham sausage and devouring it voraciously, fearful that any delay might lead to Chow Meng retracting his offer. The so-called fairies, yet when hungry, they consume everything, Chow Meng mused internally with a chuckle. Zhao Xianfei, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze. I apologize, I am just so famished. Not at all. Hunger affects us all, Chow Meng replied with a serene smile. Once they had each finished devouring their ham sausages, both stars turned their attention to Chow Meng, a hint of anxiety in their eyes. It was time to fulfill the promise made. With the electric heater providing warmth, the small room was no longer as frigid. Lu Xun hesitated for a moment before shedding her heavy down jacket, revealing yet another beneath it. Chow Meng was taken aback by her impressive figure. Oh, quite similar to what I've seen online, quite formidable indeed, he remarked. Zhao Xianfei, visibly flustered, fidgeted with the zipper, struggling to open it. All right. Chow Meng waved his hand dismissively, expressing slight disdain. You two should wash up first. Oh, and here, take this electric kettle, he added, handing them a handy appliance he had salvaged during a trip to a hardware store. Wash up. The notion caused both women to blush, wishing for a place to hide. They had been cooped up for half a month, enduring the chill without a bath for just as long. Even celestial beings can become odorous. When had Zhao Xianfei and Lu Xun ever found themselves in such an embarrassing predicament? Especially for Zhao Xianfei, being disdained by a man was a first in her life. But we have no water, Zhao Xianfei murmured timidly, casting a shy glance at Chow Meng. Indeed, it seems that even great stars must learn the harsh lessons of life. Chow Meng observed. Xianfei, we can venture outside to collect snow and melt it for water, Lu Xun suggested, tugging at Zhao Xianfei's sleeve softly. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Zhao Xianfei replied, slightly flustered. Wait, let us not rush. Chow Meng halted the two stars who were about to depart. Water, abundant in the azure ring of stars, yet I have no intention of bestowing it upon them. The simplicity of the matter lies in my reluctance to indulge their princess-like whims. In this apocalyptic world, even if you are a celestial being, It is imperative to descend into the mortal realm and hone your skills. I shall return tomorrow. Then we shall observe your performance. Oh, the two of them nodded with flushed cheeks. They had consumed Boss Chow's sausages and utilized his generator, leaving no room for regrets. First, let us exchange contact information, so that you may reach me promptly if needed. Chow Meng produced his phone and added their details. He then added, one more thing you must remember, regarding my matters. You are forbidden to speak to anyone, including your families. Should I discover otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Although Chow Meng was unperturbed by the potential exposure of his divine identity, it was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, we would never betray your trust. We swear by the heavens, Lu Xun exclaimed, raising her little hand to take an oath. There is no need for oaths or guarantees. Such things are worthless. I merely wish to inform you of the consequences of disobedience. Chow Meng waved his hand dismissively. And do not call me Xianzhong. I am Chow Meng. And you may refer to me as Boss Chow. Boss Chow? A flicker of intrigue crossed Zhao Xianfei's rosy face. Historically, Chow the thief has an affinity for the young. Haha, Chow Meng delighted in her expression, gently caressing her cheek with his warm hand. Very well, remember my words and clean yourselves thoroughly. Until tomorrow. Upon returning to the ice fortress base, 10 hours had elapsed. Lu Shaoran had awaited him in the bedroom throughout the night, nearly transforming into a stone of longing. When Chow Meng entered, she was yawning endlessly while preparing a meal. After a 10-hour wait, her hunger was palpable. Boss, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Chow Meng, the youthful Lu quickly set down her plate and hurriedly helped him shed his heavy garments. Unlike his approach with Zhao Xianfei and Lu Xun, Chow Meng treated Lu Shaoran with genuine care. After a simple meal together, and following a bath, Chow Meng embraced the soft beauty and drifted into slumber. After a day that spanned over 20 hours, fatigue had set in. Thus, Chow Meng surrendered to sleep without resistance. Suddenly, the following day dawned on the 17th day of the apocalypse, at precisely 9 o'clock. Chow Meng arose punctually. Lu Baobao, exhausted from a long night, was still indulging in sleep, while Chow the thief was as spirited as ever. Lu Tongyin belonged to that category of individuals who, lacking skill, reveled in playfulness, ensuring that Chow the thief received no respite, ultimately leading to her own undoing. Damn it, is my guiding technique perhaps too lenient toward Guan Eryi? Chow Meng, draped in a silk robe, reclined on the sofa. After some contemplation, he decided to contact Wen Qingxian. This woman represented an unresolved matter in Chow Meng's heart. He was determined to eliminate her or force her into servitude. First, he needed to ascertain her status. The previous day's battle had left 18 dead, among whom perhaps was Wen Qingxian. Yet, no one answered the call. Had she perished? Chow Meng was taken aback. Could it be that among those eliminated yesterday, she was one of them? He was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or regretful. Was it too easy for her to perish, just like that? A sense of melancholy washed over him. Just as he hung up the phone, Wen Qingxian called back. To his astonishment, she was alive. Should he be regretful or relieved? Upon answering, a stunningly elegant visage appeared on his screen. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore little. Her hair slightly damp as if she had just bathed. The background was bright, illuminated by electric lights. This sight left Chow Meng feeling uneasy. This woman certainly knew how to stir things up. Her life seemed to have resumed its semblance of normalcy, even indulging in a bath. This was unacceptable. It simply could not stand. Chapter 075, Wen Qingxian, a rare affectionate fool in a world where few had access to electricity and water for bathing, and where everything appeared warm and inviting. How could this be? Lu Ning and Su Shuiying's teams had suffered significant losses, yet she was thriving. Qingxian, where are you? You seem to be faring quite well, Chow Meng inquired with curiosity. When Qingxian tossed her hair back, her beautiful yet fatigued face revealing signs of weariness. I'm at Nanshan Commercial City, she replied, stifling a yawn. I've been busy for over 20 hours and just had a meal. I'm so tired. Nanshan Commercial City. Chow Meng was well acquainted with that name. It was one of the strongholds of a certain ambitious mogul behind Jianglong. In his previous life, Wen Qingxian had schemed to usurp the Jiang family's enterprise. After the bizarre demise of Jianglong and his son, she had ingratiated herself with the mogul's son, rising in status. Chow Meng could never have anticipated that in this new life, his intervention had inadvertently sent her to the Nanshan base ahead of time. However, it seemed that she had not yet had the opportunity to connect with that wealthy heir. Weren't you all set to confront Chen Heping yesterday? Why have you ended up at Nanshan Commercial City? Chow Meng feigned confusion. The mention of Chen Heping darkened Wen Qingxian's exquisite features. Who would have thought that this old rogue, who presented himself as virtuous and moral, was in fact treacherous? Our attempted assault on the Jiang estate failed yesterday, and 6 buildings worth of supplies were seized. This hypocrite orchestrated it all. And as for Jiang Tao, of course, I was the one who killed him. She nearly slipped, recalling that she had previously told Chow Meng that Jiang Tao had forced her hand, resulting in his accidental death. Chao Meng, I must tell you. Jiang Tao's death is significant. I have only disclosed the true cause of his demise to you. Please do not spread it around. It could endanger me. Chao Meng hastily assured her. Qing Xian, rest assured, I shall not breathe a word to anyone. He thought to himself, a promise, I'll record this. As a competent strategist, Chao Meng almost always recorded their video calls. The utility of such recordings was uncertain, but one could never be too cautious. Chao Meng urged, then, please continue. When Qing Xian cautiously glanced outside before lowering her voice to confide in Chao Meng, you know, it turns out Chun Heping has quite the background. It is he, along with the influential figures behind him, who deliberately incited internal strife within the Jiang clan. They even mobilized skilled operatives to launch a heavy artillery assault on Jiang Long's convoy, successfully triggering discord within the Jiang family. Naturally, Jiang Tao's demise has now been attributed to Chun Heping. What a mess, Chao Meng remarked, feeling utterly bewildered. Brother Chun has certainly been burdened with a heavy responsibility this time. The blame for the Jiang family's internal conflict has fallen squarely on his shoulders, rendering him the puppet master in the eyes of many. Furthermore, there are suspicions that a powerful benefactor is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The world indeed harbors an abundance of clever minds adept at conjecture. This time, Brother Chun has truly found himself in a predicament, Chao Meng thought, speechless. Such is fate. Those destined to confront one another will inevitably cross paths. Since that is the case, let us make Brother Chin's burden a bit smoother to bear. Fortunately, you weren't with us yesterday. We indeed launched an assault on Chun Heping's dawn base, only to encounter a sharpshooter who nearly scattered our forces with a single shot, when Qing Xian said, her face reflecting lingering fear. She was not concerned for Chao Meng's life. Rather, she required him to be her subordinate, her loyal follower. Such a sycophant is a rarity in this world, a man so meticulously scheming to gain control over her. And then, Chao Meng inquired curiously. It was this sharpshooter who ultimately exposed Chun Heping as the instigator of the Jiang family's internal discord. At this point, Wen Qingxuan's strikingly beautiful face contorted slightly in frustration. She harbored a deep-seated hatred. Were it not for that accursed sharpshooter and Chun Heping, she would still be the revered queen of Shulin community. Had it not been for them, her parents and younger brother would not have suffered such tragic fates at Jianglong's hands. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Wen Qingxian continued, Lu Ning and Su Shuiying, upon discovering the clues, relayed this information to the hidden benefactor of the Jiang clan, Uncle Gao Qitai. The Jiang family was, after all, established by Gao Qitai himself. Even the weapons used by the Jiang clan were procured through Gao Qitai's channels following the apocalyptic events. Chao Meng was surprised to find that his butterfly effect had inadvertently summoned Gao Qitai, the future deputy mayor of Lehigh City, ahead of schedule. And what now? Chao Meng pressed on. When Qingxian replied, with Uncle Gao personally intervening, Jiang Long, Lu Nong, and Su Shuiying have ceased their infighting and have dispatched our group to the Nanshan base, preparing to deal with Chun Heping's dawn base next. Oh. Noticing her improved mood, Chao Meng began to adopt a teasing tone reminiscent of an old flame. Since the internal conflict has halted, do your parents and Wenbo not enjoy their freedom now? No. Indeed, when Qingxuan's expression immediately fell. How could that be? Does Jiang Long dare to disregard Boss Gao's orders? That rascal has grown quite bold, Chao Meng exclaimed, wide-eyed. When Qingxian forced a smile, her expression tinged with despair. Boss Gao is unlikely to concern himself with such trivial matters. Chao Meng. Now, the truth has been revealed. Jiang Long, that old scoundrel, incessantly claims that I am a harbinger of misfortune. He is convinced that I am responsible for his son's demise. If it were not for me, his son would never have ventured into Shulin community, and he would not have fallen victim to an assassination. This old man has completely lost his sanity. Showing no sense of reason, when Qingxian said through gritted teeth, at present, Jiang Long, Lu Neng, and Su Shuiying have, under the formidable pressure from Boss Gao, ceased their conflicts, at least on the surface. However, when Qingxuan's situation is markedly different. She is merely a minor player in this game. Jiang Long has fixated on her, blaming her for the unfortunate fate of Jiang Tao. Were it not for her, Jiang Tao would not have been slain by that enigmatic marksman. Consequently, the brutal torture directed at her parents and younger brother shows no signs of abating. Moreover, Lu Ning and Su Shuiying are even less likely to come to the aid of this insignificant player. She is even apprehensive that these two might betray her to Jiang Long to ease their own tensions. The likelihood of such a betrayal is considerable. Thus, she is consumed with anxiety, though she would never express this to Chao Meng. What should be done? One cannot simply stand by and watch as your parents and younger brother endure daily torment, drinking chilly water and eating meager rations, can they? Chao Meng spoke with palpable sympathy. Upon hearing this, when Qingxuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, had she not known that Chao Meng was genuinely concerned for her, she might have erupted in anger. This was an uncomfortable truth, piercing her like a needle. Chapter 76. Zhao Xianfei, are you prepared? Of course, one cannot merely observe passively. Wen Qingxian took a deep breath, her gaze transforming into one of sincerity and earnestness, filled with pleading as she said, Chao Meng, please come to my aid. As she spoke, her large, watery eyes seemed capable of enchanting anyone. Were it not for her past treachery, which had rendered him wary, he might have fallen under her spell. I am utterly alone here, incapable of contending with them. When Qingxian continued, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If I cannot establish a foothold at the base and assert my voice, rescuing my parents would be utterly impossible. Therefore, Chao Meng, I require your assistance. Join me at Nanshan Base. Together, we can cultivate our own influence, seek opportunities to eliminate Su Shuiying and Lu Neng, and seize Jiang Long's estate, claiming all his stored resources. Truly, she is a woman with ambitions as vast as the heavens, thought Chao Meng in admiration. This woman is indeed an insatiable abyss, forever seeking more. Just after indulging in a satisfying meal, she is already plotting to usurp her superiors. However, with our combined strength, I fear we may fall short. Chao Meng feigned a troubled demeanor. Perhaps, Qingxian, it would be best to reconsider. Come to my villa. We can enjoy a life for two together. I have some provisions. And should the sun shine once more and order be restored, Jiang Long would surely quiet down, allowing your parents and Wen Bo to emerge safely. When Qingxian nearly choked on her indignation. What a worthless man. After spending considerable time earnestly expressing her concerns, when Qingxian found herself disheartened by Chao Meng's dismissive response. How can a man be so useless? She exclaimed. If you choose not to come, then so be it. With a stern expression, she added, you may continue your mundane existence. My fate is none of your concern. Farewell. Wait, hold on. Chao Meng quickly interjected with a smile. I was merely jesting. Please, do not be upset, Qingxian. Is it not acceptable for me to come after all? Now that sounds more agreeable, when Qingxian replied with a charming smile, though her heart brimmed with disdain for Chao Meng, whom she deemed unworthy. A worthless man like you deserves to be treated like a dog. Little did she realize that her misfortunes were largely attributed to this so-called useless man. After exchanging a few kind words to pacify Chao Meng, when Qingxian ended the call, her thoughts lingering on past grievances. Chao, do not think I have forgotten how you forced me out of my home. Just wait. I shall one day bind you to a leash and make you taste humiliation. It was time for her to reel in her wayward tendencies. Allowing her to continue on this path could lead to unforeseen complications. Chao Meng, meanwhile, gently played with the kitten, Meow Meow, perched upon him. He lifted the little creature. Noting how its agility had increased remarkably over the days, its coat shimmering with a radiant sheen. However, he was perplexed. Unlike other animals, such as dogs or pangolins, which grew sturdier and larger after undergoing his spirit manipulation, Meow Meow had shown no change in size despite her enhanced speed and strength. Was it a difference in evolutionary pathways, or a mutation? Shaking his head, Chao Meng left a generous supply of food for Lu Xiaoran and the other little creatures before departing the frozen fortress with two robust young mastiffs. Before meeting Wen Qingxian, he intended to visit Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shan to claim his rewards. Wen Qingxian was cunning and ruthless. Thus, Chao Meng felt it imperative to further elevate his abilities. Since the onset of the calamity, the little divine beasts had been kept within the confines of the Grand Villa. This outing marked the first for the two young mastiffs, and he had not equipped them with any additional frost protection, as mastiffs, being bred for high-altitude cold regions, had already undergone numerous enhancements through his spirit manipulation. Chao Meng was eager to see if they could withstand the biting cold. As they stepped outside, the two mastiffs were instantly captivated by the glistening snow, bounding joyfully into the white expanse. They appeared to be doing well, and their exuberance eased Chao Meng's worries. In truth, with the enhancement of his physical condition, he noted that his own tolerance for the cold had significantly improved. A simple down jacket sufficed. In no time, he arrived at Villa 23. Before the arrival of Chao Meng, Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun had received prior notice and had opened the villa's entrance door in anticipation. After a night of mental preparation, the two women faced their boss with considerably less apprehension than before. However, upon seeing the two formidable black mastiffs following Chao Meng, their composure wavered once more, and their calves began to tremble. The dog's eyes glinted with a merciless glow. It was not just them. Even those rugged individuals adorned with tattoos would feel weak in the presence of such beasts. Chao Meng exchanged low murmurs with the two dogs, and then nodded, "Let us go inside first." Upon reaching the basement's second level, where the two women had created a cozy refuge, they had equipped their small room with an electric stove and heating device. Thanks to the insulation of the basement, the room was already quite warm, perhaps even overly so. Lu Shun and Zhao Xianfei had clearly made preparations. The bedding was fresh, and the air was filled with a delightful fragrance. Truly, as stars accustomed to indulgence, They had not forgotten to infuse a sense of romance, even in these austere conditions. The two mastiffs stood guard outside. "Ladies, have you given it some thought?" Chow Ming inquired, a playful expression on his face. The two women emitted soft, mosquito-like hums in response. Faced with Chow Ming's forthrightness, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. The previous night had prompted much contemplation. As revered stars, they were accustomed to being the center of attention, and it was evident that persuading them to submit would be no easy feat, particularly for Zhao Xianfei, whose esteemed family background made it all the more implausible for her to agree to a transaction with a man she had just met, devoid of any emotional foundation. Yet, in this predicament, she found herself with no alternative but to rely on Chow Ming. They had considered establishing some terms with him, but upon reflection, they realized such agreements would serve little purpose and might even diminish their standing in his eyes. Thus, they decided to acquiesce. "Since you have agreed, I shall outline my conditions," Chow Ming stated, gesturing towards the door where the two mastiffs stood. "Do you see them?" The sisters nodded in unison. "Their roles are twofold. First, to protect you, and second, to keep a watchful eye on you both," he declared bluntly. Chapter 077. Wishes fulfilled, new enhancements and abilities protection, surveillance. Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation settling within them. Chow Ming regarded the exquisitely adorned women before him with a smile. Indeed, they were strikingly beautiful. As renowned stars, your allure is bound to incite the possessive desires of many. To be candid, there will undoubtedly be those who covet you. However, I am not one to indulge in the company of others. Moreover, I lack the leisure to test your sincerity and loyalty. Thus, the simplest solution is to have two obedient sentinels watching over you. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were indeed many formidable figures capable of achieving great things. 4 stars like Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun, revealing their identities to such powerful individuals in exchange for a warm meal was not a daunting task. In these times, no one truly knows when the sun will rise or when the apocalypse will pass. In such circumstances, even those affluent individuals hoarding substantial resources find themselves plagued by uncertainty, inevitably leading to thoughts of seizing the day and indulging in fleeting pleasures. Should someone like Zhao Xianfei be spotted, it is highly likely they would be taken. This is the apocalypse, a crumbling, chaotic world. It is not just women like Zhao Xianfei who possess the allure of stardom. Even other attractive women face the same fate. In peaceful days, the wealthy monopolize the most beautiful women, but in the apocalypse, those armed and well-supplied revel in even greater excess. Similarly, women who possess beauty and charm, drawing admiration, will live longer and more comfortably than the average person, even amidst devastation. This is the stark reality. Have you ever encountered a tome dedicated to collecting beautiful women? Have you ever seen one that gathers the unattractive? Not to mention beauty. Boss Chow once heard of a certain female magnate who had a penchant for collecting handsome men. Faced with Chow Ming's candidness, Lu Shun and Zhao Xianfei appeared somewhat taken aback, even feeling a degree of humiliation. Were they being regarded as mere prisoners or slaves? Boss Chow, well aware of their thoughts, chuckled. "There is no need for such glances. Adjust your mindset. As long as you behave, these 2 little pups will be your most formidable guardians. Furthermore, should you ever feel you no longer require my assistance, you are free to speak up and depart at any time. I, Chow, am not one to cling desperately." "Really?" Zhao Xianfei's eyes sparkled instantly. This was precisely what she desired. After enduring the harshness of the apocalypse, she had come to recognize the reality of her situation. Without Chow Ming as protection, surviving would be exceedingly difficult. Even if she were to fortuitously find another benefactor, he might prove to be even more tyrannical than Chow Ming, perhaps an old man or an insufferable leech. In comparison, Boss Chow was undoubtedly the ideal choice, handsome, aligning with her aesthetic tastes, and possessing an air of divinity. He was well matched with her in every regard. The possibility of terminating this relationship at any moment made it even more appealing. As a top-tier celebrity with countless fans and a formidable family background, how could she willingly become subordinate to a man? She dreamed of returning to the spotlight after the calamity, basking in the admiration and adulation of the masses. Now, Boss Chow had spoken her desires aloud. Naturally, observing the gleam in Zhao Xianfei's eyes, Boss Chow remained composed. His intention behind winning Zhao Xianfei was purely utilitarian. Firstly, he simply desired her. Secondly, he sought to explore whether he could unlock new benefits from the star blue divine calamity. Given his utilitarian approach, any discussion of romantic feelings seemed superfluous. Whether emotions would develop in the future was a matter for another day. He merely wished to avoid seeing anyone feast upon his bounty and shatter his peace. Zhao Xianfei nodded her lovely head. "All right, I agree. At least until the disaster subsides. I will remain by your side." "Yes, I feel the same," Lu Shun affirmed, glancing at Zhao Xianfei beside her. What should come next? Could it be that a deck of cards is required for a game of do di zhu among 3 players? Chow Ming remarked, Let us extinguish the lights. I wish to catch a bit of sleep. All right, came the reply. After more than 5 hours, Chao Ming emerged, rejuvenated and clad in a white down jacket. His physical prowess had markedly improved. The genetic energy within him had established a harmonious circulation. From this moment on, Chao Ming had officially transformed into a practitioner of original energy. A metamorphosis, a true metamorphosis. The chill no longer posed a significant threat to him, and his spirits soared with elation. Within less than 20 days of the 100 days calamity, such gains had been achieved. What marvels awaited him after 100 days? When the cosmic energies would respond, the thought made Chao Ming giddy with anticipation. Furthermore, the previous interactions had, as expected, illuminated the star blue ring, and it had glowed not once but twice. His physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced on 2 occasions, granting him nearly 200 pounds of strength, thereby solidifying his status as a martial artist. Additionally, he had received a divine ring inheritance, the heavenly origin divine blood refinement armament. This was a remarkable method of blood refinement for weaponry and armor, capable of transforming ordinary arms and armor into divine implements suitable for genetic warriors. Of course, the process was somewhat blood-intensive. The initial refinement required the owner's blood, but thereafter, the blood of other beings could be utilized. It was indeed potent and formidable. What Chao Ming needed most at present was precisely this. As for Zhao Xianfei, she had indeed struck gold. The activation of this divine inheritance had been accomplished with her assistance. Chao Ming had not anticipated that this celestial sister, seemingly so charming and with an impressive background, was still as innocent as a flower. Naturally, Lu Shun was delightful as well, exuding a charm that was hard to resist. This was a fortunate turn of events. Are you leaving? Zhao Xianfei, draped in a purple silk nightgown, gazed with a clarity in her eyes that hinted at reluctance. Her gaze prompted Chao Ming to recall the words of a wise philosopher. To win a woman's heart, the most direct method is, I have matters to attend to, he replied with a subtle smile, retrieving 2 polar cold weather outfits and some thermal clothing for the ladies from the Star Blue Ring, placing them on a nearby cabinet. He then produced several large beef legs, ham, a modest selection of vegetables, 2 bags of rice, some cooking oil, and various spices. Most precious among these was a box of fresh lychees, a true luxury in the apocalypse, far more valuable than any grand feast of fish and meat. These provisions are for your temporary use. Oh, and the diet for the mastiffs is also your responsibility. Wow, beef, ham, and tomatoes, fresh lychees. At the sight of these supplies, Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun lost their composure, their eyes sparkling with delight. What a nostalgic aroma, especially the lychees. In their excitement, both ladies rose together, only to stumble and fall into Chao Ming's embrace. He quickly steadied them, saying, Be careful. Humph, Zhao Xianfei huffed playfully, casting a captivating glance at Chao Ming. This is all your fault. How about we wait until after dinner to leave? I can manage the cooking quite well. Lu Xun chimed in, her large eyes fixed on Chao Ming. Through deeper understanding, Chao Ming discerned that Lu Xun possessed a rather romantic disposition, perhaps even a hint of a longing for matrimony. Certainly, Zhao Xianfei possesses a hint of it, though not as profoundly as Lu Xun. Chapter 078, Xianfei. Do you experience a peculiar sensation? Presently, Lu Xun's eyes, resembling exquisite crescent moons, seemed capable of melting hearts akin to a steel furnace. Under the gaze of their exchanged glances, Chao Ming's heart softened instantly. Thankfully, he recalled the agreement with his long-standing rival, Wen Qingxian. He decided to postpone their discussion, adding a reminder. The Tibetan Mastiff has a substantial appetite, requiring at least 20 pounds of meat per meal. Do not let them go hungry. Having said that, he departed decisively, leaving the 2 women behind, their reluctant gazes following him. Once Chao Ming exited, the warm and fragrant little room was left with only the 2 of them. Their eyes met, and both expressions grew somewhat awkward. The prior experience had been exceedingly intense. They had fought side by side, united against a common foe, and unconsciously developed a certain rapport. Ultimately, it was Lu Xun who broke the silence. Xianfei, do you feel anything particularly special? A special feeling? Zhao Xianfei's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a cherry, as she nearly wished to find a crevice to hide within. Lu Xun was utterly unreserved. However, truth be told, it was quite extraordinary. Her very frame felt as if it might splinter apart. What am I thinking? Lu Xun playfully tucked a strand of Zhao Xianfei's hair behind her ear, smiling. I meant to ask if you feel your physical vitality has improved. I feel invigorated all over. Perhaps so, Zhao Xianfei replied, her eyes widening. Could this be the boon bestowed by the immortals? If that were the case, then she would indeed count herself fortunate. Yet, she wondered if such a state would persist. Oh, Zhao Xianfei, what are you pondering? The immortal sister scoffed lightly. At that moment, Lu Xun deftly opened the box of fresh lychees left by Chao Ming. Xianfei, come and taste. Zhao Xianfei's fair skin glowed with enchanting radiance as she began to nibble like a little hamster. Xianfei, If the sun were to rise again and everything returned to its former state, would you leave him? Lucian asked, savoring a lychee. Her crescent-shaped eyes earnestly fixed upon her sister. Well, I don't know. Zhao Xianfei shook her head. Had Lucian posed this question 5 hours prior, she would have answered without hesitation. Yet now, inexplicably, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, if the sun were to rise, I would still wish to return to my stage. Lucian, what about you? Me? Lucian smiled faintly. I am uncertain as well. The image of Chao Meng's smile surfaced in her thoughts. Ah, he was quite the bull-headed fellow. Lu Jia, please teach me how to cook. The immortal sister said earnestly after swallowing a lychee. In the past, she had lived like a fairy, untouched by mundane toil. Now that there were no films or dramas to act in, she did not wish to be a mere useless being. As Chao Meng hummed a tune, he exited the villa community and unleashed a snowmobile, speeding towards the southern mountain base. The Nanshan base is situated a considerable distance from the villa community, requiring at least an hour and 20 minutes on foot under normal circumstances. Currently, the ground is blanketed with snow reaching up to one's hips. Although many paths have been trampled by previous travelers, traversing the terrain remains arduous, extending the journey to 4 or 5 hours. However, the snowmobile sped along the route, arriving in just a matter of minutes. Along the way, it was no surprise to encounter two groups attempting to intercept the snowmobile. For such reckless individuals, Boss Chow never showed leniency. He charged through with brutal force, sending them flying. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point outside the Nanshan base, Chao Meng parked the snowmobile and proceeded on foot for a short distance, only to discover that when Qing Xian was absent. Instead, he was met by a figure wrapped like a zongzi, brandishing an AK-74 rifle, its muzzle aimed directly at him from afar. Are you Chao Meng? Yes, it is I. Although Chao Meng surmised that the opponent would not fire, he remained vigilant. Any hint of aggression would result in the assailant being the first to fall. Upon recognizing Chao Meng and the assault rifle slung over his shoulder, the figure relaxed somewhat. Sister Qing Xian instructed me to wait for you. Follow me. Chao Meng nodded stoically. Where's Qing Xian? The situation diverged from his expectations. Had when Qing Xian been present, he would have swiftly taken her into custody, ensuring she understood the reasons behind the blooming flowers. Her absence did not particularly dishearten him. It merely posed a slight inconvenience. Gao Xiao and Miss Gao have arrived. Sister Qing Xian wishes to see Gao Xiao, so I was sent to escort you. The man turned, aiming his weapon at Chao Meng. Listen well, kid. My name is Mahu. Sister Qing Xian will be mine, so I suggest you keep your distance. Furthermore, she is not someone you are permitted to call by name. Chao Meng silently cursed. Wen Qing Xian was indeed a shrewd individual, having managed to secure a protector in such a short span of time, ensnaring him utterly. Ma Hu's demeanor indicated he was a seasoned military expert, and it seemed she had not overlooked any opportunity for advancement, now attempting to charm the so-called Gao Xiao. Truly, she knew how to leverage her assets. Ma Hu is it? Chao Meng chuckled softly, stepping forward to grasp the barrel of his AK-74, twisting it forcefully to wrest it from his grasp. He then delivered a resounding slap, sending the hefty man sprawling into the snow. With a heavy boot, he stomped down on Ma Hu's fingers, twisting them mercilessly. The pain resonated deeply. Had Chao Meng not held back, he would have shattered the man's fingers. I detest having a gun pointed at me, Chao Meng stated coldly. This is your final warning. Next time, I shall take your life. With that, he removed the magazine and bullets from the AK, striking Ma Hu's face with the empty weapon. Clear the way. Inside a luxurious and warm suite at the Nanshan base, Gao Chong, the cherished son of Boss Gao, and his sister Gao Minglan were seated on the sofa. Su Shuiying and Lu Nong, along with the formidable Jiang Long, who had lost his son, stood respectfully before the two. Besides these three powerful figures, the elegant Wen Qing Xian also graced the room, standing beside Gao Chong, her expression one of smug satisfaction as she gazed at Jiang Long, who was visibly seething with rage. Jiang Long, regarding the matters of Jiang Tao, every grievance has its rightful owner. If you seek retribution, direct your ire towards Chun Heping and the influential figures behind him. Gao Chong stated, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, his polished shoes glinting, and his legs crossed in a display of confidence. However, the unevenness of his visage could evoke nightmares. He was there as a representative of the formidable Gao, tasked with brokering peace among the factions. Yet, he found himself captivated by the beauty, charm, and inherent strength of Wen Qing Xian. Life is indeed wondrous. Who one is drawn to and who becomes an ardent admirer seems predestined. Chapter 079. Do you still believe in love? Come and kneel to call me father. Gao Chong could not resist stealing a glance at Wen Qing Xian and continued, as for Qing Xian, even if she is heired, her family has endured enough torment at your hands. For my sake, let this matter be laid to rest. Very well. Jiang Long could hardly refuse when the young master spoke. After all, Jiang Tao was not slain by Wen Qing Xian. Yet, The cunning Zhang Long sensed danger in Wen Qingxuan's gaze, having captivated Gao Chang so effortlessly. If their relationship were to blossom, his own situation could become precarious. He could not entertain the notion that Wen Qingxian would genuinely forgive and forget. Excellent. That is more like it. Gao Chang laughed heartily, rising from his seat. Then I must trouble Uncle Jiang to send Wen Qingxian's family to the Nanshan base. Understood. Zhang Long could only acquiesce. Now, everyone, you are all vital pillars of the Gao family. Let bygones be bygones and refrain from giving our enemies the satisfaction of seeing us divided, Gao Chang declared with a sweeping gesture. Let us proceed to the banquet hall. I have arranged a feast at the base. We shall gather with our brothers and drink together, while also discussing how to deal with Chen Heping. Lu Neng, rubbing his bald head in frustration, remarked, Indeed, our true enemy is that scoundrel Chen Heping. Were it not for him, we would not have lost so many brothers. This vendetta must be avenged. Young master, is it possible to ascertain who stands behind Chen Heping? Su Shuiying inquired, a note of concern in her voice. At the mention of Chen Heping's shadowy benefactor, both Zhang Long and Lu Neng instinctively shuddered. They were haunted by the psychological scar left by that elusive master. Particularly Zhang Long, who had been utterly petrified by the fire god's cannon. Gao Chang's expression shifted slightly. The Gao family had yet to uncover the extent of Chen Heping's connections. Although they had informants among their competitors, they had been unable to discern which formidable force lay behind Chen Heping. Their adversaries were cunning and well concealed. At this moment, Gao Minglan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. She adjusted her glasses delicately and said with an air of composure, However, it matters not if we cannot find any leads. As long as we take down the Dawn base and capture Chen Heping along with his disciples, the truth will inevitably come to light. Gao Chang immediately concurred, stating, Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are but fleeting shadows. He continued, This time, I have brought 2 true experts. With a proud expression, he gestured towards the 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him. Under the guidance of Ma Hu, Chao Ming entered the interior of the Nanshan base without any hindrances. This base bore some resemblance to Chen Heping's Dawn base, featuring a large underground civil defense structure. Nanshan base also housed a number of robust young civilians, who were stationed on the periphery, while only armed security forces were permitted access to the core areas. When Chao Ming encountered Wen Qingxian again, she had shed the pitiful demeanor she exhibited during their video call. The pride had returned to her refined visage. In a modest yet warm suite, illuminated by bright lights, Wen Qingxian donned a flowing purple gown, her 18-inch crystal heels adorned with black stockings from Balenciaga. Her lips, painted a vivid red, accentuated her captivatingly sophisticated face. In short, she exuded elegance and allure. Chao Ming, you have finally arrived? Wen Qingxian sat gracefully on the sofa, her eyes surveying him as she assessed his presence, her expression inscrutable, radiating a formidable aura. Chao Ming smiled nonchalantly, unfazed by her commanding demeanor, his keen gaze lingering on her alluring figure. In response to his greedy eyes, a smirk of satisfaction graced Wen Qingxuan's stunning face. Moments ago, she had been contemplating how to deal with the scoundrel that was Chao Ming. With the formidable Gao Xiao as her backing, she no longer required the presence of the useless man. Thus, the humiliation that Chao Ming had inflicted upon her before the apocalypse surged to the forefront of her mind. After resolving issues concerning her parents and younger brother, her thoughts swiftly returned to Chao Ming. She yearned to make him kneel before her like a dog, instilling in him a sense of regret that would linger forever. She wanted him to realize the fortune he once had in being favored by someone of her stature. Now, she smiled. Indeed, a sycophant remains a sycophant, no matter the pretense. No longer recognizing me, Wen Qingxian gently tossed her hair and gracefully extended her exquisite foot. It seems you are faring well here, Qingxian. Seeing you like this brings me relief. Chao Ming chuckled, feigning delight for her sake. Yes, I have been lucky today. I encountered Gao Xiao, and he favors me. Wen Qingxian spoke candidly, her large eyes sparkling with triumph as they locked onto Chao Ming's. She sought to witness his anger and jealousy. However, Chao Ming remained unperturbed. Wen Qingxian continued, Moreover, Gao Xiao has even instructed Zhang Long to release my parents and brother, and they will be arriving shortly in a special vehicle. Chao Ming, well aware of her intentions, recognized that she aimed to jab at his heart. I am currently driven by a singular desire to eliminate you or reduce you to the status of a mere dog. Sad. Hardly. As for Gao Chang, who knows how that old fellow Gao Tai will react after losing a son? Will he descend into madness like Jiang Long and initiate a citywide manhunt? Chao Ming, with a gleeful expression, remarked, Oh, that's wonderful. Your parents need not endure the tiger bench, drink chilly water, or consume Oreos any longer. When Qingxian let out a low growl, questioning whether this scoundrel was intentionally provoking her or simply devoid of common sense, carelessly striking at her vulnerabilities. Observing Chao Ming, Devoid of even a hint of jealousy, reveling in his own happiness like a foolish sycophant, she felt as if a heavy blow had landed upon soft cotton. Useless man. Just wait until I deal with you later. Since you, Qingxian, are doing so well, you surely no longer need me. I shall take my leave, Chao Meng said with a grin, betting on the fact that this wretched person would not let him go. As expected, upon hearing this, Wen Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly before she smiled sweetly and stood up. Oh, what's this? Are you feeling jealous? With that, she approached Chao Meng, her exquisite feet delicately stepping in her crystal heels, gently tidying his slightly disheveled attire with meticulous care. This scene resembled a tender wife attending to her beloved husband. And anyone witnessing it would undoubtedly believe in love once again. Stingy. It's not like I have any other choice. If there were any alternatives, who would prefer this? My heart has always belonged to you. Her gentle words resonated in Chao Meng's ears, accompanied by a warm fragrance. Is that so? Chao Meng chuckled, suddenly seizing Wen Qingxuan's hair and forcefully pushing her down. What are you doing? Wen Qingxian exclaimed, her anger flaring. Chao Meng retorted, what am I doing? I'm furious. Haven't you always called me daddy? Kneel. Wen Qingxuan's face contorted with rage. This wretched sycophant thought he could take her seriously? Chao, let me go, or I assure you, you won't leave this room. Having ascended once more to her lofty status, Wen Qingxian could not endure such humiliation. She immediately summoned her regal demeanor. Unfortunately, Boss Chao was entirely unfazed by her theatrics. Then you might as well call someone in, he said, as the cold barrel of a gun was aimed at Wen Qingxuan's head. What do you intend to do? She gasped, her eyes widening. Chao Meng sneered, Wen Qingxian. You can test me and see if I dare to pull the trigger. Faced with Chao Meng's indifferent gaze, Wen Qingxian felt fear creep in. You better not act recklessly. If I die, you won't survive either. Chao Meng pressed on. I command you to kneel. With defiance, Wen Qingxian raised her head, slowly kneeling with humiliation etched across her face, her large eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kneel closer. Wen Qingxian, you are courting death, Chao Meng stated. Then you shall perish first. My patience has its limits. Half an hour later, Chao Meng reclined on the sofa like a lord, while Wen Qingxian covered her mouth, gazing at him with a mix of shame and indignation. She never anticipated that she would once again be manipulated, especially on her own turf. This man, a lunatic, must be driven mad by love. Acting like a dandy, Chao Meng declared with a smug expression, Wen Qingxian, if you're dissatisfied, you can go find your esteemed Gao Xiao and report everything. You are utterly unreasonable. Wen Qingxian bit her silver teeth, her eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears. They have made it clear that the one they like is you, that their heart belongs solely to you, and that you will eventually be theirs. Yet you still bully them to the point of tearing their hair out. If it weren't for the chilling glint deep within her eyes, Chao Meng might have almost believed her fabrications. This woman was astute, rational, and remarkably tolerant. The bullying had become an established fact, and she was simply playing along, portraying her sincerity more convincingly. If one were to fall for her deceit, tomorrow would herald their demise. My apologies, I was a bit heated just now. Qingxian, please don't take offense, Chao Meng chuckled, observing his smug demeanor. When Qingxian seethed with frustration, you vile man, just wait. Although she had made initial strides with the towering Gao Chong, she had yet to seize control and lacked allies. It was still time to deal with Chao Meng. Humph. When Qingxian shot a glare at Chao Meng. You're not leaving now, are you? I want to leave if you call me dad, Chao Meng replied with a grin. When Qingxuan's heart brimmed with a desire to retaliate, yet under Chao Meng's watchful gaze, she obediently uttered, Dad. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a flamboyant young man with a pockmarked face accompanied by an intellectually alluring woman wearing golden glasses. The man, Chao Meng recognized as Gao Chong. In a previous life, Chao had attempted to assassinate this young man several times, but to no avail. As for the woman, she was unfamiliar. At first glance, Chao Meng was reminded of Sister Baoyu. Their temperaments bore some resemblance. However, this woman exuded a blend of intellect and allure. Her elongated figure clad in fitted black pencil pants, quite delightful. Qingxian, who is he? Gao Chong's gaze locked onto Chao Meng, who lounged on the sofa like a lord, causing his previously prepared smile to darken instantly. This was a man with an overwhelming desire for control. From the very first moment, he had viewed Wen Qingxian as his possession. Observing her in the company of another man, especially one who appeared so self-assured, while she merely stood obediently, soured Gao Chong's mood. Chao Meng spoke up first. Oh, I am a sworn brother of Qingxian's father. Qingxian calls me dad. And sometimes she even refers to me as godfather. What? Gao Chong and Gao Minglan both froze in disbelief. Godfather? Such a young godfather? When Qingxian felt as if struck by lightning. She could not fathom when Chao Meng had become so audacious as to claim such a title in front of Gao Chong. Yet, with the words already spoken, there was no turning back. She would have to devise a way to navigate the situation. When Qingxian approached with a radiant smile, Addressing Gao Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. He is my uncle, named Xiao Meng. In our hometown, we refer to older relatives as godfather to foster a sense of intimacy. Those with whom we share a close bond can even be called dad, and there is nothing inappropriate about it. Over the years, Godfather has assisted our family immensely. Without him, I might still be back home tilling the fields. He treats me like a daughter. Really? Gao Chang appeared skeptical, feeling an odd sensation at the thought of his designated partner being cherished by a man of the same age. Indeed, when Qing Xian acted exasperated, her gaze sincere. Gao Xiao, surely you don't think there is anything between us? Upon meeting Wen Qingxuan's eyes, Gao Chang faltered, quickly clarifying, no, I would never doubt you, Qing Xian. I am merely a bit surprised. Qing Xian, this must be Gao Xiao, right? At that moment, Boss Zhao interjected, cheerfully stepping forward, clasping Gao Chang's hand with one and patting his shoulder with the other. Young man, it's quite fortunate that my Qing Xian has taken a liking to you. You must treat her well, otherwise, I won't hesitate to deal with you. His final words were deliberately emphasized. Gao Chang's face flushed crimson, internally seething at this insolent man. Yet he maintained a forced smile in front of Wen Qingxian. Of course, I will treat Qingxian well, he replied, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to find it firmly grasped by Xiao Meng. Young man, you should show some courtesy. You ought to call me godfather or dad. This declaration nearly sent Gao Chang into a fit of rage. What an impertinent fool. Beside him, Gao Minglan's face turned pale with indignation. Seeing the situation escalate, when Qing Xian rushed to separate them, her expression a mix of annoyance and urgency. Godfather, please, this is Gao Xiao. Our family's presence at the Nanshan base and my parents' rescue all depend on him. You mustn't be so rude. Turning to Gao Chang with a conciliatory smile, she added, I apologize, Gao Xiao. My uncle is rather brash and uncultured, thinking that customs here align with ours. Gao Chang forced a couple of awkward laughs. It's quite all right. Uncultured? Xiao Meng understood that when Qing Xian was subtly nudging him. By the way, Qing Xian, the banquet has been arranged. Let us head over together. Gao Chang replied cheerfully. At the event, I will introduce you to several key figures at the Nanshan base. By the way, I mentioned you as my girlfriend. Is that acceptable? This bold declaration from the young master. How could Wen Qing Xian turn down such a soaring opportunity? She shyly lowered her head and nodded softly. All right, then let us proceed. With that, he took her hand and led her outside, completely disregarding Xiao Meng, not casting him a single glance. That is Xiao Meng, right? Gao Minglan, however, remained behind, smiling as she scrutinized Xiao Meng with a hint of mockery on her face. Are you really Wen Qingxuan's godfather? Absolutely, Xiao Meng replied with a slight smile. And you? Are you Gao Chang's sister? Gao Minglan narrowed her eyes. I am his aunt. Oh, then we are of the same generation, Xiao Meng remarked, somewhat surprised. This woman appeared only 2 or 3 years older than Gao Chang, yet she was his aunt. Come, let's shake hands, family. Xiao Meng extended his hand with a cheerful grin. Gao Minglan smiled sweetly before raising her small hand, revealing a beautiful handgun pointed directly at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng paused. Miss Gao, what do you mean by this? We were having a pleasant conversation. Why draw a gun? However, he showed no sign of panic, merely observing her with amusement. What is the meaning behind this? Your words can only deceive my nephew, who is utterly enchanted by Wen Qingxian. Who else could you fool? Gao Minglan adjusted her glasses with one hand while pressing the gun's muzzle against Xiao Meng's chest with the other. She was indeed a captivating woman, and the glasses only accentuated her allure. Even while handling a firearm, she exuded an air of excitement rather than danger. You've seen through me, Xiao Meng conceded, choosing to drop the pretense. After enhancing his abilities, he had become considerably more carefree in his dealings. Perhaps it is true that strength breeds confidence. However, my dear, let me remind you, I prefer to aim guns at others, not have them aimed at me. As soon as the words left his lips, a multitude of handgun parts appeared in his hands. The small gun in Gao Minglan's grasp had been effortlessly snatched from her, disassembled in the process. The entire maneuver was so smooth and swift that she only registered it when she saw the components in Xiao Meng's hands. The metallic clinks of the fallen parts echoed in the air. Now, can you guess our relationship? Before she could recover from her astonishment, Xiao Meng stepped forward, his fierce gaze and imposing presence causing Gao Minglan to take a step back, pressing against the wall. At that moment, their noses were merely a fraction of a millimeter apart, breaths mingling. After a brief moment of panic, Gao Minglan forced herself to regain composure. I suppose you are in a romantic relationship? Incorrect. Xiao Meng placed a finger on her crimson lips. We were once, but not anymore. Gao Minglan suddenly grasped Xiao Meng's collar. So, does that mean she has moved on, or are you still entangled? What do you think? Xiao Meng's piercing gaze bore into her. Gao Minglan exerted all her strength, but could not budge him, gritting her teeth. Are you even a man? Encouraging the woman you love to pursue other men? You wish to live off a woman, don't you? Soft living is delightful. Gentle on the teeth and good for the stomach, Xiao Meng chuckled. In truth, What I desire most is your soft living. I wonder if Miss Gao would be willing? Gao Minglan's eyes widened in disbelief. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered such an unabashed man. Scoundrel, get away from me. If you don't move, I'll call for help. Chao Ming merely responded with a playful kiss. Gao Minglan was left utterly dumbfounded. As Chao Ming's grip on Gao Minglan's collar slackened, she appeared as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at him. This unexpected reaction bewildered Chao Ming. Was she not supposed to summon help? Her demeanor suggested she was utterly dazed. Are you all right? He inquired, waving his hand before her eyes. At that moment, Gao Minglan's worldview was upended. She was the cherished younger sister of the esteemed Gao, raised under his protective wing, akin to a father and mother combined. During their impoverished childhood, the three siblings relied on one another. As Gao rose to prominence and married a woman of even greater stature, her position soared alongside his. Perhaps having witnessed the treachery of human nature and the darkness of the world, the elder Gao took extraordinary measures to shield her, fearing that she might be mistreated by men. Consequently, she had yet to experience a genuine romantic relationship. Any man daring to pursue her had been thoroughly scrutinized by Gao. If their backgrounds were dubious or their character questionable, they would find themselves swiftly incapacitated. After enduring such incidents, few men dared to harbor intentions towards her, leading to her prolonged singlehood. Today, however, marked a departure from that. I'm fine, she stammered, regaining her composure, though her eyes betrayed a flurry of anxiety. Externally, she strived to project an air of indifference. After all, she was the sister of the formidable Gao and could not appear weak. Chao Ming, I warn you. Keep that Wen Qingxian away from my nephew. Our family does not welcome women who are scheming and unscrupulous, attempting to take advantage of us. You are mistaken if you think such tactics will work. Though her words were sharp, her tone lacked conviction. Chao Ming chuckled softly, realizing that this elder sister had seen through Wen Qingxuan's facade. It is often said that a woman's intuition is the most accurate, while men may be easily beguiled. Women are not. According to the trajectory of past events, Gao Minglan ultimately failed to prevent Wen Qingxian from infiltrating the Gao family. In subsequent times, Chao Ming had not heard of any significant member named Gao Minglan within the family. Could it be that Wen Qingxian had ultimately brought about her demise? A thought flickered in Chao Ming's mind, as he acknowledged the possibility given Wen Qingxuan's cunning nature. You should direct those sentiments towards Wen Qingxian. You are mistaken to address me, Chao Ming said with a smile, adjusting her slightly askew glasses. Indeed, with you being cast aside, there is little I can say. Gao Minglan, incensed by his insolence, jabbed back at him. Chao Ming straightened his disheveled attire, conceding, you are right. Observing his crestfallen demeanor, Gao Minglan felt an unexpected lightness in her heart. Come, dejected man, I shall take you to witness the splendor of your former girlfriend at the banquet. At the Nanshan base, within a lavishly adorned suite, over 20 tables were set, laden with an array of delicacies, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, complemented by an abundance of Maotai liquor. Wen Qingxian sat at the center table alongside Gao Chong, the towering young master, joined by Jiang Long, Lu Neng, Su Shuiying, and several overseers of the Nanshan base. Surrounding them were over 200 brothers from the Nanshan base guard, an eclectic array of firearms displayed on nearby racks, meticulously overseen by dedicated personnel. This was the formidable presence of the Gao family, the most dominant power in Lehigh City today. Moreover, this was merely one of Gao's numerous bases. It was through the strength at his disposal that Gao had ascended to become one of the de facto vice-mayors of Lehigh City. In a previous life, I, along with Chun Heping and his associates, had been relentlessly suppressed by these individuals, unable to raise our heads in defiance. As Chao Ming settled in, Wen Qingxian caught sight of him and Gao Minglan entering, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 082, The Glasses Girl is Unremarkable. Upon witnessing the closeness between Chao Ming and Gao Minglan, Wen Qingxuan's expression soured immediately, her heart filled with displeasure. Has the devoted admirer turned his affections? Gao Minglan's initial reaction to me was clearly disdain. As a woman, Wen Qingxian sensed Gao Minglan's animosity towards her. Gao Chong glanced quizzically at Chao Ming, who had been escorted to the main table by Gao Minglan, yet chose to remain silent. In the presence of Gao Minglan, he felt no compulsion to speak. This favored niece received more affection from their father than he, the illegitimate son. Everyone, allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Wen Qingxian, Gao Chong announced, casting a dreamy glance at Wen Qingxian before raising his glass to the esteemed guests at the table. Upon uttering these words, a smile blossomed on Wen Qingxuan's face. However, the expressions of Lu Neng and Su Shuiying shifted slightly, but it was Jiang Long, the unfortunate soul, who felt the most discomfort. His son had just been ensnared by this woman, his body still unburied, and she had swiftly turned to embrace the affections of Gao Chong, leaving Jiang Long feeling betrayed and filled with resentment. In the days to come, Qingxian would temporarily reside at the Nanshan base. and I would require the assistance of several uncles. Wait, Gao Chong had yet to finish his sentence when Gao Minglan interrupted. With a smile, she raised her glass and addressed the assembly. Brothers, this lad, Xiao Chong, has grown accustomed to indulgence, surrounded by countless women, so do not take him too seriously. You are all the trusted pillars of the base and my brother's sworn brothers. Please keep an eye on him for me. In an instant, the smile on Wen Qingxuan's face froze. Such a blatant affront, devoid of any semblance of courtesy. With a mere statement, she was relegated to the status of a plaything for the young master. Before Gao Minglan spoke, she could still maintain a semblance of dignity as the young lady of the base. But after her words, who among the influential figures present would regard her with any respect? In an instant, she was stripped of her status, becoming insignificant. Hadn't Zhang Long's face already betrayed a gleeful expression? With Gao Minglan's words, she was categorized as a mere toy of the young master. Should the day come that the toy loses its allure, retribution against her could be exacted. Gao Minglan's disdain for Wen Qingxian stemmed not only from a woman's intuition, but also from the knowledge that Wen Qingxian was indirectly responsible for Jiang Tao's demise. This woman possessed an unparalleled ability to ensnare men, having swiftly ensnared her nephew just after losing another man. The wealthy young elite swiftly conquers one after another, boasting a record that rivals that of Nie Feng's mother. This is truly excessive. Wen Qingxian, having concealed her emotions well, momentarily felt a pang of humiliation before her expression settled into a calm demeanor, though the hands hidden within her sleeves had already drawn blood from her grip. Hatred. At this moment, her animosity towards the woman before her surpassed even that for the mysterious figure who had long brought her misfortune. Sooner or later, I will eliminate you. Gao Chong, I trust you have no objections to my statement? Gao Minglan completely disregarded Wen Qingxian, merely casting an amused glance at Gao Chong. Faced with this ant, Gao Chong was utterly devoid of any temper. No objections at all. Whatever my aunt says goes. Gao Minglan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Some matters are merely for amusement. Do not take them to heart. You are the future head of the Gao family and need not worry about finding a suitable partner. Understood, aunt. Gao Chong offered an awkward smile, also directing an apologetic grin towards Wen Qingxian. Impressive. Gao Minglan is no ordinary woman, Chao Ming mused inwardly. Though emotionally vacant, she is undeniably of the Gao lineage and possesses considerable cunning. Unfortunately, she underestimates Wen Qingxian. With Gao Chong's stature, he would be completely ensnared by her, leading to complications for him. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Chao Ming had scarcely managed to sate his hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss the strategy against Chun Heping and the shadowy figures behind him. Gao Chong set down his cup and surveyed everyone present. Now, I ask that you all surrender your communication devices for unified storage. From this moment until the operation concludes, no one is permitted to communicate with the outside world. Anyone who defies this order will face immediate execution. Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced no dissent, promptly handing over their phones to the designated personnel, marking their names before tossing them into a large bamboo basket. Chao Ming discreetly felt within his pocket, retrieving a backup phone from his Xinglan ring and submitting it. To deal with Chun Heping, my father has instructed me to bring a skilled expert. Gao Chong, with an air of arrogance, gestured towards a nearby table where sat a burly man with a scarred face and a piercing gaze. Lao Dao? Chao Ming smirked inwardly. He had noticed this individual upon entering. This man is one of the 4 top experts under Gao, a practitioner of ancient martial arts. His prowess exceeds that of Chun Heping, and he is adept in firearms and assassination, a formidable opponent. In a previous life, it was this man who had ambushed and severely injured Chun Heping, ultimately leading to the latter's loss of the Dawn base. This is Uncle Dao. Gao Chong offered no further introduction, directly outlining his plan. The Dawn base has a total of 5 exit routes, aside from the main entrance, which is widely known. The other 4 exits remain exceedingly concealed. Upon hearing this, Chao Ming's heart tightened. The secret exits of the Dawn base were known only to a select few core members, and the revelation from Gao Chong indicated that some core members had defected to the Gao family. However, Chun Heping had left a contingency. The secret exits of the Dawn base were not 4, but 5. Gao Chong continued, in a moment. Select a few marksmen to block the exit of the Dawn base with sniper rifles. No one is permitted to leave. Should anyone emerge, they shall be eliminated. Meanwhile, Uncle Dao will lead a team to infiltrate the Dawn base and seek an opportunity to eliminate Shen Heping. As for the remaining individuals, they will lie in ambush around the perimeter, setting a trap to annihilate any reinforcements that may arrive. Soon, the allocation of personnel was complete. Each person present had their own allegiance, their own leader, while Chao Ming remained a solitary figure, neither a subordinate nor a superior. Thus, he found himself overlooked. What about me? This thrilling endeavor, may I join? My marksmanship and agility are commendable, Chao Ming cheerfully interjected, leaning closer to Gao Minglan. Before Gao Minglan could respond, Wen Qingxian spoke up to Gao Chong. Perhaps we could include my uncle. He is a skilled marksman, having often hunted game in the mountains with great precision. Game. Chao Ming shot a glance at Wen Qingxian. He could sense her intentions. Her overt display of interest in him seemed to signal her desire for him to meet an untimely end, thereby not interfering with her pursuit of Gao Chong. Wen Qingxian viewed Chao Ming merely as a temporary asset and a means to expand her influence. However, after Chao Ming's outburst and Gao Minglan's remarks, she abruptly recognized that his presence had become a hindrance to her plans to ensnare Gao Chong. Chapter 083, Carnage. With a focus on ruthlessness, what kind of person is Wen Qingxian? Her approach is characterized by a ruthless demeanor. Those who threaten her aspirations as a queen are simply expendable. Initially, she contemplated how to eliminate Chao Ming, but now that he had willingly presented himself, how could she let such an opportunity slip by? Moreover, if Chao Ming were to survive and succeed, it could also work in her favor. Chao Ming cast a grateful glance at Wen Qingxian, thumping his chest as he proclaimed, "Qingxian is right. My marksmanship is indeed commendable, and I assure you, I am adept at targeting the most vital spots. Are you implying something about me?" Wen Qingxian retorted. Her words caught the attention of the assassin, Old Dao. A seasoned warrior, he possessed a discerning eye, capable of discerning the true nature of individuals with a mere glance. Although he could not ascertain the depths of Chao Ming's skills, he recognized a certain quality in his demeanor. "Let Chao Ming accompany me," Old Dao stated with conviction. As they would be delving into a perilous situation, facing formidable foes like Chun Hiping, an additional ally would be advantageous. "Very well, it is settled then," Gao Chong declared, his lofty demeanor disregarding the finer details. "Gather your gear, let us embark." The distance from the Nanshan base to the Dawn base was not particularly great. Yet the heavy snowfall had rendered the path treacherous. On foot, the journey would take no less than 3 hours. It was clear that Chao Ming, Old Dao, Gao Minglan, Gao Chong, and several subordinates could not traverse this distance on foot. Dog-drawn sleds? In the garage of the Nanshan base, Chao Ming beheld the means of transportation for their expedition. 2 sleds, drawn by 14 spirited huskies. Chao Ming silently admired the ingenuity at play. The huskies, typically known for their destructive tendencies, had transformed into exceptional means of transportation amidst the apocalypse, capable of traversing 100 kilometers on mere bowls of dog food. They stood as one of the few alternatives to snowmobiles. With the Gao family's influence, gathering a pack of huskies post-apocalypse would be a trivial endeavor. The 14 sled dogs were not only clad in thick fur for insulation, but also donned specially crafted protective gear on their legs. "Let us go." 2 sleds, drawn by the dogs, sped towards the Dawn base, carrying Chao Ming, Old Dao, and 3 young Karami, along with Gao Minglan, Gao Chong, and their bodyguards. They raced along the snow, arriving at Chunshao Building, situated merely a kilometer from the Dawn base, within 20 minutes. Upon dismounting the sled, Gao Chong approached swiftly and instructed, "Uncle Dao, you'll head ahead and connect with our informant. Once you establish contact, signal us immediately, and I will coordinate the subsequent actions. Rest assured, young Master Gao, I know what to do," Old Dao replied confidently. After a brief exchange of arrangements, Old Dao led Chao Ming and the 3 younger companions on foot. "Uncle Dao, we have an insider as well?" Chao Ming inquired cheerfully, walking beside Old Dao. "Indeed," Old Dao affirmed, patting Chao Ming's shoulder. "Little Ming, this is your first encounter with the Gao family. You are yet to grasp our capabilities." "Absolutely," Chao Ming responded. Old Dao remarked, "I see potential in you. Your foundation is solid. Once this mission concludes, I shall impart some genuine skills to you, so you can understand the true art of combat." "Ah, that would be splendid," Chao Ming exclaimed with delight. The group concealed themselves less than 500 meters from the base entrance. "Uncle Dao, how much longer must we wait?" Chao Ming asked in a hushed tone. Old Dao seemed to hold a favorable impression of him, and chuckled, "You clearly lack field experience. In executing a mission, one must not rush. Patience is essential." After approximately 2 hours, a flashlight flickered in the distant snowy night. "The contact has arrived." Old Dao drew his handgun, gripping a gleaming Nepalese kukri in his left hand, poised like a coiled leopard ready to pounce. Moments later, Chao Ming spotted the approaching figures, 6 in total. Yellow hair. From the leading individual's uneven gait, Chao Ming immediately recognized their identity. In a previous life, this individual had been a mole for the Gao family. "Is that you, Dao?" Yellow hair limped forward, distancing himself from the 5 companions behind him. "What is happening? Who is this Dao?" The confusion among the 5 was palpable, as they were oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment of bewilderment, Dao and the 3 young Karami surged forth like tigers among sheep, their kukris flashing as they aimed directly for the throats of the 5. These 5 were members of a foraging team led by Yellow Hair, who had just returned from scouring for supplies, burdened with backpacks and numbed limbs from the cold, making them ill-prepared for the onslaught of Old Dao and his elite companions. In mere moments, the five lay lifeless in the snow. All right, I will message young Master Gao, old Dao said, retrieving his phone to send an affirmative signal to Gao Chong. And then, a heavy blow struck his neck with a resounding crack, instantly severing it and causing him to perish on the spot. An ambush. There were no principles of martial ethics at play here. No master could withstand the force of a surprise strike. Chow Meng, with a swift reaction, brandished the Nepalese dagger bestowed upon him by Lao Dao. As the blade arced through the air, it sliced through the throat, blood gushing forth. For them, killing ordinary people was akin to slaughtering sheep. Chow Meng, in his ruthless execution, treated them similarly. Seeking death, with a powerful punch, he struck one of the small Karami squarely on the head, deforming his face and resulting in immediate death. Then, with a deft sidestep, he swept his blade and severed the neck of the last Karami. The limping blonde was left in a state of bewilderment. What was this commotion? Besides you, who else could be the traitor? Who else have you lured to the Gao family? Chow Meng pressed the blade of his dagger against the blonde's throat, demanding answers with a fierce tone. He was all too familiar with the Gao family's schemes. They would not be satisfied with merely one traitor. They possessed their own intelligence network and actively encouraged traitors to recruit others, enticing them with rewards for gaining valuable informants. Speak, and you might redeem yourself. Remain silent, and you shall perish. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, the blonde quivered. You must guarantee my safety. Chow Meng replied, I assure you by my martial ethics. And then thrust the blade directly into the blonde's shoulder. Ah, the blonde cried out, I'll talk. I was just recently approached by the Gao family. I hadn't even had the chance to. No, I've encountered Wang Ku. Wang Ku is a disciple of Chen Heping. Recently, he has been quite dissatisfied with Chen Heping and his sister, Chen Baoyue. Wang Ku harbors feelings for Chen Baoyue. However, his infatuation remains unfulfilled, and from his demeanor, it appears he may very well turn against them. Chow Meng pressed further, and what else? Nothing more. With a swift motion, he slashed the blade across the throat. As for martial ethics, Chow Meng's approach was decidedly devoid of such principles. Wang Ku, you say? Chow Meng wiped the blood from the dagger onto the blonde's clothing before sheathing it. Although Wang Ku had not yet betrayed them, he was undeniably a source of instability. In the apocalypse, maintaining the purity of one's group was paramount, especially among its core leaders. Moreover, Wang Ku possessed too much knowledge. Should he ally with the Gao family and unveil the truth of who the true mastermind is, it could spell trouble. Currently, the Gao family believed that Chen Heping was backed by a figure of comparable power. In truth, he had only the solitary support of a rogue like himself. If this secret reached the Gao family's patriarch, it would pose significant issues. Hence, Wang Ku must die. This hidden power player needed to maintain his guise for as long as possible. Of course, now was not the time to eliminate Wang Ku. Lao Dao, my apologies, but I must borrow your attire. He swiftly stripped off the black winter combat gear worn by Lao Dao. The equipment of the old blade is quite distinctive. The black combat uniform is one aspect, and the iron gauntlet on his right hand, equipped with sharp claws, is another. The interior is lined with fur for warmth, while the exterior boasts iron claws, making it quite comfortable to wear. Crucially, this clawed glove, in conjunction with the eagle claw technique honed by this individual, is formidable. Beneath the black combat suit lies a bulletproof vest fitted with ballistic plates. A prized possession indeed, during the raid on the armory. The only regret was not acquiring a bulletproof vest, but now it is finally in hand. Moreover, his physique closely resembles that of the old blade, making the vest a perfect fit. The three young Karami are elite members of the Gao family, and also possess bulletproof vests. However, Chow Meng lacks the leisure to meticulously strip them away. With a grand gesture, he collects the old blade along with the three young Karami and the 6 others, including Huang Mao, into the star blue ring. After donning the bulletproof vest and adopting the old blade's attire, he equips himself with a low-light infrared night vision device. Finally, he retrieves his commonly used phone from the star blue ring and sends a message to Chun He-ping, informing him to announce the lockdown of the Gao family's base and to caution Wang Ku to remain vigilant. He then melds into the shadows. The next phase is one of slaughter, disguising himself as the old blade and attributing the blame to this deceased individual. Having faced enemies numerous times in his previous life, Chow Meng is well acquainted with the old rascal's tactics and methods. Thus, masquerading poses no issue. His initial targets are Gao Minglan and Gao Chong. Upon Chow Meng's arrival at Chunxiao building, the sled dogs have vanished, and from the snow tracks left behind, it is evident that the young Gao has likely retreated to the rear. Hey, where do you think you're running? Chow Meng pays no heed to the snipers tasked with securing the Dawn base. Those are left for Chun He-ping to handle. Currently, the paramount objective is Gao Chong and the over 100 men lying in ambush. 10 minutes later, Chow Meng finally locates his destination. 2 kilometers from the main entrance of the Dawn base, the Ji Yuan building conceals Gao Chong's sled dogs behind it. The first floor of the building is guarded, with concealed sniper points surrounding it, very professional and tightly secured. Rather than opting for a direct assault, Chao Ming approaches from a distance, setting up the fire god cannon. A crowd of 1 to 200 gathers, awaiting orders, with additional hidden fire points on the surrounding buildings. Despite wearing a bulletproof vest, he is still susceptible to gunfire on his legs and head. Even a 1% risk is too great for Chao Ming to take. Therefore, he first opts for a show of force to announce that their plans have been compromised, urging them to abandon their concealment and come forth to battle. The fire god cannon is aimed. The ammunition belt is pulled, and as the cannon roars to life, the fiery serpents spew forth like fireworks on New Year's Eve, illuminating the silent night as they sweep through the first floor of the building. In an instant, sparks fly and glass shatters. Within a mere 10 seconds, hundreds of rounds are expended. Then, the fire god cannon is returned to the star blue ring, and he makes his escape. On the 5th floor of the Jiyuan building, in a street-facing office, Gao Chong, Gao Minglan, Su Shuiying, Jiang Long, and several leaders from the Nanshan base have gathered together, keeping the lights off to conceal their presence. At this moment, the Ziyuan building and the surrounding structures along the main thoroughfare were fortified with strategic points, lying in wait for the emergence of the influential figure behind Chen Heping. Young Master Gao, it's bad news. We've lost contact with our brothers stationed at the 3rd exit of the Dawn base. Lu Nung rushed in, wielding a flashlight. What? Gao Chong exclaimed. Just then, a barrage of fire erupted from a window in a distant building, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. Boom. By unfortunate coincidence, young Master Gao was hit on his left shoulder. Despite wearing a bulletproof vest, his left shoulder was exposed, resulting in a direct penetration. Get down. Protect young Master Gao. Counterattack, quickly. To the 11 o'clock position, hurry. The dimly lit office descended into chaos. Some rushed to pull Gao Chong to safety while others took cover, preparing to retaliate. Fortunately, the sudden assault came swiftly and retreated just as quickly, leaving the concealed positions unengaged before the opposition ceased fire. Withdraw quickly. Damn it, the plan is compromised. Gao Chong, pulled along by his guards, stumbled into the shadowed corridor and hastily began to bandage his wound. What's our next move, young master? What else can we do? Lu Nung, lead a team and pursue. We must see the living or the dead. Gao Chong bellowed like a cornered beast, narrowly escaping the brink of death. It was this scoundrel with the fire god cannon that nearly shattered the Jianhai group. Gao Chong had little faith that the one wielding such a weapon could escape. Yes, brothers, let us hunt down that bastard and avenge our fallen comrades. Lu Ning shouted, leading his men down the stairs. Compared to Gao Chong, Lu Nung harbored an even deeper resentment towards the one wielding the fire god cannon. Were it not for his actions, countless brothers would still be alive. Calming himself, Gao Chong instructed, the rest of you, surround him. Do not let that scoundrel escape. After a display of intimidation, Chao Ming activated his night hunting mode. Following his initial test of firepower, within mere seconds, the Ziyuan building and over a dozen nearby strongholds commenced suppressive fire. Thus, all concealed positions were exposed. Chao Ming, akin to a stealthy feline, swiftly appeared beneath one of the buildings. Upon arrival, he encountered 8 armed members of the small Karami gang rushing out. Kill. With the ruthless precision of a seasoned assassin, bolstered by the prowess of the old blade, he charged forward, trapping the 8 in a narrow corridor and ruthlessly eliminating them. In an instant, 2 fell to his assault. Old blade, you. Chao Ming's foundation lay in the fierce dogfighting fist, and his mimicry of the old blade's straightforward killing techniques, combined with his prowess as a genetic warrior, made dispatching a few minor Karami members a trivial affair. In just over 10 seconds, all 8 were downed. However, rather than eradicated, he deliberately spared 2 of them, the fortunate souls who had recognized his old blade identity. Chao Ming rendered them unconscious with a single, powerful strike. Chapter 085. Penetrating the traitor next, the second wave of targets awaited. Chao Ming brandished the AK associated with the old blade. This is a tactical squad, consisting of precisely 8 individuals. Chao Ming, adorned with goggles and wrapped in a scarf, mimicked the gait of the infamous assassin, Old Knife, as he approached. Who goes there? Do not shoot, it is Knife Master. The recognition seemed genuine as the beam of the flashlight fixed upon Knife Master, and the taut nerves of the 8 members relaxed slightly. Knife Master, what is happening? Weren't you infiltrating the Dawn base? Suddenly, a volley of gunfire erupted, instantly taking down 3 members. Before the enemy could retaliate, a swift slide maneuver allowed him to take cover behind nearby concealment. The surviving few, now realizing the gravity of the situation, responded with a barrage of bullets. This is bad. Knife Master is a traitor. He has attacked us, shouted the communications soldier positioned at the rear of the squad, clutching the radio. Be cautious. Do not trust Old Knife. He has betrayed us. The frantic cries echoed from the radio belonging to the team at Ziyuan building. Old Knife, how could this be? Report. Team 7 has arrived at the destination, but no targets have been located, nor any trace of the fire god cannon. Damn it. Gao Chong exclaimed, smashing the radio to the ground. We failed to capture the enemy, and Old Knife has betrayed us? How could the fire god cannon have possibly moved so swiftly? This is absurd. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately. A sudden chill ran down Gao Chong's spine, as if death itself was watching him. In the dark of night, gunfire persisted. From the rhythm of the enemy's shots, the responding gunfire from their side, and the casualty reports emanating from the radio, Gao Chong could discern that they were indeed facing a formidable adversary. The enemy was elusive, striking with deadly precision, and now there was the suspected traitor, Old Knife. Under the protection of the guards, Gao Chong and Gao Minglan hastened to the hall. Gao Minglan halted Gao Chong, who was preparing to board the sled, and called out to a nearby individual, Ming, take your team and head to the base to prepare for our return. Wang Shuang, lead your men and stealthily walk back to the base with us. Understood. Miss, why aren't we taking the sled? As they made their way down the corridor to the underground parking lot, Gao Chong could no longer contain his curiosity. In this frigid weather, walking back would be akin to courting trouble. Gao Minglan replied with a cold smirk, we have a traitor among us. If it truly is Old Knife who has betrayed us, do you think he would allow us to escape unscathed? Just then, the radio crackled with the sound of gunfire and anguished cries, accompanied by curses. Ah, Old Knife, it is indeed you, the traitor. The voice was unmistakably that of Ming, who was on the sled, slipping away swiftly, unaware of Gao Minglan's fate. Chao Ming glanced at the 4 bodies left behind in the darkness as 2 sleds sped away. A twinge of concern crossed his mind. He found himself yearning for Miss Gao's lips. He stowed Old Knife's AK and replaced it with a high-precision sniper rifle. The time had come for the long-range sharpshooter to take his turn. To kill. Only with ruthless precision would the enemy regard them with caution. Under the infrared night vision, Chao Ming meticulously adhered to the principle of firing and relocating, denying the enemy any opportunity for a counterattack. Upon locating a target, he fired with lethal intent. After several shots, he finally paused. It was not that Boss Chow had suddenly developed a sense of compassion. Rather, it was the cunning of the adversary that led to a disorganized retreat. Some individuals had taken refuge in the surrounding residences, leaving Boss Chow at a loss. Unable to locate his targets after eliminating a few. A little over 10 minutes later, within a small building near the Dawn base, Chao Ming encountered Chen Heping. One of the 5 sniper teams tasked with securing the Dawn base had been quietly eliminated by Chen Heping and his men from behind, resulting in the withdrawal of the remaining 4 ambush points. What? The Gao family suspects I have the backing of a lord-level magnate? Or that I am the culprit behind the internal strife within the Zhanghai group, and I even killed Jiang Tao? Upon hearing the circumstances from Chao Ming, Chen Heping felt a sense of indignation wash over him. It was as if calamity had struck out of nowhere while he was at home. Naturally, Chao Ming refrained from divulging that he was the one responsible for Jiang Tao's death, the sudden assault on Jiang Long, and his covert meddling in the Jiang family's internal conflict. He merely informed Chen Heping that he was currently undercover at the Nanshan base, fearing that revealing too much might overwhelm him. You mean to say that Huang Mao is a traitor and has had contact with Wang Ku, who has ambiguous loyalties? Chen Heping took a deep breath, his expression darkening. He did not doubt Chao Ming's words, but he found them difficult to accept. After all, Wang Ku was his protege of over 10 years. He was well aware that Wang Ku harbored feelings for his sister, and his resentment for not attaining the vice captain position only compounded matters. Brother, I understand this is hard for you to accept, but our antagonistic relationship with the Gao family cannot be eased. Should we test Wang Ku's true intentions? Chao Ming spoke earnestly. Currently, the only individuals at the Dawn base who were aware of the mysterious expert who had previously aided in their victory over Lu Neng and his cohorts were the Chen Heping siblings, Huang Wentao, and several of his disciples. Thus, this vulnerability must be addressed. If Chen Heping was unwilling, Chao Ming would resort to his own methods to resolve the issue. Very well. Chen Heping was no fool. He recognized the significance of Chao Ming to the base, especially after the events of that day. He understood that the stability of the Dawn base hinged upon Chao Ming. Therefore, it was imperative that Chao Ming's identity remain undisclosed. At the Dawn base, Wang Hu inquired, "What is going on, Wang Ku? Why the secrecy?" With the scent of alcohol lingering around him, Wang Ku looked perplexed at his enigmatic subordinate. Wang Hu spoke in hushed tones, "Brother, have you ever considered changing your surroundings?" "What do you mean?" Wang Ku's drunken stupor evaporated instantly, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized his loyal subordinate. "Wang Hu, have you been in contact with someone?" "Yes, boss," Wang Hu replied quietly. "Today, someone from the Gao family approached me. Boss Gao from Lehigh, have you heard of him? Gao Tai Uncle Tai? The pillar of the Zhanghai group?" A flicker of concern crossed Wang Ku's face. "Wang Hu, you have colluded with the enemy? Are you not afraid I will dispose of you?" "Boss, what are you saying? When have we ever been enemies with the Gao family?" Wang Hu chuckled mischievously. "The Gao family is merely interested in our Dawn base, wishing to take control. Moreover, Young Master Gao stated that as long as you, boss, are willing to pledge allegiance, the position of the leader of the Dawn base will be yours. Really? Wang Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. The past few days had been quite suffocating for him. If he could command the Dawn base, then Chun Baoyue would essentially be his, right? And not to mention that Chao Meng. Just the thought of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of that scoundrel made Wang Ke grit his teeth in rage. If the Dawn base became the Gao family's territory, given the massacre at the Jiang Hai group, old Gao would undoubtedly not spare him. Kid, you're not deceiving me. Are you? Although 100 eager thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Ke remained cautious. Wang Hu responded, Boss, you know me well enough. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? I am your cousin. All right, then contact young Master Gao and inform him that I have important news. Wang Ke clenched his teeth. The first act of allegiance would be against that Chao. Don't you enjoy being a lone wolf? Chapter 086. Re-entering the tiger's den in Nanshan. Targeting Miss Gao meanwhile, as Wang Ke and Wang Hu schemed, in the control room of the base, Huang Wentao, sporting thick glasses and a gaunt face, wore a cold smirk. Huh, the Gao family is truly insidious. Just as we were preparing to probe Wang Ke, one of his men appears. Behind Huang Wentao stood Chun Heping, along with the thoroughly bundled Chao Meng, whose eyes and mouth were the only visible features, all fixated on the surveillance screens. One could not deny that the Gao family's methods were indeed extraordinary. They acquired insiders in bulk, employing multiple strategies simultaneously. Chun Heping chuckled. When did you install surveillance on Wang Ke, old Huang? Just the day before yesterday. Huang Wentao swiveled in his chair with a grin. I've always found that scoundrel unbearable, especially since he dares to compete with my brother for Sister Baoyue. Chao Meng, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out. This guy was truly eccentric. Just because he found someone disagreeable, he set up surveillance on them. Ironically, he had inadvertently placed it on the right target. Besides Wang Ke, who else are you monitoring? Chun Heping half-jokingly asked. You haven't set your sights on me too, have you? Currently, just Wang Ke. Huang Wentao smirked. As for you, old Chun, you have been quite kind to both me and Meng, even considering marrying your sister to my brother. Enough. Chao Meng was left speechless. This guy truly had no filter. Was such talk permissible? Chun Heping awkwardly cleared his throat. Brother, let us go clean house. Let us go. 10 minutes later. Wang Ke and his younger brother Wang, who were brought into the control room. Watching the playback of the surveillance footage, Wang Ke's face turned ashen. Chun Heping's disciples seethed with rage, wishing they could devour the traitor whole. Wang Ke, do you have anything to say for yourself? Chun Heping barked sternly. I. After a moment of panic, Wang Ke suddenly composed himself. I did this merely to resolve the grievances between our base and the Gao family. It was not an act of betrayal. Consider this. With just the few of us at the base and these few firearms, how can we compete with the Gao family? Huh. So, I should be grateful to you then? Chun Heping's face turned ashen with anger. Despite the gravity of the situation, there was no sign of repentance. The gun in his hand was slowly raised. Wang Ke, I regret to say, I have failed in my teachings. Faced with the icy muzzle of the gun, Wang Ke panicked, unable to believe his master was truly willing to take his life. Master, I was wrong. Spare me this once. I can atone for my sins. Please, grant me my life. I have not truly defected to the Gao family. I merely wish to. Chun Heping glanced at Chao Meng and shook his head. No. You must die. In the next moment, a swift strike like a tiger's claw gripped his throat, snapping his neck while leaving his body intact. Take him away. Find a coffin, and give him a proper send-off. What? Another failure? Another loss? At the Nanshan base, when Qing Xian did not join the departing team, for her parents and brother had been brought in. Upon hearing the news of the failed assault on the Dawn base, she was momentarily stunned. Could it be that I am a harbinger of misfortune? In that instant, she deeply questioned her fate. Why did calamity seem to follow anyone she aligned with? Jiang Tao was one, Gao Deshao was another, along with Lu Neng and Su Shuiying. From Shulin community to Zhang's manor, and now to this Nanshan base. It felt as if a malevolent spirit shadowed her every move. And what of Chao Meng? He had accompanied Uncle Dao into the Dawn base. When Qing Xian looked expectantly at the subordinate before her, Ma Hu, whose excitement was palpable. The traitor was indeed Uncle Dao. He betrayed us and has caused significant casualties, even attacking Gao Shao himself. I believe that Chao Meng has met his end as well, considering Uncle Dao's formidable prowess. This is how he perished? When Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, her expression slightly vacant. A sense of loss washed over her. This sycophant had died so easily. Yet, a greater sense of joy prevailed. That scoundrel had finally met his demise, though it was regrettable that it was not at her hands. In the opulent suite of the base, the doctor had tended to Gao Deshao's injuries. A shattered shoulder bone, even if healed, would leave his left arm weakened. Uncle Dao, how could it be him? At this moment, Gao Deshao still struggled to accept that Uncle Dao had betrayed him. It seemed inconceivable. Old Dao had fought alongside his father. How could he turn traitor? Yet, The overwhelming evidence left him no choice but to believe. Did you all witness it? It was old Dao. I would recognize him even in ashes. His speed was beyond my reaction. On the sofa nearby, Gao Minglan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her mind adrift. That scoundrel had died just like that? The thought of Chao Zai, who had forcefully pursued her, left her feeling dazed and disheartened. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Gao Xiao, Xiao Ming, who followed Uncle Dao, has returned. What? He is still alive. Gao Minglan instinctively rose, an inexplicable delight bubbling within her. Still alive? Gao Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone else has perished, yet he still lives. Let him come in. Moments later, Xiao Ming strode confidently into the room. Returning to the Nanshan base was a plan Xiao Ming had devised long before. Had it not been for this consideration, he would not have gone to such lengths to frame the deceased Lao Dao. Of course, before entering the base, Xiao Ming had prepared himself for the possibility that his words might not be believed. If that were the case, he would resort to violence, perhaps even abducting Gao Minglan or Gao Chang. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, Gao Xiao, that Lao Dao was a traitor. Silence. Gao Chang fumed. I ask you, besides you and Lao Dao, what about the others? They are all dead, Xiao Ming replied, his face twisted with fury. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have been killed as well. During the rendezvous, I sensed something was amiss when I saw Chun Heping on the opposing side. I had encountered Chun Heping before, so I remained cautious. Surely, Chun Heping would not betray his own, would he? Gao Chang's pupils contracted. You mean Chun Heping personally made contact? Indeed, Xiao Ming declared boldly. Huh, may I inquire, Mr. Chao, with both Chun Heping and Lao Dao present, how did you manage to escape? At that moment, Su Shuiying, standing beside Gao Minglan, interjected. Xiao Ming glanced at this poised and captivating woman, a quintessential embodiment of grace. She smiled, because I am swift. Moreover, with masters like Chun Heping and Lao Dao, I am not merely a bystander. Gao Chang, intrigued, approached Xiao Ming. So, you consider yourself a master? I dare not claim such a title, but against someone of his caliber, I can handle 5 at once, Xiao Ming said, pointing at the bald Lu Neng. Chapter 087. Gao Laodao, are you unreasonable? It is time to showcase true skill. Being the 6th in line does not require constant concealment. Occasionally revealing a fraction of one's strength can yield superior results. Lu Neng, seated on the sofa enjoying the spectacle, was caught off guard by Xiao Ming's sudden and audacious challenge directed at him. This lad intends to prove his prowess at my expense? 1 against 5? Am I truly so soft? Seeking death, Lu Neng, dismissive of further dialogue, charged forward with clenched fists. In military circles, cowardice is the gravest sin. To falter in the face of challenge is to lose the respect of one's peers. Though Lu Neng was indeed a practitioner of martial arts, his close combat skills were comparable to Wang Ku's. As he surged forward, he was met with a humiliating onslaught from Xiao Ming. 2 heavy punches landed, causing Lu Neng's arms to feel as though they were shattering. A whip-like kick struck his legs with the force of steel. Lu Neng fell to the ground, his head barely lifting before being forcefully pressed back into the earth by a heavy snow boot. The sound was crisp and decisive. Lu Neng barely had time to adjust to the rhythm before his head was crushed between Xiao Ming's boot and the unforgiving ground. Incredible. How could this be? For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. A true master. It is important to recognize that Lu Neng is not merely an ordinary individual. He was once the chief and head instructor of the Jiang Security Company, a seasoned veteran with exceptional marksmanship, tactical prowess, and hand-to-hand combat skills that could easily overpower several rigorously trained young men. Yet, before Xiao Ming, he appeared as helpless as a child. So, do my skills suffice to escape from Chun Heping and the old blade? Xiao Ming mused, planting his foot upon Lu Neng's bald head, while casting a mocking glance at Jiang Tao's beautiful stepmother, Su Shuiying. Indeed, quite impressive. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from outside the door. Following the sound, one could behold a dapper gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, escorting a statuesque woman with an air of regality, her long hair cascading in waves. Behind them trailed an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Is that Boss Gao? Sister-in-law Gao? Xiao Ming's pupils dilated in surprise. He never anticipated the reclusive Boss Gao would make a personal appearance, accompanied by sister-in-law Gao. Gao Tai, known as Gao Bancheng, was a figure of considerable influence, his territory encompassing half of Linghai City. Prior to the catastrophe, he was a formidable contender for one of the 4 deputy city lord positions. As for sister-in-law Gao, her name was Gao Yi. Indeed, both shared the same surname, yet they bore no familial ties. Boss Gao's rise to prominence was largely attributed to this woman. Without her, he might still be a petty fishmonger. However, Xiao Ming's attention swiftly shifted from the couple to the man standing behind them. A true master, exuding a potent aura. Xiao Ming even sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. His strength was undoubtedly superior to that of the old blade and Chun Heping. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Gao Chang approached, clutching his injured shoulder. Big brother, sister-in-law, he added. Boss Gao nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chao Meng. After appraising him, he turned to the middle-aged man beside him and remarked, Lao Mo, this young man possesses discernment. He identified you instantly. Lao Mo nodded, his expression impassive. This lad is no weaker than the old blade, perhaps even slightly stronger. Oh, Boss Gao's expression shifted subtly, then he locked his gaze onto Chao Meng. You are Chao Meng, correct? Did you witness the old blade's betrayal firsthand? Chao Meng did not shy away, maintaining eye contact. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. Dad, the old blade's treachery is beyond doubt. Many brothers witnessed it, and he even attacked us. Gao Chong said through gritted teeth. Silence. Gao Ye's piercing gaze swept over him, causing her son to flinch. Your father is asking a question. You have no place to interject. Impressive. Chao Ming glanced at sister-in-law Gao, recognizing her as a woman of considerable acumen. It was no wonder that even a man like Boss Gao was so thoroughly captivated by her, shunning all other women. As Boss Gao seated himself on the sofa with his wife at his side, he bore the weight of authority, akin to a seasoned bureaucrat. I refuse to believe that the old blade would betray me. His words resonated with conviction. Thus, Boss Gao harbors doubts about me? Chao Ming retorted with a cold smile. I never wrongfully accuse anyone, especially not my brothers. Mr. Gao leisurely lifted the teacup in front of him and took a sip. His tone measured. As far as I know, aside from your unwavering insistence that Lao Dao has betrayed us, no one else has truly discerned his true nature. In the shadows of the night, they merely judged the assailant based on Lao Dao's attire, physique, and demeanor, instinctively concluding that he was the attacker. Mr. Gao continued, savoring another sip of tea before placing the cup back on the table. Therefore, might there be a possibility that someone is impersonating Lao Dao? Mr. Gao chuckled, gesturing towards Chao Meng's physique. This young man resembles Lao Dao quite closely and possesses remarkable agility. You would be the most fitting to play the role of Lao Dao. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, except for the three members of the Gao family, swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Chao Meng. Chao Meng retorted, speechless, Mr. Gao, this is utterly unreasonable. Mr. Gao spread his hands. There is no question of reason here. I simply trust Lao Dao, for he has no motive to betray me. Furthermore, given your exceptional abilities, young man, you cannot be an insignificant figure. It seems you have deliberately infiltrated the Nanshan base with ulterior motives, correct? Now, tell me, who is behind you? As Mr. Gao spoke, he brushed off his clothing and stood up. Speak, and I may grant you a full pardon. In truth, the moment Mr. Gao entered, Chao Meng had already prepared himself and quietly moved a fraction closer to Gao Minglan. Although this distance appeared safe to others, it was anything but for Chao Meng. The speed of a genetically enhanced warrior manifested at that moment. By the time the expert Lao Mo's gun was aimed at Chao Meng, he had already secured a cultured beauty with gold-rimmed glasses in his embrace. Stop. Upon seeing his sister held hostage, the calm demeanor of the old cadre vanished instantly. Chao Meng's left hand was firmly around Gao Minglan's graceful neck, while his right hand brandished a black pistol. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, eliminating the 2 individuals behind him who posed a potential threat without leaving any chance for retaliation. Release my sister. Mr. Gao bellowed. Dream on. Chao Meng sneered. Do you know why I came to the Nanshan base? Why? Mr. Gao inquired. Because I intend to pursue your sister, haha. I've had my eye on her for quite some time. Chao Meng laughed heartily, raising his hand to fire a shot. Bang. The bullet whizzed past the scalp of Gao De's wife. Chapter 088. I'll take your sister. Nothing else, everyone else stand down. Put your weapons down, or I will kill her. Chao Meng warned, tightening his grip on Gao Minglan's neck. Seeing this, Mr. Gao, alarmed, shouted, quickly, lower your guns. At his command, the others hastily complied, though Gao Chong and Gao De remained cautious, glancing around as they bent to lower their weapons. Suddenly, one of them sprang up, aiming for a lethal shot at Chao Meng's exposed head. Bang! With a single shot, Gao Chong's arm was pierced, causing his gun to clatter to the ground. Ah! Mr. Gao rushed forward to support his son, exclaiming, young man, cease this at once. Release my sister, and I give you my word. I will allow you to leave the Nanshan base. Chao Meng. No way. I am determined to pursue your sister, even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Boss Gao, I have a phrase I am tempted to utter, but I wonder if it is appropriate. Gao Minglan. This love is rather overwhelming. I can hardly bear it. This is madness incarnate. Boss Gao cherishes his sister above all. Before her, any wife or illegitimate child must take a back seat. So, what do you intend to do? Brother Gao Minglan trembled as she spoke. Chao Meng is probably not a traitor. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Chao Meng growled, raising his gun to point at Gao Chong. Seeing this, Lao Mo swiftly stepped in front of Boss Gao. Boss Gao, let me caution you. Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts. I intend to claim your sister today. With that, he forcefully took Gao Minglan and began to exit. I initially wished to unite our families, but since you are blind to this opportunity, I shall have to resort to my methods. Boy, I warn you. If you dare to lay a finger on my sister, I will not let you off lightly. Gao Tai's eyes turned crimson. This lunatic was courting death. I intend to act. If you have the guts, come at me. Boss Chow was not easily intimidated, nor was he foolish. In such a situation, leaving your sister unharmed would invite death. Acting, however, could lead to laughter. Regardless, Chow Meng feared nothing and would not perish. Even a bold confrontation might not result in defeat, though the risks were indeed heightened. Gao Minglan's weight of 180 pounds posed no hindrance to Chow Meng. The woman seemed unaware of the unfolding chaos and cooperated without struggling, perhaps intimidated by Boss Chow's domineering presence. With the protection of Boss Gao, Lao Mo, and others, Chow Meng effortlessly exited the Nanshan base. Throughout the process, at the slightest hint of danger, he would raise his hand and fire. In fact, he even eliminated an unfortunate soul lying in wait. Boss Gao, fearing for his sister's safety, had strictly ordered his men not to fire. Once at the base entrance, Chow Meng finally halted. So, Boss Gao, rest assured, upon my return, I will select an auspicious date to wed your sister. You must personally come to escort her home. It is our custom to have the brother bring the sister back. Haha. You. Boss Gao's face flushed red with anger. How dare you seize my sister? Chow Meng. Taking a deep breath, Boss Gao replied. If you truly care for my sister, release her. And I promise to grant you the opportunity to pursue her. At this moment, Boss Gao experienced the weight of being under another's roof. Lao Mo attempted several times to approach stealthily, but each time he was met with the cold barrel of Chow Meng's gun. This fellow was remarkably nimble, providing no chance for rescue, and his speed was such that any misstep would result in immediate retribution. He resembled a rogue version of Zhao Zilong. So, Boss Gao, do you still not view me as a traitor? Chow Meng chuckled. Alas, it is too late. I do not believe you. I am not interested in any pursuit. This woman is mine to claim. Boss Gao, faced with such a stubborn and unyielding madman, was left in submission. Stop, Chow Meng. As long as you release my sister, feel free to propose any condition you desire. You desire a woman? I can procure for you numerous stunning beauties, be they celebrities or fresh-faced models. Should you require resources, I am capable of providing whatever quantity you desire. Firearms, vehicles, or personnel, I can supply them all. But I refuse. With a sweeping gesture, Chow Meng declared, I only want your sister. Boss Gao was so enraged he nearly spat blood. What a brazen and unreasonable scoundrel I have encountered. Very well, Boss Gao. Instruct your men to return. There is no need for them to accompany us, especially that fellow reeking of fish. He should remain in check. With that, Chow Meng left, whisking Gao Minglan away into the shrouded night. As he watched Chow Meng vanish into the vast darkness, Boss Gao's face darkened with fury. After all these years, he had never encountered such a shameless and unreasonable rogue. Lao Mo, follow discreetly and await your opportunity to act. Indeed, Lao Mo took up his firearm and swiftly trailed behind. Husband, what shall we do now? Gao Yi asked, supporting the infuriated Boss Gao, her expression laden with concern. This rascal is a rogue, even more so than you were in your youth. The former Boss Gao had employed similarly unscrupulous tactics against her and her father. In truth, it was only by sheer audacity that he, a mere fishmonger, managed to gain her father's approval. He charmed Gao Yi completely, and ultimately, her father had no choice but to concede to this rogue. History, it seemed, was repeating itself. Chow Meng had resorted to even more aggressive tactics than Boss Gao had in his prime. Boss Gao took a deep breath, seeking to quell the tumult within him. At this moment, our only hope rests with Lao Mo. If he can find an opportunity to act, that would be ideal. If not, we can only pray that this scoundrel is not an undercover agent from our rivals. Otherwise, our Gao family will be in dire straits. He shook his head. Should Chow Meng truly be an operative for the enemy, then Gao Tai would indeed be in grave peril. The world perceives Boss Gao as a man who cherishes his wife above all, yet few recognize that his sister occupies the deepest recesses of his heart. Father, do you mean to say you are uncertain whether Chow Meng is a spy? Gao Chong, with his freshly bandaged right hand, approached. Indeed, I am uncertain, Boss Gao replied, shaking his head. So you were merely testing the waters. You were not convinced that Lao Dao was a traitor, Gao Chong remarked. Both impressed and at a loss for words. Given his father's resolute demeanor earlier, others might have believed he had no doubts regarding Lao Dao at all. Now, it appears that my reckless probing has resulted in the loss of my sister. Lao Dao is not akin to your Uncle Mo. Boss Gao slightly shook his head. However, compared to this Chow Meng of dubious origins, I naturally place greater trust in my brothers. Yet, he secretly hoped that his judgment was flawed and that Chow Meng was not an agent of betrayal. Otherwise, should the adversary seize hold of his sister, he would be in an untenable situation. At that moment, a small car sped up to Boss Gao, and a voice whispered urgently, Boss, We have received intel that Lao Dao was spotted not long ago at the Dawn base. Is the information reliable? Boss Gao inquired. Absolutely reliable. This is the photograph from the insider, Little Kalami said, as he handed over his phone. The device displayed a picture taken through glass, somewhat obscured due to the angle. Nevertheless, Boss Gao immediately recognized the figure in the image. It was Old Knife, seated opposite Chen Heping, seemingly engaged in a lively conversation. Even in ashes, he would recognize him. Damn. Boss Gao, enraged, struck his fist against the cold wall beside him. This was the result of reckless probing. Such trivial intelligence. Arriving neither early nor late, but only after the incident had transpired. Had he received this information sooner, he would not have forced Chow Meng into a corner from the outset. Unbeknownst to Boss Gao, the scene of Old Knife and Chen Heping appearing to converse merrily was merely staged. The insider had long been apprehended by Chen Heping. At that moment, Old Mo returned. Looking dejected. Old Mo, what happened? Boss Gao inquired anxiously. Old Mo replied with a look of resignation. He got away. I couldn't catch him. That kid is slipperier than an eel. By the time I arrived, he was long gone. How could that be? Even you, Old Mo, couldn't catch him? Boss Gao was taken aback. He was well aware of Old Mo's capabilities. The Gao family's current standing was significantly attributed to Old Mo's assistance. He was no ordinary expert. The fact that he couldn't keep up with Chow Meng indicated that this individual was remarkably formidable. Is this really Chow Meng? At the back of the crowd, when Qing Xian, bundled in a thick down jacket, was filled with astonishment. This was the man she had been involved with for 3 years. How deeply had he concealed himself? He managed to abduct her sister from Boss Gao and withdrew with ease. In that moment, when Qing Xian suddenly felt that her understanding of Chow Meng was rather superficial and lacking depth. No, wait. She jolted with realization, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Initially, was it not Chow Meng who incited the residents to create trouble for her, sabotaging her endeavors with an alloy arrow? And what of the one who eliminated Jiang Tao? If we consider motive, this scoundrel certainly had a reason to commit such acts. His intent was to drive her into a corner, compelling her to kneel before him. However, one aspect remained puzzling. How did he manage to transport so many supplies? The more she thought about it, the deeper she delved. He and Chen Heping, indeed. This scoundrel was allied with Chen Heping and that adept with the fire god cannon from the very beginning. If it truly was Chow Meng, then the string of misfortunes that befell her could be explained. This scoundrel simply could not bear to see her thrive. He wished for her to kneel before him and call him daddy, while he continued to play the role of a charming rogue. Dad, what should we do? Are we to simply watch as my aunt falls into the clutches of that scoundrel? Gao Chong, with his left shoulder blade nearly shattered and his right hand shot by Chow Meng, had already wished 1,000 times for this would-be godfather to be submerged in boiling oil. What else could be done? Boss Gao was now in a predicament akin to a scholar confronted by soldiers. The person he cared for most had fallen into the hands of the enemy, utterly at their mercy. Does anyone know where the Chow family resides? I do, when Qing Xian stood up immediately, after conjuring up a few scenarios. This enhanced version of Nia Feng, a fusion of his mother and Wu Meinyang, has resolutely decided to eliminate Chow Meng. As long as Chow Meng remains alive, misfortune shall befall her ceaselessly. Within the confines of the Lianyuan Villa community, Chow Meng's stronghold lies there. However, from my observations, it seems unlikely that Chow Meng would venture to the Lianyuan Villa with Miss Gao. It is far more probable that he has retreated to Chun Heping's Dawn base or some other location. Oh, Gao Yi, the formidable sister-in-law, curiously gazes at Wen Qingxian. Who are you to be so certain that Chow Meng is a traitor? I am Wen Qingxian. She hesitated briefly before biting her lip. Chow Meng is my cousin. I merely spoke without certainty regarding his treachery. It was then she realized that Chow Meng was the one she had summoned. If he were indeed a traitor, damn it, in my haste for revenge, I failed to consider this layer. The actions of Chow Meng had been particularly irksome to her. Cousin? Gao Boss's expression darkened. So you were the one who brought this Chow Meng here? Yes, it was I. But I had no idea that my cousin possessed such exceptional skills. I thought he merely knew how to shoot game. As when Qingxian explained. She cast a pleading glance towards Gao Chong. Mom, Gao Chong hurriedly interjected. She is Qingxian, my girlfriend. She knows nothing of this. Gao Boss regarded Wen Qingxian with a deep gaze, but did not further escalate the situation. Old Mo, take a few brothers to Lianyuan and investigate. Remember, if you spot Chow Meng, do not act rashly and avoid alarming him. Understood, Old Mo replied. He hoped that this young man was not affiliated with their adversaries. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. At this juncture, Gao Boss could only wish that Chow Meng was indeed a madman intent on becoming his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Chow Meng, having evaded Old Mo's pursuit while carrying Gao Minglan, traveled a considerable distance. Then, to Gao Minglan's astonished gaze, he unveiled a snowmobile and sped towards the Ice Castle Manor. How did you manage this? Gao Minglan, clad in a thick down jacket and donning the goggles handed to her by Chow Meng, exclaimed in astonishment. Huh, you are not afraid at all. Chao Ming glanced at Gao Minglan. What is there to fear? Gao Minglan brushed the snowflakes off her attire, responding calmly. You are merely a reluctant captor. A man of your caliber would not dare to intimidate a defenseless woman such as myself. Flattery serves no purpose. Chao Ming laughed heartily. I have declared my intention to become Gao Boss's brother-in-law, and so I shall. You. Gao Minglan was at a loss for words. You are merely flattering this rogue. By the way, you still haven't told me how you conjured this snowmobile into existence. Against the biting cold wind, Gao Minglan's voice rose in excitement. Yes, Chao Ming replied. Chao Boss observed that this woman seemed unafraid of him. Instead, she appeared quite exhilarated. This realization somewhat diminished the thrill of his initial conquest. The snowmobile raced forward, encountering several survivors braving the harsh elements in search of sustenance. However, this time, there were no reckless souls attempting to obstruct or rob them. After more than 20 minutes, the snowmobile entered the villa community and came to a halt before the ice fortress. Wow, 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 exclaimed Gao Minglan, clapping her hands in delight like a little girl, as she gazed at the ice fortress illuminated by the snowmobile's lights, resembling a crystal palace of the Dragon King. The refracted light was truly breathtaking. With a mischievous grin, Chao Ming hoisted the woman onto his shoulder like a bandit, delivering a playful smack to her posterior before retrieving the snowmobile and striding into the ice fortress base. Chapter 90. I am your father, ah? Is this your base? You actually created an ice city. How remarkable. Are you a deity? Gao Minglan marveled. Chao Ming replied cheekily, I am your father. Ugh. Aside from your penchant for being a father, can't you have any other hobbies? Gao Minglan chided him playfully as she leaned against his shoulder. This rascal. A bit of a weirdo for enjoying being someone else's dad. As the villa door swung open, a warm breeze enveloped them. Inside, Lu Xiaoran had just finished her meal and was lethargically torturing her beloved cat, Xiao Wu. After indulging in 2 sumptuous meals, Miss Lu finally managed to cuddle the soft feline. She wondered what the boss had been up to. It had been over a day, and she was starting to miss that insufferable boss. The moment Chao Ming's snowmobile reached the ice fortress, Lu Xiaoran spotted him on the surveillance camera. Whoosh! The cat, Xiao Wu, could hardly contain its excitement and dashed out. Boss! As the door opened, Lu Xiaoran was taken aback to see Chao Ming swaggering in, carrying a woman on his shoulder. What is happening here? She stammered. This is Gao's sister, whom I captured. Chao Ming interjected before Lu Xiaoran could speak further. That fool Gao Tai actually suspected I was a spy. How dare he? I helped him deal with Chen Heping, and he doubts me? I figured I might as well take his sister. Lu Xiaoran was momentarily stunned. The information was quite overwhelming. So, the boss had infiltrated the enemy camp and, upon suspicion, returned with the opposing side's sister as a captive? It was clear that the day had been filled with audacious maneuvers. Incredible, my boss. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Lu Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with admiration. Gao, the half-city, even fell into his hands. All right, ensure she is settled. Remember to search her first. Do not let her communicate with the outside world. Chao Ming tossed Gao Minglan into Lu Xiaoran's arms and turned to leave again. Having captured Gao's sister, Chao Ming knew that with Gao's capabilities, he could undoubtedly uncover his base. Moreover, with Wenqing Xian, that troublemaker, involved, it was essential for Chao Ming to relocate Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun. As for Huang Wentao's 37th-tier celebrity girlfriend, she had already been taken to the Dawn base. And now, aside from occasionally attending to old Huang, she was busy exercising on a human-powered generator. You are Chao Ming's. On the other side, Gao Minglan gazed at the delicate figure before her, still clad in a rabbit-themed black silk outfit, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. This rogue Chao seemed rather unrestrained. The presence of a woman nearby momentarily unsettled her. After all, she was not a socialite struggling for sustenance in a post-apocalyptic world. Her life was abundant. And unlike other women, she sought not merely bread, but love. Initially, when Chao Ming had seized her, it was not fear that gripped her heart, but rather a thrill, as the image of him cornering her against the wall would often replay in her mind. However, now, faced with Lu Xiaoran, she felt a twinge of jealousy. I am an employee of the boss, she reminded herself. Lu Xiaoran was a laid-back girl. Though not entirely pleased internally, she maintained a friendly demeanor. Employee? Gao Minglan adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoran, who was dressed far too casually, black stockings and a sheer black garment that revealed an overly abundant bosom, stirring a hint of envy within Gao Minglan. Is this what you call an employee? You must mean a personal assistant. I am Lu Xiaoran. Please follow me. She gestured invitingly. What do you mean? Gao Minglan inquired. The boss instructed me to search you first and then provide you with new attire, ensuring you cannot communicate with the outside world. Lu Xiaoran explained matter-of-factly. You don't intend to search me right here, do you? Lu Xiaoran added, nodding towards the side. Upon turning, Gao Minglan was greeted by a shocking sight. Ah, she gasped, her legs giving way as she collapsed into Lu Xiaoran's embrace. My goodness, how terrifying. she exclaimed, as more than a dozen yellow and black dogs, resembling small calves, with cold eyes akin to a pack of wolves at night, surrounded them, their gaze piercing. The sheer number of these beasts left the sophisticated beauty paralyzed with fright. Huh, Miss Gao has quite the timid disposition, Lu Xiaoran chuckled, her mind inexplicably mirroring Chow Meng's earlier actions as she hoisted the slender beauty onto her shoulder, carrying her toward the bedroom like a rogue. Put me down, you rascal. Gao Minglan protested, aghast. Is this a den of bandits? The boss is a rogue, and now the employees are following suit? She thought, bewildered. The esteemed Miss Gao, one of the most distinguished socialites of Linghai City, had never been treated in such a manner. Meanwhile, at Villa 23. What? Moving into the ice fortress? How splendid. The two major stars, who had awaited this moment for over a day, were taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. With Chow Meng's presence, they had finally entered a life free from want. Now, they had new aspirations, to reside within Chow Meng's magnificent and impeccably secure ice crystal castle. Boss, thank you. The eager Liao Shun, unreserved in her affections, embraced Chow Meng and rewarded him with a heartfelt kiss. Chow Meng blinked, acknowledging that women who were amenable were indeed somewhat charming. Liao Shun was particularly easygoing, accommodating his desires even better than Lu Xiaoran. Of course, Zhao Xianfei was quite remarkable as well. Without delay, our enemies will soon arrive, Chow Meng noted, lacking the leisure to explain further to them. With remarkable speed, the generator was dismantled, and with a sweeping gesture, all supplies were swiftly stored within the starry blue ring. Accompanied by two renowned celebrities clad in thick winter attire and two majestic mastiffs, he made his way directly to the ice fortress. Chow Meng, are there people plotting against us? Zhao Xianfei grasped Chow Meng's arm anxiously, a hint of trepidation in her expression. Chow Meng replied with a smile. I may have taken a woman, and her brother might not be pleased. What? What did you say? Both Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shun were momentarily bewildered. Their perceptions of Chow Meng shattered. The once cultivated gentleman, slightly mischievous, had transformed into a brigand who seized maidens by force. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Chow Meng led them into Villa number 18. Previously, he had enclosed the area around his residence, Villa number 17, incorporating villas number 16, 18, 19, and 20 into his domain. This time, however, Chow Meng did not intend to take the two celebrities to Villa number 17. Instead, he opted for them to temporarily reside in Villa number 18. Why is it so cold? You expect us to stay here? The absence of electrical heating rendered the internal temperature of Villa number 18 nearly identical to that of the frigid outdoors, a stark contrast to their expectations of a celestial paradise. Chapter 091. Where is Miss Gao's elbow pointing? I reside in Villa number 17, Chow Meng stated candidly, showing no hesitation. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot allow you to move in just yet. After speaking, he retrieved the previously stored supplies and reconnected the generator, while accommodating the two celebrities in Villa No. 17 was feasible given his current strength and loyal companions. He needed to focus on resolving matters concerning Gao Minglan. Zhao Xianfei and Lu Shen exchanged glances, both reflecting disappointment and resentment. Ultimately, it seemed their interaction was merely transactional. Well, if you wish to move in, it's not impossible, Chow Meng mused. However, it will depend on your future conduct. Conduct? What more do you expect from us? Zhao Xianfei's exquisite face was etched with indignation. This bastard. What a twisted mind. What have we done to deserve this? If it weren't for your suppression, who would bow down? Unable to bear their resentful gazes any longer, Chow Meng finished organizing the power supply, leaving the two mastiffs to guard and uttered, All right, you shall handle the remaining matters yourselves. I must prepare for the impending confrontation. Wait, is there anything we can do to assist you? Lu Shun blinked her large eyes, summoning courage to address Chow Meng. Chow Meng sighed. This is the consequence of seeking cleanliness. If it were a seasoned woman like Fan Xiner, one accustomed to the trials of life, such situations would not arise. Women like her, even if displeased, would conceal their feelings and continue as if nothing had occurred. But these two, Lu Shun was a woman eager for marriage. Zhao Xianfei, clearly yearning for love, yet well protected by formidable forces, embodies a somewhat naive celestial being. Chow Meng, whom did you abduct? Could you enlighten us? Zhao Xianfei inquired with curiosity. Chow Meng chuckled. Gao Tai's younger sister. Gao Tai, Zhao Xianfei exclaimed, her large eyes widening in astonishment. You must possess extraordinary audacity to seize Gao Minglan. Not only had she heard of Gao Minglan, but she was also acquainted with her and fully aware of the significance this woman held in Linghai City. The audacity of Chow Meng bringing her home was utterly outrageous. Where is Gao Minglan? Upon entering the house, Chow Meng noticed Lu Xiaoran arranging dishes in the dining hall, but Gao Minglan was nowhere to be seen. Well, she's inside. Following your instructions, I checked on her, and she appears rather displeased. Lu Xiaoran gestured toward the guest room on the first floor. Let me see. Chow Meng approached, and opened the door. Upon a mere glance, he was taken aback. There stood Gao Minglan, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses in front of the vanity mirror. Beneath her purple trench coat was a delicate ensemble of black lace lingerie, the coat wide open, revealing a soft, enchanting face marked by embarrassment and indignation. This outfit. Chao Ming gasped. Did Lu Xiaoran select this for you? Are there no other garments? Gao Minglan, seething with anger, thought to herself that had she possessed equal strength to Lu Xiaoran, she would have lunged out to strangle this little calamity. This woman was as brazen as her employer. After a thorough search, Gao Minglan had even taken her down jacket with her, under the pretense of being prepared. Oh, just a moment, Chao Ming said, assessing Gao Minglan's figure before conjuring a plethora of high-end designer outfits from the Star Blue Ring. These garments were a result of a sweeping raid on Yida Plaza. Now piled high within the ring, Gao Minglan had grown accustomed to Chao Ming's magical abilities, quickly selecting a sleek black business suit and turning to him. Could you step outside for a moment? I cannot. Chao Ming shook his head. I must keep an eye on you. Gao Minglan's eyes nearly bulged with fury. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Humph, then you may watch, she retorted, defiantly discarding her purple trench coat, and, before Chao Ming, began to change. With swift movements. Within mere seconds, a polished, intellectual beauty emerged before him, embodying the essence of a capable female executive. Ah, the trousers fit well. I feel it now, she mused, completing her look with a pair of 13-inch ivory high heels, the crowning glory being her grandiose golden-rimmed glasses. Up in the sky, the planes soar high, while down here, your glasses are quite ostentatious. Gao Minglan adjusted her attire, declaring with a sense of entitlement, I am hungry. This woman exhibited not a shred of awareness of her predicament. Oh, let us dine, she said, moving to the table. As she settled beside Chao Ming, she shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoran before unceremoniously picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Wang, the master isn't eating. Do you dare to begin? She challenged. Is there no sense of hierarchy? With a sudden bark from the old black dog, the stunning beauty was startled, causing her chopsticks to clatter to the ground. All right, old black. Chao Ming shot a glare at the dog, then turned to Gao Minglan and said, Miss Gao, I apologize, but in our household, it is customary for me to begin eating first. If anyone disrupts this order, Old Black and the others will be quite displeased. He then resumed his meal with fervor. Hey, Gao Minglan picked up another pair of chopsticks and took a bite, her irritation evident as she inquired, is what you said to my brother true? The memory of her brother's domineering confrontation with the audacious Chao Ming lingered in her mind. Let me be clear, I intend to pursue your sister and become her brother-in-law. Not even Jesus could stop me. This declaration profoundly shook Gao Minglan and ignited a sense of glee within her. In truth, she was not particularly fond of her brother's overly stringent protection. Chao Ming was akin to a warrior descending from the heavens, shattering her brother's authority into fragments. His brashness and ferocity resonated deeply with Gao Minglan, causing her heart to race like a fawn. Thus, she harbored no fear of Chao Ming. Rather, she found the notion of being claimed by him exhilarating. Indeed, it seems I have stumbled upon a treasure, she mused inwardly. Yes, it's true, Chao Ming replied, returning to his meal with relentless focus. Lu Xiaoran, akin to Chao Ming, also ate swiftly while maintaining an air of elegance, occasionally casting wary glances at Gao Minglan. Sensing a potential threat, having gone an entire day without a satisfying meal at the Nanshan base, Chao Ming was ravenous. Since becoming a genetic warrior, his appetite had increased significantly. This meal, he consumed a quantity that was double what he had the previous day. To his astonishment, Gao Minglan appeared unfazed, merely glancing sideways. Your appetite is 3 times that of Lao Mo. After 3 bowls of fragrant rice, Gao Minglan set down her chopsticks, watching Chao Ming with keen interest. 3 times that of Lao Mo? A jolt of surprise coursed through Chao Ming. In his past life, he had never crossed paths with Lao Mo. Only aware that Gao Bansheng had 2 formidable experts by his side. Even at 1/3 of his current food intake, it was still quite alarming. According to the law of energy conservation during the 100-day calamity, Lao Mo seemed on the brink of becoming a genetic warrior. His abilities far surpassed those of Chen Heping. How could this be possible? Chao Ming was taken aback. His own considerable appetite, which had allowed him to become a genetic warrior ahead of others, was attributed to the super guidance technique, the 9-fold calamity demon cannon, and the support of Qin Yi and Lu Xiaoran. What do you know about Lao Mo? Chao Ming asked curiously. Gao Minglan took the opportunity to divulge information about Lao Mo, adopting the perspective of a daughter who had married away, stating, Lao Mo is a true master of ancient martial arts, entirely distinct from the so-called masters and champions in the public eye. The ancient martial arts he cultivated must be 8 extremes fist. Moreover, my second brother once discovered several lost ancient formulas for medicinal concoctions from overseas, which, when brewed into herbal soups, could expedite the cultivation of internal martial arts. Over the years, our family has invested considerable financial and material resources in these individuals, utilizing a wealth of precious medicinal herbs to nurture a handful of true masters. According to the assessments of Old Mo and the others, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, consuming and absorbing more could seemingly enhance one's physique. Gao Minglan paused mid-sentence, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing Chow Meng. Chow Meng, with your ability to conjure things from thin air and create such a massive ice fortress, you must be a cultivator far superior to ancient martial artists. Akin to those in the Xinxiao films, right? If you say so, then it must be true. Chow Meng replied casually, yet internally, he remained vigilant. He underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. Ancient martial arts and internal martial arts, while ubiquitous on the internet, are indeed real. However, only a select few comprehend that the true essence of these traditions lies in ancient medicinal formulas. In the unfortunate environment before the apocalypse, these practices could only truly manifest their power when paired with the appropriate ancient elixirs. Without the aid of these potions, most efforts would merely result in futile endeavors, eventually leading to their classification as mere deceptions. At that moment, the alarm of the surveillance system suddenly blared. Chow Meng swiftly approached the infrared monitoring screen, observing several dark red figures silently infiltrating the villa community to preempt any potential threats. He had installed cameras around the ice fortress as well as at various critical points throughout the community. They arrived quite promptly, Chow Meng remarked, handing his phone to Gao Minglan. Call your brother. Without hesitation, she swiftly entered the number and dialed. She understood the gravity of the situation. Old Mo and the others had no chance of victory. Besides, she sincerely did not wish for Chow Meng and her elder brother to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The phone rang twice before connecting. Hello, who is this? Came the voice of Gao Laoda from the other end. It's me. Chow Meng snatched the phone and switched to a video call. Chow Meng. Upon seeing him on the screen, Gao Laoda's blood pressure surged to 280. You're quite prompt, aren't you? Chow Meng grinned, pulling Gao Minglan in front of him. Look, your sister is in my hands. Gao Laoda's eyes reddened. You madman. Where are you? What have you done with my sister? He demanded sharply. Chow Meng chuckled. Aren't you aware? It's the Lianyuan villa community. Your people have already infiltrated. Why ask me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Laoda roared. Lianyuan is so far from the Nanshan base. How could you have brought Minglan here so quickly? Kid, tell me honestly. Where are you now? This old Gao was indeed crafty. Upon discovering the location of Chow Meng's lair, he promptly instructed Lao Mo to take several skilled individuals and swiftly make their way to the Lianyuan villa community via a dog sled. Logically, with only one companion and no suitable means of transportation, Chow Meng would be unable to reach his hideout in a timely manner. However, Lao Mo could easily arrive first, lying in wait for him. Unbeknownst to them, Chow Meng possessed a snowmobile, far superior to the cumbersome dog sled. Minlan, do tell our foolish brother where you currently are. Chow Meng said with a grin, addressing Gao Minglan. She shot him a sharp glare and replied, Brother, he is not deceiving you. We are indeed at the Lianyuan villa community. He has, silence. Chow Meng interrupted her, then turned to Gao Laoda. I have no time for idle chatter. You have 30 seconds. Within that time, get your men out of this community, or you shall be responsible for their demise. With that, he hung up the phone decisively. Shaoran, keep an eye on her, Chow Meng commanded as he rose, grabbing his sniper rifle and striding out with purpose. Chow Meng, don't act rashly. Let me speak with my brother for a moment, Gao Minglan pleaded, sensing the urgency in Chow Meng's demeanor. She genuinely wished to avoid any casualties among her brother's capable aides, as this would only deepen the animosity between Chow Meng and the Gao family. Unnecessary. Chow Meng waved dismissively. He had already issued a warning. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they could not blame him for his ruthless nature. Moreover, he bore no moral qualms about eliminating Gao's men. At the Nanshan base, after his call was abruptly ended, Gao Laoda attempted to reach out again. But Chow Meng chose to ignore him. Husband, what should we do? Should we have Lao Mo withdraw? Gao Yi inquired softly. Not necessary, Gao Laoda replied, waving his hand dismissively. Lao Mo is no novice, especially with his infrared night vision equipment. Let him assess the situation at the villa community first. Within the villa community, 4 skilled individuals stealthily maneuvered through the darkness, cautiously infiltrating the premises. Behind them was the even more agile Lao Lu, weaving with serpentine grace, never remaining in one spot for more than a second. Such speed made it exceedingly difficult for even the most elite snipers to lock onto him. Oh, indeed a formidable expert, Chow Meng mused as he raised his weapon, taking a shot at the foremost individual. He did not bother to observe the outcome, quickly retreating behind cover. Bang! Just as the sound of his gunfire echoed, a shot rang out from the opposite side, striking precisely where Chow Meng had just concealed himself. The lead assailant's head was obliterated in an instant. Silence ensued. The remaining 3 men and Lao Mo immediately sought refuge behind cover. Chapter 093. The Ultimate Weapon. The enraged Gao Laodao. So this fellow intends to encircle me, Chao Ming deduced from their movements, recognizing that one of them must be Lao Mo. Moreover, he also brought a thermal infrared night vision device. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to maintain a constant lock on his target. Shall we race in speed? Then let it be. Chao Ming, mirroring his opponent's movements, adopted a serpentine approach, accelerating with unpredictable maneuvers to ensure the adversary could not anticipate his moves. First, he needed to deal with the remaining minor karami. But caution was paramount. This young man wielded an infrared imaging device. Quick, retreat, Lao Mo instructed, maneuvering as he too engaged in the art of dynamic shooting, firing in the general direction of Chao Ming's position with a swift flick. This was the mark of a true expert, expertly applying suppressive fire. His intent was not to eliminate Chao Ming, but rather to allow his three subordinates to withdraw safely. Chao Ming, naturally, did not hold back while executing his flamboyant movements. He retaliated with his own shots, creating a mutual suppression. The sounds of gunfire erupted chaotically within Lianyuan community. Just as the three minor karami managed to escape the villa complex, Chao Ming seized an opportunity and shifted his target, landing a shot squarely on Lao Mo's rear. Lao Mo cried out in anguish, and moments later, two spherical objects were hurled towards Chao Ming from over 100 meters away. Damn it! Chao Ming cursed under his breath, swiftly evading. Boom, boom. Two muffled explosions followed. The lethal devices, hand grenades. Taking advantage of Chao Ming's momentary distraction, Lao Mo darted behind a decorative tree, using it as cover to scale the wall and flee. Curse it! Chao Ming brushed the snow off his clothes and stood up, feeling a twinge of fear. This was rather deafening. If they had grenades, surely they possessed mortars and heavy artillery as well? Engaging in a confrontation with a well-prepared expert felt profoundly different. Adrenaline surged rapidly. No, I have been too lenient. The security measures in this villa complex are still far too rudimentary. They must be upgraded. This community needs to be transformed into a battleground. Otherwise, facing off against top-tier forces like Gao Banqing would spell disaster. Furthermore, the new abilities acquired from the renowned star Zhao Xianfei also needed to be utilized. The blood-refining divine armament could forge not only energy weapons, but also energy armor. With such equipment, why engage in a life-and-death duel with Lao Mo? He could simply charge in and crush him. Chao Ming, gun in hand, strode back to his residence with determination. Meanwhile, Lao Mo found a small room outside the villa complex and dialed Boss Gao's number. Lao Mo, what is the situation? As soon as the call connected, Boss Gao inquired impatiently. Did you just have a confrontation with Chao Ming? Yes. Lao Mo grimaced. Brother, we may have underestimated Chao Ming. His agility surpasses mine, and his marksmanship is exceptional. We lost one brother, and I took a bullet in my rear. What? Boss Gao was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? A skilled expert like Lao Mo had been outmatched. The four men accompanying Lao Mo were all former special forces, adept in tactical coordination. How could they possibly be bested by a mere Chao Ming? Brother, what shall we do next? Gao Laodao inhaled deeply. Lao Mo, listen closely. Head to Shulin community and wait there. I will promptly dispatch someone along with a doctor. Furthermore, do not enter the villa community until our people arrive. Understood, elder brother. Meanwhile, Chao Ming had just entered Ice Fortress when he spotted two prominent stars clad in thick clothing, anxiously observing the villa entrance. Upon noticing Chao Ming approach with a flashlight, they both exhaled in relief. The gunfire had echoed throughout the community. Now, Chao Ming was their pillar of support. Should he falter, their fates would remain uncertain. Thankfully, Chao Ming was unharmed. Return and stay put. There's no need to worry. Chao Ming reassured them before proceeding into Villa number 17. Chao Ming, what happened just now? Did you engage in a brawl? Gao Minglan rushed forward, her enchanting visage marred by concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Gao Minglan pressed further, and Lao Mo? He was shot, but he should survive. Chao Ming set his weapon down as the phone rang once more. It was Gao Laodao calling again. Hello, Gao Laodao. It seems you are somewhat resistant to advice. Chao Ming remarked with a sardonic smile. Gao Laodao, seething with anger, gritted his teeth. Heh, Chao Ming, you've concealed yourself rather well. Even Lao Mo has suffered at your hands. Not bad. I appreciate the compliment. Chao Ming replied nonchalantly. Gao Laodao took a deep breath. What will it take for you to release my sister? I want to release her. I intend to become your brother-in-law, to pursue your sister. Chao Ming responded with unwavering determination. It was no jest to relinquish such a precious opportunity. In this day and age, virtuous young maidens were rarer than pearls, and finding one was no easy feat. To unlock the powers of the Star Blue Ring, she was indispensable. Fool, do you truly believe that by capturing my sister, I will hesitate to act against you? Gao Tai thundered, slamming his palm against the table. Listen here, I despise being coerced more than anything else. Bang! Chao Ming, equally defiant, pounded the table. Gao Tai, let me clarify. I too despise being coerced. If you dare to raise your voice at me again, I will take action against your sister. You wait for it. Gao Chang's face turned a deep shade of crimson with fury. It appears Gao Laoda. Your intellect may be lacking, Chao Ming remarked casually. Do you believe that if you send another person into my community, I won't immediately take your sister to the Shuguang base to confront Chen Heping? You wouldn't dare. At this moment, Chao Ming had successfully grasped Gao Laoda's weakness. If he truly took his sister to Chen Heping's Shuguang base, it would indeed be a precarious situation. Furthermore, if a master like Chao Ming aligned with Chen Heping. Chao Ming smiled amiably. So, Gao Laoda, would you care to test that theory? Fine, Chao. You've got some guts. Gao Laoda clenched his silver teeth. But let me warn you. Chao Ming interjected. Dare to try me, and I will. Gao Laoda's frustration reached a boiling point. This rogue was even more brazen than he. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my mindset. I warn you, surnamed Chao, my sister is in your care. You better treat her well, providing her with the finest food and hospitality. Should you dare to let her suffer even the slightest grievance or lose a single hair, just you wait. Chao Ming, rest assured, I have no shortage of food and clothing here. As for her hair, due to my peculiar preferences, many will certainly be lost. Though you would never notice. Haha, you beast, scoundrel, you are nothing but a wretch.